Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 1845 to Chapter 1895. Zhao Hai looked at the screen and saw the conversation between Hua Wusheng and Li Xuanhua. Upon hearing the two, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Naturally, he wanted to return to the First Legion. He didn't expect Hua Wusheng and Li Xuanhua to also want him to return. This was even better. Zhao Hai let out a breath and muttered, "These two fellows are quite interesting. Whatever I think, they'll cooperate with me." Hee hee. Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, this is also good. At least you don't need to look for excuses. Right, the Heavenly Demon Army is about to make a move. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If we don't make them suffer, then we won't have an excuse to leave. When the next battle comes, the Heavenly Demon Army would surely pay attention to us. Their casualties would certainly be huge. We can use this opportunity to leave. I should also return to the First Legion. If I don't, then I'm afraid that the morale of the First Legion would collapse." Laura smiled faintly and said, "The First Legion isn't easy to defeat. But it's also good to go back and take a look. The losses of the First Legion in the past few days weren't small. If you don't return, then the losses of the First Legion would be too great. It's hard to say if the First Legion would be able to withstand the Heavenly Demon Realm's attack." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "We should go back and teach the Heavenly Demon Army a lesson. We should make them behave." Laura said, "I've been paying attention recently. There are a lot of cultivators in the 100 Flower Valley Alliance's camp. They're very dissatisfied with the Alliance's idea of a complete defense. Brother Hai, when we leave, we should poach some of them." When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly said, "There's such a thing? Let me see." Laura nodded, then she turned her head to Kair. Kair looked at the screen and several images immediately appeared on it. These images were the caves of the 100 Flower Valley Alliance Station. Inside these caves were cultivators. Zhao Hai then understood that these cultivators were from some small sections. Their strength was not very strong. Some were only at the Gold Core stage, some were only at the Nascent Soul stage, and very few were at the Crossing Tribulation stage. However, without exception, these cultivators had an irreconcilable enmity with the Heavenly Devil clan. Some of these cultivators had their loved ones killed by the Heavenly Devil race. Some of them had their sects destroyed by the Heavenly Devil race and they were lucky enough to escape. They hated the Heavenly Devil race to the core. Because of this, these cultivators couldn't wait to fight the Heavenly Devil race to the death. But at this time, the 100 Flower Valley Alliance Station was completely on the defensive. Not to mention taking revenge against the Heavenly Devil race, they could only wait for the 100 Flower Valley to attack them. For these cultivators who were full of hatred, this was very depressing. Because of this, when these cultivators saw the way Zhao Hai fought against the Heavenly Devil race, they couldn't help but complain about the 100 Flower Valley's passive defense. Naturally, they didn't dare to complain openly. They could only complain behind their backs to their friends. However, Laura and the others who were monitoring the station discovered this. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators on the screen and then said to Kair and the others, "Observe carefully and pick out some that you can contact. I'll go and talk to them. These people aren't weak, they're much stronger than the rogue cultivators. If we can get them to join the Black Tiger Gang, then they would be a great help to the Black Tiger Gang." Laura nodded, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, do you want to give the Black Tiger Gang's cultivators in the First Army a transmission token?" When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he thought for a moment and then said, "It's about time. At this time, no one should suspect us. Alright, Kair, prepare a transmission token. Wait for me to return and give it to them." Laura nodded and said, "Alright." Kair nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at the screen and said, "I'm afraid it won't take long for the Heavenly Devil Army to attack us. We need to prepare well." Laura smiled faintly and said, "We don't need to prepare anything. But Brother Hai, you need to prepare well. I'm afraid that a lot of cultivators will be sacrificed this time. You shouldn't be soft-hearted." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need for me to be soft-hearted. In any case, the Black Tiger Gang's cultivators have already been given transmission tokens. I don't care about the lives of the others." Kair and the others chuckled and didn't say anything. To be honest, Laura and the others didn't care about the life and death of the other cultivators. After following Zhao Hai for so long, they had seen life and death. For Laura and the others, the death of the other cultivators was just like a character in a game. They didn't care about it at all. While Zhao Hai was resting inside the space, the other cultivators of the Freedom Alliance were very happy. Although their losses weren't small, they still fought very well. At the very least, in their opinion, they were much better than the cultivators of the 100-Flower Valley. Zhao Hai was very happy. Cultivators also had a sense of honor and humiliation. This was also a matter of face. Cultivators cared more about face than ordinary people. Because of this, cultivators attached more importance to honor. The actions of the 100-Flower Valley Alliance were very shameful in the eyes of the other cultivators. This was especially true for the cultivators of the Freedom Alliance. After the battle with the Sky Demons, the hearts of the cultivators of the Freedom Alliance had undergone some subtle changes. For the people of the Freedom Alliance, they didn't put the Sky Demons in their eyes. In other words, they had become somewhat arrogant. Pride wasn't a good thing for a soldier. But for an army, sometimes pride was a good thing. It depended on whether one could guide it properly. If one guided it well, pride would become a kind of temperament, the soul of the army. All the soldiers in the army would go all out to protect this pride. Their performance would make the army even more proud. But Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. At this time, the cultivators of the Freedom Alliance had this feeling. If Zhao Hai were to guide them, then they would become the best soldiers. However, Zhao Hai didn't do this. These cultivators belonged to various sects, but not all of them were loyal to the Black Tiger Gang. If Zhao Hai really wanted to do something to these people, then once they returned to their sects alive, they might be noticed by their sections. This wouldn't be good for the Black Tiger Gang at all. Zhao Hai was a pragmatist. He wouldn't do something that didn't benefit him. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't say anything to these people. This was because Zhao Hai knew that these people might all die on the battlefield tomorrow. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, the 100-Flower Valley Sky Demon Army had already made their move. This time, they suffered a loss because of Zhao Hai. This made the Sky Demons feel ashamed. It was precisely because of this that the Sky Demons wanted to retaliate. The next day, the Heavenly Demon Army began to move. This time, the number of heavenly demons was quite large, about 4 million. This was a large-scale military operation. The 100-Flower Valley Alliance also received the news in advance. They immediately made preparations to defend themselves. They didn't have the courage to take the initiative to attack. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, the Heavenly Demon Army arrived. This time, the Heavenly Demon Army had 4 million soldiers. Just looking at them made one's scalp tingle. As soon as the Heavenly Demon Army appeared, they immediately attacked. Just like before, they used large artifacts to clean up the Heavenly Demons. At the same time, immortal experts were in the rear. The reason why the immortal stage Heavenly Demons didn't make a move was because the Heavenly Demons and the Cultivation realm had reached a tacit understanding. Although both sides didn't say anything, both sides didn't send their immortal experts. This was because losing an immortal expert wasn't a trivial matter for any realm. Because of this, the immortal experts of both sides didn't participate in the operation. Instead, they were in the rear. Just like nuclear weapons on Earth, they couldn't be used lightly. At this time, the Freedom Alliance's army was also in their own formation, quietly standing there. If one looked carefully, they would discover that their bodies were emitting a murderous aura. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that they would be able to deal with the Heavenly Demon Army. These cultivators had just entered the battlefield, so they still had a lot to learn. At the very least, these fellows were inferior to the First Legion. The Celestial Devil Realm had sent out a lot of large artifacts this time. The 100-Flower Valley had no choice but to send out even more large artifacts to deal with the enemy. They forced the Celestial Devil Realm's great Fa Shun to the side and withdraw from the battle. Everything seemed to be the same as before. The Heavenly Demon Army began their attack, and the 100-Flower Valley began to meet them. But this time, the Heavenly Demon Army's attack was more fierce and their numbers were more than before. As soon as the battle began, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The Freedom Alliance's army immediately rushed forward. Compared to the Heavenly Demon Army and the 100 Flower Valley Alliance's army, the Freedom Alliance's army was like a peanut next to a watermelon. But this time, they used the same tactic as before, skirting the edge of the battlefield. However, the Heavenly Demon Army was also well prepared. The army of 500,000 immediately rushed towards the Freedom Alliance's army. Zhao Hai knew that the Heavenly Demon Army was going to eliminate them. He immediately commanded the Freedom Alliance's army to approach the 100 Flower Valley Alliance's army. But it was clear that the Heavenly Demon Army didn't want them to retreat so quickly. The army of 500,000 was very fast and tightly chased after the Freedom Alliance's army. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai had no choice but to order the Freedom Alliance's army to retreat while the Heavenly Demon Army chased after them. The lives of the soldiers on both sides seemed to be worthless as they were mercilessly taken away. The Freedom Alliance's army was constantly decreasing. From the initial 120,000, it slowly became 110,000, 100,000, 90,000, 80,000. The Heavenly Demon Army wasn't doing well either. Although they were fully prepared, their casualty ratio wasn't much less than the Freedom Alliance's army. One must know that the Heavenly Demon Army's army of 500,000 was composed of heavenly demons at the nascent soul stage and above. Their fighting strength was extraordinary. Zhao Hai could see that this Heavenly Devil squad was specially formed by the Heavenly Devil clan to deal with the Freedom Alliance's army. Zhao Hai could understand why the Heavenly Devil clan would do this. Yesterday, they had beaten the Heavenly Devil clan badly. Of course, the Heavenly Devil clan was not convinced. Of course, the most important thing was the problem of morale. The Heavenly Devil army numbered in the millions. If these millions of people knew that they had suffered a loss in the hands of a squad of Transcendence Realm cultivators, it would have a great impact on the Heavenly Devil army's morale. Moreover, if this squad was kept alive, it would raise the morale of the cultivation world. This was not a good thing for the Heavenly Devil realm. Therefore, in order to deal with Zhao Hai and the others, the Heavenly Devil army formed this combat squad. They had to eliminate the Freedom Alliance's army in the shortest time possible. Zhao Hai also understood the Heavenly Devil army's thoughts. However, he did not have much of an expression as he watched the cultivators die in battle. He just watched everything coldly. The Freedom Alliance's army was still decreasing rapidly. However, Hua Wushang and the 100 Flower Valley Alliance's army had no intention of rescuing them. It was as if they wanted to see the Freedom Alliance's army get wiped out. The battle had been going on for more than 4 hours. The Freedom Alliance's army had been reduced from more than 120,000 people to more than 30,000 people. It could be said that they were completely crippled. At this time, Zhao Hai also made his move. This time, he did not use the Thousand Hands Guanyin Palm, but the authentic Heavenly Devil 7 Slaughter Saber. This saber technique was very lethal. The Heavenly Devil army had no choice but to send out a large number of people to deal with him. At this time, Hua Wushang felt that it was about time. He knew very well that if Zhao Hai really died here, the Black Tiger gang would fight them to the death. Therefore, he immediately sent out a squad to rescue the Freedom Alliance's army. Time passed little by little. After an hour, the Freedom Alliance's army was only left with more than 20,000 people. However, the Heavenly Devil army had finally been forced to retreat. The Freedom Alliance's army could finally return to the rear to rest. Zhao Hai also returned to the rear. His face was calm, there was no expression on his face. Wanzong was by his side, his face was filled with anger. Zhao Hai understood Wanzong's feelings very well. Although the Freedom Alliance's army hadn't been established for a long time and came with the intention of being unreliable, it was still an army of the Freedom Alliance. Wanzong still treated this army as his own. Wanzong was very clear that the 100 Flower Valley Alliance had the ability to rescue them, but they didn't do anything. How could Wanzong not be angry when he saw them die one by one? Zhao Hai turned to look at Wanzong and said in a low voice, "Don't be angry. We have achieved our goal. Tomorrow, we can return to the faction." With that, he flew forward. In front of him, Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua welcomed him. The two cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai from afar. Hua Wushang opened his mouth and said, "Junior brother Zhao, I'm really sorry. We didn't have enough people on our side, so we weren't able to rescue you in time. Zhao Hai calmly replied, "It's nothing. The two of you are too polite. However, the Freedom Alliance's army has been crippled. There's no need for them to fight. Moreover, everyone's morale is quite low. If they stay here, they might affect the others. Therefore, I want to take them back tomorrow. Senior brother Hua, senior brother Li, what do you think?" Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua looked at Zhao Hai's expression and thought that he was angry. The two didn't say anything, so Hua Wushang quickly said, of course. But junior brother, you still have to be careful. Do you want to rest for 2 days before leaving? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, there's no need. There are a lot of things to do with the Freedom Alliance. I want to go back early and see if there's anything I can help with. Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua naturally understood what Zhao Hai meant. The situation with the First Legion wasn't very good. Zhao Hai wanting to go back early wasn't a big deal. The two nodded. Zhao Hai kept his fists towards the two before turning around and leaving. Hua Wushang looked at Zhao Hai's back and sighed, this time, we've offended Zhao Hai badly. It seems like if there's a chance in the future, we'll have to find a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, Zhao Hai will definitely deal with us. Li Xuanhua nodded and said, I've already told the sect about this matter. The sect has also agreed to our plan. Moreover, the sect will send people to deal with Zhao Hai. You don't have to worry. Hua Wushang nodded and said, I still want the sect to use the femme fatale. Zhao Hai's ability to command is too strong. This is very important for our future plans. Li Xuanhua nodded and said, don't worry, I'll tell the sect. The next morning, Zhao Hai led the Freedom Alliance's army back. When they came, they had 150,000 people. When they returned, they only had 20,000 people. A lot of the Freedom Alliance's cultivators were dejected. However, most of them were hostile towards the 100 Flower Valley Alliance. In fact, it wasn't just the Freedom Alliance's army. A lot of cultivators from the 100 Flower Valley Alliance were also unhappy with Hua Wushang's actions yesterday. However, they didn't dare to say it out loud. Zhao Hai still hasn't contacted the cultivators who were unhappy with the 100 Flower Valley Alliance. He didn't have the time. Moreover, it would be too conspicuous for him to visit those people in the 100 Flower Valley Alliance. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to return to the Black Tiger Gang before carrying out his plan. When Zhao Hai's group returned to the Black Tiger Gang, Zhang Feng and some other sect representatives personally came to greet them. Although Zhao Hai's group only left for a short period of time, they still managed to kill 200,000 of the Celestial Demon Realm's army with only 130,000 casualties. In this battle, they still won. Moreover, the other sects also understood that the reason why Zhao Hai's group returned with so few people was because of the 100 Flower Valley Alliance's reinforcements. This made them even angrier. After Zhang Feng settled the people who participated in this operation, she invited Zhao Hai and the other sect representatives to the Black Tiger Gang's conference room. Although most of these people already knew about the battle, they still wanted to listen to Zhao Hai's explanation. After everyone was seated in the conference room, Zhao Hai explained the course of the battle to everyone. After he finished, Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, if it weren't for those guys from the 100 Flower Valley, we wouldn't have suffered so many casualties. I can see that those guys are already afraid of the Celestial Demon Realm. They're just holed up in defense every day. Although their defense is good, it doesn't have any offensive capabilities. Sooner or later, this kind of defense will be broken through. I think we shouldn't count on them in the future. Zhang Feng sat there and quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. When Zhao Hai finished speaking, Zhang Feng's complexion was already ashen. She looked at the other sect representatives and said, everyone, you should already know what Zhao Hai said. I know that some of you are still in contact with the other sects, but I advise you to wake up. At this time, those great sects simply don't care about our life or death. Whether it's the 100 Flower Valley or the Myriad Demon sect, they only want to preserve their strength. Everyone should know that those great sects still have a trump card that they haven't used yet. They can afford to waste time, but we can't. I hope that everyone can be at ease and deal with the Freedom Alliance's matters in the future. Zhang Feng also discovered that some of the smaller sects in the Freedom Alliance had been restless recently. From time to time, they would contact the 100 Flower Valley Alliance and the Myriad Demon Sect Alliance. This was a sign of danger. This meant that those smaller sects could leak the Freedom Alliance's situation to the Myriad Demon Sect or the 100 Flower Valley Alliance. This wasn't a good thing for the Freedom Alliance. Therefore, Zhang Feng used this opportunity to give them a warning. The sect representatives didn't have any reaction and just sat there calmly. Zhang Feng looked at them and then coldly snorted and said, "Perhaps you all think that the 100 Flower Valley and the Myriad Demon Sect are only targeting the Freedom Alliance. As long as you leave the Freedom Alliance, you won't be attacked by them anymore. Let me tell you, this idea is wrong, very wrong. You can go back and ask the warriors who went to the 100 Flower Valley to support them. In the first battle of the 100 Flower Valley Alliance, the cultivators who died the most were from the small sections. The reason why the 100 Flower Valley Alliance wanted to bring Xiaohai back was because Xiaohai was too good at fighting and would ruin their plans. They wanted to use the Heavenly Demon Realm to weaken the strength of the various sects in order to achieve their goal of dominating the Northern Strange Province. In this case, do you really think that you would have a good ending by joining the 100 Flower Valley Alliance?" Some of the sect representatives' expressions couldn't help but change. They didn't know whether Zhang Feng was telling the truth or not, but since Zhang Feng dared to say it here, then it meant that it was true. If what Zhang Feng said was true, then joining the 100 Flower Valley Alliance wouldn't be a good thing. Xiaohai will be taking over the First Legion. At the same time, he has another identity, which is the captain of a special operation team. This special operation team will be made up of elites from the various sects. They are all members of the First Legion. They will fight alongside the First Legion, but when necessary, they will also fight internally. Anyone who dares to betray the Freedom Alliance will become the target of the Freedom Alliance. Please think about it carefully." Then Zhang Feng stood up and left. No one expected Zhang Feng to have such a tough attitude. This time, Zhang Feng was telling everyone that if they dared to act recklessly, then they would be dealt with. In the early days of the Freedom Alliance's establishment, everyone had agreed that they could come and go as they pleased. Now that Zhang Feng had said this, it was tantamount to publicly breaking the agreement. This made the faces of some of the sect representatives turn ugly. However, there were even more sect representatives who didn't have any expression. They were very clear that they needed to use this method at this time. Otherwise, the Freedom Alliance would be divided among the other forces. The sect representatives who didn't participate in this matter looked at the others before they stood up and left. They wanted to inform their sects about this so that they could make preparations. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng returned to their study. Upon arriving, Zhang Feng's angry expression changed. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "How was it? Will that be enough to shock those guys?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It shouldn't be a problem. If there are some who don't open their eyes, then we'll just deal with them. The establishment of this special operations team will greatly increase the power of the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, it's good to mention it at this time. There shouldn't be too many people who would oppose it." Zhang Feng nodded. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You have to return to the First Legion as soon as possible. The morale of the First Legion has become a problem. Although the First Legion hasn't suffered any losses, there are still a lot of people who are dissatisfied. You have to stabilize their morale as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Elder brother, you don't have to worry about this. Just leave it to me. When I was in the 100 Flower Valley Alliance, I noticed that there were a lot of cultivators from smaller sections. They were very dissatisfied with the 100 Flower Valley Alliance, especially those whose sects were destroyed. I want to try and get in touch with them. If possible, I want to pull them over to our side. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhang Feng thought for a moment and then nodded. "All right, you can do as you see fit. In any case, as long as they don't have any disloyalty, the Black Tiger Gang will welcome them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Then elder brother, I'll be heading to the First Legion first. These days, the 100 Flower Valley Alliance has been quite boring. I'll be heading to the First Legion to clean up those sky demons." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Then I'll be heading to the First Legion first." Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Then he nodded and said, "Go. Have a good fight with those sky demons." Let them know that the Freedom Alliance isn't something that they can easily touch. Zhao Hai smiled faintly before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai didn't stay in the Black Tiger Gang's base for long. Instead, he went straight to the Transmission Formation Plaza. Then through the Transmission Formation Plaza, he went straight to the First Legion's base. The atmosphere in the First Legion's base wasn't very good. After Zhao Hai left, the people in the First Legion felt as if they had lost their souls. Their fighting strength had weakened a lot. At this time, they could only be suppressed by the Sky Demon Army. Because of this, the atmosphere in the First Legion was very depressing. When Zhao Hai arrived at the First Legion's base, he quickly noticed this situation. He couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't say anything. He just came out of the transmission formation and walked towards his cave residence. The cultivator guarding the transmission formation was originally listless. But when he saw Zhao Hai appear, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He immediately ran over and said, "Legion Commander, you're back." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and said, "Inform everyone to gather." When the cultivator saw Zhao Hai's expression, he knew that they were in trouble. Naturally, he also knew that the atmosphere in the station was very bad. If he could feel it, then there was no need to talk about Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai came back and saw the atmosphere, it would be strange if he was happy. The cultivator immediately complied, then he immediately ran outside. Before long, the entire station was filled with an ear-piercing alarm. This alarm didn't mean that an enemy had arrived, but rather, it meant for everyone to gather. The alarm for an enemy's arrival was different from the alarm for gathering. This was something that Zhao Hai came up with. In the past, the alarm in the station was too monotonous. Because of this, Zhao Hai came up with this alarm. Everyone in the encampment heard the alarm, but they didn't take it too seriously. One by one, they lazily flew out of their cave residences and slowly gathered at the assembly point. However, when they arrived at the gathering point, they unconsciously sped up. This was because they saw Zhao Hai standing there, and Zhao Hai's expression wasn't very good. When the cultivators saw Zhao Hai, they were happy. But when they saw Zhao Hai's expression, they were startled. Then they immediately thought of something and sped up their movements. Before long, everyone had gathered. Zhao Hai looked at these people and coldly snorted. All the cultivators stood there obediently. They looked like elementary school students who had made a mistake and were waiting for their teacher to reprimand them. At this time, Ironhawk arrived beside Zhao Hai. He looked at the cultivators who were usually as arrogant as roosters. Now, they didn't even dare to breathe in front of Zhao Hai. Ironhawk couldn't help but bitterly smile. He now understood the gap between himself and Zhao Hai. It was too big. Looking at the cultivators, who had their heads lowered, Zhao Hai said, "Raise your heads. You are all members of the First Legion. Even if you die, you must die with your head held high. Never lower your head." When the cultivators heard Zhao Hai, they felt a warm current rising from their hearts. One by one, they raised their heads and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Look at you now. It took you so long to gather. Is this what I told you? I only left for a few days and you've already become like this. If you don't want to stay in the First Legion, then immediately scram." Although the cultivators were being scolded, they didn't say anything. It was as if they were nailed to the ground. They didn't move at all. Zhao Hai looked at them and coldly snorted, "I'll let it go this time. If this happens again, then scram back to where you came from. Alright, all of you are dismissed." Zhao Hai also knew that these cultivators weren't real warriors. He couldn't be too strict with them. Scolding them and reminding them was a must, but he couldn't go too far. When the cultivators heard Zhao Hai, they felt relieved. Then they immediately surrounded Zhao Hai. They knew that as long as it wasn't a battle, Zhao Hai was very easy to talk to. The cultivators began to ask about Zhao Hai's experiences in the past few days. Zhao Hai also gave them a simple explanation. When they heard that Zhao Hai had killed nearly 200,000 heavenly demons in the 100 Flower Valley Alliance, the cultivators couldn't help but become excited. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, "Alright, go back and have a good rest. We'll be taking action in 2 days. I heard that Molike's army has been very arrogant recently. It's time to teach them a lesson." Let them understand that the First Legion isn't a place where they can be arrogant. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the cultivators became excited. For the past few days, they had been suppressed by Molech's army. Every one of them had been holding their breaths. Now that Zhao Hai had returned to attack, how could they not be happy? Seeing Zhao Hai and the others' expressions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He just sent them away to rest while he led Iron Eagle back to his cave residence. After Zhao Hai asked Iron Eagle to sit down, he smiled and said, "Brother Iron Eagle, you've worked hard these past few days." Iron Eagle smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, "Little Hai, you're mocking me. What's so hard about me? I'm just defending. Now I understand that none of these fellows are honest. If you didn't use such a powerful method to suppress these people, then it would be hard to say what the First Legion would look like right now." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Fortunately, these fellows are very easy to talk to. As long as you're strong enough, then you can beat them into submission. Alright, let's not talk about this. Brother Iron Eagle, you should go back to the sect. I think the other great sects should be taking action now." When Iron Eagle heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment, then he immediately nodded and said, "Alright, I'll go back as soon as possible. What about you? Do you really want to attack Demon's army?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Attack is certain. Although the First Legion's morale has been restored, if they want to regain their previous confidence, then they would need to win a few battles. This way, they wouldn't be any weaker than the Heavenly Demon army." Iron Eagle nodded, he didn't say anything else. He knew that he was far worse than Zhao Hai in this regard. So he changed the topic and said, "The 100 Flower Valley Alliance." But before he could finish, an ear-piercing alarm was heard. This time, it was a real alarm, not a gathering alarm. In fact, Zhao Hai already knew that Molech's army was coming. However, he didn't move and just sat there. He didn't want others to know that he already knew that Molech's army was coming. But when he heard the alarm, Zhao Hai immediately stood up. Then his figure moved as he left the cave residence. At the same time, he waved his hand as the Hell King's ship appeared beneath his feet. At this time, the other cultivators also came out. Zhao Hai said, "Line up." Zhao Hai had trained them before. So when they heard Zhao Hai, they immediately stood in formation and followed Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. The First Legion's defense was a lot worse compared to the 100 Flower Valley Alliance. At the very least, they didn't turn their territory into an iron cage, blocking the enemy while also trapping themselves. The First Legion had their own pride, they wanted to counterattack. It didn't take long before the Heavenly Demon army arrived. This time, there were about 2 million Heavenly Demons. Zhao Hai commanded the large artifacts to form the Star Transformations formation. When the Heavenly Demon army saw the formation, their expressions changed. They had been fighting against Zhao Hai for a long time. They knew that in the entire cultivation realm, only Zhao Hai could use large artifacts to arrange a formation like this. Now that this formation appeared, there was only one explanation: Zhao Hai had returned. Zhao Hai's return wasn't good news for the Heavenly Demon army. They knew how strong Zhao Hai was. In the past, they were able to suppress the First Legion because Zhao Hai wasn't there. Now that Zhao Hai was back, their large artifacts were useless. It wouldn't be easy for them to suppress the First Legion. Although their large artifacts couldn't be used, the Heavenly Demon army still attacked the First Legion. The Heavenly Demon army wasn't scared. Even if they knew that they couldn't gain any advantage, they would still attack. This was their pride. Before long, the two armies clashed. However, both sides didn't use their large artifacts. The immortal experts of both sides also didn't make a move. Because of this, they could only watch the other cultivators fight. With Lizzie and the others commanding, the First Legion and the Heavenly Demon army were able to display their strength. And with the advantage in numbers, it didn't take long for the Heavenly Demon army to fall into a disadvantageous position. The Heavenly Demon army felt that the First Legion had returned. When they faced the First Legion, they felt like they were facing a hedgehog. But after Zhao Hai left, they felt that they were no longer facing a hedgehog, but a tortoise. Although a tortoise's defense was good, it couldn't stab people. But now, the First Legion had turned into a hedgehog. Moreover, it was a hedgehog that could stab people. In this case, the Heavenly Demon army couldn't bear it anymore. After fighting for more than 2 hours, they left 50,000 corpses behind before they slowly retreated. However, Zhao Hai didn't pursue them. Instead, he ordered the army to rest. Although Zhao Hai didn't pursue them, the people of the First Legion were still very excited. This was because they were able to feel the same feeling as before. This time, they killed nearly 50,000 heavenly demons while only losing a few thousand people. This was a 1-to-10 ratio. How could they not be happy? The people of the First Legion liked to fight alongside Zhao Hai. When they fought alongside Zhao Hai, they didn't need to worry about the enemy's large artifacts or immortal experts. They didn't need to think about how to fight. They just needed to fight according to orders. Everything else was left to Zhao Hai. Furthermore, when they were fighting, they would have a very smooth feeling. They felt that the position they were attacking was the weakest part of the heavenly demon realm. When they fought, it was really smooth sailing, and they were extremely hidden. After the heavenly demon army retreated, just like before, Zhao Hai went to visit the wounded. At the same time, he handed over the bodies of the dead cultivators to their sections. After dealing with them, Zhao Hai returned to his cave residence. To be exact, he returned to the space. Just as he returned to the space, Kai immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, there's a situation. It seems like the 9 great sects are making a move." Zhao Hai stared and said, "What's going on? How did you find out?" Kai replied, "I just found out. The 9 great sects have been mobilized more frequently. Moreover, it seems like they are in an offensive formation. This is abnormal. The 9 great sects don't have the courage to attack the heavenly demon army. They must have received some information about the heavenly demon army, so they made preparations in advance. What can happen to the heavenly demon army at this time? I'm afraid that the people from the Leap Dragon realm have returned and are about to attack the heavenly demon army." Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he immediately understood what Kai meant. If the sects were to gather their forces at this time, then it must be because the experts of the Leap Dragon realm had returned. Zhao Hai clearly remembered that Hu Dingshan told him that the Leap Dragon realm was rich in spiritual qi and had a fast flow of time. Because of this, cultivating there would be much faster than cultivating in the Cultivation realm. Additionally, the Leap Dragon realm wasn't a peaceful place. There would often be battles between immortal experts. All of the immortal experts that came out of the Leap Dragon realm were very strong. If the immortal experts returned to the Cultivation realm and attacked the heavenly demon army, then the heavenly demon army would certainly be in chaos. Then the sects would be able to easily clean up the heavenly demon army. It seems like this was the plan of the sections. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like the 9 great sects can't help but make their move. I need to inform senior brother about this so that he can prepare." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a jade sword and told Zhang Feng about the information he received. As for how Zhang Feng would prepare, that wasn't something he needed to worry about. After sending the letter to Zhang Feng, Zhao Hai rested inside the space. At the same time, he went to see Hu Dawei and the others. How much benefits the Black Tiger gang would get from this turmoil would depend on Hu Dawei and the others. The more than 1,000 immortal stage undead would definitely make the 9 great sects and the heavenly demon realm unable to bear the consequences of their actions. After receiving Zhao Hai's letter, Zhang Feng was startled. He immediately called Hu Liangchen over as well as Tai Zhantian, who had just returned from the Second Legion. Tai Zhantian wasn't part of the Second Legion to begin with. He went to the Second Legion because of Zhao Hai's request. Now that the Second Legion's problem has been solved, he could naturally return to the Black Tiger gang. After inviting the two to the study room, Zhang Feng took out Zhao Hai's letter and showed it to the two. When the two saw Zhao Hai's letter, their expressions couldn't help but change. Tai Zhantian looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Little Feng, what are you going to do?" Zhang Feng coldly snorted and said, "We're going all out to prepare for battle. The Special Operations team is already in the process of being formed. We need to use the fastest speed to form the team. When the time comes, if the sects aren't convinced, we can have the Special Operations team to deal with them. As for the experts of the 9 great sects, I think it's best to have Zhao Hai." Tai Zhantian and the others also knew about the Leaping Dragon realm. However, in recent years, the Black Tiger gang hadn't sent anyone to the Leaping Dragon realm. Therefore, they didn't expect the experts from the Leaping Dragon realm to come and help them. What they needed to do now was to fully defend themselves and prepare for a big fight. Xianxia nodded and said, since Little Hai gave us this information, it means that we are at least 90% prepared. We need to prepare ourselves. Our Black Tiger gang can be considered strong right now. Our only weakness is the number of immortal experts we have. Only the Black Turtle Elder and I can move our immortal experts. The Black Turtle Elder is good at defense while I've just entered the immortal stage. With such strength, we will definitely suffer a loss against the people who came back from the Leap Dragon realm. However, I can see that Little Hai is full of confidence. I don't know what he's thinking. Little Feng, send a letter to Little Hai and tell him to come back when he's free. We can discuss this matter. Zhang Feng nodded and said, yes, Martial Uncle. I'll immediately send a letter to Zhao Hai. After she said that, Zhang Feng took out a jade sword message and entered it before releasing it. Seeing Zhang Feng release the jade sword message, Hu Liangchen said, there's one more thing. It's the situation of the other sections. I think we should tell them about the Leap Dragon realm, especially the smaller sections. Some of them don't even know about the existence of the Leap Dragon realm. When the time comes, they might be caught off guard. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before he said, we can talk about it. But I'm afraid that those fellows won't believe us. They might think that the Black Tiger gang is trying to seize power. That would be troublesome. Zhang Feng frowned and said, when the 100 Flower Valley attacked us, I felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, they were preparing for this moment. We need to deal with the other sects properly. Otherwise, the Freedom Alliance might disband. Xianxia also frowned. The main reason why the Freedom Alliance was able to exist was because the Black Tiger gang wasn't strong enough. Everything was resolved through discussion. This method might seem good in normal times, but at this time it had become a fatal flaw. If the Black Tiger gang wasn't strong enough, then the other sects wouldn't be afraid of them. This made it very difficult for them to reach a consensus. In the end, the Freedom Alliance would be the one to suffer, it might even disband. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from outside, Zhao Hai requests an audience. When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai's voice, he seemed to gain some confidence. He immediately said, Zhao Hai, come in. Just as his voice fell, Zhao Hai walked in. After Zhao Hai entered the room, he immediately gave Xianxia and the others a salute and said, I have seen Uncle Tai and Uncle Hu. Xianxia smiled and said, good, you came back just in time. We were just discussing how to deal with the 9 Great Sects operation this time. Defending against the 9 Great Sects won't be a problem, but protecting the entire Freedom Alliance will be a bit difficult. After all, we don't have enough high-end forces. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's not necessarily the case. We still have a lot of high-end forces. Xianxia stared, then he shook his head and smiled bitterly, I know that you have 7 immortal stage undead. But compared to the 9 Great Sects, it's still too little. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Uncle Tai, your information is outdated. I don't only have 7 immortal stage undead. In fact, when I fought against the Heavenly Demon Realm, I also received several immortal stage undead. Moreover, when I went to the Heavenly Sword Sect to participate in the Demon Slaughtering Conference, I was tricked by the Heavenly Sword Sect. They tampered with the transmission formation and sent me to a subspace. That subspace was full of undead, about 100,000 transcending tribulation undead and more than 1,000 immortal stage undead. But because I was fighting against the Heavenly Demon Realm, I didn't have time to pay attention to that place. Later on, I went there and subdued the immortal stage undead and the transcending tribulation undead. Now, I have more than 1,000 immortal stage undead. Ha ha ha. Uncle Tai, do you think our strength is any worse than the 9 Great Sects? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia couldn't help but stare. Hu Liangchen and Zhang Feng also stared blankly at Zhao Hai. More than 1,000 immortal stage undead? As far as they knew, there were less than 1,000 immortal stage undead in the cultivation realm. But now, Zhao Hai actually had more than 1,000 immortal stage undead. What kind of strength was this? He could probably sweep through the entire cultivation world, right? Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. Although we have more than 1,000 immortal stage undead, I'm not prepared to expose them immediately. There are a lot of experts in the cultivation realm. Our Freedom Alliance alone has several hundred immortal stage experts. Our Freedom Alliance isn't a powerful alliance. Whether it's the 100 Flower Valley Alliance or the Myriad Sect Alliance, they are all stronger than us. In other words, they should have more immortal stage experts in their hands. And with the immortal stage experts that came back from the Leap Dragon realm, their immortal stage experts wouldn't be less than ours. If we reveal our cards too early, it wouldn't do us any good. I think we should use this opportunity to call the other sects over and tell them about the situation of the 9 great sects. At the same time, we should tell them that the Black Tiger Gang has been preserving our strength for this day. If they are willing to follow the Black Tiger Gang, then they will still be members of the Freedom Alliance. However, they must obey the Black Tiger Gang's management and recognize the Black Tiger Gang as the alliance leader. If they don't agree, then they can leave the Black Tiger Gang. From now on, we will be enemies, not friends. Xianxia and the others finally recovered from their shock. They were all experienced people, so they quickly calmed down. Moreover, when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted to use this opportunity to consolidate the Freedom Alliance. He wanted the Black Tiger Gang to control the Freedom Alliance. Naturally, those who want to leave the Freedom Alliance would become the enemies of the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang didn't know how to be polite to their enemies. When the time comes, nobody would say anything. Xianxia felt that Zhao Hai's plan was feasible. The reason why he felt this way was because of Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai had more than 1,000 immortal stage undead. This number was comparable to the other alliances. However, one shouldn't forget that they were only facing small sections. These small sects wouldn't have the strength to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, the Black Tiger Gang could use this opportunity to consolidate the Freedom Alliance and turn the Freedom Alliance into a tool for the Black Tiger Gang. Hu Liangchen and Zhang Feng were also thinking about Zhao Hai's words. The two of them also agreed with Zhao Hai's words. Since the Black Tiger Gang went to war with the Heavenly Demon Realm, although they showed some strength, they had been enduring most of the time. Now, they no longer needed to endure. They wanted to use their own methods to announce to the entire cultivation realm that the Black Tiger Gang was on equal footing with them. After thinking about this, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Xianxia turned to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, little Hai, we'll do as you say. But before that, shouldn't you deal with the Sky Demon Army first? If they continue to cause trouble, then wouldn't it be very easy for you to deal with them?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, little Hai, we'll do as you say. But before that, shouldn't you deal with the Sky Demon Army first?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Tai, don't worry. Do you think that the heavenly demons aren't prepared? Let the heavenly demons fight with the 9 great sects first." No one in the cultivation realm knew what happened to the Black Tiger Gang. They also didn't know that the Black Tiger Gang was preparing for war. After Zhao Hai finished his discussion with Xianxia and the others, he returned to the First Legion and continued to fight against Mo Like's Heavenly Demon Army. Overall, Zhao Hai had the upper hand. However, the First Legion didn't come out unscathed. However, the two sides seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. Neither side used their immortal experts nor their large artifacts. Both sides entered a state of tranquility. The battle seemed to have become a routine and lost its original meaning. Both sides were waiting for that moment to arrive. In order to better grasp the movements of the 9 major sects, Zhao Hai strengthened his surveillance of the 9 major sects. Flowing silver dust entered the core of the 9 major sects. Aside from some forbidden areas, the 9 major sects were completely under Zhao Hai's surveillance. The movements of the 9 major sects were a bit big. Not only did Zhao Hai notice it, but the Heavenly Demon race also noticed it. The Heavenly Demon Army also made a move. However, they didn't attack. Instead, they slowly shifted to a defensive position. Their attacks on the Cultivation Realm's alliances also decreased. Zhao Hai didn't care about these. The Heavenly Demon race was prepared to compete with the Cultivation Realm for the Leap Dragon Realm. Naturally, they had made ample preparations. Zhao Hai even suspected that some cultivators had already been controlled by the Heavenly Demon race. This suspicion was not impossible. Over the years, the cultivation world had sent many cultivators to the Heavenly Devil realm to perform the Heavenly Devil martial arts. Although this Heavenly Devil martial arts sounded very impressive, the real situation was only understood by those who participated. How was this a martial arts performance? In order to deal with the cultivation realm, the Heavenly Demon realm would certainly use a lot of methods. Immortal experts of the Heavenly Demon realm would control a few cultivators and then brainwash them. It wasn't impossible for them to control the cultivators. If the Heavenly Demon realm wanted to deal with the cultivation realm, then they would need to have some understanding of the cultivation realm. What better way than to place a spy in the cultivation realm? The cultivators controlled by the Sky Devil clan would provide the Sky Devil realm with information about the cultivation world. The Sky Devil realm would know everything about the cultivation world like the back of their hand. Moreover, the cultivators who participated in the Heavenly Devil martial arts exhibition and returned to the cultivation world alive would generally be placed in important positions or heavily nurtured by various sections. They could come into contact with more things and understand more about various sections. They could also provide more information to the Heavenly Devil realm. Would the Heavenly Devil clan let these people go? Definitely not. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to sit at the side and watch the show. He wanted to see how the battle between the 9 major sects and the Heavenly Demon realm would turn out. Zhao Hai had a certain understanding of the Heavenly Demon realm's strength. He knew that there were still a lot of immortal experts hiding in the Heavenly Demon realm. These immortal experts didn't participate in the attack because they were waiting for the immortal experts of the cultivation realm to return. Zhao Hai believed that the war between the two sides was about to begin. The Heavenly Demon realm invaded the cultivation world at this time because they wanted to squeeze out the cultivation world and give them the opportunity to enter the Leap Dragon realm. It was impossible for the 9 major sects to not know about this. If they knew about the Heavenly Demon realm's plan, then they wouldn't let the Heavenly Demon realm succeed. Otherwise, the losses to the cultivation world, especially the 9 major sects, would be too great. Now, in the cultivation world, entering the Leap Dragon realm didn't matter to the small sections. Almost all of them were under the control of the 9 major sects and some other powerful sections. It can be said that entering the Leap Dragon realm didn't matter to the small sections. However, the impact on the 9 major sects was huge. They had no choice but to risk their lives for this. The atmosphere of the cultivation world suddenly became tense. Even the small sects of the Freedom Alliance could feel it. They discovered that the Heavenly Demon army had begun to retreat. At the same time, the 9 major sects began to mobilize their troops. All of this indicated that a war was about to begin. What surprised the small sects of the Freedom Alliance was that the Black Tiger Gang didn't respond. It was as if they didn't know anything. Naturally, the small sects didn't believe that the Black Tiger Gang didn't know anything. This meant that the Black Tiger Gang must know something, but they didn't say anything. This made the small sects even more restless. While the small sects were restless, the entire cultivation world seemed to have turned into a silent pantomime. Nobody told them what was going on in the cultivation world. The representatives of the small sects went to the Black Tiger Gang every day to see Zhang Feng. They wanted to know something from Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng's attitude towards them was always cold. They didn't know what was going on. This went on for about 10 days. Then one day, the 9 major sects made their move. A large number of immortal experts suddenly came out of the 9 major sects and attacked the Heavenly Demon army. The Heavenly Demon army was no exception. A large number of immortal stage Heavenly Demons came out of the Heavenly Demon army. Both sides actually started a war between immortal experts. Of course, it was impossible to hide such a big movement. This news spread throughout the entire cultivation world in the shortest time possible. Those small sects also finally understood what had happened. To be honest, the small sects were truly frightened. They didn't expect the 9 major sects to have so many immortal experts. They also didn't expect the Heavenly Demon realm to have so many immortal stage Heavenly Demons. This was something they didn't even dare to think about. Because the 9 major sects suddenly sent a large number of immortal experts, the cultivation world was in chaos. The only place that wasn't in chaos was the Freedom Alliance. The first corps of the Freedom Alliance was under the command of Zhao Hai. The Devil Corps also didn't send many immortal experts to deal with the first corps. the second core was the same. While the cultivation world was in chaos, the Freedom Alliance's territory was surprisingly quiet. The first and second legions were very quiet. However, the Black Tiger Gang's base wasn't quiet at all. While the 9 great sects sent a large number of immortal experts to deal with the sky demons, Zhang Feng suddenly made an appointment with the sect masters of the Freedom Alliance. It was the sect masters, not the representatives. This was because the representatives couldn't make the decision. Only the sect masters could make the decision. Not only did Zhang Feng make an appointment with the sect masters, she also made an appointment with the immortal experts of the various sections. Even the immortal experts on the front lines were invited to the Black Tiger Gang's base. Naturally, the immortal experts and the sect masters didn't believe that the Black Tiger Gang was plotting something. In their opinion, even if the Black Tiger Gang was plotting something, they should be able to deal with it. Because of this, the Black Tiger Gang made ample preparations and invited everyone to a huge hall. Inside the hall, the Black Tiger Gang only sent 5 people as representatives. One was Zhang Feng, the current leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Another was Hu Liangchen, the Black Tiger Gang's think tank. The third was Zhao Hai. There was no need to talk about his status in the Black Tiger Gang. The last 2 were Tai Zhantian and Old Man Black Turtle, the 2 supreme elders of the Black Tiger Gang. When the sect masters and immortal experts entered the hall and saw the Black Tiger Gang's posture, they couldn't help but stare. Then their hearts sank. They knew that the Black Tiger Gang's posture meant that it wasn't a small matter. Everyone quietly found a place to sit down. On the other hand, the 5 people from the Black Tiger Gang sat there motionlessly. This made the immortal experts even more confused about what the Black Tiger Gang wanted to do. After everyone arrived, Zhang Feng opened her mouth and said, "Everyone, please calm down. I invited everyone here today to discuss the matter of the 9 great sects suddenly sending a large number of immortal experts to attack the heavenly demon army." Although everyone had already guessed why they were invited, they still lowered their voices after hearing Zhang Feng's words. Everyone concentrated on Zhang Feng and listened to her next words. Zhang Feng looked at these people and said, "The 9 great sects are sending a large number of immortal experts to deal with the heavenly demon army. We already know about this matter. Even the heavenly demon realm knows about it. This is a battle that both sides have been waiting for." As soon as Zhang Feng said this, the hall became noisy. A lot of people didn't understand what was going on. Why did Zhang Feng say that both sides knew about this battle? Zhang Feng looked at these people and then said, "Everyone, some of you might have heard of the Leap Dragon realm. Some of you might not have heard of it. But regardless of whether you've heard of it or not, I'll explain to you what the Leap Dragon realm is and what it has to do with this battle. Everyone, please calm down." In fact, when Zhang Feng mentioned the Leap Dragon realm, some sect masters and supreme elders quieted down. They looked nervously at Zhang Feng and waited for her next words. Zhang Feng briefly explained the matter of the Leap Dragon world to everyone. It was the first time for many sect masters to hear about this matter. Now that they heard that the purpose of this war was to compete for the right to enter the Leap Dragon world, all the sect masters' complexions were not very good. This couldn't be blamed on them. Most of them hadn't heard of the Leap Dragon realm before. Now that they had to fight against the heavenly demons for the sake of the Leap Dragon realm, they wouldn't get any benefits and would instead suffer heavy losses. This made them feel bitterly disappointed. After Zhang Feng finished talking about the Leap Dragon realm, she continued, "The reason why the 9 great sects can send so many immortal experts is because they called back all the immortal experts in the Leap Dragon realm. However, the Leap Dragon realm has a rule. Once you leave the Leap Dragon realm, you can't go back. In other words, almost no one in the Cultivation realm is in the Leap Dragon realm right now. This isn't a good thing for the Cultivation realm. Originally, this matter didn't seem to have anything to do with us. However, I can tell you that this matter has something to do with us, and a lot of it." All the sect masters and immortal experts quietly listened to Zhang Feng. They also wanted to know what this matter had to do with them. Zhang Feng looked at them and then said, "The establishment of the Freedom Alliance was done after we destroyed the 9 great sects' integration plan. The 9 great sects called back all their immortal experts in the Leap Dragon realm and suffered heavy losses. Even if they managed to repel the heavenly demons, it would be impossible for them to send more immortal experts to the Leap Dragon realm in a short time. It's not that they don't want to send more, it's just that they don't have anyone to send. When the time comes, the 9 great sects will blame this on us and then destroy us. As soon as Zhang Feng said this, the expressions of the sect masters and immortal experts changed. Then they began to discuss. They knew that Zhang Feng was right. With how overbearing the 9 great sects were, they would definitely be blamed for this. But what made them unhappy was that this matter was caused by Zhao Hai. Now, all of them had to pay for it. Zhang Feng looked at them and immediately understood what they were thinking. She couldn't help but coldly snort, then she said, I know that everyone thinks that this matter was caused by Zhao Hai. But isn't Zhao Hai doing this for you? Let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth, our Black Tiger gang has been hiding our strength for this day. I hope that you can still stay in the Freedom Alliance and deal with the Heavenly Devil Realm with us, and deal with the 9 major sects. As long as this matter is over, our Freedom Alliance will become a major force in the cultivation world. Then, even the 9 major sects won't dare to look down on us. We might even be able to get a spot to go to the Leap Dragon Realm. If everyone is still the same as before, then everyone will still be working for the 9 major sects, and you still won't be able to get a spot to the Leap Dragon Realm. As soon as the people from the 9 great sects heard Zhang Feng, they couldn't help but stare. Then the expressions of the immortal experts changed. This was because Zhang Feng's words were too attractive to them. These immortal experts haven't been to the Leap Dragon Realm before. If the Freedom Alliance had the same authority as the 9 great sects, then they would be able to obtain a spot to enter the Leap Dragon Realm. Then they would have the opportunity to enter the Leap Dragon Realm. Only by entering the Leaping Dragon Realm would they be able to ascend to a higher plane. Only then would they be able to live longer. If they were to stay in the cultivation world, then they would never be able to live past 15 yuan. Zhang Feng looked at these people, especially the immortal experts, and knew that they were tempted. Zhang Feng said, if we want to deal with the 9 great sects, then we must unite. We need a core leader. Because of this, the Black Tiger Gang plans to reorganize the Freedom Alliance. The current members of the Freedom Alliance will become branches of the Freedom Alliance. All branches must listen to the orders of the main hall. I will be the Freedom Alliance's leader, and the sect masters will select representatives to form a group of elders. Together with the Black Tiger Gang, they will manage the Freedom Alliance. In other words, the Freedom Alliance will no longer be a loose organization. No one here was a fool, they all understood what Zhang Feng meant. Because of this, the entire hall exploded. It was as if someone poured cold water into a pot of hot oil. Because of this, the sect masters of the small sects understood what Zhang Feng meant. They also understood what the Black Tiger Gang wanted to do. This wasn't integration, it was clearly swallowing them up. You can join the Freedom Alliance or not. If you join the Freedom Alliance, you can become a branch of the Freedom Alliance. You will have your own autonomy, but you will have to obey the main hall. If you don't want to join, you can also leave the Freedom Alliance. But if you do, then the next time we meet, we will be enemies. Then Zhang Feng closed his mouth and didn't say anything else. The noise in the scene became much quieter. The Black Tiger Gang's attitude was very strong, but the people from the other sects still dared to say a few words. But when Zhang Feng said this, these people had to think carefully. This was because Zhang Feng's words weren't just a threat. The moment these people joined the Freedom Alliance, they were branded with the Freedom Alliance's brand. Now, even if they wanted to join the great sects, they wouldn't be treated well. Those great sects would even swallow them whole, leaving not even their bones behind. But if they joined the Freedom Alliance, they would at least get a branch position. And just like Zhang Feng said, if they joined forces, they would be able to fight for more benefits. The most important thing was Zhang Feng's threat. The sect masters of these small sects could see that after this war, the cultivation world wouldn't be able to return to its previous state for a long time. The small sects wouldn't be able to survive independently for a long time. The great sects wouldn't give them a chance to survive. If they really left the Freedom Alliance, then they would only be swallowed up. And the one swallowing them wouldn't be anyone else, it would be the Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Feng had already said that if they left the Freedom Alliance, they would be enemies and not friends in the future. In other words, if they met again in the future, the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang would not let them go. The Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be polite to their enemies. Just look at the fate of the Wandering Soul Gang and the Raging Flame sect. Weren't these two places swallowed up by the Black Tiger Gang? Thinking of this, the sect leaders of the other small sects had to think about Zhang Feng's words carefully. Naturally, the voices on the scene became a lot quieter. Zhang Feng looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, you can go back to your residence and discuss this matter. Tomorrow, we'll come back here for a meeting. At that time, I'll listen to everyone's decision." Then Zhang Feng stood up, Zhao Hai and the others also stood up and walked outside. When the main character left, the supporting characters naturally didn't have the mood to stay. They all turned around and left. But when they came out of the hall, they found that the Black Tiger Gang was already on guard. What made them even more surprised was that the Black Tiger Gang members weren't weak. Transcending tribulation and nascent soul cultivators could be seen everywhere. What surprised them even more was that they could feel a lot of powerful auras coming from the Black Tiger Gang. They knew that these auras belonged to immortal experts. All the sect masters and supreme elders who came out of the hall had an ugly expression on their face. They thought that the Black Tiger Gang was just making an excuse when they said that they were prepared. But now, it seems like that wasn't the case at all. The Black Tiger Gang was really prepared. Moreover, they had hidden most of their strength in order to wait for the arrival of this day. The people from the various sects knew that they had been tricked by the Black Tiger Gang. In fact, it wasn't just them, the people from the 9 great sects were also tricked by the Black Tiger Gang. At this point, the people from the 9 great sects thought that the Black Tiger Gang was only SOSO. They didn't expect the Black Tiger Gang to be this strong. The people from the various sects couldn't help but think about their decision. Many people took out Jade Sword messages and released them. They wanted to know if the Black Tiger Gang had brought back the 1st and 2nd legions. If this was the case, then the Black Tiger Gang wasn't as strong as they thought. If this wasn't the case, then they would have to re-evaluate the Black Tiger Gang's strength. Of course, there were also some sect masters who didn't send their Jade Swords to their respective sects or the 1st and 2nd legions. Their Jade Swords were sent to the 9 major sects. They wanted to report back to the 9 major sects. Unfortunately, these people didn't know that all the flying swords they sent out were being monitored by Zhao Hai. As long as he finds a flying sword that was sent to the 9 great sects, he would immediately seize it. Zhao Hai and the others were currently sitting in Zhang Feng's study. Zhang Feng said, "Today, we've already laid our cards on the table. Let's see what they choose to do." Tai Zhantian smiled faintly and said, "I don't think there will be any accidents. These people should know that staying in the Freedom Alliance is better than going to other places. If they join the 9 great sects, then they wouldn't have a good time. Moreover, they should know that we won't let them join the other sections." Hu Liangchen nodded and said, "I just don't know how the war between the 9 great sects and the Heavenly Demon Realm is going. If the 9 great sects win, then I'm afraid our peaceful days will come to an end." Zhao Hai said, "Although the 9 great sects have the upper hand, they still haven't won. The Heavenly Demon Realm is already prepared." Hu Liangchen nodded and said, "That's good. It seems like the war will continue for some time. This time should be enough for us to make some arrangements." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That won't happen. This time, the 9 great sects weren't able to defeat the Heavenly Demon Realm. It won't be easy to defeat the Heavenly Demon Realm in the future. Those idiots from the 9 great sects are still arrogant. They think that as long as they call back the people from the Leaping Dragon Realm, they can easily defeat the Heavenly Demon Realm. Therefore, they didn't do any secret work in advance, allowing the Heavenly Demon Realm to be prepared. Now that they failed to defeat the Heavenly Demon Realm, they will suffer in the future. However, the Heavenly Demon Realm won't give up on their goal of defeating the Cultivation World. Therefore, their next target is likely to be our Freedom Alliance." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng and the others stared. Zhang Feng was puzzled and said, "Why would it be us? Isn't there no movement from the Mo-Leak Legion?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's precisely because there's no movement that they want to deal with us. Among the alliances in the Cultivation World, our Freedom Alliance is the weakest. We have the fewest immortal experts. The Heavenly Demon Realm also knows about this. Therefore, they will certainly attack from the weakest point in order to swallow more of the Cultivation World's territory. There's no need to ask, the Freedom Alliance is the weakest point in the Cultivation World. Because of this, they will certainly target the Freedom Alliance in order to deal with us in one fell swoop. Zhang Feng and the others' expressions changed. They didn't think about this before. But now that they heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but recognize that Zhao Hai was right. The Heavenly Demon Realm's main goal was to defeat the Cultivation Realm. And there were many ways to defeat the Cultivation Realm. The Heavenly Demon Realm was able to withstand the attacks of the immortal experts of the 9 great sections. Then the next time they attack, they would choose a weaker place to deal with. Without a doubt, the Freedom Alliance was the best choice. Although Zhao Hai had fought with the Mo Leak Legion many times and didn't suffer a loss, the Mo Leak Legion also had a certain understanding of the Freedom Alliance's strength. They knew that the Freedom Alliance wasn't as strong as the 9 great sects or the other alliances. Compared to the other alliances, the Freedom Alliance was the easiest to deal with. Naturally, the Freedom Alliance was able to block the Mo Leak Legion because of Zhao Hai's commanding ability. But if the Heavenly Demon Realm sent a large number of immortal experts to attack the Freedom Alliance, then Zhao Hai's commanding ability would be useless. In the face of absolute strength, Zhao Hai's commanding ability simply wasn't enough. Therefore, the possibility of the Heavenly Demon Realm attacking the Freedom Alliance was the highest. After thinking about this, Zhang Feng and the others' expressions became ugly. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "These people still don't have much confidence in the Black Tiger Gang. Then we'll give them confidence. I'll have the Wandering Soul Gang's Supreme Elder, Elder Zhu, the 5 color-changing elders, and the other immortal undead stay behind. With Uncle Tai and the mysterious turtle, there shouldn't be any problems. Just leave the Heavenly Demon Army to me." Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How confident are you? This time, the Heavenly Demon Realm will either not attack or be ruthless. You have to be careful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Tai can rest assured. I guarantee that there won't be any problems." There was a reason why Zhao Hai said this. After Hu Dawei and the others were taken out of the corpse ancestor realm, the soul stones were sent to the space. Now that the Hell Space's soul force was much stronger, a lot of the undead had been upgraded. Zhao Hai already had a lot of undead. Now that their strength had increased, their fighting strength was naturally more formidable. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the 9 great sects and the Heavenly Demon Realm. Hearing Zhao Hai's confidence, Zhang Feng felt relieved. Then he said, "Then I'll leave the First Legion to you. Be careful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This time, the Heavenly Demon Realm might not necessarily attack the First Legion. I think it's more likely that they'll attack the Second Legion. I'll take a trip to the Second Legion first. If the Heavenly Demon Realm really attacks the Second Legion, then I'll deal with them. I've already left some undead in the First Legion. If they attack the First Legion, then I'll be able to rush over." Zhang Feng and the others knew that Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user. Therefore, when he said that he can rush over, nobody doubted it. After all, Zhao Hai's strength was ranked first. Several people also agreed with Zhao Hai's approach. Hu Liangchen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I think you should show your face in the First Legion first. Then you can secretly go to the Second Legion. This way, the Heavenly Demon Realm will certainly attack the Second Legion." Zhao Hai nodded, he agreed with Hu Liangchen's suggestion. Hu Huaqian was nervously standing in front of a transmission formation. The transmission formation's location was very special, it was inside a tiger ship. This tiger ship was modified by Zhao Hai. Ordinary large artifacts wouldn't be able to install transmission formations. A white light flashed on the transmission formation before a person's figure appeared. This person was wearing ordinary black robes. His appearance was also very ordinary, there was nothing special about him. However, when Hu Huaqian saw this person, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He quickly went over and cupped his fist as he said, "Senior brother Zhao, you're here." Zhao Hai looked at Hu Huaqian, then he smiled faintly and said, "Huaqian, why did you personally come over? Let's go." Hu Huaqian nodded, then he led Zhao Hai to the cabin of the tiger ship. Hu Huaqian didn't dare to be rude to Zhao Hai. What was Zhao Hai's status in the Black Tiger Gang? He was an existence that wasn't inferior to Hu Liangchen. Compared to Zhao Hai, Hu Huaqian was still lacking. After the two arrived at the cabin and sat down, Zhao Hai turned to Hu Huaqian and said, "My arrival this time is a secret. Don't tell anyone about it. If the Heavenly Demon Realm doesn't attack the Second Legion, then I'll return to the First Legion. You don't need to worry about me, I'll be in seclusion in the cabin. I won't care about the Second Legion. Everything will be as it was before. Don't let anyone disturb me, and don't let them know that I'm here." Hu Huaqian nodded and said, "Senior brother Zhao, rest assured. I know what to do. Senior brother, you rest first. If I leave for too long, I might be suspected." Zhao Hai nodded, then Hu Huaqian turned around and left. Seeing Hu Huaqian leave, Zhao Hai returned to the space and calmly looked at the screen. The screen was currently showing the battle between the 9 major sects and the Heavenly Demon Realm. Because of the Leaping Dragon Realm's immortal experts, the 9 great sects were locked in battle with the Heavenly Demon Realm. However, the Heavenly Demon Realm wasn't easy to deal with. Although the 9 great sects had the upper hand, they couldn't do anything to the Heavenly Demon Realm. The two sides were once again in a stalemate. However, this was a good thing for Zhao Hai. The battle between the two sides caused a lot of casualties. More than 100 immortal experts fell. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite and collected all of them into the space. Since the two sides couldn't gain any advantage, they retreated. The day's battle came to an end. One had to admit that the Heavenly Demon Realm's switch from offense to defense was a brilliant move. The 9 great sects had no way to deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he turned the screen to the Second Legion. Then he turned to Kai and said, "Kai monitor the 9 great sections. Don't think that those fellows are good people. If the Heavenly Demon Realm doesn't deal with us, they might make a move first." Kai smiled and said, "Big brother Hai, you can rest assured. I've already arranged everything. They won't have any chance." Zhao Hai nodded. Then his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the screen. The screen showed the Heavenly Demon Army facing the Second Legion. This Heavenly Demon Army was much more arrogant compared to the Devil Legion. They would occasionally send squads to harass the Second Legion. Although Li Kuanga wasn't as arrogant as before, his commanding ability wasn't very strong. The Second Legion was still on the defensive, they didn't dare to attack. Although their situation was better compared to the 100 Flower Valley, it was only the difference between the two sides. After looking at the screen for a while, Zhao Hai felt that it was meaningless. Zhao Hai wanted to fight against the 9 great sections. Today was the first time that the 9 great sects' immortal experts fought against the Heavenly Demon Realm's immortal experts. Both sides suffered losses, but it wasn't to the point where they were seriously injured. Zhao Hai believed that there would be a few more battles between the 9 great sects and the Heavenly Demon Realm. After all, the 9 great sects' immortal experts were still suppressing their anger. Because of this, Zhao Hai believed that the 9 great sects' offensive would be very fierce. Even if the Heavenly Demon Realm wanted to deal with them, they wouldn't be able to. Because of this, the Freedom Alliance would have a period of peace. However, it was hard to say how long this peace would last. The Heavenly Demon Realm had come prepared this time. They had taken the matter of the Leaping Dragon Realm into consideration. They definitely wouldn't give up so easily. It was only a matter of time before they attacked the Freedom Alliance. As long as they waited for the 9 major sects' attacks to weaken, they would make a move on the Freedom Alliance. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, in the next few days, the 9 great sects and the Heavenly Demon Realm's army fought one after another. Although the 9 great sects had some advantages, the Heavenly Demon Army wasn't easy to deal with. They resisted the 9 great sects' offensive, forcing the 9 great sects to pay attention to the Heavenly Demon Army. The 9 major sects thought that once the experts of the Leaping Dragon Realm came back, they would be able to deal with the Heavenly Demon Army. However, they didn't expect that the Heavenly Demon Realm was also hiding their strength. They had already shown their cards, but they were still caught by the other party. The 9 major sects panicked for a while. With the chaos of the 9 great sects, their attacks naturally slowed down. When Zhao Hai saw that the 9 great sects and the Sky Demon Army had slowed down, his heart couldn't help but tighten. He knew that a good show was about to begin. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid anymore. In the war between the 9 great sects and the Heavenly Demon Realm, the number of immortal experts that died was no less than 500. Now, Zhao Hai had 1,500 immortal undead inside the space. Such strength was enough to show disdain for everyone. These days, Zhao Hai didn't stay idle. From time to time, he would go to the First Legion to show his face. This made the demon army think that he was in the First Legion. Most of the time, he was in the space. Naturally, he was nominally in the Second Legion. The integration of the Freedom Alliance at the Black Tiger Gang's base was also going very smoothly. Most of the small sects in the Freedom Alliance had agreed to join the Freedom Alliance. The Black Tiger Gang automatically became the Alliance Master and Head Hall, while the other small sects became branch halls. On the other hand, some small sects were directly destroyed by the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, the Black Tiger Gang had their reasons for destroying these small sects. They brought out a lot of evidence to prove that these small sects were related to the 9 major sects. Although this kind of relationship didn't seem to be a big deal, after all, the Freedom Alliance was related to the 9 major sects. But at this time, they were related to the 9 major sects. Naturally, the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't let them off. Naturally, the evidence was provided by Zhao Hai. The small sects that joined the Freedom Alliance didn't have any objection to the Black Tiger Gang's methods. Since they had joined the Freedom Alliance, they would be one entity in the future. Naturally, they would hate traitors even more. In fact, these small sects had no choice but to accept. The strength that the Black Tiger Gang displayed this time was too strong. They were very clear that if they didn't agree, then the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't let them off. It wasn't that these small sects didn't think about joining forces, but they found that it wasn't easy. The Black Tiger Gang was currently the biggest sect in the Freedom Alliance. They didn't have any competitors. But aside from the Black Tiger Gang, there were still several sects that were comparable in strength. If they really abandoned the Black Tiger Gang and formed an alliance, then who would be in charge? Would they really have to establish an elder council? If that was the case, then there was no need to talk about the alliance of the other sects. They might not even be able to fight against the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, regardless of whether the small sects were willing or not, they had to join the Freedom Alliance. Only in this way could their orthodoxy be passed down, and their sect's interests would be guaranteed. Although there were people in charge, this wasn't a big deal for these small sections. In fact, they were also under control in the past. When the Myriad Demon sect said something, they didn't dare to disagree. Moreover, in order to stabilize these small sects, the Black Tiger Gang didn't make the rules very strict at the beginning. They were still quite considerate towards these small sections. These small sects also discovered this point. This made them think that the Black Tiger Gang really wanted to fight against the 9 major sects. This made them feel that the Black Tiger Gang was integrating the Freedom Alliance. The smooth integration of the Freedom Alliance was also related to the war between the 9 major sects and the Celestial Demon Realm. The 9 major sects had been unable to repel the Celestial Demon Realm for the past few days, which made the smaller sects disappointed in the 9 major sects. Moreover, they had to consider their own interests, which was why the integration of the Freedom Alliance went so smoothly. Now that the 9 major sects' offensive had slowed down, the Freedom Alliance became nervous. The people of the Freedom Alliance already knew about Zhao Hai's conjecture from Zhang Feng. They also wanted to know if the Heavenly Demon Realm would use this opportunity to deal with the Freedom Alliance. If the Black Tiger Gang was right, then the small sects would think that joining the Freedom Alliance was the right choice. After all, the Black Tiger Gang had been very good against the Heavenly Demon Realm. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and looked at the screen. He turned to Kai and said, "Kai, how is it? Did the other side react?" Kai shook her head and said, "There isn't any reaction. The Heavenly Demon Army has been very well behaved these days. They even stopped their usual harassment. But because of this, I think that the possibility of them attacking the Second Legion has increased." Zhao Hai nodded. He understood what Kai meant. The Heavenly Demon Army might be using this silence to make the Second Legion relax. Then they would launch a surprise attack. Laura looked at the screen and then said, "Mo Lix Corps has been on the move for some time now. I think they might make a move soon." "Brother Hai, do you think that they'll send the 1st and 2nd Corps to attack at the same time? They'll use Mo Lix Corps as a feint to keep you busy." Then they'll send a large number of immortal experts to kill the second core and then turn to deal with the first core. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's possible. The heavenly demon realm isn't easy to deal with. If that's the case, then it's fine. In any case, when the first legion attacks, I'll be inside the star transformation's great formation. Nobody would know where I am." Mo stood on top of the large artifact as he calmly looked ahead. Beside him were several demons. These demons were tall and had ferocious appearances. Their bodies were brimming with murderous aura. A demon suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Sir Mo, are we just going to entangle Zhao Hai's first core? Why don't we go all out and destroy Zhao Hai's group?" Mo stared ahead and said, "Shaylee, it's not that I don't want to do this, it's just that I can't. You haven't fought with Zhao Hai, so you don't know how terrifying he is. As long as we can hold Zhao Hai here, he won't be able to support the second core. As long as we destroy the second core, we can turn around and deal with Zhao Hai's first core. As long as we join forces, his first core wouldn't be our opponent." When Shaylee heard Emoli's words, he couldn't help but stare. He knew Emoli very well. Emoli was very proud and never bowed to anyone. Although he was only at the transcending tribulation stage, that was because he was still young. As long as he had more time, he would definitely become an immortal expert. Naturally, the most important thing was his commanding ability. With his commanding ability, Emoli turned his sect from a small sect to a medium sect. Even among medium sects, it was a relatively strong one. Among the mid-sized sects, he was a mid-sized sect. It can be said that Mo-like's life was somewhat legendary. In this expedition to the cultivation realm, Mo-like's army was the most promising force. However, nobody thought that the army would fail to achieve anything. This was beyond the expectations of the divine demons. Now that they heard Mo-like's words, they became even more shocked. Mo-like actually valued the other party so much. Moreover, he clearly stated that he wasn't their opponent. Was the other party really that strong? At this moment, Shaylee discovered that there was a starry sky in front of them. A large starry sky suddenly appeared in front of him. While Shaylee didn't know what was going on, he heard Mo-like's loud voice, "Everyone, prepare to fight. Immortal experts, suppress the enemy. Have your large artifacts approach the enemy's formation. However, don't get too close, or else you'll be swallowed. Army, prepare to attack." Orders were issued from Mo-like's mouth in an orderly manner. The entire Mo-like's army also started to move. They carried out Mo-like's orders in the shortest time possible. Shaylee stared blankly at Mo-like's army. He had just come from the front line of the Sky Sword sect to deliver a message to Mo-like. He knew what the Sky Sword sect's army was like. Compared to Mo-like's army, the Sky Sword sect's army was like a bunch of stragglers. On the other hand, Mo-like's army was like a mighty army that had been through hundreds of battles. Like Mo-likes of Mo-like was. Shaylee didn't dare to imagine. Soon, the Heavenly Devil army began to move. The Heavenly Devil army circled around the starry sky and went to the back of the starry sky. Mo-like's large artifact also followed. The other large artifacts kept moving outside the starry sky. Shaylee followed Mo-like. From time to time, he would pay attention to Mo-like's expression. He discovered that Mo-like's expression was very serious. It can even be said that he was nervous. This made Shaylee even more curious. At this moment, an army appeared in front of Shaylee. It was an army from the cultivation realm. Upon seeing this army, Shaylee's eyes couldn't help but shrink. He had seen an army from the cultivation realm. If the Sky Demon army was a group of stragglers, then the cultivation realm's army was a pile of loose sand. They didn't even have any military training. However, the army of the cultivation world in front of him was different. This army of the cultivation world was in a neat formation. Everyone had already shown their Dharma idols. Groups of Dharma idols of the same appearance gathered together, giving people a clear but harmonious feeling. At first glance, people knew that this was a strong army. Upon seeing this army, Shaylee finally understood why Mo-like attached so much importance to this army. Soon, Mo-like's sky demons attacked, while the other side met them head-on. Shaylee also discovered that this army was different from the other armies. If the other armies were small in number, they would never take the initiative to attack. They would just defend like a turtle. However, this army was different. This army was actually going to meet them head-on. This was an army that Shaili had never seen before. The two armies soon came into contact, and the situation on the battlefield was beyond Shaili's expectations. He found that the army of cultivators was not at a disadvantage in the battle against his army of extraterrestrial devils. In fact, if his army of extraterrestrial devils wanted to kill a single person on the other side, they would have to pay the price of several extraterrestrial devils. Mo didn't have time to care about Shaili. He was certain that the one fighting against him was Zhao Hai. This was because only Zhao Hai would have such a strategy. Shaili can only hope that Zhao Hai would be stalled here. When the time comes, the other army would be able to eliminate the second corps. At the same time, the second corps of the cultivation realm was also under attack. The sky demons were pressing down on the second corps. The second corps also prepared to defend. At this moment, nearly 1,000 figures suddenly flew out from the sky demon army. As soon as these figures appeared, they released a shocking aura. They were all immortal experts. Li Kuanga was commanding the second corps to meet the enemy. But as soon as the immortal experts appeared, Li Kuanga immediately sensed them. His expression changed before despair appeared on his face. Li Kuanga wasn't a fool. After a long period of experience, he was already qualified to be a commander. He knew what these immortal experts were doing. He already heard that the 9 great sects sent a large number of immortal experts to fight against the Sky Demon Realm. The Sky Demon Realm also sent a large number of immortal experts. When he heard this news, he was shocked. He even regretted that he couldn't see a large number of immortal experts fighting. But now that these immortal stage heavenly demons appeared, Li Kuanga immediately understood what the heavenly demons were thinking. The heavenly demons wanted to destroy the Freedom Alliance. What made Li Kuanga feel even more despair was the fact that the Freedom Alliance didn't seem to be able to resist these immortal stage heavenly demons. Li Kuanga also knew that the Freedom Alliance had been integrated into a real alliance. The Giant Axe Gang had also become a branch of the Giant Axe Gang. However, this didn't affect Li Kuanga. He felt that this was even better. This way, the cultivators in the army would be more united. However, he didn't expect the Sky Demon Realm to send so many immortal experts to attack them. It seems like the Sky Demon Realm wanted to destroy the Freedom Alliance. Li Kuanga loudly shouted, "Retreat! Defend with the shield! All immortal experts should retreat first. Everyone else, retreat as soon as possible." Li Kuanga's decision was correct. At this time, it was impossible for the second corps to block the Sky Demon Realm's attack. The best way was to retreat. The immortal experts needed to retreat first. This was because the immortal experts were the capital to resist the Sky Demon Realm. If all of them died here, then the Freedom Alliance would be finished. Just as Li Kuanga gave this order, he suddenly heard a voice, "Legion Commander, please wait. I have something to say." Li Kuanga turned his head and saw Hu Huaqian. Hu Huaqian arrived beside Li Kuanga and said, "Legion Commander, I have something to say. A few days ago, senior brother Zhao Hai secretly arrived at the second corps. He already guessed that the Sky Demon Realm would deal with us. He also guessed that the Sky Demon Realm would send immortal experts to deal with us. Legion Commander, you don't need to panic. Let everyone get into formation first. Leave the rest to senior brother Zhao Hai." Li Kuanga stared, then his expression changed as he said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is here? But Huaqian, there are more than 1,000 immortal stage heavenly demons. Even if Mr. Zhao Hai is here, what can he do? Hee, then we'll have to see how strong these heavenly demons are. If they aren't strong enough, then we'll just leave them here." A strange voice was heard. This voice was very peaceful. Li Kuanga turned his head and saw a cultivator standing next to him. This cultivator was wearing black robes and had an ordinary appearance. He was looking at the approaching immortal stage heavenly demons with a smile on his face. Li Kuanga recognized this person at a glance. This person was Zhao Hai. He had seen Zhao Hai's portrait before. He quickly cupped his fist and said, "I've seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've seen Mr. Li. Now isn't the time to talk. Let me deal with these guys first." After he said that, his figure moved and appeared in front of the army. Then he waved his hand as 1,000 undead appeared beside Zhao Hai. These undead wore armor and held spears and halberds in their hands. No matter how one looked at them, they looked like an ordinary army. They didn't look like cultivators at all. However, as soon as these people appeared, their auras could be felt. They were all immortal stage undead. Li Kuanga stared blankly at Zhao Hai. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to have so many immortal stage undead. This was too terrifying. The immortal stage heavenly demons on the other side were also stunned. They stopped and looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance. To be honest, they hadn't encountered immortal stage undead before. Even if they heard about them, the immortal stage auras of these undead made them cautious. Zhao Hai looked at the immortal stage heavenly demons and said, "Heavenly Demon Realm Manager, come out and speak." A heavenly demon slowly flew out. His aura indicated that he was an immortal expert. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai nodded and said. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, I'm Zhao Hai. I didn't expect you to come." Hee hee. It seems like you really think that the Freedom Alliance is a soft persimmon. But this is also good. We'll use your failure to spread the name of the Freedom Alliance throughout the cultivation realm. The heavenly demon coldly looked at Zhao Hai, then he snorted and said, "Shameless boasting. You think you can rely on those undead behind you? Although I don't know what method you used to make the undead have the aura of an immortal expert, it's impossible for the undead to have the strength of an immortal expert. Everyone knows this. If you want to use this method to deceive us, then you're really too disappointing." Zhao Hai, who was praised by the cultivation realm as a god, is only SOSO. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You don't need to provoke me. It's useless. Don't you want to know if these undead have the strength of an immortal expert? You'll know in a while. I just want to tell you that coming from the Freedom Alliance is the biggest mistake you've ever made." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Hu Dawei led his subordinates towards the immortal stage heavenly demons. At the same time, Hu Dawei and the others also revealed their avatars. Their avatars were the same as their appearances. Hu Dawei had a glaive in his hand. The others also had their own weapons as they set up a battle formation to kill the immortal stage heavenly demons. The way Hu Dawei and the others fought was completely different from ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators fought like ordinary warriors. But Hu Dawei and the others fought like an army. They set up a battle formation and rushed forward. Their formation wasn't messed up at all. It was clear that this was an elite army. When the immortal stage heavenly demons saw Zhao Hai taking the initiative to attack, their expressions couldn't help but change. However, they immediately revealed their avatars and went forward to meet the immortal stage heavenly demons. However, when the two sides clashed, the immortal stage demons were startled. They discovered that Zhao Hai's immortal stage undead were surprisingly strong. Each immortal stage undead was stronger than an average immortal expert. And with the addition of their formidable attack power, the immortal stage demons of the heavenly demon realm fell into a disadvantageous position. Zhao Hai's immortal stage demons didn't have the upper hand. This result was something that both sides didn't expect. The sky demons didn't expect their immortal experts to be blocked by the other party. The Second Legion also didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to block nearly 1,000 immortal experts by himself. This was too shocking. The sky demons didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to block their immortal experts. The battle continued. The immortal stage heavenly demons began to suffer casualties. All the immortal stage heavenly demons that died were turned into undead by Zhao Hai's space. However, he didn't send these immortal stage heavenly demons out right now. He was afraid of scaring the other side. In fact, Zhao Hai had already scared the other side. The immortal stage heavenly demons didn't expect the undead released by Zhao Hai to be this strong. They were already unable to stop the undead. When the heavenly demon army saw that their immortal stage heavenly demons were about to be defeated, they immediately fell into chaos. They knew what kind of order would await them if their immortal stage heavenly demons were defeated. Therefore, the heavenly demon army began to slowly retreat. The great demon army was retreating. Upon seeing this, Li Kuanga immediately became excited. However, he still turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm only dealing with the immortal experts. As for the others, that's up to you. However, I can send some immortal experts to help you. Hearing Zhao Hai, Li Kuanga didn't hesitate. He nodded and said, all right, everyone, attack. Along with Li Kuanga's order, the morale of the Second Legion soared as they charged towards the heavenly demon army. At this time, Zhao Hai also took out some of Hu Dawei's subordinates and had them help Li Kuanga attack the heavenly demon army. The morale of the heavenly demon army was already low. Now that Li Kuanga attacked, they became even more flustered. When Zhao Hai's immortal undead arrived, the heavenly demons had no way to resist. After the immortal undead sunk several large artifacts, the heavenly demon army finally fell into chaos. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the heavenly demon army. He wanted to see how the heavenly demon army would react. At this time, a voice was heard from the heavenly demon army, immortal experts, retreat and join the main army. We'll work together to face the enemy. When Zhao Hai heard this, he stared for a moment before he smiled faintly and said, they have some brains. Hee hee. But this is also good. We'll just defeat them directly. After the heavenly demons heard this order, they began to slowly retreat. Before long, they joined the heavenly demon army. At the same time, Hu Dawei and the others also pressed forward. The battle between the two sides began. Because of Hu Dawei and the others' help, the Second Legion was able to suppress the heavenly demon army for a while. At the same time, the heavenly demon army had also stabilized. After all, the immortal experts of the heavenly demon army had returned and were fighting alongside them. Naturally, the heavenly demon army's mood stabilized. Although their emotions were stabilized, the situation wasn't any better. Hu Dawei and the others' attacks were too strong. The immortal experts of the heavenly demon realm simply couldn't resist. Most importantly, several immortal stage heavenly demons of the heavenly demon realm have fallen. The heavenly demon realm can't afford such a loss. The heavenly devil army slowly retreated while the Second Legion chased after them. The heavenly devil army suddenly realized that they had nowhere to retreat to. Although they had built a camp, to be honest, the defense of their camp wasn't that strong. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the World of Cultivation's army. Zhao Hai didn't relax at all as he chased after the heavenly demon army. He already knew that the heavenly demon army wouldn't be able to last long. As long as he scattered the heavenly demon army, then he could turn his attention to the devil army. But to be honest, the heavenly demon army's tenacity was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai didn't have time to play with the heavenly demons. He waved his hand and released a large number of undead. Although these undead weren't very strong, their numbers weren't less than the heavenly demon army. Additionally, these undead had improved rifles in their hands. There were also some beast-shaped undead that were equipped with improved cannons. With the addition of these undead, the heavenly demon army fell into a passive position. One must know that the might of the undead's rifles wasn't small. Some of the weaker heavenly demons would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. The scales of victory had already tilted towards the World of Cultivation's side. The heavenly demon army's numbers were rapidly decreasing. The immortal stage heavenly demons kept falling. In just a short time, dozens of immortal stage heavenly demons had already fallen. The heavenly demon army couldn't afford to lose this much. In the end, the heavenly demon army saw that they couldn't continue like this. A voice was heard from the heavenly demon army, divide into 10 teams and disperse. Along with this voice, the heavenly demon army dispersed. Naturally, the heavenly demon army had practiced this method of retreat. When they dispersed, not everyone ran around. Instead, they divided themselves into 200,000 teams. This made it impossible for the enemy to chase after them. Even the immortal experts were like this. Hu Dawei and the others didn't expect this, so they couldn't chase after the heavenly demon army and allowed them to escape. Zhao Hai looked at the escaping heavenly demon army and smiled. He didn't have his people chase after them. Instead, he turned to Li Kuanga and said, Mr. Li, I still have some matters to take care of in the First Legion. I'll leave this place to you. Make sure to defend against the heavenly demon realm's counterattack. Li Kuanga nodded and said, all right. Mr. can rest assured, I'll take care of it. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and received Hu Dawei and the others. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Li Kuanga already knew that Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user. Therefore, he wasn't too surprised. He just commanded his people to deal with the injured before returning to the camp. Compared to when he took over the Second Legion, Li Kuanga had matured a lot. The situation in the First Legion was similar to what Zhao Hai imagined. The two sides had fought more than once or twice. Although Zhao Hai ran to the Second Legion to fight the immortal experts of the Heavenly Demon Realm, he didn't stop commanding the First Legion. The First Legion was originally commanded by Lizzie and the others. But now that Zhao Hai had run away, Lizzie and the others were still commanding the First Legion using Zhao Hai's tone. When Zhao Hai returned to the First Legion, the two sides were still fighting. The Moloch Legion didn't notice that Zhao Hai had run out and returned. Both sides suffered losses. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Army was about to retreat. According to past practice, the First Legion would slow down their attacks and allow the Heavenly Demon Army to retreat. This time was the same. Although Zhao Hai returned to the First Legion, he didn't immediately have the First Legion counterattack. This was because this wasn't the right time. If the First Legion wants to attack Moloch's army, then they would need the cooperation of the cultivators of the First Legion. However, after such a long battle, the combat strength of the cultivators of the First Legion had been affected to a certain extent. They weren't in their best condition. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't order a counterattack. He wanted to let the First Legion adjust themselves before launching a counterattack against Moloch's army. Sure enough, not long after Zhao Hai returned, the Moloch Legion retreated. The First Legion didn't pursue them and instead returned to their camp. After returning to the camp, Zhao Hai invited all the captains and above to the Hell King's ship. These cultivators weren't unfamiliar with the Hell King's ship, this wasn't their first time here. After everyone was seated in the conference hall, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I just went to the Second Legion. Today, the Second Legion was attacked by the Heavenly Demon Army. There were more than 1,000 immortal stage heavenly demons as well as more than 2 million soldiers from the Second Legion." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the entire conference hall went into an uproar. Everyone knew what this meant. 1,000 immortal stage heavenly demons was an astonishing number. With so many immortal stage heavenly demons, it was enough to destroy the entire Freedom Alliance. However, everyone quickly calmed down. They knew that Zhao Hai's appearance here with a calm expression meant that the Second Legion was fine. They wanted to know why the Second Legion was able to come out unscathed despite being attacked by more than 1,000 immortal stage heavenly demons. Zhao Hai looked at them and nodded, "You've made progress. At the very least, you can calm down and use your brain to think. Good, I can tell you that the Second Legion is fine. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Army has been repelled by us." Applause and cheers resounded in the conference hall. They didn't care how the Second Legion repelled the Heavenly Demon Army. As long as they were repelled, everything was fine. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing everyone to stop. Then Zhao Hai continued, "Everyone must be curious. How did the Second Legion repel more than 1,000 immortal stage heavenly demons? Actually, there's no need to keep this a secret. The one who repelled the immortal stage heavenly devils was me. When I went to the Heavenly Sword Sect's Devil Slaughtering Conference, I disrupted the 9 great sects' plan to form an alliance. When I took the transmission formation back, I was plotted against by the Heavenly Sword Sect. They tampered with the transmission formation and sent me to a subspace. In that subspace, there's only Yin Qi and no spiritual Qi. There are a lot of undead living in that subspace. These undead are very strong, about 1,000 of them have reached the immortal stage. If an ordinary cultivator were to go to that subspace, then they would certainly die. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Sword Sect used this to frame me. They helped me a lot." Zhao Hai decided to tell everyone about the origin of the immortal stage undead. This way, nobody would doubt the origin of the immortal stage undead. This way, he can easily use Hu Dawei and the others in the future. The people of the First Legion quietly listened. Naturally, they knew that Zhao Hai was fine. This was because Zhao Hai was standing right in front of him. They just wanted to know what kind of fortuitous encounter Zhao Hai had in the subspace. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone knows that I'm a spatial divergent ability user. At the same time, I'm also a necromancer. The Sky Sword sect sent me to the subspace, allowing me to freely enter and exit it. Moreover, since there are a lot of undead, I was able to subdue them. Because of this, I was able to safely escape from the subspace. Moreover, it took me some time to subdue all the undead in the subspace. It was by relying on these undead that I was able to repel the heavenly demon army. As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, their faces lit up. They were now part of the Freedom Alliance, and so was Zhao Hai. The stronger Zhao Hai was, the more advantageous it would be for them. Naturally, they were happy. Don't forget that they were still at war. Their main opponent was the heavenly demons. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, don't you think that it's a waste to leave those immortal stage undead in your hands? Therefore, I'll give you 2 days to adjust. After 2 days, the First Legion will attack the Moli army and repel them." After hearing Zhao Hai, the entire hall cheered. Although the First Legion had the upper hand against Malek's army still brought them a lot of pressure. After all, the other side had 5 million people while the First Legion only had 3 million people. Malek's army had a lot of people. They had dreamed countless times that one day, they would be able to repel the Moli army and even cripple them. However, they knew that this was just a dream. These people were from the Freedom Alliance, so they knew how many troops the Freedom Alliance had. They knew that the Freedom Alliance could only bring out so many troops. If they want to repel the heavenly demon army, then it would take a long time. However, they didn't expect things to take a turn for the better. They actually had the opportunity to counterattack the heavenly demon army and repel them. Zhao Hai looked at the cheering crowd and said, "Now everyone can go back and rest. Inform your subordinates to rest well for the next 2 days. After 2 days, the attack will begin." Everyone excitedly complied, then turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at the backs of these people and smiled faintly. Then he muttered, 2 days. Sky Demon Clan, I've given you 2 days. If you don't retreat in 2 days, then don't blame me for being impolite. There was no mistake, Zhao Hai said that he would attack in 2 days. If the Moli army didn't retreat in 2 days, then he would take the initiative to attack. Zhao Hai didn't do this out of kindness. He couldn't bear to kill the heavenly demons of the heavenly demon realm. Instead, he wanted to force the heavenly demons of the heavenly demon realm away. It would be best if the heavenly demons of the heavenly demon realm went against the 9 great sections. Naturally, there was another reason. Zhao Hai was afraid of losses. He was afraid that his immortal stage undead would suffer losses. One must know that for him, an immortal stage undead didn't just represent incomparable fighting strength. At the same time, they also represented a huge source of faith power. He didn't want his immortal stage undead to suffer any losses. Zhao Hai believed that Mo Leek and the others had already received the information from the Second Legion. If the people of the heavenly demon realm had a brain, then they should know what to do. It must be known that Zhao Hai didn't just release 1,000 immortal stage undead, he also released a large number of immortal stage undead. Zhao Hai did this to make the heavenly demons understand that the Freedom Alliance's military strength wasn't inferior to theirs. If they dared to show off in front of the Freedom Alliance, then the heavenly demons wouldn't be polite. Just as Zhao Hai thought, Mo Leek had already received information about the Second Legion. When he saw the failure of the Second Legion, Mo Leek couldn't help but feel his vision turn dark. He finally understood that the Freedom Alliance had been hiding their strength. Moli immediately sent a letter to the higher-ups of the heavenly demon realm, asking them about their next move. He knew that it was no longer safe for his army to stay here. In fact, the people of the heavenly demon realm were also in a daze. They didn't know what had happened. Why did the seemingly weak Freedom Alliance suddenly turn into a ferocious man-eating tiger? This caught them off guard. However, although the people of the heavenly demon realm were warlike, they weren't stupid enough to fight the Freedom Alliance. They didn't have the courage to do so. The people of the heavenly demon realm knew that they couldn't provoke the Freedom Alliance. This was because the immortal experts of the Freedom Alliance were all undead. Instead of fighting the Freedom Alliance, they might as well deal with the 9 great sections. Although the 9 great sects had a lot of immortal experts, these immortal experts belonged to the 9 great sections. They didn't belong to a single sect or a single person. Additionally, if you let the heavenly demons fight against the undead, they would suffer a loss. If you kill an undead, it would only be one undead. But if the heavenly demons kill one of your undead, they would lose a person. This kind of loss wasn't something that the heavenly demons could afford. What the heavenly demon realm feared the most was the Freedom Alliance being ruthless and having the undead perish together with their immortal stage demons. At that time, their losses would be even greater. Because of this, the heavenly demon realm had to consider their attitude towards the Freedom Alliance. After all, the heavenly demon realm wasn't ignorant of the cultivation realm's situation. The heavenly demon realm dared to invade the cultivation realm because they were prepared. However, Zhao Hai's appearance caused the Black Tiger gang to undergo an earth-shaking change. This change directly affected the heavenly demon realm's attitude towards the Freedom Alliance. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong, the heavenly demon realm did have some spies in the cultivation realm. Moreover, these spies' status in the cultivation realm wasn't low. Because of this, the heavenly demon realm had a good understanding of the cultivation realm. They thought that the Freedom Alliance was a soft persimmon. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. Not only was the Freedom Alliance not a soft persimmon, it was also a stone that was painted red. Fortunately, the cultivation realm also had a lot of soft persimmons. If the Freedom Alliance wasn't enough, then they could just change their target. After considering the gains and losses, the heavenly demon realm finally made up their mind and ordered their army to withdraw from the Freedom Alliance's territory. The day after Zhao Hai's battle with the heavenly demon army, 2 heavenly demon armies withdrew from the Freedom Alliance's territory and headed towards the 100 Flower Valley's territory. On this day, news of Zhao Hai having more than 1,000 immortal undead spread throughout the cultivation realm. The entire cultivation realm was in chaos. Just like what the heavenly demon realm thought, although the 9 major sects had a lot of immortal experts, these immortal experts didn't belong to a single sect. Instead, they belonged to the entire 9 major sects. The 9 major sects combined had less than 1,000 immortal experts while Zhao Hai had more than 1,000 immortal experts. How could the 9 major sects sit still? Later on, news came that Zhao Hai's immortal undead was obtained from a subspace. The reason why he went to that subspace was because the Heavenly Sword sect had plotted against him. They had tampered with the transmission formation, allowing Zhao Hai to appear in that subspace. This news made the Heavenly Sword sect vomit blood. At the same time, it also made the other sects suspicious of the Heavenly Sword sect. One must know that a lot of experts have disappeared from the transmission formation of the Heavenly Sword sect. How could the other sects not be suspicious of this matter? The cultivators who had disappeared into the Sky Sword sect's teleportation array weren't limited to the cultivators from the small sections. There were also many cultivators from the 9 great sects. For a moment, the atmosphere between the 9 great sects became tense because of this news. Naturally, the most nervous one was the 100 Flower Valley Alliance. The reason why the 100 Flower Valley Alliance was so nervous was because the Freedom Alliance's 2 heavenly demon armies were heading towards them. The second reason was that the 100 Flower Valley had a guilty conscience. The 100 Flower Valley had always had an ambition. They wanted to have the same status as the Myriad Beast sect and dominate the northern Strange Continent. Because of this, they went against the Myriad Beast sect in the past. Later on, they hid their strength and schemed against the Freedom Alliance. But when Zhao Hai revealed more than 1,000 immortal undead, the 100 Flower Valley knew that they had lost the qualifications to be on equal footing with the Freedom Alliance and the Black Tiger gang. Just as the 2 heavenly demon armies were heading towards the 100 Flower Valley Alliance, Li Xianxia went to the Black Tiger gang. He came to the Black Tiger gang with only one purpose, to ask for help. This request for help wasn't like the last time, where they had come to exhaust the Freedom Alliance's strength. This time, they were truly asking for help, because they knew very well that it was impossible for the 100 Flowers Valley Alliance to defeat the Celestial Demon Realm's army with just their strength. Originally, the 100 Flower Valley Alliance could ask for help from the 9 major sects. But with the tense atmosphere between the 9 major sects, they simply didn't have time to deal with the 100 Flower Valley Alliance. Because of this, Li Xianxia had no choice but to go to the Black Tiger gang. But this time, the Black Tiger gang wasn't easy to talk to. When Li Xianxia arrived at the Black Tiger gang, he was led to a small conference room and waited for more than 2 hours. Usually, 2 hours wouldn't be a problem for Li Xianxia, it would pass in a blink of an eye. But these 2 hours were torture for Li Xianxia. He was restlessly pacing back and forth inside the cave with his brows tightly knit. Li Xuanhua was wondering if he had offended the Freedom Alliance. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of anything. Although the 100 Flower Valley Alliance made some small moves against Zhao Hai, they were very secretive. In Li Xuanhua's mind, it was impossible for them to be discovered. Just as Li Xuanhua's patience was about to run out, footsteps were heard. Then a figure appeared in front of the small conference room. When Li Xuanhua saw this person, he couldn't help but be happy. This was because this person was someone he was familiar with, Zhao Hai. Li Xuanhua didn't dare to be negligent this time. He quickly stepped forward and bowed to Zhao Hai. I have seen Mr. Zhao Hai. First, I would like to congratulate Mr. Zhao Hai on his strength. Zhao Hai looked at Li Xuanhua, then he smiled faintly and said, Mr. Li is too polite. Come, sit down and talk. Then he entered the conference room and invited Li Xuanhua to sit down. Seeing Zhao Hai's attitude, Li Xuanhua couldn't help but feel relieved. After he sat down, he said to Zhao Hai, it's great that Mr. Zhao Hai is here. This time, I came to ask for help. I hope Mr. Zhao Hai can help the 100 Flower Valley Alliance. Looking at Li Xuanhua, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, help you? That's impossible. Even if the Heavenly Demon Realm doesn't deal with you, I will. I've already let you live long enough. When Li Xuanhua heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He revealed a smile that was uglier than crying as he said, Mr. must be joking. Our 100 Flower Valley has always been friends with Mr. We've always been allies with the Freedom Alliance. Why would Mr. want to deal with us? Zhao Hai looked at Li Xuanhua and smiled, friends? Ha ha ha, you really dare to say that. When we first met, I was the one who ruined the alliance between the 9 great sects. You, Li Xuanhua, said that we were friends and wanted to work with us. I didn't object and even took the lead in everything. This isn't a big deal. After all, we have a common enemy. But I want to ask Mr. Li Xuanhua, what's the matter with the wine you gave me? When Li Xuanhua heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Of course, he knew what the wine was, but he couldn't admit it. This was because the 100 Flower Valley didn't make that wine and even fewer people knew about it. Moreover, they only used it on a few people like Zhao Hai. Moreover, they only used the name 100 Flower Wine. He didn't believe that Zhao Hai would know about it. So he could only bite the bullet and say, what wine is Mr. asking about? Is it the 100 Flower Wine I gave you? That's a good wine. Even in our 100 Flower Valley, very few people have ever tasted it. Zhao Hai sneered, it seems like Mr. Li really thinks that I don't know anything. That wine isn't called 100 Flower Wine, but Snake Scorpion Beauty, right? It's a new type of poisonous wine. It doesn't contain the kind of poison that can directly kill people. It's not even a slow-acting poison that can make people unable to detect it. But it can make people become invisible, making them unable to leave the wine. Am I right? You just met me twice and gave me that wine. You still dare to say that you're my friend? Li Xuanhua, you don't think that I'm so naive that I'll just eat whatever people give me, do you? I've long known of your sinister intentions. Later, your 100 Flower Valley hid your strength and came to the Black Tiger Gang for help. Did you really think I didn't know? You just want to weaken the power of our Freedom Alliance so that you can have a bigger voice in the Northern Strange State in the future. But this is also good. We also have such plans, so I brought some Dharma stage practitioners with me to make you believe that our Black Tiger Gang has fought to the point where there are no masters left. Then you will let down your guard against us, and the 9 sects will show their biggest trump card. Speaking of which, I should thank you properly, but unfortunately, I won't let a sect like yours exist in this world because you have already become enemies with us. You will desperately want to take revenge on us, but our Black Tiger Gang doesn't need enemies like you. I have always dealt with enemies as quickly as possible. Zhao Hai said these words in a very calm tone. Li Xuanhua stared blankly at Zhao Hai. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would know everything. Moreover, everything was in his calculations. This was too frightening. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. After some time, Li Xuanhua came back to his senses. His face was pale. He knew that he had shed all pretense of cordiality today. Li Xuanhua looked at Zhao Hai and fiercely said, "Don't be complacent. Don't think that you can be complacent just because you have some immortal stage undead. Once the heavenly demons deal with you, they'll come for you in the blink of an eye. At that time, you'll die without a burial ground." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Deal with me? With the heavenly demon realm? I already told you that I knew that the heavenly demon realm was going to invade the cultivation realm a year ago. Do you think that I didn't know that the heavenly demon realm had so many undead? Do you think that I didn't know that the 9 great sects had an army of immortal experts in the Leap Dragon realm? If I didn't know about this, then I would have already released my undead to fight the heavenly demon realm. I've been waiting for this opportunity. Now that the time is ripe, the cultivation realm and the heavenly demon realm have shown their cards. Let's see who will have the last laugh." Li Xuanhua's face turned black. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to know about this. He couldn't help but sneer and said, "Zhao Hai, I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person. The entire cultivation realm has fallen into your trap." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "So what? The 9 great sects have been in the limelight for a long time. The Leap Dragon realm is a place that any sect can send people to, but they have control over it. Our Black Tiger gang was suppressed by the 10,000 demon realm as soon as we started to develop. Why should the tides turn? The 9 great sects have been in the limelight for a long time, and now it's our turn. Li Xuanhua, I won't kill you today. You can go back and rely on the 10,000 demon sect or tell them what I said, I don't care. To tell you the truth, from the very beginning, I had the strength to resist the heavenly demon realm and the 9 great sects. Even if the heavenly demon realm and the 9 great sects unite to deal with me, I'm not afraid. If you have the time to argue with me, you should think about how to deal with the heavenly demon realm." When Li Xuanhua heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned. He thought that Zhao Hai said so much to keep him here, but he didn't expect that Zhao Hai didn't have that intention at all. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you really going to let me go?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Why would I keep you here? Do I take care of your food? Or do you want to leave the 100 Flower Valley and join our Black Tiger gang? If that's the case, then I'll welcome you. I'll also find a way to bring your family here." When Li Xuanhua heard Zhao Hai, his heart couldn't help but move. But in the end, he stood up and looked deeply at Zhao Hai. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Good. Zhao Hai, good job. I didn't expect everyone to be fooled by you. I, Li Xuanhua, admire you. Goodbye." Then he turned around and walked out. Zhao Hai looked at Li Xuanhua's back and smiled. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the conference room. In the next moment, he appeared in Zhang Feng's study room. He saw Zhang Feng sitting in the study room, looking at a jade sword message. When he saw Zhao Hai arrive, he put down the jade sword message and said, "Did you lay your cards on the table with Li Xuanhua? That's good, they won't disturb us. Come, take a look at this." Then he handed the jade sword message to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the jade sword message and probed it with his spiritual force. He couldn't help but stare. This was because the jade sword message was sent by a small sect of the 100 Flower Valley Alliance. They actually wanted to leave the 100 Flower Valley Alliance and join the Freedom Alliance. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and said, "This is a good thing. Aren't we going to immediately contact the small sects of the 100 Flower Valley Alliance and bring them to the Freedom Alliance? Now that they've come to our door, we can save ourselves a lot of trouble." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "I also think so. They took the initiative to ask to join us. This really saves us a lot of trouble. I want to use this opportunity to bring in more small sections. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "That's a good idea. However, we need to guard against the movements of the 100 Flower Valley Alliance. We need to prevent them from joining the Sky Demon race." Zhang Feng stared, then he frowned and said, "Join the Sky Demon race? Will they? Will the Sky Demon race accept them?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. Although the Sky Demon race killed the cultivators in order to intimidate everyone, the cultivators who wanted to join the Sky Demon realm were all single individuals. However, if the 100 Flower Valley wants to join the Sky Demon realm en masse, then the Sky Demon race would have to think twice. Now that the 9 great sects of the cultivation world have revealed their trump cards, their strength isn't inferior to theirs. If they accept the surrender of the 100-Flower Valley, then not only would they weaken the cultivation world, but they would also strengthen themselves. It would also make the small sects understand that the Sky Demon race wouldn't completely exterminate the cultivation world. This way, the resistance of the small sects would be a lot lighter. For the Sky Demon race, this would be beneficial and not harmful. Therefore, I think that the Sky Demon race would accept the surrender of the 100-Flower Valley. And since we refused their request for help, the 100-Flower Valley would have nowhere to turn. If they want to pass down their teachings, then it wouldn't be impossible for them to join the Sky Demon realm. Zhang Feng nodded, then he frowned and said, "It's really possible. If they really do surrender to the Sky Demon realm, then it would be troublesome." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then we might as well make the first move. Senior brother, let's spread the news of the 100-Flower Valley surrendering to the Sky Demon realm. I think that the 9 great sects wouldn't let the 100-Flower Valley surrender to the Sky Demon realm. When the time comes, the 9 great sects might take action while we watch the show." When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed as he pointed at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, you're really ruthless. Ha ha ha. Alright, we'll do as you say. We'll do a two-pronged approach. On one hand, we'll poach people. On the other hand, we'll spread the news. I want to see how the 9 great sects will react after hearing this. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Now that the Freedom Alliance is under our control, we don't need to worry about other people's reactions. The most important thing right now is to recruit the smaller sects of the 100-Flower Valley Alliance into the Freedom Alliance. The stronger we are, the more confidence we'll have when we talk to the 9 great sects in the future. We need to make sure that the 9 great sects won't dare to make a move on us. Only then can we truly become a major force in the cultivation realm." Zhang Feng's eyes flashed. Becoming a major force that can stand on equal footing with the 9 great sects was something that the Black Tiger Gang's previous leader didn't even dare to think about. But now, this dream was being realized in his hands. He believed that if he really did it, then his name would go down in history. Zhang Feng replied, "Alright, I'll take care of it. Now that the Freedom Alliance won't have any enemies, how do you think we should deal with the 1st and 2nd Legions? After all, the cultivation realm isn't peaceful right now. We need to ensure that we have a military force in our hands. Disband the 2nd Legion for now, but be on standby at any time. This is to let them have a good rest. After fighting for a long time, the cultivators of the 2 legions would be strained. This isn't a good thing for them. We should let them take turns to rest." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll lead the 1st Legion in the cultivation realm." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Right, the cultivation realm isn't peaceful at all. On the contrary, it's even more dangerous than before. The 9 major sects sent their immortal experts back to the Leap Dragon realm in order to fight against the Heavenly Demon realm. The 9 major sects must want to drive the Heavenly Demons back to the Heavenly Demon realm before the inspection. If the Heavenly Demons aren't driven back, then the cultivation realm's qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm would be revoked. The 9 major sects certainly don't want this to happen. I think they'll contact us so that we can maintain a powerful team." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The 9 major sects have already sent their immortal experts back to the Heavenly Demon realm." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've also noticed the situation of the 2nd Legion. Compared to the 1st Legion, it's still a bit worse. Let the 2nd Legion go back and rest for a while. Then we'll send some people to the 1st Legion. This way, the 1st Legion's fighting strength can be guaranteed while the 2nd Legion's fighting strength can also be improved." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "You're better than me in this matter. I'll leave it to you. The 1st Legion will be kept while the 2nd Legion will be disbanded. However, the size of the 1st Legion must be expanded. The Black Tiger Gang has already shown a lot of strength, so it's time for us to come up with something. How about this? The 1st Legion will have 200 large artifacts and 4 million people. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Naturally, I have no problem with that. Let's do it this way. I'll go to the 1st Legion first. It should be time for them to change their encampment." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "4 million people and 200 large artifacts. it's not impossible for all of them to live there. I'm preparing to move the army to the 100-Flower Valley. First, it's to prevent the Heavenly Demon Army from attacking us. Second, it's to provide support to the smaller sects that have returned to the Freedom Alliance. As long as the smaller sects are willing to join the Freedom Alliance, we can directly send the First Legion to protect them. Whether it's the Heavenly Demon Realm or the 100-Flower Valley Alliance, they wouldn't be able to deal with them. This would make the smaller sects more confident. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave it to you. Are 200 large artifacts enough? If you don't have enough, you can transfer some out from the gang. Besides the Hell King's ship, I also have several large artifacts that I brought from the lower realms. In the past, I didn't take them out because they weren't as strong as the ones from the Cultivation realm. But now that I've refined them, I can take out several large artifacts. You don't need to worry." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "All right, I'll leave the large artifacts here to protect the base. You don't need to worry about me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll leave the large artifacts here to protect the base." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng nodded. Then she stood up and extended her hand towards Zhao Hai. "Zhao Hai, brother, let the two of us send the Black Tiger Gang to unprecedented heights. Let the Black Tiger Gang dominate the Cultivation realm." Zhao Hai held Zhang Feng's hand and loudly said, "Dominate the Cultivation realm." Then the two couldn't help but laugh. Li Xuanhua stood in the 100-Flower Hall and reported his encounter with the Black Tiger Gang to the Valley Lord. After he finished, Li Xuanhua concluded, "It's impossible for the Black Tiger Gang and the Freedom Alliance to help us. Even if we block the Sky Demon Army, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape the Black Tiger Gang's pursuit. After all, with Zhao Hai's status in the Black Tiger Gang, if he wants to hunt us down, then the Black Tiger Gang and the Freedom Alliance would have to deal with us." The 100-Flower Valley's Valley Lord's face was ugly as he sat there. The women around him had already been driven away by him. He didn't think that Zhao Hai already knew about this and even put on a show for him. No wonder Zhao Hai didn't get angry when he treated him like that. It turned out that Zhao Hai already knew what was going on. In Zhao Hai's eyes, the 100-Flower Valley's Valley Lord was like a monkey in a circus. After thinking about this, it would be strange if the Valley Lord's expression was good. But in the end, he was still a Valley Lord. After some time, he said, "What do you think? How should we deal with this situation?" Li Xuanhua smiled bitterly and shook her head. She never thought that Zhao Hai, who she used to think of as someone with good strength and potential, would become an overlord of the Cultivation Department. Not only that, but he was also an overlord who could fight against the 9 great sections. In the Cultivation realm, the peak of power was naturally the immortal experts. Zhao Hai had more than 1,000 immortal stage undead. This kind of fighting strength was terrifying. The 9 great sects only had 1,000 immortal experts, which was less than Zhao Hai's undead. Therefore, it wasn't wrong to say that Zhao Hai could fight against the 9 great sects. Facing an expert like Zhao Hai, how could they deal with him? There was simply no way to deal with him. Moreover, before dealing with Zhao Hai, they also had to deal with the Sky Demon race. The Sky Demon race wasn't easy to deal with. The Sky Demon race's strength wasn't any worse than the 9 great sections. How could the 100-Flower Valley cope with this situation? Li Xuanhua finally understood that all schemes were useless before absolute power. She felt that the Valley's schemes were futile against absolute power. The Valley Lord looked at Li Xuanhua's appearance and knew that there was nothing he could do. The Valley Lord pondered for a moment and said, "Now that the 9 great sects are hostile to each other, it's impossible for them to return to their previous state. Even if we rely on the 9 great sects, I'm afraid that they won't be able to help us. The Black Tiger Gang, dream on." Li Xuanhua opened her mouth but didn't say anything. To be honest, she really wanted to rely on the Black Tiger Gang. She was very clear about the gang's strength. If she really relied on the Black Tiger Gang, then the Centauria Valley would be saved. But now, it seems like the Valley Lord didn't want to rely on the Black Tiger Gang. Li Xuanhua knew this Valley Lord too well. He was a good talent. Under his leadership, the 100 Flowers Valley didn't grow stronger, but it wasn't suppressed by the Myriad Demon sect either. However, this Valley Lord had a flaw: he was too arrogant. In his eyes, everyone should submit to him. His words were like an imperial edict. Anyone who didn't listen to him deserved to die. Because of this personality, he became extremely headstrong and self-opinionated. He wouldn't listen to anyone, which wasn't a good thing for the Centauria Valley, especially at this time. If the Valley Lord asked for his opinion earlier, it would have been fine. But if he didn't, then the Valley Lord wouldn't listen to him in the future. Li Xianhua saw the Valley Lord sitting there for a long time and slowly closing his eyes. He knew that the Valley Lord was thinking about something. At this time, Li Xianhua didn't dare to disturb the Valley Lord, nor did he dare to leave. He could only stand there obediently. After a while, the Valley Lord opened his eyes. His eyes were shining, clearly having thought of a good idea. Li Xianhua couldn't help but be shaken. This was a critical moment for the Centauria Valley. If they couldn't overcome this crisis, then the Centauria Valley would disappear from the cultivation realm. Although she had some complaints about the Valley Lord, Li Xianhua still hoped that the Valley Lord could think of a good way to deal with this matter. The Valley Lord looked at Li Xianhua and said, "I've decided, we'll rely on the heavenly demon race." Boom! Li Xianhua felt that the Valley Lord's words were like a thunderclap that struck his head, making him feel dizzy. He really didn't expect that the Valley Lord would come up with such a vicious move after thinking for so long. Li Xianhua recovered after a while and hurriedly said, "Valley Lord, you can't. Let's not talk about how the 9 great sects and the Freedom Alliance will react. We don't even know if the heavenly demon race will accept us. Valley Lord has seen how the heavenly demon race treated the human race. You can't rely on them." The Valley Lord looked at Li Xianhua and coldly snorted, "Not relying on the heavenly demon race? Then what can we do now? Rely on the Black Tiger Gang?" Li Xianhua couldn't care less now. He quickly said, "Valley Lord, please reconsider. Even if we rely on the Black Tiger Gang, it's still better than relying on the heavenly demon race. If we really rely on the heavenly demon race, then our Centauria Valley will become the public enemy of the cultivation realm. We can't do that." The Valley Lord coldly snorted and said, "Enough. I've made up my mind. You go and prepare." Li Xianhua plopped down on his knees and loudly said, "Valley Lord, you can't do that. If we rely on the heavenly demon race, our Centauria Valley's orthodoxy will be broken. You can't do that." The Valley Lord waved his hand and a powerful force hit Li Xianhua, sending him flying 10 meters away. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He was clearly injured. At the same time, his face was as cold as ice as he said, "Don't waste your breath. Since when did you have the right to criticize my decisions? Get out of here." Li Xianhua slowly got up and spat out a mouthful of blood. She glanced at the Valley Master and turned around to leave. The Valley Master looked at Li Xianhua's appearance and coldly snorted. He said in a deep voice, "Keep an eye on him. I want to see what he wants to do." A voice came from the darkness, "Yes." Li Xianhua left the Centauria Palace and returned to his cave residence. He immediately ate a few healing pills. His internal injuries weren't very serious. The Valley Lord clearly didn't want to kill him. After eating a few pills, his injuries were already 80% healed. However, Li Xianhua immediately left the cave residence and went to the teleportation formation. Then he set a coordinate and disappeared in a flash of white light. At this time, the Valley Lord's voice came from the Centauria Palace. Where did he go? A voice came from the darkness. He went to Hua Wushang. It seems like he's going to discuss this matter with Hua Wushang. The Valley Lord's voice came. It's better to go there. Send a message to Wushang and detain him. Don't let him ruin our plan. A voice came from the darkness and then disappeared. Li Xianhua had indeed come to find Hua Wushang. He wanted to persuade Hua Wushang to oppose the Valley Lord's decision. Now that Hua Wushang had an army in his hands, as long as Hua Wushang told the news to the other sects, he believed that the other sects wouldn't agree with the Valley Lord's decision. At that time, Hua Wushang could join forces with the other sects and force the Valley Lord to change his mind. Although the Valley Lord would definitely settle accounts with him in the end, Li Xianhua couldn't care so much right now. Compared to the future of the 100-Flower Valley, his personal gains and losses were nothing. As soon as Li Xianhua appeared in the encampment of the Centauria Valley, he immediately flew towards Hua Wushang's cave residence. However, he didn't notice that the teleportation formation behind him flashed with white light. A jade sword message had already entered Hua Wushang's cave residence. When Li Xuanhua arrived at Hua Wushang's cave residence, Hua Wushang greeted him warmly. He cupped his fist and said, "Brother Li, why are you here? Didn't you go to the Black Tiger gang to ask for help? How is it?" Li Xuanhua smiled bitterly and said, "Let's go in and talk." Then he walked towards the cave residence. Hua Wushang followed him, his eyes flashing with a different light. After the two entered Hua Wushang's cave residence and sat down, Hua Wushang poured a cup of wine for Li Xuanhua. Li Xuanhua took the cup and drank it in one gulp. Then he let out a long breath and said, "Wushang, the Valley Lord is crazy. He actually wants to join the Sky Demon race. I came to see you this time because I hope that you can contact the other sects and work together to stop the Valley Lord's decision." "Why should I stop the Valley Lord's decision?" "The Valley Lord's decision is very correct. Our Lord didn't send someone to his side in vain. After such a long time of planning, it finally bore fruit." Hua Wushang twirled the cup in his hand, but he didn't drink it. Instead, he calmly said these words that made Li Xuanhua's heart jump. Li Xuanhua stared blankly at Hua Wushang. After a while, his expression changed. He said warily, "Hua Wushang, what do you mean by this?" Hua Wushang looked at Li Xuanhua's appearance and suddenly laughed. Li Xuanhua, you're really too stupid. Even now, you still don't understand what I mean? In the last Heavenly Devil Martial Arts exhibition, we were all thrown into the Heavenly Devil realm and allowed the Heavenly Devils there to hunt us down. When we were about to be killed, it was my master who saved me and made me a powerful Heavenly Devil. Then, my master sent me back to the 100-Flower Valley to cooperate with our Heavenly Devil clan. Ha ha ha, you may not know that there is a hidden force beside the Valley Master of the 100-Flower Valley. This force is called Hidden Flower. The Valley Master of the 100-Flower Valley thought that Hidden Flower was the most loyal warrior left behind by the previous sect master, but he didn't know that Hidden Flower was actually a member of our Devil clan. Now, Hidden Flower has completely gained the Valley Master's trust and is imperceptibly changing the Valley Master's view of our Heavenly Devil clan. Because of this, the Valley Master said that he wanted to surrender to the Heavenly Devil clan. Ha ha ha, my master's wisdom is not something you stupid cultivators can understand. As long as the 100-Flower Valley surrenders to the Heavenly Devil clan, we will accept them and treat them well. We will let them see how magnanimous the Heavenly Devil clan is. At that time, the cultivation worlds will to fight to the death will weaken and our Heavenly Devil clan can officially take over the cultivation world. Ha ha ha, Li Xuanhua, the good show has just begun. Li Xuanhua looked at Hua Wushang with an ugly expression. He didn't think that Hua Wushang would be controlled by the heavenly demons. He had completely turned into a heavenly demon. Although his appearance didn't change, his heart had completely turned into a heavenly demon. This wasn't good news for him. Li Xuanhua slowly adjusted his spiritual qi and prepared to deal a fatal blow to Hua Wushang. But at this time, he suddenly discovered that his spiritual qi was like a snowflake under the sun. It was disappearing at a rapid speed. This made his expression change greatly. Hua Wushang looked at Li Xuanhua's appearance and smiled faintly. "Do you feel that your spiritual qi is disappearing?" Ha ha ha, Li Xuanhua, I said that you're stupid and you're not convinced. Since I've already told you this, do you think I'll let you leave alive? You really shouldn't drink before talking. However, it's okay to kill you. I have the permission of the Valley Master. Although the Valley Master only asked me to detain you, if you resist and I accidentally kill you, I think the Valley Master won't blame me too much. Don't you think so? Li Xuanhua looked at Hua Wushang and said fiercely, "Hua Wushang, I didn't think that a cultivator like you would lowly submit to the heavenly demons. You really are a disgrace to cultivators." Hua Wushang coldly snorted and said, "Shut up. How can a lowly cultivator like you understand the greatness of the heavenly demons? I won't allow you to insult the heavenly demons." Clap. 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 A clap was heard. Then a person said in a deep voice, "Is the heavenly demons that great? How come I don't see it? I only know that I beat the heavenly demons like dogs." "Who is it?" Hua Wushang turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. His face was full of caution. He had already asked the cultivators guarding his door to leave. The voice had come from outside his cave abode. Li Xuanhua also looked over and saw a person slowly walking in. Seeing this person, Li Xuanhua couldn't help but be overjoyed. On the other hand, Hua Wushang's complexion changed. This was because this person was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Hua Wushang and sneered, "A dog of the sky demon race dares to bark here? You think the sky demon race is great? Ha ha ha, this is the best joke I've ever heard." Hua Wushang's eyes had turned completely red. He looked like a real demon. However, he didn't attack Zhao Hai. He just coldly said, "Zhao Hai, how did you get in?" Zhao Hai looked at Hua Wushang and couldn't help but shake his head and say, "I thought you were a smart person. I didn't expect you to be so stupid after becoming a heavenly demon. Did you forget that I'm a spatial divergent ability user? As long as I've been to a place before, I can go there at any time. I seem to have been to your cave more than once, right? Then there's nothing strange about me coming here. To be honest, I didn't come here for you. I wanted to bring Li Xuanhua to the Black Tiger Gang. No matter what, he's still a cultivator. I didn't expect to hear so much. This is an unexpected harvest." Hua Wushang looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Even if you know, my heavenly demon race is destined to rule the cultivation realm. Cultivators like you can't fight against us." Zhao Hai shook his head, then he bitterly smiled and said, "I thought that after so many years, only the 9 great sects have become arrogant idiots. I didn't expect the heavenly demons to become even more idiotic. Let's not talk about whether the immortal experts of the heavenly demon race are a match for the immortal experts of the 9 great sects. Even if the heavenly demons were to go all out, I could still destroy them. In this case, you actually said that the heavenly demons would rule the cultivation realm? Have you not woken up yet?" Hua Wushang's face distorted with anger. He crazily shouted, "Shut up. You're not allowed to insult the heavenly demons. They are the greatest race in the world." While roaring, Hua Wushang rushed towards Zhao Hai and sent a punch towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Hua Wushang and shook his head. Then he waved his hand. Hua Wushang suddenly felt his limbs being grabbed by iron hoops. He turned his head and saw 4 heavenly demons grabbing his limbs. These 4 heavenly demons were all immortal experts. Hua Wushang stared. Then he discovered that these 4 heavenly demons weren't alive, they were dead. They were all undead. Hua Wushang's expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and roared, "You actually dared to turn the great heavenly demons into undead? Zhao Hai, you won't have a good death. The heavenly demons will extract your soul and make you suffer demonic fire." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Just because of the heavenly demons? They also admire you." After he said that, he ignored Hua Wushang. In any case, there was a soundproof formation inside the cave. Even if there was a fight inside, nobody outside would know. Zhao Hai turned to Li Xuanhua and smiled faintly, "Mr. Li, we meet again. I didn't expect to meet in this way. When I asked Mr. to join the Black Tiger Gang, Mr. didn't agree. What does Mr. think now?" Li Xuanhua looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say. When Zhao Hai asked him to join the Black Tiger Gang, he did make a move. However, he had to admit that his heart was still with the 100-Flower Valley. In the end, he returned to the 100-Flower Valley. He didn't expect this result. Li Xuanhua looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly, "I didn't expect that you would be the one to beg me. Do you know about the 100-Flower Valley?" Zhao Hai smiled, "Actually, after you left, I guessed that the 100-Flower Valley would join the heavenly demons. Therefore, I made arrangements. Now, the people of the 9 great sects know that the 100-Flower Valley wants to join the heavenly demons. I also sent letters to all the smaller sects in the 100-Flower Valley Alliance, telling them that you want to join the heavenly demons. My first legion is also on its way here. I just didn't expect that Hua Wushang would be controlled by the heavenly demons." Li Xuanhua looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, "How did you know that the 100-Flower Valley would join the heavenly demons? Why did you make so many arrangements?" Zhao Hai shrugged, "I don't know. It was just a guess. But even if the 100-Flower Valley didn't want to join the heavenly demons, so what? The 100-Flower Valley is our enemy. Isn't it good to use this method to make them panic first? I don't care about methods when dealing with my enemies. Li Xuanhua began to sweat. She now understood how terrifying Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai would never be polite to his enemies. Moreover, he would use any means necessary. Encountering such an enemy was 100 Flower Valley's bad luck. Zhao Hai looked at Li Xuanhua and waved his hand, taking out a small bottle. He threw the bottle to Li Xuanhua and said, "Drink this. You seem to have been poisoned." Li Xuanhua was not polite. He took the small bottle and opened the lid. He found that there was something like water inside. It was not the medicinal pill he had imagined. However, he did not think much about it. He drank the water in the bottle in one gulp. It was just like ordinary water. There was no taste at all. However, Li Xuanhua found that his spiritual qi was returning to his body little by little. Li Xuanhua stood up and cupped his fist to Zhao Hai. "Thank you, mister." Then he looked at Hua Wushang and said, "What should we do with him?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Kill him. What else can we do with him?" Then he waved his hand, causing a trace of blood to appear on Hua Wushang's neck. In the blink of an eye, Hua Wushang breathed his last. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and a black gas wrapped around Hua Wushang. When the black gas disappeared, Hua Wushang was standing there, but he had turned into an undead. Zhao Hai looked at the undead Hua Wushang and nodded, "Tell me everything you know. Tell me your cultivation methods as well as your habits." Hua Wushang nodded, then he immediately began to talk non-stop. Li Xuanhua was stunned. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would use this method to obtain information. He had to admit that this method was very useful. This was because undead wouldn't lie to their master. Hua Wushang spoke for several hours before Zhao Hai received him back. Actually, Hua Wushang's experience wasn't anything special. He was originally a person from the 100 Flower Valley. Later on, when he participated in the Heavenly Demon Martial Arts competition, he was captured by the Heavenly Demons and was turned into a Heavenly Demon. Then he was sent back to the 100 Flower Valley to prepare for the Heavenly Demons' invasion. When the Heavenly Demons invaded, Hua Wushang gave them a lot of information. At the same time, the Heavenly Demons also told him that there was another Heavenly Demon force by the Valley Lord's side. This force was called Hidden Flower. Other than that, there wasn't anything special. After Zhao Hai received Hua Wushang, he stood on the ground and then turned around. In the blink of an eye, another Hua Wushang appeared in front of Li Xuanhua. This Hua Wushang wasn't any different from the previous Hua Wushang. Even his eyes and aura were the same. Li Xuanhua stared blankly at this Hua Wushang. This Hua Wushang gently touched the jade in his hand and said, "How is it? Do I have any flaws?" Li Xuanhua shook his head in a daze, but he immediately sobered up. He understood that this Hua Wushang was Zhao Hai's incarnation. It was just too shocking. Zhao Hai looked at Li Xuanhua and smiled faintly. "That's good. Now, I'll use Hua Wushang's identity and your identity to inform the smaller sects of the 100 Flower Valley that the Valley Lord has joined the Heavenly Demons. At the same time, the two of us will lead a rebellion. Remember, lead everyone to join the Black Tiger Gang." At this point, Li Xuanhua could be considered a member of the Black Tiger Gang. Although he didn't say that he wanted to join, Li Xuanhua understood that he had no choice but to join. If he didn't join, Zhao Hai wouldn't agree. Moreover, he didn't think that joining the Black Tiger Gang was a big deal. According to the current situation, the 100 Flower Valley was done for. Therefore, he might as well join the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, when Li Xuanhua heard Zhao Hai, he didn't refute. He just nodded and said, "All right. But you said that you told the 9 great sects about the 100 Flower Valley joining the Heavenly Demons. If you swallow the 100 Flower Valley, would the 9 great sects agree?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Tell the 9 great sects that we want to swallow the 100 Flower Valley. If we want to swallow the 100 Flower Valley, we need an excuse. Isn't this a good excuse?" When Li Xuanhua heard Zhao Hai, she stared for a moment. Then she immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. She couldn't help but think highly of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai clearly wanted to swallow the 100 Flower Valley, but he didn't have an excuse to do so. Because of this, Li Xuanhua decided to spread the news of the 100 Flower Valley joining the Sky Demon race. Whether it was true or not, it would give the Black Tiger Gang an excuse. When the time comes, the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't need to be afraid of the 9 great sects. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the 9 great sects, it wasn't a good thing to let them cause trouble. Seeing that Li Xuanhua didn't speak, Zhao Hai continued, send letters to the representatives of the other sects. Tell them to head to the hall for a meeting. Li Xuanhua nodded. Then she immediately turned around and flew out to send the order. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai arrived at the conference hall. Before long, the representatives of the various sects arrived at the conference hall. Zhao Hai looked at these people and recognized them. After all, he had stayed in the 100 Flower Valley Alliance's army for a period of time. In addition to his usual surveillance, there was no one here that he didn't recognize. Li Xuanhua also returned and consciously stood beside Zhao Hai. After the sect's representatives entered the hall, they whispered to each other. At the same time, they looked at Li Xuanhua and Zhao Hai with strange expressions. Zhao Hai knew what these people were thinking. After everyone arrived, he said, "Be quiet. I called everyone here today because I have something to tell you." Just as Zhao Hai said this, a person's voice was heard, "Young Master Wu Shang, please wait a moment. This one has something to ask." Zhao Hai looked at the man and said, "Mr. Liu, what's the matter?" Li Xuanhua wanted to remind Zhao Hai, but she didn't expect Zhao Hai to say the person's surname. She was stunned for a moment. Mr. Liu was originally the representative of a mid-tier sect, but their sect wasn't as strong as the 100 Flower Valley, so after forming the 100 Flower Valley Alliance, they could only respect the 100 Flower Valley. Mr. Liu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young Master Wu Shang, I heard a piece of news. I heard that your valley's Valley Master is going to surrender to Heaven Devil Race. Is this true?" When Mr. Liu asked this question, the entire hall quieted down. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone fixed their eyes on Zhao Hai, waiting for his answer. Zhao Hai looked at Mr. Liu, then he nodded and said, "Mr. Liu is right. The Valley Master really wants to surrender to Heaven Devil Race. Today, I called everyone here for this matter." As soon as Zhao Hai's words came out, the entire hall went into an uproar. Everyone was shouting with a face full of anger. One couldn't blame them for being angry. They had been fighting the Sky Demon race for a long time. Their sects had lost a lot of people. It can be said that they had a great enmity with the Sky Demon race. Now that the 100 Flower Valley wanted to surrender to the Sky Demon race, how could they not be angry? Zhao Hai looked at these people and said, "Quiet." This voice was very loud. Everyone was stunned and became quiet. Zhao Hai continued, "I also just received this news. To be honest, everyone, when I heard this news, I was also very shocked. I didn't think that the Valley Master would make such a decision. Our Cultivation realm has a great enmity with the Heaven Devil realm, so how could we surrender to them? Therefore, I discussed this with Mr. Li Xuanhua and decided to ask everyone to inform their sects and come with us to ask the Valley Master to change his decision." Zhao Hai's words stunned everyone. They didn't think that Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua would come to them because of this. In other words, Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua weren't on the same side as the Valley Master. Mr. Liu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But then he turned to Li Xuanhua and said, "Mr. Xuanhua, I heard that Mr. went to the Freedom Alliance to ask for help. I wonder if the Freedom Alliance would agree to help us." This Mr. Liu was obviously a smart person. The questions he asked were all on point. Now, the most crucial issue of the 100 Flower Valley Alliance was not only the Valley Lord's decision to seek refuge with the Sky Devil race, but also the matter of reinforcements. If the Valley Lord of the 100 Flower Valley was going to seek refuge with the Sky Devil race, they would just have to follow suit. However, if there were no reinforcements, they would only be annihilated by the Sky Devil race. Li Xuanhua looked at Mr. Liu and said, "I don't know why, but the Black Tiger Gang knew that the Valley Master wanted to side with the Heaven Devil realm. Because of this, they refused to send reinforcements. Moreover, they said that they would attack the 100 Flower Valley." Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't think that this would happen. It can be said that they looked down on the Freedom Alliance before. But now, they no longer looked down on them. Ever since Zhao Hai brought out more than 1,000 immortal stage undead, nobody dared to look down on the Freedom Alliance anymore. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, "Everyone, if the Freedom Alliance really wants to come, then I think it would be better for you to surrender to the Freedom Alliance and become a member. This way, the Freedom Alliance will help you deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. I hope that you can discuss this matter with your sections. This matter is related to the inheritance of your sections. I still want to return to the 100 Flower Valley and persuade the Valley Master. Senior Brotherly will stay here. He has a good relationship with the Black Tiger Gang. If you really want to side with the Freedom Alliance, then Senior Brotherly will be able to help. Everyone, I'll be taking my leave. After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and walked out of the hall. When the people in the hall saw Zhao Hai's actions, they couldn't help but stare. Even Li Xuanhua was puzzled. She didn't know what Zhao Hai was planning to do. After Zhao Hai left the hall, everyone recovered. Then they turned their heads to Li Xuanhua. Li Xuanhua looked at everyone and said, I know what you're thinking. I do have a good relationship with Mr. Zhao Hai. I won't be leaving this place. If you need my help, then I'll certainly help. My purpose for staying here is very simple. There are a lot of cultivators in the 100 Flower Valley. I want to persuade them to join me in the Freedom Alliance and the Black Tiger Gang. Mr. Lu looked at Li Xuanhua and said, Mr. Xuanhua, do you really have a good relationship with Mr. Zhao Hai? Li Xuanhua nodded and said, we do have a good relationship. There's no need for me to lie about this matter. Mr. Lu nodded and said, all right, Mr. is straightforward. This matter is very important. I'll immediately go and discuss it with the sect master. Everyone, I'll be taking my leave. Then Mr. Lu turned around and left along with the others. Li Xuanhua sighed and then went to help the cultivators of the 100 Flower Valley. The cultivators of the 100 Flower Valley knew Li Xuanhua. Li Xuanhua invited some of the more famous cultivators of the 100 Flower Valley to the conference room. After everyone arrived, Li Xuanhua looked at everyone and said, everyone, I have bad news. The Valley Master has decided to surrender to the Heavenly Demon Realm. She has become the public enemy of the Cultivation Realm. Upon hearing Li Xuanhua, the cultivators of the 100 Flower Valley were stunned. Then they burst into an uproar. Then a cultivator stood up and said, Senior Brotherly, is what you said true? Did the Valley Master really decide? Li Xuanhua nodded and said, yes, the Valley Master has decided. I tried to persuade the Valley Master, but she didn't listen. She even injured me. I came here to tell everyone this news. Junior brother Hua Wushang has already gone back to persuade the Valley Master. However, I don't think he'll succeed. Most importantly, the other sects of the 100 Flower Valley Alliance already know about this. They're already prepared to join the Freedom Alliance. If we don't make a decision as soon as possible, the consequences will be unimaginable. Just as Li Xuanhua finished speaking, a jade sword message suddenly flew in. Li Xuanhua took the jade sword message and looked at the contents. His face couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his face turned ashen. He turned to the crowd and said, everyone, I have bad news. Not only did junior brother Hua fail to persuade the Valley Lord, he was also killed by the Valley Lord. This is news from one of my disciples. Although he said this, Li Xuanhua's shock couldn't be any greater. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to do this. Zhao Hai disguised himself as Hua Wushang and left the hall. He said that he was going to persuade the Valley Master, but as soon as he turned around, he ran off to who knows where. Then he said that Hua Wushang was killed by the Valley Master. Naturally, this jade sword message was also given to him by Zhao Hai. The cultivators of the 100 Flower Valley didn't know about this. When they heard Li Xuanhua, they were stunned. Then there was an uproar. Everyone was talking about it, but no one made a decision. Li Xuanhua looked at the crowd and said, everyone, don't argue. It's useless to argue. I have some friendship with Zhao Hai of the Black Tiger Gang. I've already decided to join the Black Tiger Gang. I don't care what you choose, but I want to tell you that the Black Tiger Gang's army is already here. Moreover, the other sects are also going to join the Black Tiger Gang. If you want to return to the 100 Flower Valley, then I won't oppose it. But when the time comes, the Black Tiger Gang's army will come. I'm afraid that you will become the enemy of the Black Tiger Gang. Then Li Xuanhua turned around and walked out. When he returned to his cave, he found Zhao sitting there waiting for him. When he saw Li Xuanhua, Zhao smiled and said, you're back. Good, you did well today. If these people really want to join the Black Tiger Gang, then you will have made a great contribution. I can even let the Black Tiger Gang assign these people to you to manage. You can set up a branch of the 100 Flowers Hall and pass down the teachings of the 100 Flowers Valley. I have to leave now, but if these people really come to you, then you should agree to their request. At the same time, send me a jade sword message and I'll come over. When Li Xuanhua heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be happy. He quickly said, "Yes, mister. I understand." Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure disappeared. Li Xuanhua looked at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared and then let out a long breath. To be honest, the pressure that Zhao Hai gave him was too great. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. What made Li Xuanhua even more afraid was that Zhao Hai seemed to have calculated everything. He just needed to do things step by step. Li Xuanhua wiped the sweat off his forehead and slowly sat down. He was waiting, he wanted to see what kind of reaction the other sects would have. Before long, a voice was heard from outside Li Xuanhua's cave residence. "Is Senior Brother Li here?" When Li Xuanhua heard this voice, he knew that this person was from the 100 Flower Valley. He quickly said, "I'm here, may I ask?" A figure came in. When Li Xuanhua saw this person, he immediately stood up. This person was an elder of the 100 Flower Valley. He had a very high prestige in the 100 Flower Valley. His name was Prince Cherishing Flower, Miao Renlong. Li Xuanhua cupped his fist towards Miao Renlong and said, "So it's Senior Brother Miao. Senior Brother Miao, please take a seat. Why did you come to my place today?" Li Xuanhua already knew the answer, but this was also a form of probing. Miao Renlong looked at Li Xuanhua and said, "Senior Brother Li, tell me the truth. How is your relationship with Mr. Zhao Hai of the Black Tiger Gang? You must know that Mr. Zhao Hai's strength is extremely valiant. Moreover, with his status, his words carry enormous weight in the Black Tiger Gang. If we really want to rely on the Black Tiger Gang, then going through Mr. Zhao Hai won't be a problem. I'm just afraid that Mr. Zhao Hai won't accept us." Li Xuanhua said in a deep voice, "Senior Brother Miao, I'm not afraid to tell you that my relationship with Mr. Zhao Hai is very good. This time, I went to the Black Tiger Gang to ask for reinforcements. Although I didn't manage to get any reinforcements, Mr. Zhao Hai did invite me to join the Black Tiger Gang. At that time, he told me that the Valley Master might want to rely on the Sky Devil race. I didn't believe him and didn't agree to his invitation. I wanted to return to the valley and persuade the Valley Master, but I didn't expect that after returning to the valley, I was injured by the Valley Master. I had no choice but to come here, hoping to contact everyone and have them come together to persuade the Valley Master to change his decision. However, I didn't expect that all the sects here already knew about this matter. Senior Brother Wu Shang went back to the sect to persuade the Valley Master, but he was killed by the Valley Master. I have already sent a jade sword to Mr. Zhao Hai, hoping that Mr. Zhao Hai can come to our place." Just as she was speaking, a jade sword flew in from outside the cave. Li Xuanhua took the jade sword and looked at the contents of the jade sword. Her expression changed as she said, "Senior Brother Miao, Mr. Zhao Hai is leading the army here. However, he also told me that the Sky Devil army is preparing to attack us. He asked us to hold on for a period of time. Let's go out and send out the alarm." Li Xuanhua threw the jade sword to Miao Renlong and turned around to leave. Miao Renlong used his spiritual force to probe the jade sword. Sure enough, this was a jade sword sent by Zhao Hai. The tone of the jade sword was very polite, but the contents were just like what Li Xuanhua said. The Sky Devil army was about to head towards them. He asked them to immediately organize people to resist for a period of time, and he would arrive soon. When Miao Renlong saw this, he didn't say anything else as he turned around and flew out. At this moment, an ear-piercing alarm sounded from the encampment. Everyone in the encampment flew up and looked around in surprise. At this moment, Li Xuanhua sent out some cultivators from the 100 Flower Valley to call for people. She wanted to call for people from the other sections. Now that the 100 Flower Valley had lost control of the encampment, it was impossible to use the alarm to call for people like before. Therefore, she could only send people to search for people. The 100 Flower Valley Alliance's army stood there quietly. They were in a battle formation, but their eyes were fixed on the front. There, a black cloud was quickly moving towards them. It gave people the feeling that the black cloud was about to destroy them. Everyone knew that the black cloud wasn't a black cloud, but the heavenly demon realm's army. There were nearly 13 million of them. Although the 100 Flower Valley Alliance had more than 5 million people, they still panicked in the face of such an army. A feeling of despair rose from the bottom of their hearts. There was no other way, there were too many enemies. However, everyone's eyes flashed with a trace of desperation. They no longer had the right to retreat because they knew very well that if they retreated, their sex would be finished. For the sake of their sex, for the sake of their loved ones, they had no right to retreat. Li Xianxia stood in front of everyone. She was the one who gathered these people. She also told them that Zhao Hai would be coming to support them. Li Xianxia also heard from the others that these people were now part of the Freedom Alliance. This was because their sects had already decided to join the Freedom Alliance. Li Xianxia was the one who gathered these people. The cultivators of the 100 Flower Valley had the same idea as Li Xianxia. They were ready to join the Black Tiger Gang and officially become its disciples. If they wanted to become a disciple of the Black Tiger Gang, then they needed to perform well. They couldn't retreat. If they did, then they wouldn't be able to join the Black Tiger Gang. These cultivators knew that the Valley Lord was about to surrender to the Heavenly Demon Realm. They didn't want to surrender to the Heavenly Demon Realm. Just like how the Heavenly Demons thought of themselves as very noble, the cultivators also thought that they were more noble than the Heavenly Demons. Moreover, these people didn't want to become like the Heavenly Demons. Because of this, they decided to join the Black Tiger Gang instead of returning to their sects and surrendering to the Heavenly Demon Realm. Of course, there was another reason why they didn't want to surrender to the Heavenly Demon Realm. The Freedom Alliance's army was heading towards them. They were afraid that they would be annihilated by the Freedom Alliance's army before they could surrender to the Heavenly Demon Realm. Therefore, they could only join the Black Tiger Gang. The Heavenly Demon army was getting closer and closer. Seeing their overwhelming power, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. However, no one retreated. At this moment, over 1,000 figures suddenly flew out from the army of celestial demons. Their auras all surged into the sky. Although their auras were unable to overwhelm the army behind them, they gave off a sword-like pressure. All the cultivators knew that these people were immortal stage heavenly demons. Their faces turned pale. If they were on the same level, then they would have the courage to fight to the death. But now that there were so many immortal stage heavenly demons, they couldn't help but panic. It wasn't just Li Xianxia and the others who were panicking. Some of the immortal experts were also panicking. There were less than 100 immortal experts here, but they were facing enemies 10 times their number. How could they not be afraid? At this moment, a burst of laughter rang out. A voice said, "Ha ha ha, looks like I'm not too late. I didn't expect that the show has just begun." This voice was very calm. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to see a black-robed cultivator with a smile on his face. He was slowly flying over. Seeing the newcomer, all of them were unable to stop themselves from exhaling deeply. They knew who this cultivator was. This cultivator had been here before and had fought alongside them. This newcomer was none other than Zhao Hai. When Li Xianxia saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, she let out a long breath. She knew that Zhao Hai would come, but she didn't know when he would arrive. She was afraid that Zhao Hai would come late in order to consume the strength of these sections. If that happens, then these people would be swallowed by the Heavenly Demon Realm. Zhao Hai appeared by Li Xianhua's side. He cupped his fist and smiled as he said, "Senior Brother Li, I'm late. I've frightened you." Li Xianhua looked at Zhao Hai and immediately knew what he was thinking. Zhao Hai wanted to raise his status. Li Xianhua was very clear about Zhao Hai's status in the cultivation realm. He was an existence stronger than the sect masters of the 9 great sects. Now that Zhao Hai called him Senior Brother Li, this showed his status. Li Xianhua quickly returned the greeting and said, "I'm not late. Mr. came just in time. The Heavenly Demon Army has just arrived. Mister, now isn't the time to chat. We should go all out to deal with the enemy." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Leave it to me. Heavenly Demon Race, ha ha ha." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared not far from the Heavenly Demon Army. Then he laughed and said, "Heavenly demon race, we meet again. You could have returned to the heavenly demon race. In that case, I wouldn't have pursued you. However, you chose to stay. Those who stay are my enemies. I've never been polite to my enemies." The immortal experts of the heavenly demon race recognized Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai appear, the immortal experts stopped and looked at Zhao Hai with a dignified expression. An old immortal expert looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, this matter has nothing to do with you. It's best if you don't participate." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Nothing to do with me? What a joke. This is the cultivation realm. Behind me are cultivators from the cultivation realm. And you're saying that this matter has nothing to do with me? Then does that mean that this matter has nothing to do with your heavenly demon realm? Furthermore, I forgot to tell you one thing. The people behind me have already joined the Freedom Alliance. As the commander of the Freedom Alliance's First Legion, I naturally have the responsibility to protect them. I advise you to return to the heavenly demon world. As long as you return to the heavenly demon world, I guarantee that I won't pursue you." As soon as the old heavenly demon heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Zhao Hai, you're too arrogant. Do you really think that our heavenly demon race is afraid of you? Why don't you take a look at how many soldiers you have and how many soldiers we have? Even if we use numbers to overwhelm you, we can still overwhelm you to death. Today, even if we have to fight to the death, we will destroy you here. You will always be a great threat to our celestial devil clan." After he said that, the old heavenly demon waved his hand. The immortal stage heavenly demons behind him didn't make a move. However, the 10 million heavenly demons behind them rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You want to overwhelm me with 10 million people? Ha ha ha. Heavenly demons, you really don't know how many people this Zhao Hai has killed." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, summoning an army of undead that blotted out the sky. It was impossible to count how many undead there were in this army. Most importantly, these undead weren't arranged in a flat formation. Instead, they were arranged in a magic cube formation. These magic cube formations were arranged in a larger magic cube formation. The number of undead was enough to make one's scalp tingle. It wasn't only the heavenly demons who felt their scalps go numb, even Xianxia and the others felt their scalps go numb. They looked at their surroundings and saw undead creatures all around them. These undead creatures were just standing there, and their numbers were simply uncountable. 100 million? 1 billion? Or 10 billion? Too many to count. The heavenly demon army seemed to have hit an invisible wall. They stopped in an instant. This scene was too shocking. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have so many undead. At this time, Zhao Hai released Alien. He stood on top of Alien and looked at the sky demons. Then he laughed and said, "Sky demons, you actually want to compete with me in terms of numbers? Ha ha ha. Then let's compete. Attack." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand forward, causing the cube formation behind him to slowly move forward. The undead in the front were all holding guns in their hands. Volleys of bullets rained down on the heavenly demons. At the same time, some of the larger undead were equipped with cannons. These cannons also began to fire at the heavenly demons. The army of the heavenly demon realm was truly panicking. They did not know what kind of monster they had encountered. Just as they were panicking, the rain of bullets that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was already shooting towards them. Fortunately, the heavenly demons also reacted. All of them released their Dharma idols. At the same time, the heavenly demon army began to retreat. They had no choice but to retreat. If they didn't retreat at this time, then they would be fools. The heavenly demons knew that it was impossible for the undead to be stronger than them. However, this wasn't important. With so many undead, even if they weren't as strong as them, they would still be able to overwhelm them. The immortal stage heavenly demon who spoke before had an ugly expression. Before, he wanted to overwhelm Zhao Hai. But now, he was afraid that Zhao Hai would use the undead to overwhelm them. He was now regretting his decision. He suddenly remembered Zhao Hai's words. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he muttered, "It seems like retreating to the heavenly demons was a good choice." The heavenly demons retreated step by step while Zhao Hai's undead continued to advance. The distance between the two sides didn't increase nor decrease. The heavenly demons discovered that Zhao Hai didn't want to kill them all. Their hearts finally calmed down as they began to speed up their retreat. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and smiled faintly. He didn't have the undead speed up because there was no need for that. When the heavenly demons saw that Zhao Hai didn't chase after them, they felt relieved. They began to retreat even faster. Before long, they were quite a distance away from Zhao Hai's undead. The heavenly demons felt relieved. But then they immediately turned around and left with their fastest speed. Zhao Hai didn't chase after them. He looked at the retreating heavenly demons and smiled faintly. What the heavenly demons did wasn't anything special. Zhao Hai wasn't a saint, so he didn't need to treat the heavenly demons as demons. To be honest, the cultivators of the cultivation realm weren't any better than the heavenly demons. He didn't want to destroy the heavenly demons because there was no need for that. After the heavenly demons left, Zhao Hai waved his hand and received all the undead. Li Xuanhua and the others were standing in the middle of the undead. They couldn't see what was going on outside, so they finally saw Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was just calmly standing there were no undead around him. However, when Li Xuanhua and the others saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but bow slightly. They were frightened by the overwhelming number of undead. They knew that as long as Zhao Hai was willing, he could command his undead army to wipe out any enemy in front of him. But for some unknown reason, Zhao Hai rarely used his undead in battle. In the past, they thought that Zhao Hai was a genius. But now, they knew how terrifying Zhao Hai was. Even if Zhao Hai wanted them to join the Freedom Alliance, they wouldn't dare oppose him even if he wanted them to join the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai looked at these people and secretly nodded. The reason why he released so many undead today was to establish his prestige. He wanted these people to understand how strong he was, so that they wouldn't dare to be disloyal to the Freedom Alliance and the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, "Brother Li, gather everyone. We're going to attack the 100 Flower Valley. I want to see if the 100 Flower Valley Lord is really going to surrender to the heavenly demon race." When Li Xuanhua heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything and immediately replied, "Yes." Then he turned his head and loudly said, "Everyone, gather. We're going to attack the 100 Flower Valley." Li Xuanhua didn't dare to go against Zhao Hai at this time. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would completely destroy the 100 Flower Valley in a fit of rage. If Zhao Hai really destroyed the 100 Flower Valley, then Li Xuanhua would become the sinner of the 100 Flower Valley. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Everyone should know that the 100 Flower Valley Lord surrendering to the heavenly demon race is a shame to the cultivation realm. Today, we're going to attack the 100 Flower Valley. Let's go." Everyone loudly responded before they turned around and flew towards the 100 Flower Valley. At the same time, Zhao Hai released the Hell King's ship and flew in front of the army. The others looked at Zhao Hai's back as some people secretly took out Jade Sword messages and sent them out. Zhao Hai knew what these people were doing, but he didn't stop them. Those who sent out Jade Sword messages were the representatives of their respective sections. Zhao Hai didn't stop them from sending messages to their sections. In any case, he didn't plan to hide this matter. Because Zhao Hai didn't stop them, the news of the battle in the 100 Flower Valley quickly spread throughout the Freedom Alliance, the entire northern Strange Continent, and even the entire Cultivation realm. When they heard this news, the entire Freedom Alliance was in an uproar. Then, the entire northern Strange State was in an uproar. Finally, the entire Cultivation world was in an uproar. Now, no one dared to look down on the Black Tiger Gang. The other sects in the Freedom Alliance were even more honest and obedient to the Black Tiger Gang. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about these things. He was currently leading the 100 Flower Valley Alliance's army towards the 100 Flower Valley. Naturally, the Valley Lord also received the news. When he knew that Zhao Hai had brought an army over, he understood why the Black Tiger Gang didn't send any reinforcements. It turned out that they were waiting for this. Just as Zhao Hai and the others were about to arrive at the 100 Flower Valley, news came that the Valley Lord had committed suicide. When Zhao Hai heard this news, he was very surprised. He didn't think that the Valley Lord would actually commit suicide. However, he immediately understood that the Valley Lord had surrendered to the heavenly demon realm. If he didn't commit suicide, then he wouldn't be able to survive. Instead, it was possible that the entire 100-Flower Valley would be angered. Therefore, the Valley Lord simply committed suicide and took all the blame. This way, nobody would look for trouble with the 100-Flower Valley. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the Valley Lord of the 100-Flower Valley was a little smart. Unfortunately, he was unknowingly controlled by someone else. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He continued to lead the army towards the 100-Flower Valley. Right now, the people in charge of the 100-Flower Valley were the elders of the 100-Flower Valley. A new leader had yet to be elected. The elders of the 100-Flower Valley weren't fools. From the reactions of the Black Tiger Gang, they knew that the Black Tiger Gang was behind this matter. If they wanted to choose a new gang leader, they would need to have someone from the Black Tiger Gang present. If they dared to choose a new gang leader without the consent of the Black Tiger Gang, then they wouldn't know what the consequences would be. For the sake of their own lives, they didn't dare to casually choose a new gang leader. They could only wait for Zhao Hai to arrive. A few days later, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived outside the 100-Flower Valley. When they arrived, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. There were a lot of cultivators standing outside the 100-Flower Valley. These cultivators were wearing 100-Flower Valley's clothes as they stood there respectfully. Zhao Hai flew over with Li Xianxia. When the people of the 100-Flower Valley saw Zhao Hai and Li Xianxia flying over, some of the older cultivators immediately came forward to greet them. They arrived in front of Zhao Hai and simultaneously bowed to him and said, "An elder of the 100-Flower Valley's Elder Council greets Mr. Zhao Hai. Your presence brings light to the 100-Flower Valley's humble dwelling." Zhao Hai looked at the elder of the 100-Flower Valley and smiled. "I came this time for the matter of the previous Valley Lord. Now that he has committed suicide, this matter is naturally over. However, I hope that the 100-Flower Valley can choose a new Valley Lord. After all, the Sky Demon Realm's army hasn't retreated yet. The position of Valley Lord cannot be left vacant." An elder of the 100-Flower Valley nodded and said, "Mr. is right. This is not the place to talk. Mister, please rest inside. I'll take care of the others." Zhao Hai nodded and then led Li Xianxia into the 100-Flower Valley. The other cultivators were arranged to rest. Only the representatives of the other sects followed behind Zhao Hai. Before long, Zhao Hai's group arrived at the 100-Flower Valley and entered the 100-Flower Hall. Upon entering the hall, Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he waved his hand as a huge palm flew out. The huge palm stretched towards the shadow of the hall. The shadow suddenly distorted, as if it was resisting the palm. However, it couldn't do so and was caught by the palm. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he waved his hand as a huge palm flew out. Zhao grabbed the figure in front of him and coldly looked at the person who was wrapped in black. This person looked like a ninja. His whole body was wrapped in black, and besides his two eyes, you couldn't see any skin at all. An elder of the 100-Flower Valley saw Zhao Hai's action and quickly said, "Mister, don't misunderstand. These people are from the Dark Flower tribe of the 100-Flower Valley. They aren't enemies." Zhao Hai looked at the 100-Flower Valley elder and smiled faintly. "Is that so?" Then he waved his hand and a sword energy pierced through the throat of the black-cloaked person. The black-cloaked person's eyes rolled back. He couldn't be more dead. Seeing Zhao Hai make a move, the elder's expression couldn't help but change. Although they were afraid of Zhao Hai didn't give them any face. Just as the elder was about to get angry, Zhao Hai waved his hand and wrapped the black-cloaked person in black gas. The elder angrily said, "Mister, what do you mean? Why did you kill a cultivator of the 100-Flower Valley for no reason? Why did you turn him into an undead? If Mister doesn't give us an explanation, then even if my 100-Flower Valley dies in Mister's hands, we will still seek justice." Zhao Hai looked at the elder and said, "Don't worry, you'll know in a while." At this time, the black gas disappeared and the black-cloaked person stood up. Zhao Hai looked at the black-cloaked person and said, "State your identity." The black-cloaked person immediately replied, "Yes, Master. On the surface, I'm a member of the 100-Flower Valley's Dark Flower tribe. But in reality, I'm a member of the Dark Demon race. The previous Valley Lord of the 100-Flower Valley was killed by an expert of my Dark Demon race. After the death of the previous Valley Lord, we pretended to be members of the Dark Flower tribe. Actually, the 100 Flower Valley didn't have a Dark Flower tribe. We just told the new Valley Lord that we were originally from the Dark Flower tribe and that nobody knew about our existence except for the Valley Lord. The moment the black-cloaked man said this, the entire hall went into an uproar. No one would have thought that the 100 Flower Valley didn't have a Dark Flower tribe. This Dark Flower tribe was actually created out of thin air by the celestial demons. Moreover, the previous Valley Master of the 100 Flower Valley had died at the hands of the celestial demons. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the clamor of these people. He said, "Tell me your purpose." The black-cloaked person immediately said, "We want to stay by the Valley Lord's side and change his impression of the heavenly demons bit by bit. We'll use this method to control him and turn him into someone who has a favorable impression of the heavenly demons. This way, he might surrender to the heavenly demons. At the same time, by staying by his side, we can gather a lot of information for the heavenly demons. The reason why the heavenly demons are invading the cultivation realm is because of our information." Understood, everyone in the hall understood. They all understood why the Valley Lord of the 100 Flower Valley suddenly wanted to rely on the Sky Devil race. The reason was because of the existence of the Dark Devil race. They had already changed the Valley Lord's view of the Sky Devil race. Therefore, the Valley Lord wanted to rely on the Sky Devil race. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The heavenly demons really had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. They were even able to think of such a method. Which sect didn't have a hidden force? And these hidden forces were rarely known. Even the elders of the sect might not know about them. But in this way, the dark demons took advantage of them. They killed the Valley Lord of the 100 Flower Valley and then pretended to be a non-existent Dark Flower tribe. This way, no one would suspect them and would only think that they were a hidden force under the Valley Lord's control. When the new Valley Lord came to power, he would naturally need a force to protect his own interests. The appearance of the Dark Flower tribe would only make the new Valley Lord happy. How would he think that they were a fake? At this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a group of undead appeared. Then Zhao Hai said, "Kill everyone from the Dark Flower tribe. Don't leave a single one alive." The undead turned around and went out. Before long, sounds of fighting could be heard from the depths of the hall. At this time, Zhao Hai turned to the elder of the 100 Flower Valley and said, "Before, I heard about the Dark Flower tribe from Mr. Hua Wushang." At that time, Mr. Hua Wushang was very suspicious of the Dark Flower tribe. Moreover, there was already evidence. Unfortunately, Mr. Hua Wushang died, so I can only take action today. I ask the elder to forgive me. There were still a lot of flaws in Zhao Hai's words, but they didn't care about it now. After all, the facts were in front of them. Their 100 Flower Valley so-called Dark Flower tribe was really from the heavenly demon realm. The elder of the 100 Flowers Valley had an ashamed expression as he said, "If it wasn't for Mr., we wouldn't have known that the Dark Flower tribe was a chess piece of the Sky Demon realm. We wouldn't dare to blame Mr. Mr., please take a seat." The main seat of the 100 Flowers Palace was still empty, but there were a lot of seats in other places. Everyone sat down. After looking at these people, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Since we're all on the same side, I won't be polite. The 100 Flowers Valley can't be without a leader. Today, we'll bear witness to the 100 Flowers Valley choosing a new Valley Master. What do you all think?" Zhao Hai's words could be said to be very overbearing. Normally, the choice of a Valley Master was the 100 Flowers Valley's business. It had nothing to do with him. But now that Zhao Hai was involved, nobody dared to say anything. After all, he was strong. Moreover, the 100 Flowers Valley had joined the Freedom Alliance, and the Black Tiger Gang was the leader of the alliance. If Zhao Hai wanted to take care of this matter, nobody could say anything. Li Xuanhua looked at the people from the 100 Flowers Valley and said, "Mister, can you let me talk to them alone?" Zhao Hai looked at Li Xuanhua, then he nodded and said, "All right, Senior Brother Li, please." Then he ignored them. Li Xuanhua quickly stood up and said to the elders of the 100 Flowers Valley, "Elders, please." To be honest, Li Xuanhua's status was higher than these elders. When these elders heard Li Xuanhua's words, they naturally didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly responded and turned to leave. Li Xuanhua led the elders to a quiet room. Then she looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I understand why you still haven't chosen a new Valley Master. To tell you the truth, even if you choose a new Valley Master, the 100 Flowers Valley will be in decline. I and the people who joined the alliance have already decided to join the Black Tiger Gang. Originally, I didn't want to care about this matter, but now I have to say it." When the elders heard Li Xuanhua, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then their expressions changed. They knew that the cultivators who joined the alliance were the elites of the sect. If they joined the Black Tiger Gang, then it would be the same as taking away most of the elites of the 100 Flower Valley. The 100 Flower Valley wouldn't be able to recover. Li Xuanhua looked at them and said, "Now that you have joined the Freedom Alliance, although there are a lot of sects in the Freedom Alliance, the strongest is still the Black Tiger Gang. If you choose a new Valley Master, then the 100 Flowers Valley will continue to exist, but its status in the Freedom Alliance won't be high. Therefore, I hope that you can consider it carefully. It would be best if you can join the Black Tiger Gang like me. Of course, I'm not asking you to join the Black Tiger Gang. If you can choose a new Valley Master and have him lead the entire 100 Flowers Valley to join the Black Tiger Gang, then it would be a great contribution. The Black Tiger Gang wouldn't treat you unfairly. Moreover, you will be considered a member of the Black Tiger Gang in the future. The Black Tiger Gang is very protective of its members. They can guarantee that no one will dare to touch you." When the elders heard Li Xuanhua's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then their expressions changed. If they really joined the Black Tiger Gang like Li Xuanhua said, then the 100 Flower Valley would no longer exist. Wouldn't the 100 Flower Valley's orthodoxy be broken? They couldn't understand this at all. They wanted to stand up and scold Li Xuanhua, but no one spoke. This was because they knew that Li Xuanhua was right. If they didn't join the Black Tiger Gang, then the 100 Flowers Valley would be suppressed by everyone. When the time comes, their lives would be even more difficult. The entire cave was silent for a while. Then the old elder who spoke to Zhao Hai said to Li Xuanhua, "Junior brother Li, if we really join the Black Tiger Gang, will our 100 Flowers Valley's orthodoxy continue to be passed down?" What he meant by orthodoxy was cultivation methods. Cultivators attached great importance to this because the cultivation methods of cultivators, especially the cultivation methods of great sects, were a kind of inheritance. Because of this, the orthodoxy of many sects referred to the cultivation methods of cultivators. Li Xuanhua replied, "Of course. In fact, when I joined the Black Tiger Gang, Mr. Zhao Hai told me that he would establish a 100 Flowers Hall in the Black Tiger Gang. I'll recognize the Hall Master and use it to pass down the orthodoxy of the 100 Flowers sect. If you join the Black Tiger Gang, then not only will you be able to pass down the orthodoxy, the 100 Flowers Valley will also be preserved. It's just that the 100 Flowers Valley will become a 100 Flowers Hall." When the elders heard Li Xuanhua, they began to discuss among themselves. To be honest, they were quite tempted. Although they would be under the control of the Black Tiger Gang, they weren't gang leaders before. Now that they have joined the Black Tiger Gang, they would be able to become elders. Moreover, they would be able to pass down the teachings of the 100 Flower Valley to the next generation. This was a very good idea. The old elder looked at Li Xuanhua who was standing on the side. His eyes lit up as he said, "Everyone, what do you think about junior brother Li's proposal?" "I think it's a good idea. If we join the Black Tiger Gang, then all of our problems would be solved." The elders thought about it and nodded. As long as they joined the Black Tiger Gang, then all of their problems would be solved. For them, this was definitely a good thing. The old elder looked at everyone and said, "Since everyone agrees, then it's easy to do. How about this, we'll elect Li Xuanhua as the new Valley Master of the 100 Flowers Valley. Junior brother Li Xuanhua has a good reputation in the gang. Moreover, he has a close relationship with the Black Tiger Gang's Zhao Hai. With him as the Valley Master, we wouldn't be bullied after joining the Black Tiger Gang." Li Xuanhua didn't think that they would think of him. Just as he was about to refute, the others nodded in agreement. Li Xuanhua's expression couldn't help but change. Then he quickly said, "Everyone, don't talk nonsense. Any one of you can be the Valley Master, but I can't. I've already joined the Black Tiger Gang. If I become the Valley Master of the 100 Flowers Valley, then what would the outsiders think of the Black Tiger Gang? Not only would this not make the Black Tiger Gang happy, it would also make them dissatisfied. This wouldn't be good for the 100 Flowers Valley at all. Therefore, I can't be the Valley Master. When everyone heard Li Xuanhua, they stared. Then they thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. If Li Xuanhua becomes the Valley Master, then the other sects would think that this was an expansion of the Black Tiger Gang. This would make the other sects wary of the Black Tiger Gang. This wouldn't be good for the Black Tiger Gang at all. However, after thinking about this, everyone was in a difficult position. They really couldn't choose a Valley Master right now. Wasn't this making things difficult for them? Li Xuanhua also understood their intentions. He couldn't help but curse these people for having pig brains. Then he said, "Everyone, why do you have to choose a Valley Master? As long as you surrender to the Black Tiger Gang in the name of the Elder Assembly, then you can ask Zhao Hai to appoint a Valley Master. Wouldn't this be better?" Upon hearing Li Xuanhua, the elder stared blankly. Then the elder chuckled and bowed to Li Xuanhua. "Senior brother Li's thinking is very thorough. Alright, let's do it this way." Then he made an inviting gesture and led Li Xuanhua out of the secluded room. Actually, Zhao Hai was very clear about what happened in the room. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect Li Xuanhua to be this tactful. If the 100 Flower Valley really merged with the Black Tiger Gang, then it would be very important for the Black Tiger Gang. However, Zhao Hai thought about the candidate for the Hall Master of the 100 Flower Hall. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai decided to give the Hall Master position to Hu Huaqian. Hu Huaqian was very loyal to the Black Tiger Gang and had contributed a lot to the gang. Giving the Hall Master position to Hu Huaqian was the best choice. However, under the Hall Master, there would be a Vice Hall Master. This Vice Hall Master would be someone from the Han family. The Han family had always been the staunchest supporters of the Black Tiger Gang. Although their people had been working in the dark, they couldn't be treated unfairly. If the Hu family was treated too well and the Han family didn't receive any rewards, then the Han family might have an opinion. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to set up a Vice Hall Master position under the Hall Master. This position would be given to the Han family. This way, the two biggest clans in the Black Tiger Gang would benefit. Zhao Hai believed that they would be more loyal to the Black Tiger Gang in the future. As for the other elders of the 100 Flower Hall, they would be given to the people of the 100 Flower Valley. However, Li Xuanhua and the others would follow him back to the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai had other arrangements for Li Xuanhua. Li Xuanhua was a talent, and the Black Tiger Gang was in need of people. It would be better for him to be placed in the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai took out a jade sword message. After recording his thoughts, he released it. Just as he released the jade sword message, Li Xuanhua and the other elders of the 100 Flower Valley came out. At this time, everyone in the hall was looking at these people. They didn't know what their decision was. Zhao Hai already knew, but he didn't show it. He just sat there and looked at these people. After Li Xuanhua came out, he went to Zhao Hai's side and bowed to Zhao Hai. Then he sat behind Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. At this time, the old elder of the 100 Flower Valley went to Zhao Hai's side and bowed to Zhao Hai. He said, "Mister, our 100 Flower Valley has produced a person like the previous Valley Lord. We really don't have the face to stay in the cultivation realm." After a discussion, the elders of the 100 Flower Valley have decided to merge with the Black Tiger Gang. We ask Mister to take us in. Then the old elders bowed to Zhao Hai. The others also bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "We ask Mister to take us in." The actions of the 100 Flower Valley made the people from the other sects dumbfounded. They couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai, then at Li Xuanhua. He knew that the elders' decision to merge the 100 Flower Valley into the Black Tiger Gang must have something to do with Li Xuanhua. Zhao Hai nodded. Li Xuanhua sat there with an expressionless face. At this time, Zhao Hai stood up and helped the elder up. He said, "There's no need to be like this. If you really want to merge with the Black Tiger Gang, then it's not impossible. However, I don't have the final say in this matter. I have to ask the gang leader. If you really want to do this, then please wait a moment." The old elder quickly said, "Of course. Mister, please." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took out a jade sword message and sent it out. At this time, Zhang Feng was sitting in his study. He was holding the jade sword message that Zhao Hai sent last time. Looking at the jade sword message, he didn't expect the 100-Flower Valley to merge with the Black Tiger Gang. He thought that having the 100-Flower Valley become a member of the Freedom Alliance would be good enough. He didn't expect the 100-Flower Valley to join the Black Tiger Gang. There was also Zhao Hai's proposal to have Hu Hua become the Hall Master of the 100-Flower Hall and have the Han family become the Vice Hall Master. This proposal was very good. Even if the Hu family was ambitious, with the Han family's Vice Hall Master suppressing them, it would be impossible for them to turn the 100-Flower Valley into the Hu family's territory. Moreover, this way, they would be able to curry favor with the two great families at the same time. It could be said that this was the best way to deal with the situation. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng immediately said, "Men, quickly go and invite Elder Hu and Elder Han here." This Elder Hu was naturally Hu Liangchen, and Elder Han was the Han family's head, Han Ren. Someone outside complied and went to invite them. Before long, Hu Liangchen and Han Ren arrived at Zhang Feng's study. After greeting each other, they sat down. Zhang Feng handed the jade sword message to Hu Liangchen and said, "Uncle Hu, Uncle Han, this was sent by Zhao Hai. Take a look." Hu Liangchen received the jade sword message and looked inside. His face couldn't help but be happy. Then he frowned before he handed the jade sword message to Han Ren. Han Ren took the jade sword message and used a spiritual force to probe it. After some time, he retracted his spiritual force. Then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Boss, what do you think?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "I agree with Little Hai's opinion. Hua Qian's experience in the 2nd Legion is also good. Letting him be a Hall Master is also good. With Little Hai's help, Han Buli's progress has been very fast. Moreover, he's also very smart. I heard that he's now in charge of the Han family. But this time I'll have to ask Uncle Han to let him go. If the two of you agree, then the Hall Master of the 100 Flowers Hall will be Hua Qian and the Vice Hall Master will be Han Buli. What do you think?" Hu Liangchen smiled and said, "Boss, this idea is good. Buli and Zhao Hai have a good relationship. He's Zhao Hai's earliest friend after joining the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, I don't doubt Buli's ability. I have no objection to letting him be the hall leader. To be honest, letting Hua Qian be the hall leader makes me a little worried. It's good that he can help Buli." Zhang Feng nodded. This time, Zhao Hai's second jade sword message arrived. Zhang Feng looked at the jade sword message and then smiled faintly and said, "It's done. Uncle Hu, Uncle Han, you go call them. Have them take up their posts in 2 days." Zhao Hai was sitting inside the 100-Flower Hall. There were a lot of people inside the hall, but nobody made a sound. The hall was deathly silent. The other cultivators didn't make a sound because they didn't know what to say. They were currently thinking about the 100-Flower Valley merging with the Black Tiger Gang. What kind of changes would the Black Tiger Gang bring to the 100-Flower Valley? What would these changes mean for their sex? What kind of influence would it bring to their sex? On the other hand, the people of the 100-Flower Valley were nervously waiting for Zhao Hai's news. Before, they wanted to elect a Valley Master, but after they decided to join the Black Tiger Gang, they were now afraid that the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't want them. Zhao Hai's words were very clear. Zhao Hai has been releasing the jade sword for some time now. He knew that it would be back soon. Sure enough, a jade sword flew in and stopped in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the jade sword and used a spiritual force to scan it. Then he nodded and turned to the elder of the 100-Flower Valley and said, "Everyone, the gang master has agreed to your requests. From today onwards, the 100-Flower Valley will officially merge with the Black Tiger Gang and become the 100-Flower Hall of the Black Tiger Gang. You will form a council of elders to temporarily manage the 100-Flower Hall. In 2 days, the gang master will send a hall master and a vice hall master. However, the council of elders won't be disbanded, they will manage the 100-Flower Hall together with the hall master and the vice hall master." After hearing Zhao Hai, the elder of the 100-Flower Valley felt relieved. He immediately stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Yes, we will follow the gang master's orders." Zhao Hai stood up and helped the elder up. "From now on, we will be a family. If you need anything, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help." The elder quickly replied, "We wouldn't dare to trouble Mr. We will immediately go and arrange things. The 100-flower hall will not be in chaos. We will just wait for the hall master and the vice hall master to arrive. Zhao Hai smiled and said loudly, good. Go and prepare some 100-flower wine. Today, there are so many friends from other sects here. I want to drink with everyone. The elder immediately responded and turned around to make arrangements. At this time, the people from the other sects, regardless of whether they were sincere or not, all ran over to congratulate Zhao Hai and the Black Tiger gang. These people were now full of admiration for Zhao Hai. Not only was Zhao Hai good at fighting, his methods were even better. With just a few moves, the 100-flower valley was merged into the Black Tiger gang. Such a person was truly amazing. Zhao Hai naturally smiled and chatted with these people. While chatting with them, these cultivators discovered that Zhao Hai actually remembered each of their names. This made them feel a sense of familiarity when chatting with Zhao Hai. Before long, the elders of the 100-flower valley finished making arrangements. A table was set up in the hall along with the 100-flower wine. Moreover, the female cultivators of the 100-flower valley were also arranged to dance. Although these people weren't perverts, they were still very happy. After 2 hours, everyone withdrew. Zhao Hai also went to the cave that was arranged for him in the 100-flower valley. But before entering, Zhao Hai called Li Xuanhua over. When the two arrived at Zhao Hai's cave, Zhao Hai had Li Xuanhua sit down. Then he turned to Li Xuanhua and said, Brother Li, you did very well this time, especially not becoming the Valley Lord of the 100-flower valley. This is very good. This Zhao Hai wants to thank you. When Li Xuanhua heard Zhao Hai, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He discovered that he couldn't hide anything from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was always able to calculate everything. Even his actions were known to Zhao Hai. This was too shocking. However, he didn't show it. He just cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, of course. I'm now a member of the Black Tiger gang. Naturally, I have to think about the Black Tiger gang. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, tomorrow, I'll have the various sects disband. Then I'll select about 1 million people and integrate them into the First Legion. You don't need to follow me. Tomorrow, return to the Black Tiger gang's main hall. The gang leader will make arrangements for you. Li Xuanhua nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Li Xuanhua and said, you don't need to be disappointed. Although you're familiar with the 100-flower hall, you'll be able to do better here. But in the end, this is only a branch. You can go to the main hall. With your abilities, you'll definitely be able to improve greatly. Li Xuanhua looked at Zhao Hai with gratitude and cupped his fist. Thank you, Mr. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, all right, you can go and rest. Right, help me see how the Alliance army is doing. Li Xuanhua nodded before he turned around and left. After seeing Li Xuanhua leave, Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. Laura and the others weren't busy at this time, but they were still looking at the reactions of the other sections. Zhao Hai released a lot of undead this time, scaring away the heavenly demon army. Not only did he manage to suppress the heavenly demons, he also managed to suppress the 9 sections. The 9 sects originally thought that they had more people compared to the Freedom Alliance. Even if the Freedom Alliance was given time to develop, they wouldn't be a threat to them. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to release so many undead. In other words, the only advantage that the 9 sects had over the Freedom Alliance disappeared. This caused the 9 sects to be at a loss for what to do. At this time, the most unlucky one was the 10,000 Beast sect. In the northern strange continent, there were only 3 forces that resisted the Heavenly Demon Realm, the Freedom Alliance, the 100-Flower Valley Alliance, and the 10,000 Beast Sect Alliance. Now that the 100-Flower Valley Alliance had merged with the Freedom Alliance, the 100-Flower Valley Alliance and the Freedom Alliance's Heavenly Demon Army had been driven away by Zhao Hai. Naturally, the 10,000 Beast Sect wouldn't return to the Heavenly Demon Realm, but instead, they would go to the 10,000 Beast Sect Alliance. This caused the 10,000 Beast Sect to face an army of 30 million heavenly demons alone. The heavenly devil race also understood that it was unrealistic for them to occupy the entire cultivation realm or destroy the 9 great sections. The strength of the cultivation realm was there for all to see. They simply couldn't swallow the entire cultivation realm. The reason why they were still fighting against the cultivation realm was because they were waiting for the Leap Dragon realm's inspection once every 10,000 years. They wanted the people of the Demon Dragon realm to see that they were stronger than the cultivation realm because they had already invaded the cultivation realm. Naturally, they were stronger than the cultivation realm. When the time comes, they would be able to replace the cultivation realm and enter the Leap Dragon realm. This was the Divine Devil race's goal. Zhao Hai also knew what the heavenly demons were thinking. However, he didn't immediately send troops to drive the heavenly demons back to the heavenly demon realm. Zhao Hai knew that the 9 sects were more anxious than him. He wanted to see how the 9 sects would react. The 9 sects had just begun to take the Freedom Alliance seriously. If Zhao Hai was too active, then the 9 sects would look down on him. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Naturally, it was impossible for the 1,000 Goblin sect to stop the Sky Devil army of 30 million. The 1,000 Goblin sect asked for help from the other sects of the 9 major sects. The other sects of the 9 major sects gave them face. They knew that if the 1,000 Goblin sect fell, they would be in trouble as well. Therefore, they immediately sent out reinforcements. This was how the 1,000 Goblin sect was able to stop the Sky Devil army's attack. Zhao Hai was now waiting. If the 9 sects didn't come to save him, then he wouldn't move. In any case, he didn't have to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Even if the cultivation realm was disqualified, he could still enter the Leap Dragon realm from the heavenly demon realm. Because of this, he wasn't worried at all. After staying inside the space for a day, the next morning, Zhao Hai invited the representatives of the other sects to the 100 Flower Valleys conference hall. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai turned to everyone and said, "Everyone, you've been away from your sects for quite some time. You've been through a lot of battles, so I called you all here today to tell you that you can return to your sections. Of the 5 million strong army, as long as you leave 1 million behind, you can join the Freedom Alliance's First Legion. As for who stays and who goes, that will depend on yourselves." As soon as these people heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have them disband. But after thinking about it, they understood that Zhao Hai had a lot of undead in his hands. Naturally, he didn't need so many people. However, this was a good thing for them. The cultivators in the alliance were the elites of the various sections. Losing them would be painful for them. Now that they can go back, it was naturally for the best. Although not all of them can go back, most of them can. This way, the strength of the various sects can be restored. After the representatives of the various sects thanked Zhao Hai, they immediately went to make arrangements. At this time, the First Legion arrived at the 100 Flower Valley. The entire 100 Flower Valley became lively. Fortunately, most of the people from the other sects had already dispersed. The total number of people in the First Legion had reached 5 million. Zhao Hai and the others settled down in the 100 Flower Valley for the time being. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was to train these people. Although there were a lot of veterans in the First Legion, there were also a lot of newcomers. These newcomers weren't completely obedient, so Zhao Hai wanted to train them for a while. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of undead, he wasn't willing to use them. These undead provided him with faith power. Naturally, he wouldn't use them easily. Zhao Hai's second reason for staying in the 100 Flower Valley was to wait for the 9 great sections. Although the 9 great sects had sent a lot of reinforcements to the 10,000 Beast sect, they were only able to block the Heavenly Demon Army. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Army wasn't that small. The 9 great sects couldn't afford to send more reinforcements. Zhao Hai believed that it wouldn't take long before the 9 great sects would come to him. He was waiting for the 9 great sects to come to him. Moreover, the Freedom Alliance had undergone a lot of changes recently. They were still digesting the forces of the former 100 Flower Valley Alliance, so they needed some time to recuperate. Zhao Hai stayed in the 100 Flower Valley to oversee the situation. If a sect dares to make a move, then he wouldn't mind destroying them. In the cultivation realm, winning people with virtue was just nonsense. If you have a big fist and a ruthless heart, then you can survive and grow stronger. Jian Wuya was sitting in his cave with a few people beside him. One of them was the abbot of the Myriad Buddha Temple. Rumor has it that he had cultivated the Vajra divine art to grand completion. If he used his Vajra divine art to glare at others, ordinary cultivators would be killed by his glare. That was why he was called the Vajra divine art. The pavilion master of the Wonderful Sound Pavilion was the Wonderful Sound Ghost Sage, Guilingzi. Guilingzi had already cultivated the Wonderful Sound Pavilion's secret technique, the ghostly sound melody, to the great accomplishment realm. As long as he circulated his technique, any sound could be transformed into the ghostly sound melody, attacking the enemy invisibly and impossible to guard against. The master of the myriad beast sect, Beast King Mangwudi. He had millions of beasts and was very difficult to deal with. Moreover, he had cultivated the myriad beast sect's secret art, the myriad beast fist, to major completion. When he fought, it was like 10,000 beasts devouring the enemy. The master of the myriad demon sect, venerable dragon transformation, Jiao Hualong. Rumor has it that this Jiao Hualong was originally a green snake. Later on, by chance, he cultivated the supreme secret art, the dragon transformation art, and finally became the master of the myriad demon sect. When he could transform into human form, he gave himself the name Jiao Hualong to show his determination to transform into a dragon. The dean of the Eastern Sage Academy, Mr. Zither Hart, Dong Libo. This person's sword Heart Zither art had reached perfection. His strength was extraordinary. The dean of the Western Sage Academy, Master E. Shizio. This person's mastery art had reached major completion. Fighting with him was like fighting against an expert. One couldn't make even half a step wrong. Otherwise, they would be doomed. The dean of the Southern Sage Academy, Sage of Calligraphy, Wang Fengming. This person's life and death brush art had reached major completion. When fighting, each word he wrote was an attack that made it impossible for the opponent to attack or defend. The dean of the Northern Sage Academy, Wu Dai Dang Feng, Wu Yudao. This person's mountain river diagram had reached major completion. Fighting was like painting. One would unknowingly enter his painting and be trapped inside. The sect masters of the 9 great sects had gathered at the Heavenly Sword sect. Naturally, they weren't here to have a tea party. They were here to discuss important matters. Jian Wuya looked at the others and said, "Since things have come to this, it seems we have no choice but to ally with the Freedom Alliance. What do you think?" The others didn't say anything. Jiao Hualong's face was livid. To be honest, the rise of the Black Tiger Gang was too fast. Originally, he didn't take this sect, which was ranked in the top 100 in the Northern Strange State, seriously. However, he didn't expect that this sect would rise unknowingly and even threaten the status of the Myriad Demons sect. Joining forces with the Freedom Alliance wasn't a problem for the other great sects, and they were happy to see it happen. However, this wasn't a good thing for the 10,000 Monster sect. This was because the Freedom Alliance was currently in the Northern Strange Continent. Moreover, the Freedom Alliance's strength wasn't any worse than the 10,000 Monster sects. If Zhao Hai joined forces with them, then the 10,000 Monster sect wouldn't be a match for the Freedom Alliance. Jiao Hualong was 10,000 times unwilling to ally with the Freedom Alliance. If they really did ally with the Freedom Alliance, it would be equal to giving the Freedom Alliance the same status as them. In that case, half of the benefits of the Northern Strange State would be divided by the Freedom Alliance. How could the Myriad Demon sect accept this? The sect masters of the other sects also knew what Jiao Hualong was thinking. However, they had no choice but to ally with the Freedom Alliance. If they couldn't solve the matter of the Sky Devil clan as soon as possible, then the cultivation world would lose the qualification to enter the Leap Dragon realm. This would be a huge loss for the 9 great sections. They would rather share some of the benefits with the Freedom Alliance than lose the qualification to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Seeing that no one was speaking, Jian Wuya's face couldn't help but sink. He then said, "Sect Master Jiao, you should speak. After all, the Freedom Alliance is also a force of the Northern Strange State. You have the most right to speak." Jiao Hualong looked at Jian Wuya. He knew that Jian Wuya was forcing him to make a decision. In fact, he had no choice but to make a decision. He said, "Of course I agree with the Freedom Alliance. After all, this is related to whether or not we can enter the Leap Dragon realm. This is a big matter. However, we need to follow the rules. We can't let the Freedom Alliance ride on our 9 great sects' heads. If that happens, I'm afraid that everyone will have a hard time in the future." If we don't, then we won't be able to survive. Jiao Hualong's words made the others nod secretly. Then the abbot said, Benefactor Jiao is right. Because of Zhao Hai, the Freedom Alliance's strength isn't inferior to our 9 great sections. At this time, we should join forces. If we can't suppress the Freedom Alliance, then the Freedom Alliance will definitely suppress us in the future. Abbot's words are somewhat inappropriate. The Freedom Alliance has Zhao Hai's existence. Their strength is already equivalent to the combined strength of our 9 great sects. We should now give them an equal status. If we want to suppress them and annoy them, it won't be good for anyone. A pleasant voice was heard. This voice belonged to Guilingzi. As the sect master of the Wonderful Sound sect, Guilingzi's voice was naturally very pleasant to the ears. Humph, it's just flattery. I don't believe that Zhao Hai is really that strong. If he was, then he would have already destroyed our 9 great sections. He would have also driven away the heavenly demon realm. Why would he wait until now? Meng Wudi coldly snorted. Wu Yudao looked at Jian Wuya and said, Jianghu sect, now it's time for people to come clean. Zhao Hai said that after the devil slaughtering conference, you schemed against him and sent him to a subspace. You even collected a lot of immortal stage undead. Is this true? After Wu Yudao said this, everyone's gaze turned to Zhao Hai. They also wanted to know the answer. This was because people from their sects had also disappeared in the transmission formation of the Skysword sect. Moreover, if what Zhao Hai said was true, then his current strength could be said to be due to the Skysword sect. Jian Wuya looked at these people and said, it's true that he was plotted against. As for where he was sent, I don't know. He was sent to a very strange location. Nobody who went to that location ever came back. We don't know if he got his undead there or not. When Wu Yudao and the others heard Jian Wuya, they couldn't help but coldly snort. However, they didn't say anything. They knew that this wasn't the time to care about this matter. Moreover, their sects weren't clean. The number of cultivators who died in their sects wasn't small. Wang Fengming said, Alright, everyone, now isn't the time to talk about this. The most important thing is how we deal with the Freedom Alliance. I agree with Abbot Numei's words. We must suppress the Freedom Alliance. Otherwise, when we face them in the future, we will be in a passive position. Moreover, the reason why the Freedom Alliance is so arrogant is because of Zhao Hai. No matter how strong Zhao Hai is, he is still a person. I think there must be a reason why Zhao Hai didn't use his undead. There must be a lot of restrictions that prevent him from using his undead. Moreover, even if he can use his undead, he still needs spiritual force to do so. Even if he has 1000 immortal stage undead, it's impossible for them to stay outside and fight for him. Because of this, we still have a lot of ways to deal with Zhao Hai. We don't need to be afraid of him. If we are suppressed by the Freedom Alliance, then we won't be able to make a comeback in the future. Wang Fengming's words made everyone nod at the same time. If Zhao Hai could really use those undead at will, then he would have already dominated the cultivation realm. He wouldn't be as honest as he was now. After thinking about this, the last bit of scruples in their hearts disappeared. Jian Wuya said, Alright, Dean Wang's words are good. I also agree with Abbot Numei's proposal. We must suppress the Freedom Alliance. Otherwise, we won't have a good time in the future. Now, let's think about what to do. Jiao Hualong coldly said, What's there to discuss? Send people to the 9 great sects and have them join forces with us to defeat the heavenly demon realm. Let's see how they react. Jian Wuya and the others frowned but didn't say anything. To be honest, although they wanted to suppress the Freedom Alliance, they couldn't go too far. After all, even if the Freedom Alliance didn't have Zhao Hai, they still weren't weak. If they really offended them, then it wouldn't be good. However, when they thought about it, they felt that Jiao Hualong's words made sense. If they directly sent someone to give the order, they would be pressuring the Freedom Alliance. If the Freedom Alliance accepted it, it would mean that the 9 great sects were stronger than them, and they would have to submit to the 9 great sections. If they didn't accept it, then they would have to think of other ways. Thinking about this, Jian Wuya couldn't help but say, Alright, then it's decided. I think the 9 great sects should send people to the Freedom Alliance to give the order. I want to see how the Freedom Alliance will react. If they listen, then it'll be easy. If they don't, then we'll have to teach them a lesson. The other sect masters nodded. The 9 great sects were used to being domineering in the cultivation realm. Now that there was a force that could contend with them, they naturally weren't willing to accept it. Because of this, Wang Fengming said those words and the others agreed. Jian Wuyao looked at the others and said, "Everyone, send people to the Black Tiger Gang to give the order. Remember, don't be too weak. If the Black Tiger Gang gets angry, make sure that they can escape unscathed." The other sect masters nodded. They agreed with Jian Wuyao. Originally, they wanted to suppress the Black Tiger Gang. It wouldn't be good if they suffered any losses. However, the sect masters didn't leave the Heavenly Sword sect. Instead, they took out Jade Sword messages and sent them out. They wanted to summon people to the Heavenly Sword sect and then give them orders to suppress the Freedom Alliance. Jian Wuyao also summoned an expert from the Heavenly Sword sect. This person was an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect named Shadowless Sword Lu Wushuang. Although he hadn't reached the immortal stage, he was still a transcending tribulation expert of the Heavenly Sword sect. Naturally, the 9 great sects wouldn't send an immortal expert to the Freedom Alliance. If they did, then it wouldn't be an order, but a war. If the Freedom Alliance really lost their immortal experts to the Black Tiger Gang, then their losses would be huge. Zhang Feng was currently sitting in his study, dealing with the Freedom Alliance's matters. He was now busier than before. In the past, he only needed to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. But now, he had to deal with the entire Freedom Alliance. He was very busy every day. Now, Zhang Feng understood why Tai Zhantian's cultivation progress was so slow. It was because he didn't have much time to cultivate. Every day, he had to deal with endless matters. How could he have extra time to cultivate? Fortunately, Zhao Hai gave him some potions. These potions could be drunk as water, allowing him to absorb them very quickly. This allowed him to not stagnate. Although he was very busy, Zhang Feng was still very happy. He was very clear about the Freedom Alliance's strength. Even if he didn't include Zhao Hai, the Freedom Alliance could still be compared to any of the 9 great sects. Moreover, because of Zhao Hai, the smaller sects in the Freedom Alliance didn't dare to be disrespectful to the Black Tiger Gang. And with Zhang Feng's impartiality, the smaller sects were convinced by him. Now that the Freedom Alliance had stabilized, the smaller sects discovered that the alliance was much better than before. It can be said that because of Zhao Hai's existence and his style of doing things, the Black Tiger Gang's position as the alliance's leader was stable. Zhang Feng was currently looking at a jade slip that was given to him by Zhao Hai. It reported the situation of the First Legion. At this time, the First Legion had a total of 5 million people. They were still stationed in the 100 Flower Valley. The 100 Flower Valley had been handed over to Hu Huaqian and Han Buili to manage. The two of them were doing a good job and didn't have any conflicts. And with Zhao Hai overseeing the place, Zhang Feng didn't need to worry about it. Zhao Hai's purpose in writing this jade slip to Zhang Feng was to tell him that the First Legion wouldn't make any moves in a short time. He was waiting for the 9 great sects' response. Zhang Feng also understood what Zhao Hai meant. He also agreed with Zhao Hai's approach. For so many years, the 9 major sects had been suppressing them. Now, Zhao Hai wanted the 9 major sects to officially accept them and put them in an equal position. Regarding this point, Zhang Feng didn't oppose. He also wanted Zhao Hai to do so. While Zhang Feng was looking at the contents of the jade slip, thinking about how to reply to Zhao Hai, suddenly a voice came from outside, reporting, "Sect Master, the representatives of the 9 great sects have come to request an audience." Zhang Feng stared blankly for a moment before her eyes lit up. She said in a deep voice, "They're finally here. Invite them to the conference room. At the same time, send someone to inform Elder Hu and Elder Han to go to the conference room." The voice outside complied and turned around to leave. Zhang Feng stood up, then he smiled faintly and said, "9 major sects, you've finally sent people." Then Zhang Feng turned his hand and took out a jade sword. After inputting some information, he released it. This jade sword was for Zhao Hai. Zhang Feng wanted to let Zhao Hai come back and see what the representatives of the 9 major sects looked like. After releasing the jade sword, Zhang Feng stood up and walked towards the conference room. Before long, Zhang Feng arrived outside the conference room and saw that Hu Liangchen and Han Ren were already there. The two of them were standing in front of the conference room, waiting for her. Zhang Feng nodded to the two, then the three entered the conference room. This was a small conference room, it can accommodate up to 20 people. It was a conference room used by the Black Tiger Gang. At this time, there were 9 people sitting in the conference room. These 9 people were sitting there with a proud expression on their faces. Seeing Zhang Feng's group come in, the 9 people didn't get up to salute them. They were still sitting there with disdain on their faces. Seeing the appearance of these 9 people, Zhang Feng's heart sank. He discovered that these 9 people were strange. It seems like they didn't come to the Black Tiger Gang for help. When Hu Liangchen and Han Ren saw the appearance of these 9 people, their expressions also changed. They were old and experienced people, so naturally, they discovered that these 9 people's expressions weren't right. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and decided to listen to what these people had to say before making a decision. He cupped his fist and said, "I'm Zhang Feng of the Black Tiger Gang. May I know who you are?" The man with a sword on his back said in a deep voice, "I'm Lu Wushuang from the Sky Sword sect. Greetings to Gang Leader Zhang. Gang Leader Zhang, we're here today on the orders of the sect masters of the 9 great sections." Order? Zhang Feng noticed the 2 words in Lu Wushuang's words. He asked in a low voice, "Order what?" Lu Wushuang coldly looked at Zhang Feng and said, "The 9 major sect masters have jointly issued an order to the Freedom Alliance. The Freedom Alliance is to send an army to the Myriad Beasts sect in 3 days. They're to converge with the Myriad Beasts sect and be led by the Myriad Beasts sect to attack the Heavenly Demon Army. There's no room for error." After saying that, Lu Wushuang looked at Zhang Feng with bright eyes and said, "Anyone who dares to disobey will be severely punished." Zhang Feng stared at Lu Wushuang, but Hu Liangchen and Han Ren were furious. Their Freedom Alliance's current strength couldn't be weaker than the 9 major sects. The 9 major sects actually dared to issue orders to them. Moreover, they even dared to say that anyone who disobeyed would be severely punished. This was simply an insult to them. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Feng suddenly laughed out loud. He looked at Lu Wushuang and the others and laughed until he was out of breath. It was as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. When Lu Wushuang and the others saw Zhang Feng's appearance, their faces couldn't help but darken. With one look, they knew that today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. They couldn't help but be on guard. After a while, Zhang Feng stopped laughing, but his face was ice cold. He then said in a deep voice, "My Freedom Alliance isn't under the control of the 9 major sects. What right do they have to issue orders to us? And they even dare to say that they'll be severely punished? They're simply arrogant to the extreme. You lot, immediately scram. Tell them that if they want our Freedom Alliance to act, they should obediently send people to beg. If they dare to issue orders again, our Freedom Alliance will first annihilate their 9 major sects. Scram." When Lu Wushuang and the others heard Zhang Feng's words, their expressions couldn't help but change. Lu Wushuang looked at Zhang Feng and said, "You insulted the 9 major sects and disobeyed orders. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." After saying that, Lu Wushuang moved. The willow leaf sword on his back was unsheathed and stabbed towards Zhang Feng. The others who came with him simultaneously used their auras to lock onto Hu Liangchen and Han Ren, preventing them from helping. Zhang Feng's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't think that Lu Wushuang would be so arrogant. He actually dared to attack him in the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, his strength was a bit worse than Lu Wushuang's. Just as Zhang Feng was about to circulate his energy to resist, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of him. Then a fist came out of the spatial rift and hit Lu Wushuang's sword. With a bang, Lu Wushuang's sword was sent flying. His face was deathly pale. Then a figure slowly flew out of the spatial rift. His face was cold as he looked at Lu Wushuang and the others. Then he said in a deep voice, "You dare to be disrespectful to the gang leader? Today, I'll cripple you. I want to see what the 9 major sects can do to my Freedom Alliance." After saying that, this person's figure moved and directly pounced towards Lu Wushuang and the others. When Zhang Feng saw this person, his face lit up as he said, "Little Hai." When Lu Wushuang and the others heard Zhang Feng's words, they immediately knew who this person was. Zhao Hai, a name that they had never heard of before in the cultivation world. But now, he has become the #1 person in the cultivation world. When Zhao Hai pounced forward, his figure split into 9 and simultaneously attacked the 9 people. Lu Wushuang and the others' expressions couldn't help but change as they simultaneously attacked Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared behind these people and punched them in the back. These people didn't expect Zhao Hai to do this. This made them unable to guard against it. After being punched in the back by Zhao Hai, they felt an incomparably powerful energy penetrating their backs. In the blink of an eye, their energy was dispersed by this energy. At the same time, their meridians were completely crippled. They knew that they were finished. With their meridians crippled, they would be crippled in the future. Only by spending a large amount of heavenly treasures would they be able to reconstruct their meridians. But even so, it would be impossible for their strength to recover to their current level. Moreover, it would be difficult for their cultivation to advance in the future. The faces of these people were pale and dispirited. At this time, Zhao Hai returned to Zhang Feng's side. These people looked at Zhao Hai with incomparable hatred and fear. Zhang Feng looked at the 9 people and knew their current situation. However, he didn't care, he just coldly snorted and said, "Immediately scram. Tell the people of the 9 great sects what I said." Scram. The 9 people fiercely looked at Zhang Feng and the others before they staggered outside. Before long, they left using the Black Tiger Gang's transmission formation. After the 9 people left, Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Fortunately, Zhao Hai appeared in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have suffered a loss today. I didn't expect the 9 great sects to be so bold." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "The 9 great sects are idiots. They want to use this method to suppress us so that the Freedom Alliance won't dare to be enemies with them and will forever be inferior to them. These idiots are really daring. I didn't flatten them, so they're already asking for it. Now that they dared to cause so much trouble, they're really courting death." Zhang Feng coldly snorted and said, "The 9 great sects are too arrogant. They really think that everyone in the world should submit to them. Alright, let's not talk about this. Little Hai, let's go to the study and discuss this." Then the 4 people walked out of the conference room and headed towards Zhang Feng's study. Before long, the 4 people arrived at Zhang Feng's study. After sitting down, Zhang Feng said, "This time, Little Hai has crippled Lu Wushuang and the others. I don't know how the 9 great sects will react. If the 9 great sects really want to deal with us, then it would be troublesome." Hu Liangchen said, "I don't think that the 9 great sects will necessarily cause trouble for us. After all, we don't have much influence on them. They might just deal with the heavenly demon realm first before dealing with us. After all, if they don't deal with the heavenly demon realm, then they'll lose the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm. For them, the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm are the most important." Hanren nodded and said, "I agree with what Old Hu said, but we still need to be prepared. Leader, let's tell the small sects about the 9 great sects, sending people to inform them of what's going on. These small sects have finally gotten rid of the control of the 9 great sects, so they certainly don't want to return to their previous state. They will certainly support us in this matter. If someone opposes us, we'll know that those people aren't on our side. When the time comes, we can deal with those who aren't on our side and then prepare to deal with the 9 great sects with all our strength." Zhang Feng nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, tell me the truth. How long can your undead be released? Why didn't you use them in battle before? Is there a limit?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no limit. I can release the undead for as long as I want. However, the strength of the undead isn't very strong. Most of them aren't even at the transcendence stage. At most, they're at the spirit refinement stage. Because of this, I rarely release them in battle because I don't want them to suffer any losses." When Zhao Hai said this, Zhang Feng and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. In their minds, weren't the undead used in battle? What's the big deal about losing them? Zhao looked at the group and smiled bitterly. "I don't want to use undead to fight because these undead are very important to me. Although they aren't very strong, they can provide me with holy power." Zhao smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want to use undead to fight." Hiss. When Zhao Hai said this, Zhang Feng and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, you're saying that all of your undead can provide you with saint force? Doesn't that mean that you have more than 1 billion saints that can provide you with saint force? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes. In fact, the number is even more than that. The reason why my cultivation speed is so fast is thanks to the undead. Without them providing me with saint force, I wouldn't be able to cultivate this fast. But it's a pity that because the undead were subdued by me, their saint force can't be provided to others. I've tried a lot of methods to collect the saint force provided by the undead, so until now, my wife and the others have no way to use the saint force provided by the undead. When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but ask, your wife? You have a wife? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course I do, and there's more than one. They used to live in the 100-flower realm. Later on, I secretly brought them here and placed them in the Invisible Valley. They're still there, but their fighting strength isn't very strong. Because of this, I didn't let them appear. I'm afraid that other people would know of their existence and use them to threaten me. Zhang Feng nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, you're too careful. In my Black Tiger gang, who can make a move on my younger sister-in-law? And with your strength, do you really need to be afraid of others knowing about your younger sister-in-law's existence? Zhao Hai bitterly replied, elder brother, you think too highly of me. You should know that I only recently obtained those immortal stage undead. Before that, I wasn't very strong. If I encounter a strong enemy, I can run away. But if I have to drag my family along, then I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng and the others chuckled. However, they didn't continue discussing this topic. Every cultivator had their own secrets. For Zhao Hai to tell them this much today was already very good. Jian Wuya and the others were sitting in the conference room, waiting for news. Jian Wuya told Lu Wushuang that if the Black Tiger gang didn't agree, they would teach them a lesson. He was certain that the Black Tiger gang wouldn't dare to do anything to Lu Wushuang and the others. After all, Lu Wushuang and the others represented the 9 great sections. As long as the Black Tiger gang didn't fall out with the 9 great sects, they wouldn't dare to touch Lu Wushuang and the others. Therefore, they believed that Lu Wushuang and the others would soon send news back. Time really didn't matter to cultivators. Aside from cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespans, other cultivators didn't care about time. Therefore, they were all sitting in the conference room with their eyes closed as if they were meditating. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside the conference room. The footsteps were very hurried. When the person arrived outside the conference room, he loudly said, reporting, Sect Master, Elder Lu and the others have returned. When Jian Wuya heard this, he slowly opened his eyes and said, since they're back, let them come in. Where are they? The person outside the door continued, Elder Lu and the others had their meridians shattered. They are being treated right now. It will be a while before they can report back to Sect Master. When Jian Wuya heard this, his expression changed. He immediately said, the 9 of them had their meridians shattered? The person outside the door said, yes. Jian Wuya and the others stood up and quickly walked outside. When they arrived at the door of the conference room, they saw a cultivator standing outside. This person was only an ordinary cultivator of the Heaven's Sword sect. When he saw Jian Wuya and the others staring at him, he couldn't help but uneasily lower his head. Jian Wuya ignored him and said, take us to see Wushuang and the others. The cultivator nodded and immediately led the way into the Heaven's Sword sect. Before long, they arrived in front of a cave. The cultivator led them inside. This cave was very big and there were many medicine cabinets inside. Several cultivators were fiddling with herbs. When they saw Jian Wuya come in, the cultivators immediately bowed and said, greetings, Sect Master. Jian Wuya waved his hand and walked inside. Inside this cave mansion was a place specially used to treat people. For a big sect like the Heavenly Sword sect, it was inevitable that some cultivators would get injured while doing missions or fighting with others. Some injuries couldn't be treated with ordinary pills, so they had to come here to treat them. Coming here to treat them required the sect's contribution points, so generally, only inner disciples or core disciples would come here. Inside the cave, there were a few people lying on their stomachs. Their faces were pale and bloodless. Their clothes had been taken off and their bodies were smeared with a thick layer of ointment. The ointment emitted a fragrant smell. One could tell at a glance that it was good stuff. They had their eyes closed and their faces were ashen. They knew that they were done for. They would be crippled for the rest of their lives. For a cultivator, there was nothing more cruel than this. When Jian Wuya saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. He quickly walked to Lu Wushuang's side and poured his spirit qi into Lu Wushuang's body. When he poured his spirit qi into Lu Wushuang's body, Jian Wuya knew that Lu Wushuang was completely crippled. Lu Wushuang's meridians were completely broken. Moreover, there was still a trace of energy attached to those broken meridians, making it impossible for them to heal. The person who did this was very ruthless. At this moment, Lu Wushuang also felt someone pouring spirit qi into his body. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that it was Jian Wuya. He struggled to stand up, but Jian Wuya quickly held him down and said, "Wushuang, just lie down. Tell me, what happened to you in the Black Tiger Gang?" When Lu Wushuang heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he fiercely said, "Sect Master, you have to get revenge for me." Then Lu Wushuang told Jian Wuya everything that happened after he went to the Black Tiger Gang. Lu Wushuang knew that he didn't need to add any details. Just the things that the Black Tiger Gang did and said were enough for Jian Wuya to deal with them. He understood Jian Wuya too well. Jian Wuya wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't retaliate. If someone dared to do this to him, he would return the favor 10 times, no, 100 times. Jian Wuya listened quietly, but his face turned from white to red, then from red to green, then from green to black. He was like a 5-colored light bulb. The other sect masters' faces also didn't look good. After Lu Wushuang finished speaking, Jian Wuya said, "Rest well. I will get revenge for you." After he said that, Jian Wuya turned around and walked out. When he was outside, he said to the cultivators who were fiddling with the herbs, "Do your best to treat them. If you need anything, send someone to find me." The cultivators nodded. Then Jian Wuya turned around and walked out. Soon, they returned to the conference room. As soon as they entered the conference room, Jiao Hualong smashed a chair in the conference room with his palm and shouted angrily, "You've gone too far. Black Tiger Gang, you've gone too far." The other sect masters' faces were also unsightly. Jian Wuya looked at Jiao Hualong and said, "All right, old Jiao, sit down. Let's discuss how to deal with the Freedom Alliance." Jiao Hualong snorted and sat down. Jian Wuya looked at the others and said, "Everyone, you've all heard what the Freedom Alliance said. What do you think we should do?" Abbot Furious Eyes was now glaring with rage. Clearly, he was extremely angry. He said in a low voice, "Altufo, the Freedom Alliance is really too lawless. If they are allowed to live in this world, then our cultivation world will never have a day of peace. We must punish them severely." Meng Wudi coldly snorted and said, "They dared to hurt my 10,000 beast sex people. I will tear them to pieces." At this time, Guilingzi's pleasant voice was heard, "Everyone, now isn't the time to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Freedom Alliance. If we do, then we'll be playing right into the hands of the Heavenly Demon Realm. Now that we've blocked the Heavenly Demon Realm's offensive, they've taken a defensive stance. However, they still refuse to leave the cultivation realm. Their goal is very clear, they want to wait until the 10,000-year review to replace us. Let's properly think about this matter. Let's first deal with this matter, then it won't be too late to deal with the Freedom Alliance, right?" Jian Wuya and the others coldly snorted. Although Guilingzi's words were reasonable, they still felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. After a while, Jian Wuya said, "Right now, our most important task is to deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm. We need to drive the Heavenly Demon Realm back to the Heavenly Demon Realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll be in a lot of trouble. Sect Master Guilingzi is right. We can slowly deal with the Freedom Alliance in the future. If we really lose the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon Realm, then everything will be over." Although the other sect masters were still angry, they had no choice but to acknowledge Jian Wuya's words. Jian Wuya looked at them and said, "Dealing with the Heavenly Demon Realm is indeed a bit strenuous for us. I think it's better for us to stabilize the Freedom Alliance first and make them work for us. While we're at it, we can also make them lose some people while dealing with the Heavenly Demon Realm." When the time comes, it'll be much easier for us to deal with them. The other sect masters nodded. They also felt that it was better to stabilize the Freedom Alliance first. After dealing with the Heavenly Demon Realm, it wouldn't be too late to slowly deal with the Freedom Alliance. They might not have realized it themselves, but they were slowly treating the Freedom Alliance as an existence on equal footing with them. The furious abbot let out a long breath and said, "Then we can only send people to the Freedom Alliance. We can't guard against giving them some benefits. First, we'll stabilize them. Everything else can wait until we deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm." Xianxia nodded and said, "The people we send this time must be experienced. We can't let those fellows from the Freedom Alliance seize the opportunity to make things difficult for us. As long as they're willing to send troops to deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm, everything can be discussed." The other sect masters nodded and discussed for a while. This time, they decided to send an elder from the Myriad Sword sect to the Freedom Alliance and have a good discussion with the Black Tiger Gang. They wanted the Black Tiger Gang to send troops to deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm. The group had forgotten that the Freedom Alliance's situation wasn't the same as other places. In other places, if you destroy a part of their strength, then their strength would decline. But in the Freedom Alliance, as long as Zhao Hai was fine, then all of their plans would be useless. What they didn't expect was that all of their plans were being monitored by Zhao Hai. Originally, the Heavenly Sword sect's headquarters was heavily guarded, making it impossible for Zhao Hai to spy on them. But this time, Zhao Hai placed some liquid silver dust on Lu Wushuang and the others, allowing them to secretly bring it to the Heavenly Sword sect's headquarters. Because of this, the Heavenly Sword sect's headquarters was now under Zhao Hai's surveillance. Naturally, their discussion couldn't be hidden from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and looked at Xianxia and the others on the monitor. His mouth couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile. The methods of the 9 major sects were within his expectations. To be honest, he was somewhat disappointed with the 9 major sects. They had dominated the cultivation realm for too long, making them too arrogant. Even when dealing with people, they didn't know how to change their methods. Laura sat beside Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you told Elder Brother and the others about us. Do you want to take us with you?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "You've been staying inside the space all this time. You can only know about the outside world through the monitor. Because of this, I want to take you out. I want you to appear in the outside world and let everyone know about you." Laura looked at Zhao Hai, then she gently leaned on Zhao Hai and said, "As long as we can stay by your side, it doesn't matter where we are. In fact, we like to stay inside the space. This is our world. We can do whatever we want. It's better to stay inside the space." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "After you go out, you can stay inside the Hell King's ship. If you want to enter the space, you can return to the Hell King's ship's cabin. If you want to go out, you can go out." Laura nodded, then she looked at the monitor and said, "Brother Hai, what about them? How are you going to deal with them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Since they've delivered themselves to my door, it would be a waste not to take advantage of them." Lei Bujing was slowly able to see his surroundings. He had just appeared in the Black Tiger Gang's teleportation formation. This time, he was here on Xianxuya's orders. To be honest, he didn't like this task but he had no choice but to come. Lei Bujing looked around and realized that he was in a cave, a huge cave. There were many teleportation portals carved into the cave, and there were people going in and out of those portals. No one gave him a second glance. While he was looking around, a voice suddenly said, "Mister, you look very unfamiliar. What business do you have with the Black Tiger Gang?" Lei Bujing looked over and saw a cultivator standing not far from his teleportation formation. The cultivator was looking at him with a smile on his face. Lei Bujing also had a smile on his face as he said, "This one is the Sky Sword sect's Lei Bujing. I'm here on the orders of the sect master to pay a visit to the Black Tiger Gang's gang leader." The reason why Xianxia sent Lei Bujing to the Black Tiger Gang was because of this characteristic of Lei Bujing. No matter when, Lei Bujing was always smiling. He was nicknamed the Spring Breeze Swordsman because his smile always gave people the feeling of a spring breeze. However, people who knew him knew that he wasn't a good person. He was a pure smiling tiger. When the Black Tiger Gang cultivator heard Lei Bujing say that he was from the Sky Sword sect, his expression changed. He squinted his eyes and said, "You're from the Sky Sword sect?" Lei Bujing looked at the Black Tiger Gang cultivator and knew that the other party was hostile towards him. However, he still smiled and said, "Yes, this one is here on the orders of the sect master to pay a visit to gang leader Zhang Feng." At this moment, Lei Bujing suddenly felt his surroundings become quiet. He glanced around and surprise flashed through his eyes. He could see that the Black Tiger Gang's teleportation array was open to outsiders. Cultivators from other sects weren't the only ones coming in and out of this place. When he said that he was from the Sky Sword sect, those cultivators showed hostility towards him. This was something that Lei Bujing didn't expect. Of course, Lei Bujing didn't know that after Lu Wushuang and the others left, Zhang Feng had already told the sect masters of the smaller sects of the Freedom Alliance about the 9 great sects' orders to the Freedom Alliance and the attack on him. When the sect masters of the smaller sects heard this news, they were in an uproar. They didn't expect things to turn out this way. The strongest faction in the Freedom Alliance was the Black Tiger Gang. Not only did the 9 great sects directly issue orders to the Black Tiger Gang, they even dared to attack the Black Tiger Gang's leader. Just how arrogant was this? What would they do if it was them? The sect masters of the smaller sects immediately thought of this matter. In the end, they understood one thing. If it was them, the 9 great sects wouldn't be polite. When they thought of this, the sect masters of the smaller sects almost simultaneously sent a letter to the Black Tiger Gang. Although the Black Tiger Gang dominated the Freedom Alliance and they had to submit to the Black Tiger Gang, the Black Tiger Gang was very fair in doing things. Even if they were a little aggressive at times, they were still 1,000 times better than the 9 great sects. They didn't want the Freedom Alliance to submit to the 9 great sects. Therefore, they sent a letter to the Black Tiger Gang to express their support. Moreover, this matter had spread throughout the entire Freedom Alliance in the shortest time possible. The Freedom Alliance was formed by a few small sections. In the past, they were often suppressed by the large sects, so they were already somewhat hostile towards the large sections. In addition to this matter, the entire Freedom Alliance's hostility towards the 9 large sects had reached its peak. Under such circumstances, the cultivators of the Freedom Alliance naturally wouldn't give Lei Bujing any face when he said that he was from the Sky Sword sect. Lei Bujing naturally didn't know about this. He noticed that the cultivators were hostile towards him. He thought that it was because of the matter with Lu Wushuang and the others. He didn't think much about it and the smile on his face didn't change. The Black Tiger Gang cultivator looked at Lei Bujing and coldly snorted, "Our Black Tiger Gang has nothing to say to the 9 great sects. Please leave." Lei Bujing couldn't help but stare. However, the smile on his face didn't change. He just smiled and said, "Mister, I'm here to visit Sect Master Zhang. It doesn't seem right for you to send me back. I'll have to trouble you to inform him." When the Black Tiger Gang cultivator heard Lei Bujing's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. While he was hesitating, a voice was heard, "Take him to see senior brother." "I'm also going to see him." Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw Zhao Hai standing outside the teleportation plaza. He was looking at Lei Bujing with a smile. When the cultivators of the Freedom Alliance saw Zhao Hai, they immediately saluted Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, Martial Uncle, Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Busy yourselves. This must be Elder Lei of the Sky Sword sect. Please follow me." Lei Bujing had already recognized Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such high prestige in the eyes of the cultivators here. He quickly bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Lei Bujing greets Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be polite. Let's go." Then he turned around and walked inside. Lei Bujing quickly followed. However, a trace of haze could be seen in his eyes. In the past, whenever Lei Bujing went to a sect, the people there would always be respectful towards him. Even when he went to the other sects of the 9 great sects, they would still be polite to him. However, no matter what he did, they would always use the word please. Nobody was like Zhao Hai who directly asked him to follow him. In Lei Bujing's view, this was an insult from Zhao Hai. Lei Bujing didn't think about Zhao Hai's status. He had more than 1,000 immortal stage undead. Why would he be polite to a transcending tribulation expert? Moreover, this Lei Bujing was a cultivator of the Sky Sword sect. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't need to be polite to him. Before long, the two arrived at Zhang Feng's study. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he turned to Lei Bujing and said, "Elder Lei, please wait for a moment. I'll go in and announce your arrival." Lei Bujing had a smile on his face as he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "I'll have to trouble Mr." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he cupped his fist towards Lei Bujing. Then he walked towards Zhang Feng's study and opened the door. At the same time, he loudly said, "Senior brother, are you here?" When Lei Bujing saw Zhao Hai's actions, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes narrowed. He now had a new understanding of Zhao Hai's status in the Black Tiger Gang. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a high status in the Black Tiger Gang. He could even enter Zhang Feng's study. After Zhao Hai entered Zhang Feng's study, he closed the door and said, "Senior brother, I brought that fellow. This time, we must make him pay." In any case, the 9 great sects are prepared to deal with the heavenly demon realm before dealing with us. At this time, they would most likely agree to our conditions. Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "Right, we should extort them and collect some interest first. If they really dare to deal with us in the future, then we'll make them pay with interest." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The 9 great sects must have accumulated a lot of good things over the years. As long as they dare to deal with us, then their good things will be ours. When the time comes, the Black Tiger Gang will be able to use those things to develop rapidly and become the #1 sect in the cultivation world." Zhang Feng's eyes flashed as he muttered, "#1 sect in the cultivation world? Good. If such a day really comes, then I, Zhang Feng, will be willing to die." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "You won't die. Senior brother, let's see that fellow." Zhang Feng nodded. Zhao Hai stood up and opened the door. Then he said to Lei Bujing, "Elder Lei, please come in. The leader wants to see you." Lei Bujing cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before entering Zhang Feng's study. After entering Zhang Feng's study, Lei Bujing saw Zhang Feng sitting behind the desk. Lei Bujing immediately bowed and said, "Lei Bujing greets Leader Zhang. Long live Leader Zhang." Zhang Feng chuckled and quickly said, "Elder Lei is too polite. Please take a seat." Lei Bujing stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhang Feng, "Thank you for taking a seat." After Lei Bujing sat down, Zhang Feng looked at him and said, "Elder Lei, may I know why you've come to the Black Tiger Gang?" Lei Bujing cupped his fist towards Zhang Feng and said, "This time, I'm here to apologize to Leader Zhang. Last time, Elder Liu and the others completely misunderstood the sect leader's intentions. That's why they were disrespectful to Leader Zhang. The sect leader has already punished them. I hope that Leader Zhang will be magnanimous and not be calculated with them." Not waiting for Zhang Feng to speak, Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "You came to my Black Tiger Gang, yet you still want to kill my Black Tiger Gang's leader. The 9 great sects are really overbearing." Lei Bujing quickly said, "Mister, please calm down. This matter is indeed our fault. I hope that Mister will forgive us." Lei Bujing had always kept a low profile. As the saying goes, one doesn't slap a smiling face. Ordinary people really couldn't do anything to him. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "All right, Little Hai. You don't have to make things difficult for Elder Lei. Let's forget about this matter. Elder Lei, you didn't come here specifically to apologize, did you? Let's get down to business." Lei Bujing immediately said, "Yes, Leader Zhang. This time, I'm here on the orders of the 9 great sects sect leaders. On behalf of the 9 great sects sect leaders, I'm here to request the Freedom Alliance to jointly deal with the Sky Demon Army." Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? Requesting the Freedom Alliance to send troops? What good will that do for us? The Sky Demon Army doesn't dare to come to the Freedom Alliance's domain anymore. There's no need for us to fight to the death with the Sky Demon Army." Lei Bujing immediately said, "Boss Zhang, you're wrong. The Heavenly Devil Army invaded the world of cultivators not just to occupy the territory of the world of cultivators. Their ultimate goal is the great evaluation of the Leaping Dragon realm. I think Boss Zhang must know about it. If the Heavenly Devil Army is still in the territory of the world of cultivators when the great evaluation of the Leaping Dragon realm is held, the people of the Leaping Dragon Realm will very likely cancel the qualification of the world of cultivators to enter the Leaping Dragon Realm and hand it over to the Heavenly Devil Army. That would be a loss for the entire world of cultivators. Zhang Feng looked at Lei Bujing and sneered, "Of course I know about the Leap Dragon Realm. But what does the Leap Dragon Realm have to do with the Black Tiger Gang and the Freedom Alliance? The Black Tiger Gang and the Freedom Alliance have produced a lot of immortal experts in recent years. But how many years has it been since someone entered the Leap Dragon Realm? The Leap Dragon Realm is just a private property of the 9 great sections. What does it have to do with us? Why should we risk our lives for the private property of the 9 great sects?" As soon as Lei Bujing heard Zhang Feng, he quickly replied, "Leader Zhang, I know that the 9 major sects have been overbearing in the past. However, Leader Zhang should also understand that in the cultivation world, nobody would be afraid of you if you weren't overbearing. If you weren't overbearing, then the 9 major sects wouldn't have developed to this point. If you're strong enough, then you can be as overbearing as the 9 major sects. Now that the Freedom Alliance's strength has been recognized by the 9 major sects, the Sect Master said that the Freedom Alliance and the 9 major sects will have the right to send people to the Leap Dragon Realm at any time. What do you think?" Zhang Feng looked at Lei Bujing. To be honest, he really admired Lei Bujing. Lei Bujing's words might seem unreasonable and overbearing, but this was how it was in the cultivation world. If you weren't overbearing, then nobody would be afraid of you. If the Black Tiger Gang wasn't overbearing, then they wouldn't be able to sit in their current position. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "What you said isn't wrong. However, it's impossible for me to dispatch troops with empty words. If the Freedom Alliance dispatches troops, then they must be elites. Every one of them will suffer heavy losses. If you want the Freedom Alliance to dispatch troops, then we can. However, you'll have to give us something in exchange." Lei Bujing stared, then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "What does Leader Zhang want?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and a jade slip fell into Lei Bujing's hand. Lei Bujing took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then his expression changed. Lei Bujing discovered that the jade slip was filled with supplies. The quantity of these supplies was very large. There were even some heavenly treasures. Although the Sky Sword sect could take out these things, the quantity was too large. Lei Bujing couldn't make the decision. Lei Bujing was also a scheming person. He maintained the smile on his face as he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Leader Zhang, the amount of things you want is too large. I can't make the decision. Leader Zhang, please give me some time. I'll have to send a letter to the sect master." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Of course. But Elder Lei, I'm not asking for these things from your Heavenly Sword sect, but from the 9 great sections. I'm not asking for your Heavenly Sword sect alone. I'll tell you clearly, when these things are delivered to me, I'll send my troops." Lei Bujing stood up and cupped his fists at Zhang Feng. "If that's the case, I'll take my leave first." Zhang Feng nodded, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, help me see Elder Lei out." Zhao Hai complied, then stood up and said to Lei Bujing, "Elder Lei, please." Lei Bujing cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai, then cupped his fists towards Zhang Feng before turning to leave. Zhao Hai escorted Lei Bujing to the door of the study before saying to him, "Elder Lei, I have already ordered someone to arrange a cave residence for you. Please come with me." Lei Bujing shook his head and said, "Thank you for Mister's good intentions. But this matter is of great importance. I still have to report it to the sect master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I won't keep Elder Lei here any longer." Elder Lei, actually, Elder Lei, eldest senior brother had no choice but to ask for these things. The Freedom Alliance is different from the 9 great sections. When the Freedom Alliance first invited the smaller sects to join, they said that they could come and go as they please. Although the Freedom Alliance's situation has stabilized, the Black Tiger Gang hasn't reached the point where we can do whatever we want. At this time, the Freedom Alliance only has the First Legion, about 5 million people. However, the First Legion doesn't belong to the Black Tiger Gang, there are also people from other sections. Every time there is a war, the other sects would jump out and criticize the Freedom Alliance. If we don't give them some benefits, then they wouldn't agree. Because of this, eldest senior brother had no choice but to ask Elder Lei for these things. "Elder Lei, please don't be offended. Lei Bujing smiled and said, Mr. is thinking too much. Please rest assured, I will certainly report this matter to the sect. By the time they reached the teleportation formation plaza, Lei Bujing had already entered the teleportation formation. With a flash of white light, he disappeared into the formation. Looking at Lei Bujing's disappearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. His words were just to give the 9 great sects a way out and make them obediently hand over the things. The 9 great sects wanted to save face. Zhao Hai did this to comfort them. At the same time, he was also sending a false message to the 9 great sections. He wanted them to think that the Freedom Alliance wasn't completely under the control of the Black Tiger Gang. Lei Bujing appeared in the transmission formation of the Sky Sword sect. Although he still had a smile on his face, his eyes were cold. Naturally, he couldn't completely believe Zhao Hai's words. However, it wasn't a matter of whether he believed it or not. They had to ask the Freedom Alliance for help. Lei Bujing was almost certain that when Zhang Feng's jade slip was sent to the sect master would certainly be furious. But in the end, he would still agree to the other party's request. All these years, the 9 great sects could do whatever they wanted to the small sections. If they wanted the small sects to dispatch troops, they only needed to send a jade sword message and none of the small sects would dare to disobey. But now, they had to beg for help in a humble manner. Moreover, they were being blackmailed by the opposite party. This kind of thing had never happened in the 9 great sections. But today, it happened. This was the biggest shame of the 9 great sections. Lei Bujing was also a member of the 9 great sections. Although he had a smile on his face and kept a low profile, he still had the pride of a member of the 9 great sections. He didn't think that the Black Tiger Gang would dare to do this. How could the 9 great sects endure this? Lei Bujing arrived outside the conference room of the Sky Sword sect and said, Sect Master, Lei Bujing requests an audience. Jian Wuya's voice came from the conference room, Bujing, you're back. Come in. Lei Bujing nodded and entered the conference room. When he saw that the sect masters of the 9 great sects were present, he quickly saluted them. Jian Wuya looked at Lei Bujing and said, Bujing, how did it go? Lei Bujing shook his head and said, Sect Master, the Black Tiger Gang agreed to send troops. But in addition to allowing their people to enter the Leap Dragon realm, they also have another condition. Then Lei Bujing took out a jade slip and handed it over to Jian Wuya. Jian Wuya waved his hand and the jade slip appeared in his hand. He scanned the jade slip with his spiritual force. Then his expression changed and he said with an ashen face, Zhang Feng wants these things? Lei Bujing nodded and said, yes. Lei Bujing said that if we don't give him these things, they won't send troops. They will send troops as soon as the things are delivered. Jian Wuya smashed the small table in front of him with a palm. He clenched his teeth and said, that bastard is bullying me. I will kill him. Jiao Hualong and the others looked at Jian Wuya in confusion. Jian Wuya waved his hand and the jade slip appeared in Jiao Hualong's hand. After Jiao Hualong read the contents of the jade slip, his face turned ashen. Then he passed it to the others. After the others saw it, their expressions didn't look good. This was clearly extortion. The 9 great sects had never encountered such a situation. It would be strange if their expressions were good. The abbot coldly snorted and said, the Black Tiger Gang really thinks of themselves as important people. Do they really think that we don't dare to provoke them? Lei Bujing looked at the sect masters and said, Zhao Hai also told me that although the Freedom Alliance has been unified, the Black Tiger Gang isn't the only one in charge. They want these things to be given to the other sects so that the other sects wouldn't oppose them. Lei Bujing looked at the sect masters and said, Zhao Hai also told me that although the Freedom Alliance has been unified, the Black Tiger Gang isn't the only one in charge. Upon hearing Lei Bujing, the sect masters couldn't help but stare. Although the anger on their faces lessened, it didn't completely disappear. They knew that Zhao Hai was just comforting them. But the sad thing was that even though they knew that it was a lie, they had no choice but to treat it as the truth. Jian Wuya let out a long breath and said, give it to them. Just these things are enough to make the Freedom Alliance send troops to fight to the death for us. This is worth it. Humph, in any case, after we capture the Sky Devil clan, these things will still be ours. What's there to be afraid of? Jiao Hualong fiercely said, "We can't let your Sky Sword sect pay for these things alone. Our Myriad Demon sect will also pay for it. I'll get someone to prepare it." After he said that, he took out a jade sword message and sent it out. The other sect masters did the same. Jian Wuya turned to Lei Bujing and said, "Bujing, I've wronged you. The Black Tiger Gang must have given you a lot of trouble, right? But since this matter has been handed over to you, then you can do as little as possible. After the things are delivered, go to the Black Tiger Gang. You must make them send troops as soon as possible." Lei Bujing nodded and said, "Yes, sect master." Jian Wuya waved his hand and Lei Bujing turned around and left. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting in Zhang Feng's study. He smiled at Zhang Feng and said, "Eldest senior brother, what are you going to do with those things after they are delivered?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "I've already sent a letter to the other sect masters. They will be here in a moment. If we want to do something, we have to do it openly. We can't give the 9 great sects any chance. I want to show them how many things the 9 great sects have delivered. This will save us some trouble in the future." When Zhao Hai heard Zhang Feng, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Eldest senior brother is really thoughtful. Haha, good. Everyone is here." When these fellows heard that there are benefits, they all ran away. "Eldest senior brother, let's go to the conference hall." Zhang Feng nodded. The two stood up and walked towards the conference hall. There were already a lot of people sitting in the hall. These people were the sect masters of various sections. When they saw the two arrive, they stood up and saluted them. Zhang Feng nodded. The two of them stood up and saluted. After Zhang Feng returned the salute, he said, "Everyone, please take a seat. When everyone is here, I have something to say." Everyone sat down. One of the sect masters looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Alliance master, what's the matter?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "It's nothing much. It's just that the Sky Sword sect has sent people to ask us to help them deal with the Sky Devil race's army. Today, I called everyone here for this matter." When everyone heard Zhang Feng, they turned silent. To be honest, these sect masters were very conflicted about whether or not they should send troops to help the Sky Sword sect. They were unwilling to send troops. But if they didn't send troops, they could only watch the Sky Devil army run rampant. At this time, the sect masters of other sects arrived one after another. They also knew from the mouths of the other sect masters why Zhang Feng called them here. Their complexions were not very good. Before long, everyone arrived. Seeing that everyone was here, Zhang Feng opened his mouth and said, "All right, since everyone is here, let's get down to business. The Sky Sword sect sent people to me in hopes that we can send troops to deal with the Sky Devil army. Once the Sky Devil army is driven back to the Sky Devil realm, our Freedom Alliance's immortal experts will be able to enter the Leap Dragon realm just like the 9 great sections." As soon as Zhang Feng said this, the sect masters couldn't sit still. One must know that this condition was very attractive. The reason they didn't want to send troops to help the 9 great sects was because the 9 great sects have been controlling the way to enter the Leap Dragon realm. This made them unwilling. If the 9 great sects can really let their immortal experts enter the Leap Dragon realm, then driving away the Sky Devil army would be a benefit to them. Naturally, they wouldn't oppose sending troops. Zhang Feng looked at these people and couldn't help but shake his head. These small sects were too short-sighted. Just a little bit of benefit was enough to make them go away. Zhang Feng coughed softly and said, "Everyone, calm down. I haven't finished speaking." The sect master slowly calmed down as they looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at these people and said, "Although entering the Leap Dragon realm is good for all of us, those benefits are in the future. Right now, the 9 major sects are begging us. Naturally, we can't easily agree to their request. Therefore, I have a condition for the 9 major sects. As long as they agree to this condition, then I will agree to send troops. This is my condition. Everyone, take a look." Then Zhang Feng took out a pile of jade slips and handed them over to these people. Zhang Feng had already prepared these jade slips. These jade slips were the same as the one he gave Lei Bujing. The contents were also the same. He had prepared so many jade slips for all the sect masters to see. The sects received the jade slips and looked at the contents. Their expressions were very interesting. After some time, one of the sects put down the jade slips and turned to Zhang Feng, Alliance Lord. Is this okay? How can the 9 great sects accept such a condition? Zhang Feng smiled and said, they will accept it. Don't forget that they're the ones begging us. Ha ha ha. Everyone, isn't it better to make the 9 great sects obediently hand over their things? We've been angered by the 9 great sects for so many years. This time, we must vent our anger. Everyone, this is the strength of the Freedom Alliance. Ha ha ha. The sects looked at Zhang Feng, who was laughing. Their hearts were shaken for a while before they managed to react. Then, an indescribable feeling appeared in their hearts. Slowly, this feeling turned into excitement. This excitement made them laugh unconsciously. For a while, the entire conference hall was filled with laughter. Lei Bujing appeared in the teleportation array of the Black Tiger Gang. As soon as he appeared, he felt that the atmosphere was very strange. This was because the teleportation array of the Black Tiger Gang was surrounded by a lot of people. Lei Bujing looked at these people in confusion. He realized that they were all looking at him with smiles on their faces, as if they were waiting for him. Most importantly, there were people from various sects, not just the Black Tiger Gang. Lei Bujing looked at these people in confusion. When he first came to the Black Tiger Gang, these people were very hostile towards him. Why were they treating him so well now? Lei Bujing naturally didn't know that he had become a rich fool in the eyes of these people. Not only was he a rich fool, but he was also the representative of the 9 great sections. These cultivators wanted to see how the 9 great sects would bow their heads to them. When Zhang Feng and the other sect masters talked about extorting the 9 great sects, the news quickly spread throughout the Freedom Union. Many cultivators from the Freedom Union came to the Black Tiger Gang's base to watch the show. They were here to see Lei Bujing. These small sects had been bullied by the 9 great sects all these years. Now that they had a chance to see the 9 great sects get slapped in the face, how could they let it go? Therefore, the Black Tiger Gang's base in the Raging Flame Valley was very lively. Lei Bujing didn't know what these people wanted. However, he still maintained his smile and said to a cultivator of the Black Tiger Gang, Mister, I have something important to discuss with Sect Master Zhang. I'll have to trouble you to report it to him. The cultivator of the Black Tiger Gang looked at Lei Bujing with a playful smile. However, he still said, Mister, there's no need to be so polite. Sect Master is already waiting for you in the conference room. Please follow me. After saying that, he led Lei Bujing into the base. The more they walked into the Black Tiger Gang's base, the more curious Lei Bujing became. He found that there were a lot of cultivators from other sects in the Black Tiger Gang's base. These people seemed to be looking at him, which made him a little confused. Lei Bujing soon arrived at the door of the conference room. The Black Tiger Gang cultivator who led him here shouted, Gang Master, Elder Lei Bujing requests an audience. Zhang Feng's voice was heard, please. The cultivator turned to Lei Bujing and said, Elder Lei, please. Lei Bujing cupped his fists towards the man before entering the conference room. As soon as he entered the conference room, Lei Bujing was stunned. This was because he discovered that there were actually so many people sitting in the conference room. He looked at these people in confusion and soon discovered that these people were actually the sect masters of the other sects of the Freedom Alliance. This discovery shocked Lei Bujing while a trace of killing intent flashed through Xianxia's eyes. Lei Bujing thought that Zhang Feng wouldn't share the items with the other sects and would keep most of them for herself. Therefore, he didn't expect to meet the elders of the other sects in the meeting room. This surprised him. However, he was also a smart person, and after thinking about it, he understood why the cultivators outside were looking at him with those eyes. Zhang Feng's actions were clearly a slap in the face of the 9 major sects. This Zhang Feng really had a vicious heart. Lei Bujing knew that after today, the 9 great sects' prestige in the hearts of these small sects would completely disappear. The small sect sphere of the 9 great sects would also disappear. Lei Bujing felt a burst of bitterness in his heart. He knew very well that the reason why the 9 great sects were able to suppress the smaller sects was because of their valiant strength and ruthless means. However, Zhang Feng had used this move to break the 9 great sects' prestige and let the smaller sects understand that the 9 great sects would also bow their heads. Most importantly, Lei Bujing knew that their follow-up plan wouldn't be able to be carried out. Before, Zhao Hai told him that the Freedom Alliance wasn't dominated by the Black Tiger Gang. Lei Bujing believed this a little. Therefore, he also told Zhao Hai that after the Freedom Alliance dispatched their troops, they would tell all the small sects about the Black Tiger Gang. This was because he believed that the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't give everything to the small sections. If the small sects didn't give anything to the small sects, then the 9 great sects would be able to make use of them. When the small sects knew that the Black Tiger Gang was greedy, they would have a grudge against the Black Tiger Gang. When the time comes, the 9 great sects would use this opportunity to win over the Black Tiger Gang. But now, Zhang Feng had invited the sect masters of the various sections. Clearly, she wanted the sect masters of the various sects to see the distribution of the items. This way, the sect masters of the various sects wouldn't be able to say anything. The 9 great sects arrangements would be wasted. After thinking about this, Lei Bujing couldn't help but feel resentful. He didn't expect Zhang Feng to be so scheming. No wonder she was able to become the Black Tiger Gang's leader at such a young age. Zhang Feng looked at Lei Bujing and smiled faintly. Then she said, "Elder Lei, I wonder if the 9 great sects agree to my conditions? If they don't, then there's no need for you to say anything. Please return. You can come back when you've fulfilled my conditions." Lei Bujing took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Don't worry, Sect Master Zhang. Our Sect Master has already agreed to your conditions. These are the things Sect Master Zhang wants." Then Lei Bujing took out a few interspatial rings and handed them over to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng waved his hand and the space rings flew into his hand. He scanned them with his spiritual force and nodded, "Good. Then I'll have to thank Sect Master Jian. Please let us go. Our Freedom Alliance will send troops as soon as possible." While saying that, Zhang Feng handed the space rings to the sect master beside him. The sect master took the interspatial rings and scanned them with his spiritual force. Then he nodded with a happy expression and handed the interspatial rings to the others. At this moment, Zhang Feng said to Lei Bujing, "Elder Lei, please take a rest. We'll prepare to send troops. I guarantee that we won't delay the 9 great sections." Lei Bujing knew that there was no point in staying here. He cupped his fist towards Zhang Feng and turned around to leave. When he reached the door, the Black Tiger Gang led him to a place to rest. After Lei Bujing left, Zhang Feng turned to the sect leaders of the various sects and said, "Everyone, I told you that the 9 great sects would agree. Now that the items are here, the Black Tiger Gang won't hide anything. Since all of your disciples are in the First Legion, we'll distribute the items according to the number of disciples each sect has in the First Legion. Does anyone have any objections?" The sect masters shook their heads. What objections could they have? If it wasn't for Zhang Feng, they wouldn't have gotten anything. Now that there were so many things, what objections could they have? Seeing that no one had any objections, Zhang Feng nodded and said, "All right, it's good that no one has any objections. Now, let's divide the spoils. After we divide the spoils, don't forget to give a portion to Little Hai. Let Little Hai give it to the people of the First Legion. This time, we've gotten a lot of benefits, naturally we won't treat them badly." The sect masters of the various sects also nodded. The cultivation world was a very realistic place. Even the disciples of the various sects were the same. What kind of contribution they made to the sect would reward them accordingly. Otherwise, how could they let the disciples work hard for the sect in the future? The distribution went very smoothly. The number of people in the First Legion and the number of people in the various sects, Zhao Hai knew all of this. Naturally, no one would take more or less. Before long, the things were distributed. After that, the sect masters took out another portion and gave it to Zhao Hai. After receiving the things, Zhao Hai cupped his fist to the sect masters and said, "Everyone, I'll be returning to the First Legion to prepare for the deployment." Then he cupped his fist to Zhang Feng before his figure flashed and disappeared. After Zhang Feng sent the sect masters away, he returned to his study and called Hu Liangchen and Han Ren over. After the two arrived, Zhang Feng turned to the two and said, "Uncle Hu, Uncle Han, now we've completely fallen out with the 9 great sects. The 9 great sects won't deal with us in order to deal with the heavenly demon realm. But as long as the heavenly demon army is repelled, they will certainly turn around and deal with us. We need to prepare early. Xianxia nodded, then he said, I've already thought about this day. Zhao Hai is going to fight the heavenly demon army. As long as the heavenly demon army is repelled, the 9 great sects would certainly make their move. If they keep Zhao Hai busy outside, then they would send people to attack the base. This would be troublesome. We need to prepare in advance. Hanren nodded and said, right, we need to prepare in advance. Although Zhao Hai is strong, he has a weakness. He needs to bring all of his undead with him. This way, the sect's guards will be weakened. If the 9 great sects really attack, then it would be troublesome. When Zhang Feng heard Hanren, the strange expression on his face disappeared. Zhang Feng was very clear that Zhao Hai's undead didn't necessarily need to stay by his side. When the Black Tiger Elder joined the Black Tiger Gang, Zhao Hai also left the 5 color-changing elders in the Raging Fire Valley to deter the Black Turtle. It was just that very few people knew about this matter. Now that they had fallen out with the 9 great sects, how could Zhao Hai not have a backup plan? Zhang Feng knew that Zhao Hai didn't only have 1,000 immortal stage undead. In the previous war, more than 1 or 2 immortal stage experts fell. With Zhao Hai's personality, how could he let go of so many immortal stage experts? It was certain that Zhao Hai had a lot of immortal stage experts in his hands. If the 9 great sects wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, then they would need to leave most of their immortal stage experts to deal with Zhao Hai. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhao Hai. But if that's the case, then the 9 great sects wouldn't be able to send a lot of troops to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. If Zhao Hai left some immortal stage undead in the Black Tiger Gang, then the 9 great sects would suffer a loss. After thinking about this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. He believed that Zhao Hai would do this because he understood Zhao Hai. Zhang Feng's thoughts weren't wrong. Zhao Hai had indeed made arrangements for the Black Tiger Gang. Just as Zhang Feng thought, Zhao Hai had more than 1,000 undead. Besides Hu Dawei and the others, Zhao Hai had Kai'er take care of the rest of his immortal undead. Kai'er would send them to support the Black Tiger Gang if necessary. Zhao Hai didn't have any immortal undead. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the 100 Flower Valley's 1st Legion. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai immediately called the representatives of the various sects to the Hell King's ship's conference room. During this time, the 1st Legion had been resting in the 100 Flower Valley. At the same time, the 1st Legion needed to be properly trained. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have the 1st Legion take any action. Instead, he had the veterans train the new recruits every day. To be honest, some of the veterans in the 1st Legion weren't as strong as the new recruits. After all, the new recruits were experts from the various sections. Each one of them wasn't weak. However, in the 1st Legion, Zhao Hai's words were like an imperial edict. Nobody dared to violate them, not even the new recruits. This was because they had seen Zhao Hai's might. They knew that even if Zhao Hai killed them, their sects wouldn't turn against Zhao Hai. This was because their sects didn't have the courage to do so. If they did, then their sects would be destroyed by Zhao Hai. It can be said that besides the 9 major sects, no other sect dared to challenge Zhao Hai. Even the 9 major sects didn't dare to challenge Zhao Hai alone. They could only join forces. Because of this, the 1st Legion's training went very smoothly. No cultivator dared to make irresponsible remarks. They knew that Zhao Hai wasn't someone they could afford to offend. When the representatives of the various sects appeared in the Hell King's ship's conference room, they couldn't help but stare. This was because in addition to Zhao Hai, there were also several women. Each of these women was a peerless beauty. They were quietly standing behind Zhao Hai as they whispered to each other from time to time. Although the representatives of the various sects felt strange, they didn't say anything. They were cultivators with hearts as hard as stone. Even if these women were beautiful, it was impossible to shake their hearts. Zhao Hai waited for everyone to arrive before he said, "First, let me introduce you. These are my wives. They can also be said to be from the 1st Legion. It's just that you haven't seen them before." When Zhao Hai said this, everyone stared. These people looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "I'm not afraid to tell you that my wives aren't very strong. However, their commanding ability is very formidable. In the previous battles, the 1st Legion was commanded by them. But in order to make it easier for them to command, they used my voice. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not afraid to tell you. When Zhao Hai said this, the people below couldn't help but buzz. They didn't expect that the ones commanding them would be Zhao Hai's wives. Zhao Hai looked at these people and said, quiet down. What's wrong with my wife's commanding? Let me tell you, in battle, even I have to listen to my wives. What's there to quarrel about? Everyone shrunk their necks and didn't make any noise. They also understood that whoever was commanding would be Zhao Hai's subordinates. They didn't have any right to speak. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at everyone and said, the first thing is to introduce my wives to everyone. In the future, they will be by my side. Their words are my words. If anyone dares to disobey, then don't blame me for being impolite. The cultivators nodded and said, yes, Legion Commander. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction, then he continued, the second thing is a good thing. Everyone should know that the 9 great sects actually sent people to the Freedom Alliance to ask for help. But don't think that these things have nothing to do with you. In 2 days, the First Legion will be heading to the front lines to fight against the Sky Demon race. Don't count on me, my undead can't be used all the time. Because of some reasons, I can't release my undead all the time. Therefore, when the time comes, I'll still need to rely on you. The things that I extorted this time are for the First Legion to dispatch troops. Therefore, each of you will get a share. Remember, after you go back, divide these things equally among your group. If anyone dares to be greedy and I find out, I won't be polite. Zhao Hai nodded with a satisfied expression, then he continued, the second thing is a good thing. The cultivators didn't think that there would be such a good thing. They were able to obtain so many good things for no reason. Each and every one of them had a happy expression on their faces as they looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and couldn't help but smile. Then he smiled and said, look at you all. Come and get your things. After you get your things, go back immediately. After you distribute the things, have everyone get ready. We'll be leaving at any time. The cultivators complied and immediately lined up to get their things. Zhao Hai had already stored the things inside his space bag, so it didn't take long for them to get their things. After getting their things, Zhao Hai waved his hand and had the cultivators leave. Zhao Hai had confidence in these people. After a long period of training, although they weren't elite troops, they were still elites in the cultivation realm. When Laura and the others saw that the cultivators had left, they immediately surrounded Zhao Hai. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, can you tell them that we're in command? Will they agree? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, I'm here. There's no reason for them to disagree. Laura and the others didn't say anything. They knew that in the cultivation realm, there weren't many people who would dare to offend Zhao Hai. The First Legion didn't dare to offend Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai replied, we need to be more careful when we send troops to deal with the Sky Demons. Not only do we need to guard against the Sky Demons' counterattack, we also need to guard against the 9 great sections. The 9 great sects aren't good people. If there's an opportunity, they wouldn't let us off. They would certainly make a move against us. Laura nodded and said, right, we've offended the 9 great sects this time. If they really want to deal with us, then we need to be careful. An arrow shot from the back is the most difficult thing to defend against. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, the First Legion was boiling with excitement. The cultivators of the First Legion didn't think that they would get so many good things. Although they were about to set off, they were still very excited. Zhao Hai only gave the cultivators 1 day to prepare. Then he had the cultivators board their large artifacts and set off towards the 10,000 Beast sect. Just as Zhao Hai was about to set off, Lei Bujing suddenly used the transmission formation to arrive at the First Legion. Although this surprised Zhao Hai, he didn't make things difficult for Lei Bujing. Lei Bujing was allowed to stay in the First Legion. Everyone in the First Legion boarded their large artifacts. This time, Zhao Hai didn't hide anything. He took out his large artifacts as well as his sword shuttles. These were things that he had in the 100 Flower Valley, so it was normal for him to take them out now. In any case, he had already exposed more than 1,000 immortal stage undead. Having more large artifacts wasn't a big deal. the army's advance wasn't slow. However, the distance between the 10,000 Beast sect and the 100 Flower Valley wasn't close. Even if they flew at full speed, it would still take them a few days to reach the 10,000 Beast sect. Since Zhao Hai and the others were going to support the 10,000 Beast sect, it was impossible for the Sky Demons to not know about it. In fact, the Sky Devil Realm's people had always been paying attention to the Freedom Alliance's situation. To the Sky Devil Realm's people, the Freedom Alliance's people were like fierce tigers lying beside their beds. They could pounce and eat them at any time. Because of this, the Sky Devil Realm's people arranged a large number of fast Sky Devils to monitor the Freedom Alliance. Because of this, when Zhao Hai sent his troops, the Sky Demons immediately knew about it. For them, this wasn't good news. The Sky Demons already knew about the enmity between the Freedom Alliance and the 9 Great Sections. They didn't need to worry about the Alliance and the 9 Great Sects working together to deal with them. This gave them an opportunity to deal with the Freedom Alliance and the 9 Great Sections. But now that the Freedom Alliance sent their troops, it meant that the Freedom Alliance had joined forces with the 9 Great Sections. This wasn't good news for the Sky Demons. The 9 Great Sects had nearly 1,000 immortal experts. Zhao Hai had more than 1,000 immortal stage undead. On the other hand, the Sky Demons only had about 1,000 immortal stage heavenly demons. In terms of immortal stage, the Sky Demons had already lost. And the number of immortal stage experts was the key to determining the direction of a war. When the Sky Demons heard that the Freedom Alliance had sent reinforcements to the 10,000 Beast sect, the entire Cultivation Realm's Sky Demon army immediately changed. All of the Sky Demons began to gather towards the 10,000 Beast sect. They completely gave up on attacking the other sects. When the people from the 9 Great Sects saw the Sky Demons' movements, they knew what they were planning. The Sky Demons wanted to gather their forces and fight the Cultivation Realm's army. They were stalling for time. As long as they could stay in the Cultivation Realm during the Leap Dragon Realm's 10,000-year evaluation, then they would have won. Because of this, the battle at the 10,000 Beast sect unknowingly became a decisive battle that would decide the direction of the two realms. The Sky Demon army that invaded the Cultivation Realm numbered more than 100 million, about 150 million. They didn't send the most troops to the Northern Strange Province. They only sent 20 million troops to the Central Holy Province and the Eastern Buddha Province. Those were the main battlegrounds of the Sky Demons. However, the Sky Demon Realm's plans failed because of Zhao Hai's appearance. In the end, they had no choice but to place the main battlefield in the Northern Strange Province. This was something that the Sky Demons didn't expect when they first invaded the Cultivation Realm. The 9 Great Sects also began to gather their forces towards the 10,000 Beast sect. The total number of troops sent by the 9 Great Sects was no less than 130 million. In front of an army of 10 million, the Freedom Alliance's 5 million troops were too small. However, nobody dared to underestimate them. This was because there was a man called Zhao Hai in their ranks. Jian Wuya was sitting in the conference room of the Myriad Demon sect. Aside from the sect masters of the 9 Great Sects, there were also Zhao Hai and some other cultivators present. Most of these cultivators were sect masters of small sects, but there was no sect master of the Freedom Alliance. Now that the cultivation world was about to enter the final battle with the Sky Devil clan, Jian Wuya didn't trust anyone else. Therefore, he had to personally come. The sect masters of the other sects also had the same intention. Therefore, there were many sect masters present in the conference room of the Myriad Demon sect. However, the one sitting in the main seat wasn't Jian Wuya, but Jiao Hualong. After all, this was the Myriad Demon sect, and the Myriad Demon sect was one of the 9 Great Sects on par with the Skysword sect. In the Skysword sect, the one sitting in the main seat was naturally Jian Wuya. But in the Myriad Demon sect, the one sitting in the main seat was naturally Jiao Hualong. Among these people, Zhao Hai's position was very interesting. His position was right behind the sect masters of the 9 Great Sections. From this point, it could be seen that the sect masters of the 9 Great Sects had already regarded Zhao Hai as their equal. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He was just curiously looking at the sect masters of the 9 Great Sections. He could see that although the 9 Great Sects were very powerful, suppressing the small sects under their banner and gaining control of the armies of the 9 Great Sects, those small sects weren't very confident in the 9 great sections. Therefore, at this critical moment, those small sects would come to watch. They were afraid that the 9 great sects would use their people as cannon fodder. From this point of view, the 9 great sects' control over their armies was probably below that of the Freedom Alliance. The most important reason for this was probably because the 9 great sects were too overbearing and unscrupulous. Previously, they had suppressed the smaller sects too ruthlessly, causing the smaller sects to unconsciously develop a sense of distrust towards them. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just curiously looked at the faces of the sect masters. Their expressions were similar to the sect masters of the 9 great sections. Everyone's expression was very heavy. It was obvious that they weren't fully prepared for this decisive battle. Jiao Hualong looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, this time, the Sky Devil clan has gathered an army of 150 million and is preparing for a decisive battle with us. We must deal with them in the shortest time possible. We can't let the Sky Devil clan delay any longer. If we let the Sky Devil clan delay, then everything we did before would be in vain. Therefore, I'm preparing to fight the Sky Devil clan in the near future. Does anyone have any objections?" Jian Wuya glanced at Jiao Hualong and said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Jiao is right. We can't drag this out any longer. It won't do us any good. I also agree that we should have a decisive battle with the Sky Devil domain soon." The other sect masters of the 9 great sects nodded in agreement. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Hai. Whether it was the 9 great sects or the small sects, they were all looking at Zhao Hai. They wanted to see what Zhao Hai's opinion was. Zhao Hai's opinion was very important because of his strength. Everyone knew why the Sky Devil realm suddenly gathered their forces. It was because of Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai didn't send troops to the Myriad Beast sect, then the Sky Devil army wouldn't have gathered and the Myriad Beast sect wouldn't have arrived. Zhao Hai's control wasn't any weaker than the 9 great sections. Because of this, everyone looked at Zhao Hai. They wanted to see what he had to say. After all, every day that the Sky Demons stay in the Cultivation realm would mean that they would plunder our resources. After the Sky Demons withdrew from the Freedom Alliance, we discovered that a lot of important cultivation resources had been plundered by the Sky Demons. A lot of mines have been emptied out. I think that this is the same for everyone. If the Sky Demons stay in the Cultivation realm, then even if they retreat, the Cultivation realm would still suffer great losses. And with the Leap Dragon realm, if we don't drive the Sky Demon army away, then we would lose the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm. This would be a huge loss to the Cultivation realm. Therefore, not only do we need to fight the Sky Demons, we also need to do it quickly. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Since the Sky Demon army is in the Cultivation realm, then the Cultivation realm would lose a lot of resources. Because of this, not only do we need to fight the Sky Demons, we need to do it quickly." Jian Wuya looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai's words are pleasant to hear, but Mr. only brought 5 million troops. This doesn't seem to match the strength of the Freedom Alliance." Zhao Hai looked at Jian Wuya and smiled faintly. "Sect Master Jian, there's something you don't know. Our Freedom Alliance has suffered heavy losses in the previous battles with the Sky Devil realm. Therefore, we had no choice but to let the majority of our cultivators rest. These 5 million people are all that we can bring out." When Jian Wuya heard Zhao Hai, he coldly snorted and didn't say anything. He didn't know the situation of the Freedom Alliance. Naturally, he didn't believe Zhao Hai when he said that this was all that the Freedom Alliance could bring out. However, there was nothing he could do about it. With his strength, he didn't have the ability to force Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't mind. After he said that, he closed his mouth. However, the sect masters of the other small sects agreed with Zhao Hai's words. Now that the Sky Devil army had retreated, the small sects naturally wanted to take back the territories that the Sky Devil army had occupied. However, when they took back their territories, they discovered that the Sky Devil army had severely plundered their territories. This was a very destructive plunder. It can be said that the damage done to the cultivation world was quite big. When Jiao Hualong saw that everyone had agreed, he continued, "I agree with Mr. Zhao Hai's words. We must fight the Sky Devil army as soon as possible. Now that the sects have just arrived, we need to rest and reorganize. How about this? I'll give everyone 3 days to rest and reorganize. After 3 days, we will mobilize our entire army and fight the Sky Devil army. What do you think? Everyone agreed with Jiao Hualong. When Jiao Hualong saw that no one objected, he continued, this battle with the Sky Devil army is very important. I think that it's best to divide the army into 9 groups. Our 9 sects will each lead one group. The 9 groups will advance together and drive the Sky Devil race out of the cultivation world. Just as Jiao Hualong finished speaking, someone said, I don't object to the 9 groups. However, my Freedom Alliance's 5 million troops won't be included in the 9 groups. My Freedom Alliance's army will move alone. Everyone looked over and saw Zhao Hai. Anger flashed in Flood Dragon's eyes as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, we're now facing an army of 100 million heavenly demons. What can your 5 million people do? How can 5 million people fight against 100 million heavenly demons? Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Flood Dragon and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, we're now facing an army of 100 million. Zhao Hai looked at Jiao Hualong and said, although my Freedom Alliance only has 5 million troops, don't forget that I, Zhao Hai, am a dark mage. I still have a lot of undead in my hands. Besides me, nobody can command my undead. Therefore, the number of troops that my Freedom Alliance can dispatch won't be less than yours. Because of this, my Freedom Alliance will move alone. However, I'll cooperate with you, so you don't have to worry. When Flood Dragon heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, I hope Mr. can keep his word. But how do you use the immortal undead in your hands? Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Jiao Hualong and said, Sect Master Jiao doesn't need to worry about that. When the time comes, I'll use them. Then he ignored Jiao Hualong. You. Jiao Hualong's face turned pale. He was speechless for a while. The expressions of Jian Wuya and the others weren't very good. Zhao Hai was openly humiliating the 9 great sections. How could they swallow this? On the other hand, the sect masters of the small sects felt a burst of relief. These small sects relied on the 9 great sects to survive. Each and every one of them had suffered a lot from the 9 great sections. Even in their dreams, they wanted the 9 great sects to suffer. Now that Zhao Hai had publicly slapped the 9 great sects in the face, these people felt a burst of comfort, they almost laughed out loud. Jiao Hualong looked at Zhao Hai with an ashen face. After some time, he coldly snorted and ignored Zhao Hai. Then he said, the 10 armies are working together. Teamwork is very important. If we can't repel the heavenly demons, then we'll be the ones to suffer. But since we have more immortal experts than the heavenly demons, I believe that we'll be the ones to win. The abbot glanced at the people below and said in a deep voice, this battle is related to the life and death of our cultivation world. I hope that everyone can bring out their true abilities. You should know that when the nest is overturned, no egg can escape unscathed. If you don't do your best, then the one who will suffer in the end can only be ourselves. Jiao Hualong nodded, then he said, all right, everyone can go back and rest. Reorganize the army. 3 days later, we'll fight the heavenly demons. Everyone nodded, then they stood up and walked out. Zhao Hai also stood up and walked out. Behind him, the sect masters of the 9 great sects looked at Zhao Hai with killing intent. Zhao Hai also noticed the gazes from the north, but he didn't care. He just smiled faintly as he left the hall and returned to the Hell King's ship. At the same time, he called all the captains to the ship. After Zhao Hai left the hall, the killing intent in Jiao Hualong's eyes could no longer be concealed. He turned his head to Jian Wuya and the others and said, if this Zhao Hai isn't eliminated, then the 9 great sects will never have peace. Therefore, Zhao Hai must die. Jian Wuya coldly snorted and said, let's make him work for now. Once we deal with the heavenly demon realm, then we'll deal with him. I don't believe that he wouldn't do anything when dealing with the heavenly demons. Moreover, Zhao Hai's enmity with the heavenly demons is bigger than ours. The heavenly demons hate him to the bone. In this battle, the heavenly demons might target Zhao Hai. I really want to see Zhao Hai and the heavenly demons suffer. The abbot angrily said, with Zhao Hai here, the smaller sects would have another choice in the future. They wouldn't necessarily submit to the 9 great sections. At that time, they would get stronger and stronger while we get weaker and weaker. I'm afraid that the Cultivation realm would fall into the hands of the Freedom Alliance and the Black Tiger Gang. We can't let this happen. The other sect masters nodded as well. Among them, Jiao Hualong was the one who felt this the most. This was because the Freedom Alliance and the Black Tiger Gang were in the northern continent. The most direct threat to them was the 10,000 Beast sect. At this time, the 10,000 Beast sect's influence wasn't as good as before. Compared to the other great sects, this was all because of the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, Jiao Hualong hated Zhao Hai the most. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew that the sect masters of the 9 great sects hated him. He was waiting for the 9 great sects to make a move. When the time comes, he would be able to deal with the 9 great sects and let the Black Tiger Gang dominate the Cultivation realm. Zhao Hai wanted to go to the Leap Dragon realm. However, he also knew that he couldn't enter with his current strength. Although he had a lot of immortal stage undead and his strength wasn't any weaker than an immortal expert, he still needed to be at the immortal stage to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Otherwise, he would be rejected by the Leap Dragon realm's laws and wouldn't be able to enter. However, this was also good. Since Zhao Hai couldn't enter the Leap Dragon realm, he could now help Zhang Feng develop the Black Tiger Gang. He wanted the Black Tiger Gang to become the #1 sect in the Cultivation realm. Nobody would be able to shake their position. This way, he would be able to enter the Leap Dragon realm without worry. Zhao Hai's feelings towards the Black Tiger Gang were very deep. Moreover, he promised Hu Dingshan that he would help him protect the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, he needed to make the Black Tiger Gang strong. Cultivators valued promises very much. This was because every promise would leave a mark on one's mind. This mark was like an inner demon. If one couldn't fulfill the promise, then one's Dao heart would be damaged. For cultivators, this was a very big impact. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of inner demons because of his heavenly demon cultivation method, he was still a person who kept his promises. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to help the Black Tiger Gang develop. He wanted the Black Tiger Gang to dominate the Cultivation realm. This could be considered as fulfilling his promise to Hu Dingshan. Not long after Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship, all the captains of the First Legion arrived. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai said, "I just went to the 10,000 Beast sect for a meeting. Everyone decided that in 3 days, we will fight the Heavenly Demon Army. Our First Legion will become an independent army under my command." The people below didn't speak. However, Zhao Hai could see that they were worried. It wasn't that they didn't have confidence in him, it was just that their enemies were too many. More than 100 million heavenly demons, this number was enough to make them feel afraid. Because of this, they couldn't help but be worried. Zhao Hai said, "You don't need to worry. When the time comes, I will release the undead to help you. All captains, listen carefully. You must carry out Laura's orders meticulously. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Everyone nodded. Their morale had been restored. Many of them had seen Zhao Hai release his undead. The scene was still fresh in their minds. Hearing that Zhao Hai was going to release his undead, they naturally felt relieved. In the void, there was a huge throne. This throne was completely black, and there were 2 long curved horns on the north side of the throne. On the 2 armrests, there were carvings of 2 devil heads. The entire throne looked like it was filled with devil chi. A man was sitting on the throne. He was about 1.8 meters tall and looked very handsome. He had long black hair that casually draped over his back. His skin was very white, but his eyes were blood red. He wore a black cultivator robe that looked very decent on his tall and straight body. His entire person was filled with an evil charm. On the opposite side of the man was a large number of sky demons. The sky demons were respectfully standing there. Naturally, this man was the commander of the sky demons. The sky demon commander was actually a man? If the people of the cultivation world knew about this, they would be shocked to their core. In fact, the Sky Devil commander was also an ordinary Sky Devil clan member. However, after his cultivation reached great success, he took on the appearance of a human. The Sky Demon commander looked at the Sky Demons and said, "I received a letter from the Half-Devil. The Cultivation realm is preparing for a decisive battle with us in 3 days. They will be divided into 10 armies. The 9 great sects will each lead an army, while the Freedom Alliance will lead an army. What do you think? The heavenly demons had heavy expressions. They didn't know what to say. They knew that the heavenly demon race's weakest point was the lack of immortal stage heavenly demons. Compared to the cultivation realm, the heavenly demons only had half the number of immortal stage experts. This was their biggest disadvantage. If they didn't have immortal stage experts, then the sky demons wouldn't be afraid of the cultivation realm. Although the cultivation realm's armies weren't as strong as the sky demons, their immortal stage experts still made things difficult for them. The sky demon commander looked at the sky demons and coldly snorted, "What? Don't you have anything to say?" The heavenly demons lowered their heads. The reason why this heavenly demon commander could sit in this position wasn't just because of his commanding ability, but also because of his strength. This heavenly demon commander was an immortal stage heavenly demon. Because of this, he was able to sit in this position. At this moment, a heavenly demon suddenly said, "Commander, I don't think we should care about how many armies the cultivation world has split into. We should just send one army to meet them." When the heavenly devil commander saw the speaker, he couldn't help but stare blankly. This was because the speaker was none other than Mo-like. It must be said that Mo-like had the least contribution in the entire heavenly devil army. Originally, the other heavenly devils looked down on him. However, when they thought about how his opponent was Zhao Hai, who was a headache for the entire heavenly devil army, the other heavenly devils didn't dare to say anything. The heavenly fiend commander looked at Mo-like and said, "Why do you say that? What's your reason?" Mo-like replied, "The cultivation realm's biggest mistake is to divide their forces into 10 groups. Once they divide their forces, their threat to us will decrease. Our forces will be able to eat them one by one. Moreover, our immortal experts will be able to fight the cultivation realm's immortal experts. This will make up for our lack of immortal experts." Mo-like nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The cultivation realm's immortal experts will be able to fight against the cultivation realms." Immortal experts. The other heavenly demons quietly listened to Mo-like's words. At first, they were disdainful. But the more they listened, the more they felt that it was reasonable. Everyone unconsciously nodded. After Mo-like finished speaking, the heavenly devil commander looked at Mo-like and said, "Mo-like, your plan is good. But if the cultivation world divides their forces to deal with us, we will be attacked from all sides. This is very disadvantageous for us. Have you thought about this?" Mo-like nodded and said, "I've thought about it. As long as the immortal experts are supported, they wouldn't need to fear the immortal experts of the cultivation world. This would offset the cultivation world's advantage. We can deal with the 9 armies of the 9 great sects first before dealing with Zhao Hai's Freedom Alliance. Although it seems like the Freedom Alliance has the least amount of troops and poses the least threat to us, Zhao Hai has countless undead. It can be said that Zhao Hai's army is the strongest among the 10 armies. The other 9 armies wouldn't be able to do anything to us. Because of this, we can deal with Zhao Hai and the other 8 armies one by one and attack the 10,000 Beast Sect's army first." After speaking to this point, Mo-like paused for a moment before he looked at everyone and said, "The 10,000 Beast Sect and the Freedom Alliance are both located in the Northern Strange region. The rise of the Freedom Alliance has attracted a lot of sects in the Northern Strange region, greatly affecting the strength of the 10,000 Beast Sect. Therefore, the 10,000 Beast Sect's army should be the weakest among the 10 armies. We can take a defensive stance against the other sects while dealing with the 10,000 Beast Sect's army. I believe that it won't take long for us to cripple the 10,000 Beast Sect's army. Then we can deal with the other armies. As long as the 9 great sects are scared, they will retreat. Once they retreat, we can deal with Zhao Hai with all our strength." When the other divine demons heard Mo-like's analysis, they couldn't help but nod. Just as Mo-like said, their biggest headache was the lack of immortal experts. But if they offset the immortal experts of the cultivation realm, then the rest of the army would be easy to deal with. The heavenly devil race also knew about the situation in the Northern Strange region. Although there were some small alliances in the other regions, these small alliances simply couldn't be a match for the 9 great sections. Therefore, during the war, they would still listen to the 9 great sections. It can be said that aside from the myriad demon sect, the other 9 great sects didn't suffer any losses. But the 10,000 Beast Sect was different. The 10,000 Beast sect shared the northern strange region with the Freedom Alliance. And the Freedom Alliance had a freak like Xiao Hai. Since the 10,000 Beast sect couldn't command Xiao Hai, they naturally couldn't command the Freedom Alliance. Because of this, the 10,000 Beast sect was the weakest, making them the best target for the divine demons. The divine demon commander didn't make a sound. Instead, he closed his eyes and quietly pondered over Mo-like's words. He wanted to see if there were any flaws in Mo-like's plan. At the same time, he was thinking if there was a better plan than Mo-like's. But after thinking for a long time, the heavenly demon commander opened his eyes and said, "All right, we'll do as Mo-like said. Everyone, go and prepare. Assemble the army and retreat 10 li. We'll have 3 days of training." The heavenly demons understood what the heavenly demon commander meant. If they retreated 10 li, they would have a buffer zone. At the same time, they wouldn't let the Cultivation World's army know what they were doing. Moreover, they could use these 3 days to practice the coordination of the army. This way, they would have a greater advantage when fighting against the Cultivation World. The sudden movement of the Divine Demon Army made the Cultivation Realm's army nervous. They immediately sent people to check what the Cultivation Realm's army was doing. However, when they sent people to check, they couldn't find anything. Although the Heavenly Devil army was retreating, they still sent out a large number of Heavenly Devils to guard around their army and intercept the spies from the Cultivation World. This way, the spies from the Cultivation World couldn't see anything. Although they were somewhat surprised, the world of self-cultivators did not overreact. The only thing they needed to do now was to carry out their plan and fight the Heavenly Devil army in a decisive battle. The only person who knew about the Divine Demon Army's movements was Xiao Hai. However, Xiao Hai didn't warn the 9 great sections. This was because the war between the Divine Demon Army and the 9 great sects would consume the strength of the 9 great sections. This would only benefit him. Moreover, even if he warned the 9 great sects, they might not necessarily believe him. Perhaps, the 9 great sects would think that Xiao Hai was scheming against them. Therefore, Xiao Hai didn't bother to remind them. 3 days wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. For a cultivator, it was just the time to meditate. However, it was still possible to use these 3 days to practice their tactics. This was what the Heavenly Devil clan did. They used these 3 days to practice their tactics when they were besieged from all sides. Although the effect wasn't ideal, it was still much better than not being prepared at all. On the other hand, the 9 great sects were the exact opposite of the Divine Demon Army. The 9 great sects didn't even finish arguing about their numbers, let alone practicing their tactics. The 1,000 Goblin sect also knew that they were not strong enough, so they hoped that the other sects of the 9 great sects could help them support some people. This way, they would have more confidence when facing the Heavenly Devil clan. However, the other sects didn't agree to the Myriad Beast sect's request. The reason why they divided their army into 10 wasn't just to besiege the Divine Demon Army, but more importantly, they didn't want to be under the control of others. Although the 9 great sects were united, they still didn't fully trust each other. They were afraid that the other party would plot against them. In this case, how could the other 8 great sects lend their troops to the Myriad Beast sect? In these 3 days, the 9 great sects had been wasting their energy on this matter. They simply didn't make any preparations. Xiao Hai was disappointed with the 9 great sects' approach. However, he didn't stop them. He couldn't stop them. The 9 great sects were already wary of him. If he interfered, the 9 great sects would be suspicious of him. Xiao Hai was inside the space. He sneered as he looked at the 9 great sects arguing. At the same time, he was even more determined to deal with the 9 great sections. Compared to 10,000 years ago, the strength of the cultivation realm hadn't increased. On the contrary, it had weakened a lot. This was mainly due to the 9 great sects suppressing the other sections. As long as a genius appeared in the other sects, the 9 great sects would find a way to kill that genius. This was good for the 9 great sects' development. However, it wasn't good for the other sects' development. The 9 great sects were getting stronger and stronger, but the other sects were getting weaker and weaker. The cultivation realm was also getting weaker and weaker. All of this was caused by the 9 great sections. Xiao Hai wanted to break this situation. He wanted the other sects to develop as well. This way, the cultivation realm would become stronger and stronger. There were 10 people standing on top of an incomparably huge sword, making it seem somewhat spacious. Beside the huge sword, there were also countless cultivators guarding it. Jian Wuya looked at the others and said, "This time, our 10 armies will attack the Sky Devil race. Everyone must pay attention to cooperation. Here is a communication device. We can use this to communicate. It's faster than jade swords." He was holding a few small metal discs. There were formations engraved on the discs. They looked very exquisite. Zhao Hai and the others each took a disc and inserted some information into it. A cloud of fog immediately appeared on the disc. Then the center of the fog slowly opened up. Jian Wuya said, "Just talk to the disc. This disc can't transmit sound, but it can turn sound into text. We can use this to communicate." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked into the distance. Their army didn't stop. They were still charging towards the Sky Devil army. Zhao Hai turned to Jian Wuya and said, "Sect Master Jian, the army is currently advancing. If there's nothing else, then I'll be returning first. If there's anything you need, then please contact me. As long as I can help, then I'll certainly help. After all, this is a decisive battle between the cultivation realm and the heavenly demon realm." Then he cupped his fist towards Jian Wuya before his figure flashed and disappeared. Although Jiao Hualong and the others still looked down on Zhao Hai, they knew that Zhao Hai was right. This was a decisive battle between the cultivation world and the Sky Devil race. No matter what they thought, they had to defeat the Sky Devil army first. Otherwise, they would be the ones suffering. Jiao Hualong and the others didn't say anything. They just cupped their fist towards Jian Wuya and left. Jian Wuya also cupped his fist towards them. Then he controlled the large sword and flew forward. Don't look down on the communication devices that Jian Wuya took out. They didn't seem very advanced. However, ordinary communication devices were useless on the battlefield. Aside from the Jade Sword message, other communication devices were useless on the battlefield. This was because the battlefield was filled with energy. If ordinary communication devices were brought to the battlefield, they would be affected by the energy. Only the Jade Sword message could be used. On the other hand, the Jade Sword message was like writing a letter. Although it was fast, it was still very slow in the battlefield. Although the communication devices that Jian Wuya took out weren't very eye-catching, their abilities were still very good. At the very least, they were much better than the Jade Sword message on the battlefield. Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship. Laura and the others were sitting inside. There were also other cultivators on the ship. These cultivators were from the Freedom Alliance, the Black Tiger Gang, and other sections. It must be said that the Freedom Alliance's cultivators were the best. All of their cultivators were able to sit inside large artifacts. The cultivators from the other sects didn't have this privilege. When Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship, he immediately waved his hand as a large number of undead appeared behind the First Legion's large artifacts. There were no less than 100 million undead. However, it can be seen that their individual strength wasn't very strong. Moreover, these undead had rifles in their hands. Some of them even had cannons on their backs. After releasing the undead, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and nodded. Laura and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant. Lizzie, Megan, and Margaret immediately stood up and took out their communication devices as they gave orders. As soon as these orders were given, the people of the First Legion discovered that the undead had already arranged themselves in a formation. Before long, an incomparably huge Rubik's Cube formation was formed. Upon seeing this, the captains of the First Legion understood that Zhao Hai wasn't joking when he said that Margaret and the others would command them. Moreover, Margaret and the others really did have the ability to do so. Zhao Hai released 100 million undead. The Freedom Alliance's army, which was originally the weakest, suddenly became the most numerous among the 10 armies. From afar, one could see the army moving forward like a huge dark cloud. However, before long, another huge dark cloud appeared. This dark cloud wasn't any less than the undead that Zhao Hai released. It was the Sky Demon army. The 10 armies of the cultivation realm acted separately. Each army would attack a different place. Zhao Hai chose to attack the easternmost part of the Sky Demon army. At this time, the Sky Demon army had also formed a huge circular formation. Both armies had a lot of people, so they could see each other from afar. Zhao Hai commanded the Freedom Alliance's army to slowly move forward. When they were about 50 li away from the Sky Demon army, they stopped. Both sides looked at each other from afar, causing the atmosphere to become tense. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to make a move, it was just that he couldn't make a move right now. Zhao Hai had already made an agreement with the sect masters of the 9 great sects to make a joint attack. Everyone had to wait for orders from Zhao Hai's communication device. Although Zhao Hai wasn't very fond of Jian Wuya and the others, he knew that a battle involving hundreds of millions of people wouldn't be good for anyone. Because of this, he accepted the order. Zhao Hai looked at the Sky Demon army without any sadness or joy in his eyes. His life might not be like those old monsters in the cultivation realm who had lived for tens of thousands of years. However, his life was very interesting. He was a homebody on Earth for more than 20 years. In the Ark continent, he was kicked out from the core of the cultivation realm. Step by step, he grew stronger. Then he fought against the divine race, the fighting demons, the underworld, the undead, and finally ascended. Zhao Hai discovered that ever since he came to this world, he had spent most of his time in battles. Although he used a lot of time to perfect the space, battles had always been with him. This wasn't the first time that he had participated in a battle involving hundreds of millions of people. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to face such battles calmly. Laura and the others were behind Zhao Hai. They had also experienced what Zhao Hai had experienced. Because of this, they weren't nervous at all as they calmly looked at the Sky Demon army's camp. On the other hand, the Freedom Alliance cultivators behind them weren't as calm. One of them was looking at the Sky Demon army's camp with a flushed face. It was obvious that he was very nervous before the battle. Zhao Hai looked at these people. He knew that if he didn't eliminate their nervousness, then they would only be able to display 60% of their strength. If they were to fight against the Sky Demon army, then they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Everyone, come out of the large artifacts and line up." Along with Zhao Hai's voice, the cultivators immediately flew out of the large artifacts and lined up. Their formation was circular, which was far inferior to the Undead's cube formation. After everyone was in formation, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Brothers, today is the day of our decisive battle against the Sky Demon army. This battle is related to the life and death of the cultivation realm. If we win, we can drive the Sky Demon army back home and protect our homeland. If we lose, then I'm afraid it would be very difficult for the cultivation realm to find another opportunity to fight against the Sky Demon army. In the future, we can only defend our own territory and watch as the Sky Demons run amok in the cultivation realm. Can you accept such an outcome?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes." The cultivators' faces turned red when they heard Zhao Hai's words. One by one, they said, "We don't accept. We don't accept. Everything in the cultivation world belongs to us cultivators. Why should the heavenly demons get a share? We absolutely cannot accept this. We must drive them back to the heavenly demon realm. Now that the war is about to begin, all the cultivators of the Freedom Alliance are watching us bring them a big victory. Brothers, how can we disappoint them?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Cultivators can't accept this. Everything in the cultivation world belongs to us cultivators. We can't. We can't. We can't." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he suddenly noticed a row of words on the communicator that Jian Wuya gave him, "Begin." Zhao Hai sighed at his good luck. This order came at the right time. Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand towards the Sky Demon army and said, "Advance. Kill." All the cultivators roared and flew forward. However, although they were flying forward, their formation wasn't messed up. The squad leaders of the various squads had received orders from Lizzie and the others, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. At the same time, Zhao Hai's undead army followed behind the First Legion as they rushed towards the Sky Demon army. At this time, the other 9 armies also began to move. The Sky Demon army began to attack. At this time, the Sky Demon army also began to move. The circular formation began to slowly rotate as the entire army shrank. It seems like they were completely on the defensive. Zhao Hai didn't move. However, Hu Dawei's 1,000 immortal stage undead were released. They followed the immortal experts of the 9 great sects as they rushed towards the Sky Demon army. However, Zhao Hai had Kair pay attention to Hu Dawei's movements. As long as Hu Dawei and the others were in danger, Kair would immediately send them to the space. Once they were safe, Kair would release them. Zhao Hai didn't have any other choice. Hu Dawei and the others were very strong. They were Zhao Hai's strongest cards. If they were to suffer heavy losses, then it wouldn't be good. Most importantly, Hu Dawei and the others could provide Zhao Hai with a huge amount of faith power. This was very useful to Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai wouldn't let Hu Dawei and the others have an accident. At the same time, the Sky Demon realm also carried out Mo Shik's plan. Their immortal stage heavenly demons didn't lead the Sky Demon army. Instead, they cooperated with the immortal experts of the 9 great sects as well as Hu Dawei and the others. For some time, they managed to entangle Hu Dawei and the others. On the other hand, the Sky Demon army was completely on the defensive. It seems like they didn't want to attack at all. Not only did they defend against Zhao Hai, they also defended against the other armies. Even the 1,000 Beast Sects army didn't attack. The Heavenly Demon army was completely on the defensive. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He didn't hear Mo Like's words yesterday, but he was still aware of the tactics that the Heavenly Demon army practiced in the past 3 days. Because of this, when Zhao Hai saw the Heavenly Demon army adopting a defensive stance, he knew that they were plotting something. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about the other party's plot. He just calmly looked at them, waiting to see what they were plotting. This was because Zhao Hai believed that no matter what the Heavenly Demon army was plotting, he would be able to deal with it. Unlike Zhao Hai, the people from the 9 great sects didn't think that the Heavenly Demon army was plotting something. When they saw the Heavenly Demon army adopting a defensive stance, they couldn't help but feel happy. They began to attack the Heavenly Demon army with all their might. This made their attacks very fierce. In the entire battlefield, only Zhao Hai's First Legion was able to attack in an orderly manner. Zhao Hai's attack was also very special. The cultivators of the First Legion formed a circular formation and clashed with the Heavenly Demon army. However, the circular formations of both sides were constantly rotating. Almost everyone was able to participate in the battle. However, the casualties weren't very high, and the attacks were also somewhat lukewarm. On the other hand, the attacks of the undead that Zhao Hai released were even more interesting. Their attacks were completely carried out using firearms and cannons. The damage that these cannons could do to the heavenly demons was very limited. Because of this, even if both sides were fighting fiercely, the casualties weren't very high. At this time, the heavenly demon army suddenly moved. The circular formation of the heavenly demon army suddenly shrank back a little bit. This was the place where the myriad beast sects army attacked. The myriad beast sects army thought that the heavenly demon army had been repelled, so they immediately attacked. At this time, the heavenly demon army suddenly dispersed and launched a fierce counterattack against the myriad beast sects army. The myriad beast sects army discovered that they were deep inside the heavenly demon army. They were surrounded by the heavenly demon army. Jiao Hualong had been commanding the army of the myriad demons sect. Seeing this situation, Jiao Hualong's expression changed. He immediately shouted, "Charge out! Charge out!" At the same time, he took out the communicator Jian Wuya had given him and shouted, "The 10,000 demon sect's grandmaster is surrounded. Come and help." They were already surrounded, but Jiao Hualong still couldn't utter a single word. It was obvious how arrogant he was. At the same time, Zhao Hai and the others received Jiao Hualong's call for help. Looking at the contents of the communication device, Zhao Hai could not help but coldly snort, "Trash, you were actually surrounded so quickly." Although the strength of the 1,000 Goblin sect is not as strong as the 9 great sects, it is not too weak. To think that you can't even see through such a simple scheme, you are truly an idiot to the extreme. The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because he had seen the entire process of Jiao Hualong's attack. In fact, many cultivators of the 9 great sects were now stained with flowing silver dust. It could be said that Zhao Hai understood the situation of the entire battlefield with a single glance. Therefore, he knew exactly how the myriad beast sect was surrounded. From Zhao Hai's point of view, the 10,000 demon sect's encirclement was really stupid. The Sky Demon Army had formed a circular formation and didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. But now, a gap suddenly appeared in their formation. How could this not be suspicious? However, Jiao Hualong didn't suspect anything. He led his army into the gap only to be surrounded by the Heavenly Demon Army. If they weren't stupid, then who else could they blame? Although the two sides were fighting, the cultivators were attacking while the heavenly demons were defending. Because of this, the cultivators could retreat if they wanted to. After Jiao Hualong sent the call for help, the other 9 great sects immediately sent people to support the Myriad Beast sect. This made Zhao Hai speechless. Generally speaking, if Zhao Hai's undead weren't included, then the cultivators wouldn't have as many people as the Heavenly Demon Army. They only had more immortal experts. Now that the cultivators didn't trust each other, they were divided into 10 groups. The 10 groups were facing the Heavenly Demon Army that was like a clenched fist. They couldn't gain any advantage and might even suffer a loss. At this time, the 10 great sects actually divided their forces to ask for help from the Myriad Beast sect. This was giving the Heavenly Demon Realm an opportunity. In fact, if it was a normal battle where 1,000 demons sect was surrounded, it wouldn't be a problem for others to ask for help. However, the current situation was different. The world of cultivators had fewer people, but they were attacking while the Heavenly Devil sect had more people defending. Although it seemed that the world of cultivators had the upper hand and could retreat whenever they wanted, the truth was that the Heavenly Devil sect also had a lot of extra forces to attack. The 9 great sects had sent troops to ask for help from 1,000 demons sect. This way, their forces were even more scattered. The Heavenly Devil sect had extra forces to besiege and attack. In Zhao Hai's view, although the Myriad Beast sect was surrounded by the heavenly demons, they weren't in a desperate situation. At this time, the Myriad Beast sect could rely on their own strength to break out of the encirclement. This was because the Heavenly Demon Army's encirclement was on the edge of the circle. One side of the encirclement was very weak. As long as the Myriad Beast sect attacked this weak point, they would be able to break out of the encirclement. Although they would lose some people, they wouldn't lose too badly and the other sects wouldn't be in danger. However, Jiao Hualong was an idiot. He only shouted to charge forward, but he didn't tell the cultivators where to go. Without a clear command, the cultivators were like a bunch of headless flies running around the Heavenly Devil Army. On the contrary, they were heading deeper and deeper into the Heavenly Devil Army. This was tantamount to courting death. What's more, Jiao Hualong had sent them a message at the first moment, asking them to go and rescue him. The other sects had no choice but to rescue him. Under such circumstances, it was equivalent to dragging the other sects into this whirlpool. That was really stupid of them. Zhao Hai shook his head, he didn't know what to say. At this time, Laura and the others were by Zhao Hai's side. They had already entered the space, so they naturally knew what was happening outside. Laura and the others could only shake their heads and bitterly smile. They weren't afraid of a godlike enemy, but they were afraid of a pig-like teammate. With an idiot like Jiao Hualong, it would be hard for the cultivation realm to have fewer casualties. Things developed just as Zhao Hai and the others expected. The reinforcements sent by the 9 great sects had encountered the Heavenly Demon Army. This caused the people from the 9 great sects to panic. They thought that the 10,000 Beast sect had fallen into a desperate situation, so they immediately sent reinforcements. This caused the strength of the 9 great sects to drop by a lot. The Heavenly Demon Army had already begun to counterattack. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that he had to make a move. So he said, "Laura, you take care of the battlefield. I'll go help the 10,000 Beast sect." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in the middle of the 10,000 Beast sect's army. At this time, the 10,000 Beast sect's army was in a mess. Their formation was about to be broken by the Heavenly Demon Army. Although Jiao Hualong was also in a mess, he still shouted, "Resist! Resist! Resist!" At this time, Zhao Hai appeared beside Jiao Hualong. When Jiao Hualong felt someone approaching him, he immediately sent a punch. However, Zhao Hai grabbed his fist and loudly said, "Sect Master Jiao, don't panic." Then Zhao Hai ignored Jiao Hualong and loudly said, "Don't panic. Everyone retreat and defend." Gather towards me, quickly. When the cultivators of the 10,000 Beast sect heard this, they couldn't help but stare. However, when they heard such a clear command, they immediately felt that they had found something to rely on. So they immediately followed Zhao Hai's instructions. The 10,000 Beast sect's army began to slowly retreat towards Zhao Hai and Jiao Hualong. Before long, the 10,000 Beast sect's formation became very tight. The Heavenly Demon Army had no way to disperse the 10,000 Beast sect's army in a short time. Although the 10,000 Beast sect's army was surrounded, they were still able to stabilize their formation. Seeing this, Zhao Hai continued, therefore, attack towards the southeast. Quickly, attack with all your strength. The pressure on the 10,000 Beast sect's army had decreased a lot. When they heard Zhao Hai, they didn't care who gave the order and immediately rushed towards the southeast. The southeast was the weak point of the Heavenly Demon Army's encirclement. After being attacked by the 10,000 Beast sect's army, the Heavenly Demon Army couldn't hold on any longer. Before long, the 10,000 Beast sect's army managed to break out of the encirclement. When the cultivators of the 10,000 Beast sect saw that they managed to break out of the encirclement, they couldn't help but cheer. However, Zhao Hai immediately said, those who managed to break out of the encirclement, go back and support them. We can't let the Heavenly Demon Army encircle us again. The cultivators of the 10,000 Beast sect had complete trust in Zhao Hai. They immediately followed Zhao Hai's instructions. Before long, the 10,000 Beast sect's army finally broke out of the encirclement. Although the losses this time weren't small, it took them more than 2 hours to break out of the encirclement. However, in these 2 hours of fighting, the 10,000 Beast sect's army lost nearly 1 million people. This loss wasn't small, but in any case, most of them managed to come out alive. Jiao Hualong stood there in a daze. He saw with his own eyes that Zhao Hai didn't even make a move. With just a few simple orders, the 10,000 Beast sect's army managed to break out of the encirclement of the Heavenly Demon Army. This was a huge blow to him. In the cultivation world, large-scale battles were very rare. Even if there wouldn't be too much commanding ability. Generally, both sides would rush to the front and fight. They wouldn't use all kinds of tactics like an army. Therefore, in the cultivation world, there were very few people who knew how to command a battle. Originally, Jiao Hualong was already very strong. He was also a sect master, so his commanding ability should be much better than ordinary people. Even Zhao Hai's commanding ability wasn't necessarily better than his. However, when it came to the battlefield, Jiao Hualong found that it was completely different. It wasn't easy to command an army of tens of millions. He found that his orders weren't very well carried out. He wanted to command the army to fight according to his ideas, but when it came to carrying out his orders, he found that it was simply impossible. Now that he saw Zhao Hai giving a few simple orders, the 10,000 Beast sect's army managed to break out of the encirclement. This made Jiao Hualong very happy. However, Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. He immediately took out his communicator and sent a message to everyone, the 10,000 Beast sect has been rescued. They are safe. There's no need to send reinforcements. Be careful of the Heavenly Demon Realm. After sending the message, Zhao Hai turned his head to Jiao Hualong and said, Sect Master Jiao, it seems like the Heavenly Demon Realm wants to trick you. You can't easily charge into the enemy's formation. I still have things to do in the army, so I'll go back first. After that, Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Jiao Hualong and then disappeared. Jiao Hualong recovered at this time. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and wanted to say something, but Zhao Hai had already disappeared. Jiao Hualong opened his mouth several times, but no sound came out. In the end, he just sighed and shifted his attention back to the battlefield. The 10,000 Beast sect's army had already rushed out, but the Heavenly Demon Army didn't want to let them go. The Heavenly Demon Army was still on the defensive against the other armies. They only attacked the 10,000 Beast sect's army. They weren't affected by the 10,000 Beast sect's army breaking out of the encirclement. In fact, encircling the army of the 1,000 Demons sect was just an accidental result of the Heavenly Devil race. The Heavenly Devil race did not even think that the 1,000 Demons sect would be fooled, nor did they think that they could encircle the army of the 1,000 Demons sect. They just wanted to lead a part of the 1,000 Demons sect to the gap they exposed, and then give the Thousand Demons sect a big blow. Who would have thought that the people of the Thousand Demons sect would be so stupid? The army of the Heavenly Devil race directly rushed into their big formation and was surrounded. After being surrounded, they just rushed around and did not know how to break out of the encirclement. Moreover, the army of the other sects kept sending reinforcements. This was really an unexpected surprise for the Heavenly Devil race. Of course, the Heavenly Devil race would not let go of this opportunity. The Sky Demon race didn't expect such a result. If it weren't for the fact that they had too few immortal experts, then they would have already launched an all-out counterattack. But even so, the Sky Demon race began to attack the 10,000 Demon sect, forcing the 10,000 Demon sect's army to retreat. Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship, but he still knew what happened to the 10,000 Beast sect. Although the 10,000 Beast sect managed to escape the encirclement, they still suffered heavy losses under the Heavenly Demon Realm's attack. Moreover, upon seeing this, Zhao Hai understood what the Heavenly Demon Army's tactics were. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't oppose the Heavenly Demon Army's tactics. What the Heavenly Demon Army did was to weaken the strength of the 9 great sections. This would make it easier for him to deal with the 9 great sects in the future. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't remind them. He just needed to take care of the 9 great sections. In any case, even if the 9 great sects were defeated, he could still drive the Heavenly Demon Army back to the Heavenly Demon Realm. The battle continued. However, the 9 great sects who suffered losses were now more careful. Their attacks began to slow down. On the other hand, the Heavenly Demon Army didn't counterattack. In their opinion, this wasn't the time for a counterattack. The battle between the two armies was slowly calming down. On the other hand, the battle between the immortal experts of both sides was even more intense. Immortal experts were very important existences in both the Cultivation realm and the Heavenly Demon realm. If a sect didn't have an immortal expert, then no matter how many experts it had, it wouldn't be treated as a great sect. This was the role of immortal experts. Because of this, even in times of war, immortal experts would form their own teams. They can also ignore the orders of their commanders. Moreover, if the battle gets too intense, both sides would withdraw in order to preserve their own lives. But this time was different. The immortal experts of the Heavenly Demon realm were going all out to entangle the immortal experts of the Cultivation realm and Zhao Hai's immortal undead. Because of the cooperation of the Heavenly Demon army, the immortal experts of the Cultivation realm and Zhao Hai's immortal undead couldn't do anything to the immortal experts of the Cultivation realm. In the end, both sides became more and more aggressive. If it weren't for Kair's help, then Hu Dawei and the others would have suffered heavy losses. At the same time, Zhao Hai discovered that the immortal experts of the Cultivation realm were much stronger compared to the immortal experts of the Heavenly Demon realm. Even Hu Dawei and the others couldn't compare to the immortal experts of the Cultivation realm. The immortal experts of the Leap Dragon realm were truly extraordinary. Zhao Hai also discovered that the immortal experts of the Cultivation realm weren't ordinary. However, the reaction of the immortal experts of the Heavenly Demon realm wasn't normal. Fighting where both sides would suffer heavy losses wasn't beneficial to the Cultivation realm or the Heavenly Demon realm. Why would they do this? At the same time, the battle between the Heavenly Devil army and the Cultivation World army had also begun. The intensity of the battle had also increased. Although the Cultivation World sects had been cautious in their attacks due to the Thousand Demons sects incident, they were still attacking. Moreover, they were increasing the intensity of their attacks. Zhao Hai looked at the situation on the battlefield and knew that this battle would last for a long time. If it was a small battle in the past, then both sides would have to retreat in the end. However, this wasn't the case. There were too many people participating in this battle. This caused some cultivators to fight desperately in the front while the other cultivators could rest in the back. This situation allowed the attacking side to continue attacking while the defending side didn't weaken. Naturally, the battle wouldn't stop. The attacking side didn't dare to stop. This was because if they stopped, then their advantage would disappear. They would also be attacked by the defending side. On the other hand, the defending side didn't dare to stop. If they stopped, then the attacking side would take the opportunity to attack and they would lose their lives. Because of this, no one dared to stop. However, Zhao Hai thought that in general, the Cultivation realm was at a disadvantage. The cultivation realm's main attack was divided into 10 groups. As a result, the number of people attacking increased, but at the same time, the number of people resting decreased. On the other hand, the heavenly demon realm's cultivators were only fighting on the periphery. Aside from a small number of people helping the immortal experts of the cultivation realm, the rest were resting. They had more people resting compared to the cultivation realm. If this battle continued for a long time, then the cultivation realm would surely suffer. Zhao Hai frowned. He couldn't continue fighting like this. If this continues, then the cultivation realm's vitality would be damaged. This wasn't good. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately stop them. He wanted to see how the heavenly demon realm would react. At the same time, Zhao Hai began to take some immortal stage undead back to the space. After this battle, both the cultivation realm and the heavenly demon realm's immortal experts had suffered losses. The number of immortal experts on both sides had decreased from nearly 2,000 to less than 1,500. Nearly 500 people had died. Among them, the cultivation realm lost 300 immortal experts while the heavenly demon realm lost more than 200 immortal experts. It can be said that neither side gained an advantage. No, there was one person who took advantage of the situation, a huge advantage. This person was Zhao Hai. The fallen immortal experts, the heavenly demons, and the immortal experts had all entered his space and turned into his undead. His undead had increased in number once again. The battle continued for an entire day. People fought from dawn to dusk, but they didn't have any intention of stopping. This was because the night didn't affect the heavenly demon realm's cultivators too much. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to continue fighting like this. At this point, the cultivation realm's casualties were already very heavy. The Sky Demon army had 150 million soldiers while the cultivation realm had 130 million soldiers. But now, the cultivation realm's casualties had already reached 30 million. There were only 100 million soldiers left who could fight. On the other hand, the Sky Demon army's casualties had reached 20 million. There were only 130 million soldiers left who could fight. The number of immortal experts on both sides had reached 1,000. The cultivation realm had 400 immortal experts while the heavenly demon realm had 400 immortal experts. And this was with the cooperation of Hu Dawei and the others. If Hu Dawei and the others weren't there, then the cultivation realm's immortal experts would have been even fewer. In short, although the cultivation realm had been attacking, the 9 great sects had lost. They had suffered more losses than the 9 great sects. Such losses were unbearable for the 9 great sects. However, they couldn't retreat and didn't dare to retreat. They had gone from attacking with all their might to passively attacking. This was because if they didn't attack, then the heavenly demon realm would press on. When that time comes, the 9 great sects would be in an even more passive position. Jian Wuya gave Zhao Hai a communication device. Previously, there would be some orders to coordinate with each other. But now, there hasn't been any movement for a long time. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the 9 great sects had no other choice. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately took out his communication device and said, "Everyone, since the battle has reached this point, there's nothing more to say. If you want to retreat, then please slowly gather towards me. But pay attention, those who are close to me shouldn't come over. Wait for the sects further away to move first and then slowly gather towards me." Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had no choice but to do this. The 9 great sects' armies were in a passive position. Only his army could fight against the heavenly demon army. In fact, they had the upper hand. If the 100 million cultivators of the cultivation realm were to return safely, then they would have to slowly gather. This way, Zhao Hai would be able to help them. The reason why Zhao Hai said that the people close to him shouldn't move was because he was afraid that the people close to him would converge with him while the people far away didn't. When the time comes, the heavenly demon army would find out about their movements and intercept them. When that time comes, it would be very troublesome. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. However, Zhao Hai didn't know if the 9 great sects would do as he said. After all, the 9 great sects didn't have a very good relationship with him. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't lower their heads to him. Sure enough, after Zhao Hai sent this message, he didn't get a reply for a long time. Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head. He knew that the 9 great sects wouldn't listen to him so quickly. But he didn't care. After all, they would be the ones to suffer losses. But at this moment, something happened that surprised Zhao Hai. A message suddenly appeared on the communication device. The 10,000 Beast sect will do as Mr. said. They are slowly approaching Mr. Jiao Hualong. Zhao couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the text. He didn't expect that Jiao Hualong would be the first one to agree to approach him. After all, the conflict between the Myriad Demons sect and the Black Tiger gang was the deepest. He didn't expect that Jiao Hualong would be the first one to cooperate with him. But after Jiao Hualong sent this message, the communication device remained silent for a long time. The other 9 great sects didn't say that they would converge with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. For him, it didn't matter if they came or not. At this moment, another message appeared on the communication device. Everyone, if we continue to fight like this, we will be the ones to suffer losses. Our army is inferior to the other side. We can't take advantage of the immortal experts. If we don't retreat now, we won't be able to retreat later. Jiao Hualong. It was Jiao Hualong again. Jiao Hualong actually helped him to persuade others. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. But then a few words flashed on his communicator. The 10,000 Swords sect is approaching the Freedom Alliance. The Wonderful Sound Pavilion is approaching the Freedom Alliance. Guilingzi, the 10,000 Buddhist sect is approaching the Freedom Alliance. Glaring. The sect masters of the 9 great sects sent the same message. It seems like they really wanted to join Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He just smiled faintly and waved his hand. More undead appeared. However, the location of these undead was special. They appeared behind the undead cube formation that was fighting the heavenly demon race. Moreover, there was another undead cube formation there. The heavenly demon race obviously noticed the movement of the cultivation world. They wanted to stop it, but it was too late. At that time, the Heavenly Sword sect and the 10,000 Buddhist sect, which were the furthest away from Zhao Hai, began to slowly move towards the Wonderful Sound Pavilion and the Eastern Sage Academy. The 9 great sects were also moving towards Zhao Hai. Not long after, the Heavenly Sword sect and the Wonderful Sound sect joined forces. The Eastern Sage Academy and the 10,000 Buddhist sect joined forces. Then, both sides joined forces with the Myriad Demon sect and the Southern Sage Academy. At this time, it was too late for the heavenly demon race to stop them. It didn't take long before the 9 great sects' armies finally merged into 2 armies and slowly moved towards the First Legion. The heavenly demon race finally understood the real goal of the cultivation world and began to strengthen their attack on the First Legion. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly ordered all the cultivators in the First Legion to retreat and rest. The undead would take the place of the undead. This time, the undead would be able to fight against the heavenly demon race without falling into a disadvantage. They weren't the undead that only knew how to attack from afar. The heavenly demon race's attack didn't have any effect. The 9 great sects finally joined forces with the First Legion. After a day of fighting, the battlefield finally turned into a situation where the 2 armies were facing each other. At the same time, the army of the cultivation realm began to slowly retreat. With the First Legion and Zhao Hai's undead army covering the rear, the sky demons couldn't find a good opportunity to pursue. At the same time, the immortal experts of both sides withdrew from the battle. This allowed the sky demon race to send more sky demons to attack Zhao Hai. However, Yiren Lian's attack didn't achieve any results. This was because the undead released by Zhao Hai were very strong. Seeing that there was nothing left, the sky demon race didn't go all out. This was because the one covering the rear was Zhao Hai. The sky demons were still wary of Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai bringing up the rear, the immortal cultivators safely retreated back to their encampment. However, the atmosphere wasn't very good. The sect masters of the 9 great sects had gloomy expressions. On the other hand, the ordinary cultivators were dejected. They thought that they would be able to repel the heavenly demon army this time. They didn't expect this kind of result. The only thing that wasn't affected was the First Legion. This wasn't the first time the First Legion fought against the Sky Demon army. This time, they didn't suffer any losses. Instead, they gained a lot of advantages. Because of this, the First Legion's morale wasn't affected. Since the army was still in the Myriad Beast sect's territory, Zhao Hai and the others went to the Myriad Beast sect. The sect masters of the 9 great sects, Zhao Hai and the other sect masters gathered in the Myriad Beast sect's conference hall. However, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat depressing. Everyone sat there for a long time without speaking. After some time, Jiao Hualong turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Old Jiao, I would like to thank Mr. Zhao Hai for his rescue. If it wasn't for Mr., then my Myriad Beast sect's losses would have been even greater." Old Jiao would like to thank Mr. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he cupped his fist towards Jiao Hualong and said, "We are now allies. We have a common enemy. If something happens to you, then we will also suffer." Sect Master Jiao, there's no need to be polite. Jiao Hualong nodded. Then he turned to Jian Wuya and the others and said, "Old Jiao, I also want to thank you. If you didn't save my Myriad Beast sect, then you wouldn't have suffered such a loss." Old Jiao Hualong. Jian Wuya waved his hand and said, "All right, Old Jiao, there's no need to be polite. Let's talk about how to deal with the Sky Demon race. Our losses today aren't small, but the Sky Demon race's losses aren't small either. Most importantly, we lost more than half of our immortal experts. This loss is very hard to accept." The Vedra sighed and said, "I didn't think that we would lose so many immortal experts in just one day." Fortunately, the Sky Demon race also lost a lot of immortal experts. However, we can't fight the Sky Demon race like this. If we do, our immortal experts will be wiped out. The Vedra sighed and said, "That's right." Everyone nodded. The loss of their immortal experts made them feel as if a stone was pressing down on their hearts. If this continues, then their immortal experts would all die. This wouldn't be good for the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "If we fight the Sky Demon race tomorrow, then we shouldn't send any immortal experts. I think the Sky Demon race wouldn't be able to bear such a loss. If we don't send any immortal experts, then they wouldn't dare to send any. If they do, then we can just leave them to my undead." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll be fine." Everyone nodded. Besides the sect masters of the 9 great sects, the other sect masters looked at Zhao Hai in a different light. Zhao Hai was equivalent to dealing with the enemy's immortal experts. This made the sects feel grateful. And with Zhao Hai personally bringing up the rear, these sects had a good impression of Zhao Hai. And with this matter, their impression of Zhao Hai became even better. Zhao Hai looked at the sect leaders and didn't say anything. He didn't express any goodwill towards them. As long as these sect leaders have a good impression of him, then it would be fine. As for the rest, he'll think about it later. On the other hand, Jian Wuya and the others were worried about the battle with the Sky Demon race. Therefore, they didn't notice this. They simply didn't know that a change that could affect the cultivation realm was slowly happening. Seeing the 9 great sects frowning, Zhao Hai couldn't help but say, "Our most important task right now is to drive the Sky Demon army back to the Heavenly Demon realm. If they are here, we won't be safe. Because of this, we can no longer hide. If you trust me, then hand over your large artifacts and let my undead control them. Tomorrow, when we fight the Sky Demon army, we will use our large artifacts to attack them. Although the Sky Demon realm has a lot of large artifacts, I can guarantee that their control over them wouldn't be as good as mine. As long as we destroy their large artifacts, the Sky Demon army would lose an arm. When the time comes, even immortal experts wouldn't be able to fight against us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Sky Demon army has a lot of large artifacts." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the 9 great sect masters couldn't help but stare. Then their brows knit together. Large artifacts were very important to any sect. If Zhao Hai wanted to use all of the sect's large artifacts, then it would mean that he understood the strengths and weaknesses of all the sect's large artifacts. This wasn't a good thing for the 9 great sects. At this moment, a bang was heard. Everyone turned their heads and saw Jiao Hualong. Jiao Hualong had a fierce expression on his face as he said, "All right, my 10,000 beast sect will hand over all of our large artifacts to Mr. If we don't drive the Sky Demon army out of the cultivation realm, then there's no point in keeping these large artifacts. No matter how good they are, they can't compare to the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm." Everyone stared. They didn't think that Jiao Hualong would support Zhao Hai this time. Even Jian Wuya and the others didn't expect this. When they retreated, it was Jiao Hualong who supported Zhao Hai. Otherwise, they would still be fighting. Now, it was Jiao Hualong who supported Zhao Hai. When did the myriad demon sect support Zhao Hai? Wasn't the enmity between them the biggest? But on second thought, what Jiao Hualong said made sense. Large instruments were very precious, but no matter how precious they were, they couldn't be compared with the qualification to go to the Leaping Dragon world. If they lost the qualification to go to the Leaping Dragon world and suffered a great loss in the battle with the Heavenly Devil world, the world of cultivation would be doomed in the future. It wouldn't benefit anyone. After some time, Jian Wuya turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, although our Sky Sword sect has some large artifacts, the ones that we use in battle are the swords of our elders. Even if we give these swords to Mr., you wouldn't be able to use them. The undead wouldn't be able to control them either. However, I can have the elders of the Sky Sword sect listen to your orders and attack the Sky Demon race together. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're right. Jian Wuya said this to show his support for Zhao Hai. It seems like he understood that if the Sky Demon army wasn't driven back to the Heavenly Demon realm, then as the sect master of the Sky Sword sect, he would only be able to be a tyrant in his own territory. Because of this, he decided to support Zhao Hai. When the two of them agreed, the others looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. In the end, they agreed to Zhao Hai's request. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, in this battle, the Sky Demon army and our side both suffered losses. How about this, we'll rest for 2 days. After that, we'll attack the Sky Demon army with all our might. Jian Wuya nodded and said, we really need to rest. Then we'll do as Mr. said. We'll attack the Sky Demon army in 2 days. The others didn't object. Jian Wuya and the others didn't notice that Zhao Hai's words were getting more and more important. This was because Zhao Hai had shown his strength. Zhao Hai looked at Jian Wuya and the others and said, however, these 2 days of rest won't be in vain. I ask everyone to gather the large artifacts in my place. I also ask the elders of the Sky Sword sect to come to my place. During these 2 days, I want to familiarize myself with the large artifacts. I also want to talk about how to cooperate with each other. I ask everyone to support me. Jiao Hualong said, of course. Since we've already agreed to hand the large artifacts over to you, it doesn't matter if we hand them over sooner or later. As long as we can defeat the Sky Demon army, everything else is negotiable. Jian Wuya and the others nodded and didn't object to Jiao Hualong's words. Clearly, they were really anxious this time. Just like Jiao Hualong said, as long as they could defeat the Sky Demon army, everything else was negotiable. Only by defeating the Sky Demon army would they be able to keep their qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm. This was very important to the 9 great sections. Everything else was fake. Although this decision was made between Zhao Hai and the 9 great sects, and the sect masters of the smaller sects didn't participate, they still had to follow this decision. This was because this was a decision made by the strongest group of people in the cultivation realm. They didn't dare to disobey. Especially at this time, if they dared to disobey, then they would attract the attention of the 9 great sects and Zhao Hai. When the time comes, they would be the ones to suffer. Since this matter has been settled, then it was naturally easy to talk about it. After returning to the First Legion's camp, Zhao Hai had the First Legion rest. At the same time, he gathered all of his large artifacts and waited for the other large artifacts to arrive. The efficiency of the 9 great sects wasn't slow. Not long after Zhao Hai returned to the First Legion, the large artifacts of the various sects were delivered. At the same time, the immortal experts of the Sky Demon sect were also transferred to Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai had nearly 2,000 large artifacts in his hands. With the addition of the 500 immortal elders of the Sky Sword sect, he now had more than 2,500 large artifacts. This was a very large number. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this would be a very difficult battle. This was because the Sky Demon army had a lot of large artifacts. They might even have more than them. It would be difficult for them to win by relying on large artifacts. With regards to the large artifacts of the cultivation realm, it was very simple for Zhao Hai to use them. As long as he had the undead understand the functions of the large artifacts, he would be able to use them freely. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the large artifacts. At this time, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the 500 people in front of him. These 500 people were all elders of the Sky Sword sect. They can transform their flying swords into large artifacts. They were sent by Jian Wuya to be under Zhao Hai's command. Zhao Hai looked at the people of the Sky Sword sect. These elders were looking at him with arrogance. He couldn't help but faintly smile as he cupped his fist and said, "Everyone, I'm Zhao Hai. I think everyone knows me. Today, I called everyone here to deal with the Sky Demon race. Since you are all elders of the Sky Sword sect, the swords in your hands can be transformed into large artifacts. This time, I propose to the sect masters of the 9 great sects to gather all of the large artifacts for use. Therefore, everyone has gathered here today. The next 2 days will be our time to rest and reorganize. I hope that everyone will cooperate with me in order to deal with the Sky Demon race in the future." The elders of the Sky Sword sect looked at Zhao Hai. It was clear that they had also received the order. After some time, Zhao Hai said, "I hope that in these 2 days, everyone will listen to my orders and cooperate with me. If you don't want to cooperate, then you can leave now." Zhao Hai nodded. The elders of the Sky Sword sect didn't speak, but their faces showed traces of anger. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't mind. Then he said, "If no one wants to leave, then you will be under the command of the Freedom Alliance's First Legion. In the First Legion, there is a rule. In the First Legion, my orders are the truth. No one can violate them. If I give an order and you don't comply, then I will deal with you according to the military rules." The elders of the Sky Sword sect stared blankly. Then they couldn't help but show anger on their faces. One of the elders looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What if your order is for us to die?" Zhao Hai glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Then you have to die, because I won't let you die in vain. If you die, more people can be saved." "Ha ha ha, Zhao Hai, how dare you speak like that? What are your intentions? Are you trying to send us to our deaths?" "Whether or not I send you to your death depends on the battlefield. If the war demands it, you must die. Of course, I hope that all of you can survive. But if it comes to the point where sacrifices must be made, someone must be sacrificed. Don't talk nonsense, Zhao Hai. You just want to use this opportunity to weaken the strength of our 9 great sects, especially our Sky Sword sect. Because our Sky Sword sect schemed against you, you've always held a grudge against us, right?" Zhao Hai looked at the elders and said in a deep voice, "Your Sky Sword sect schemed against me, so of course I hold a grudge. But if you want me to take revenge, you have to wait until the heavenly demon race leaves. Right now, all of us in the cultivation world must face the outside world together because we have a common enemy. At this time, I won't joke about the future of the cultivation world, and I won't use this matter to take revenge. Do you understand?" "I don't believe you. How can you do what you say? What if you plot against us during the war?" the elder of the Sky Sword sect said. Zhao Hai looked at the elder of the Sky Sword sect and said in a deep voice, "If you don't believe me, you can leave. I'm not forcing you to stay. To be honest, it's fine to have you, but it's also fine without you. Don't think too highly of yourself. You're just an elder of the Sky Sword sect, there's no need for me to deal with you. I, Zhao Hai, am not from the Sky Sword sect and disdain to use such methods." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the elder of the Sky Sword sect couldn't help but change his expression. Then he sneered and said, "What's wrong? You want to drive me away because I've guessed correctly? What can you do about it?" Zhao Hai glanced at the elder of the Sky Sword sect and sneered, "You're here to cause trouble, right? Hee hee. Since someone wants to be a monkey, then I naturally can't disappoint his good intentions." Then his figure moved and disappeared. When Zhao Hai spoke before, the elder of the Sky Sword sect was already on full alert. So when he saw Zhao Hai disappear, he immediately roared and communicated with his Dharma idol while vigilantly looking around. But at this time, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared in the sky above the elder. Zhao Hai didn't use his Dharma idol. Instead, he had a long blade in his hand. This blade was very large, about 10 meters long. Zhao Hai chopped down on the head of the elder's Dharma idol. Poochie! The elder's Dharma idol was like a soap bubble that got pierced by a needle. Zhao Hai swung his blade and directly chopped down on the elder's head. However, the blade stopped right above the elder's head. The wind from the blade made the elder's hair flutter in the wind. The elder stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Naturally, he didn't expect this kind of situation. Zhao Hai looked at the elder and coldly snorted, "You? If I want to kill you, it would be as easy as turning my hand. There's no need for me to scheme against you. However, my First Legion doesn't want people like you. Scram and tell Jian Wuya that my First Legion doesn't want people like you." Then Zhao Hai's hand moved and the long blade disappeared. The elder looked at Zhao Hai with a pale face. His eyes were filled with resentment. Zhao Hai didn't care at all. He looked at the elder and said, "Scram. I'm in a good mood right now. If you stay here, I'll kill you." The elder snorted, then he turned around and left. He knew that staying here wouldn't be good for him. Zhao Hai dealt with him without using his Dharma idol. If he really did use his Dharma idol, then he would die even faster. At this time, another elder from the Heavenly Sword sect suddenly said, "Wait, Zhao Hai. Don't go too far. If he leaves, then all of us will leave. We grandpas won't play with you anymore." Zhao Hai looked at the source of the voice and discovered that it was a cultivator who wasn't very old. Although this person had an appearance, the sword on his back wasn't ordinary. As soon as Zhao Hai saw this person, he understood that this person was a second-generation official. This person must be a member of the Heavenly Sword sect's great clan. Zhao Hai also understood what this person meant. This person wanted to protect the person who was driven away. First, he wanted to raise his status in the hearts of the Heavenly Sword sect. Second, he wanted to use this matter to win over the elder who was driven away by Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he said, "Is this everyone's opinion? If he leaves, then all of you will leave as well?" Although the elder didn't understand why Zhao Hai could still smile, he still said, "Right, if he leaves, then all of us will leave." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Good, very good. Then all of you can scram. I'll personally look for Jian Wuya. I want to see what kind of explanation Jian Wuya will give me." The elder from the Heavenly Sword sect didn't expect Zhao Hai to drive all of them away. He didn't have any intention of backing down. However, when he heard Zhao Hai's last sentence, he laughed. He looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Ha ha ha, you want the sect master to give you an explanation? Do you admire him?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Whether I admire him or not, Jian Wuya knows. Since you've joined the First Legion, then you must abide by the rules of the First Legion. If you don't, then scram. 2 days later, we will have a decisive battle with the Heavenly Demon Army. I want to see if Jian Wuya will give me an explanation. If he doesn't, then fine. The First Legion of the Freedom Alliance will withdraw from the battle. If your 9 great sects have the ability to fight the Heavenly Demon Army, then this father won't play with you." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing all the large artifacts to stop. Then Zhao Hai faced the sky and roared. Before long, the First Legion gathered. Zhao Hai said, "Everyone, get on our large artifacts and prepare to retreat." Although the people from the First Legion didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, they didn't ask anything. Instead, they turned around and boarded the large artifacts of the First Legion. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to the people from the Sky Sword sect. He sneered and said, "You dare to challenge me? Very well, then scram. Tell Jian Wuya that I'll give him 2 hours. If he doesn't give me a satisfactory answer in 2 hours, then the First Legion will immediately withdraw from the battle and return to the Freedom Alliance." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure flashed and returned to the Hell King's ship. Then he entered the cabin and didn't show his face. At this time, the people from the Sky Sword sect finally realized that they weren't facing the sect leader of a small sect. They were facing Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had hundreds of immortal undead with him. If Zhao Hai withdraws from the battle, then they wouldn't let them off. It was simply impossible for them to threaten Zhao Hai. This was because they weren't qualified to do so. At this point, the people from the Sky Sword sect looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to do. The elder from the Sky Sword sect who spoke before had a pale complexion. He turned his head to the others and said, "Let's go back. I don't believe that the sect leader would do anything to us." Then he led the elders of the Sky Sword sect back. Jian Wuya didn't know what happened here. He was currently dealing with the Sky Sword sect's matters. The Sky Sword sect's army had suffered heavy losses in this battle. If they didn't deal with it properly, it would have a huge impact on their fighting strength. While Jian Wuya was dealing with these matters, a voice was suddenly heard from outside, reporting to the sect leader, Elder Jing requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuya couldn't help but frown. Although the person didn't say who Elder Jing was, he could already guess who it was. This Elder Jing was a genius of the Sky Sword sect's Jing family. He was young but had already reached the transcending tribulation stage. Although he didn't have any real power, his position in the Sky Sword sect wouldn't be low in the future. This time, the Jing family allowed him to come with them in order to gain some military merits. After returning, Jian Wuya would be able to upgrade him. It must be said that the current situation of the Sky Sword sect was similar to that of the Black Tiger gang. There were many big families in the sect. As the sect leader, Jian Wuya couldn't keep his word. If the Jing family insisted on making Jing Zemin an elder with real power, Jian Wuya would have no choice but to agree. Originally, everything was fine. In Jian Wuya's opinion, if he sent Jing Zemin to Zhao Hai, he would have more chances to gain merits. This was because Zhao Hai would be commanding the large artifacts and would have to charge in front of everyone. Although there would be some danger, the chances of gaining merits would also be greatly increased. Moreover, Jian Wuya didn't believe that Zhao Hai would really do anything to the people of the Sky Sword sect. If Zhao Hai dared to do so, Jian Wuya wouldn't benefit at all. However, now that Jing Zemin suddenly ran over, Jian Wuya had an ominous premonition. Jian Wuya was very clear that Zhao Hai's First Legion had the strictest rules among all the armies. This Jing Zemin was also a very proud person. Could he have offended Zhao Hai? Thinking of this, Jian Wuya couldn't help but have a headache. At the same time, he immediately said, "Invite Elder Jing in." A response came from outside the door. Then a person pushed open the door and walked in. It was the elder of the Sky Sword sect who threatened Zhao Hai. He had an angry expression as he cupped his fist towards Jian Wuya and said, "Greetings, sect leader." "Sect leader, that Zhao Hai has gone too far. I ask sect leader to uphold justice for us." When Jian Wuya heard Jing Zemin, he secretly sighed. Then he said, "Zemin, tell me, what happened? What happened to Zhao Hai?" Jing Zemin's face was filled with anger as he recounted what had happened to the First Legion. Naturally, he didn't forget to add oil and vinegar. He described Zhao Hai as a tyrannical and unreasonable dictator who had evil intentions towards the Heavenly Sword sect. He described himself as a warrior who didn't fear power. Jian Wuya wasn't a 3-year-old child. Naturally, he wouldn't completely believe Jing Zemin's words. Although he and Zhao Hai weren't friends, he still had some understanding of Zhao Hai's character. He understood Jing Zemin even more. Therefore, he knew that he could only believe 60% of Jing Zemin's words. The remaining 40% were all lies. Although Jian Wuya secretly hated Zhao Hai's tyranny, he also knew that it was precisely because of Zhao Hai's tyranny that the First Legion had such strict rules. It was also because of the strict rules that the First Legion was so strong. Jian Wuya was certain that even if Zhao Hai didn't use his undead, the First Legion would still be able to defeat the armies of the other sections. This was the gap between them. Therefore, although he hated Zhao Hai's tyranny, he also knew that this kind of tyranny was necessary at this time. After Jing Zemin finished speaking, Jian Wuya sighed and said, "Zemin, you should know that this is a critical moment in our war with the Heavenly Demon Realm. If Zhao Hai were to leave at this time, it would have a great impact on us. Therefore, no matter what, we can't not give Zhao Hai face. How about this, I'll transfer you out of the First Legion. The others will return to the First Legion. You can rest assured that we will get our revenge sooner or later." Jing Zemin wasn't a fool. He also knew that he wouldn't get any results by coming here. However, he had to come because there were so many elders watching him. Moreover, he didn't want to stay under Zhao Hai's command. Now that he had achieved his goal, he naturally wouldn't continue to cause trouble. Therefore, he didn't say anything. Zhao Hai calmly stood there. He knew that Jian Wuya would certainly endure this. This was because Jian Wuya and the others needed him. If Jian Wuya really left with his subordinates, then the 9 great sects wouldn't be a match for the Sky Demons. This was because Jian Wuya had already shown his commanding ability to the 9 great sections. However, Zhao Hai also knew that the more he acted like this, the more the 9 great sects wouldn't let him go. The stronger he was, the greater the threat he posed to the 9 great sections. Because of this, after defeating the sky demons, the 9 great sects would certainly deal with him. This was something that Zhao Hai was certain of. However, Zhao Hai was also waiting for that moment to come. Sure enough, before long, the elders of the Sky Sword sect returned to the First Legion. Zhao Hai didn't see the elder who led the trouble, nor did he see Xianxia. Although the elders of the Sky Sword sect were still angry, they had no choice but to endure. When they saw Zhao Hai standing on the Hell King's ship, their eyes flashed with hatred. Then an elder of the Sky Sword sect arrived in front of Zhao Hai and cupped his fist to Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen Mr. Zhao Hai. I'm an outer elder of the Sky Sword sect, Luo Wei. This time, I was ordered by the sect master to follow Mr.'s orders. Mr. can rest assured, we will obey Mr.'s orders in the First Legion. Even if Mr. wants us to die, we wouldn't hesitate. In addition, the sect master wanted me to tell Mr. that the elder who led the trouble has been removed from his position as an elder. Elder Xianxia has also been transferred back to the sect. Is Mr. satisfied with this arrangement?" Zhao Hai looked at Luo Wei. He could clearly feel the hostility coming from Luo Wei. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He just smiled faintly and said, "Good, I'm satisfied. Now we can start practicing." After he said that, Zhao Hai released the undead and had them familiarize themselves with the large artifacts. At the same time, he led the elders of the Sky Sword sect to the Hell King's ship's conference hall. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "The elders of the Sky Sword sect can make their flying swords bigger and use them as large artifacts. But in terms of strength, your flying swords might not necessarily be able to compete with large artifacts. This is because your flying swords are controlled by a single person, and they also use your own spiritual qi. Although your flying swords can increase your spiritual qi, if time passes, your flying swords won't be able to compete with large artifacts that burn crystal stones." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The elders of the Sky Sword sect can make their flying swords bigger and use them as large artifacts. But in terms of strength, your flying swords might not be able to compete with large artifacts." The elders of the Heavenly Sword sect didn't make a sound. What Zhao Hai said was very common. Everyone in the cultivation realm knew that the flying swords of the Heavenly Sword sect were long-lasting. After the flying swords were enlarged, they couldn't be used by others. They also didn't need to burn crystal stones. Because of this, it was equivalent to a person bearing the entire consumption of a large artifact. Even transcending tribulation experts wouldn't be able to maintain their flying swords for a long time. After all, a person's spiritual qi was limited. Seeing that they didn't make a sound, Zhao Hai continued, "But you also have your advantages. You are flexible and fast. Compared to other large artifacts, your large artifacts are faster and more flexible. This is your biggest advantage. I will organize you into a team so that you can fully display your strengths." The elders of the Sky Sword sect were moved. Before, when Zhao Hai said that even if they were to die, they wouldn't hesitate. This made the elders of the Sky Sword sect feel disgusted. They thought that Zhao Hai would really send them to their deaths. But now, Zhao Hai said that he would organize them into a team. This meant that Zhao Hai didn't really want them to die. This made the elders of the Sky Sword sect feel surprised. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled faintly. "Do you really think that I would send you to your deaths? That's impossible. If I really did that, wouldn't I be helping the heavenly devil race? Alright, listen to me. Tomorrow, I will command all of our large artifacts to attack the heavenly devil race's large artifacts. You should know what a battle between large artifacts will look like. When I attack the heavenly devil race's large artifacts, none of you will make a move. Without my order, none of you are allowed to move. Even if Jian Wuya orders you, none of you are allowed to move. Even if all of our large artifacts are destroyed, none of you are allowed to move. Do you understand?" The cultivators of the Sky Sword sect couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Wait for my order. When both our large artifacts and the heavenly devil race's large artifacts are damaged, you will move out. Your target isn't the Heavenly Devil race's large artifacts, but the Heavenly Devil race's people. You will be responsible for attacking the Heavenly Devil race's army and opening a gap. When the time comes, our Cultivation World's army will be able to press forward and defeat the Heavenly Devil race's army in one fell swoop. They understood, the cultivators of the Sky Sword sect understood. Zhao Hai's plan wasn't that complicated. In fact, after today's battle, the cultivators of the world of cultivation had discovered that in a battlefield where hundreds of millions of people were killed, complicated tactics were simply useless. Even if it was a complicated tactic, it still required people to be on duty. The more people there were, the worse the execution of the tactic. Therefore, in a war, the simpler the tactic, the better. Now that the elders of the Sky Sword sect discovered that Zhao Hai really wanted to defeat the Heavenly Devil race and didn't want to use the Heavenly Devil race to weaken the strength of the 9 great sects, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed for what they did before. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew what they were thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't think too much about it. Everyone, since you are from the same sect, your cooperation with each other should be very good. But remember, this time you will be facing the Sky Demons. What you need to do is to break through the enemy's formation for the entire cultivation realm. Your task is very heavy. I can only teach you a very simple charging formation for you to practice later on. Listen carefully, this formation is called the arrow formation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the arrow formation was a very common offensive formation. However, it wasn't something that just anyone could do. The biggest characteristic of the arrow formation was that the formation was like an arrow, and the attack was like an arrow. And the only characteristic of an arrow was that it didn't turn back. Once a bow is shot, there's no turning back. Arrows were used to attack and kill. Therefore, arrows were the most offensive weapons, and the arrow formation was also the most offensive battle formation. The elders of the Sky Sword sect were sword cultivators. Sword cultivators had the strongest defensive strength among all cultivators. Because of this, Zhao Hai had them learn the arrow formation. In the cultivation world, people were more willing to believe in various kinds of magic arrays. Even in battle, they would arrange some magic arrays to fight with the enemy. Some big sects even had magic arrays that were specially used by cultivators. The Sky Sword sect had such a magic array. This formation was very powerful. However, it was more suitable for fighting in the Jianghu. It wasn't suitable for an army to fight. This was because the coordination was too complicated. Moreover, the impact of these formations wasn't strong. Because of this, Zhao Hai had no choice but to take out a very simple formation like the arrow formation and teach it to the elders of the Sky Sword sect. The arrow formation wasn't very complicated, but it still needed coordination. There couldn't be any mistakes. If there was a mistake, then it would be like an inferior arrow, it wouldn't be able to hit its target. Zhao Hai explained the attack method of the arrow formation to the elders of the Sky Sword sect, as well as the things that they should pay attention to when cooperating with each other. The elders of the Sky Sword sect listened carefully. They had no choice but to recognize that this formation, which they had never seen before, was very suitable for fighting on the battlefield. After the lecture, Zhao Hai led the elders of the Sky Sword sect out of the encampment. They found a very spacious place and began to train. The main thing was to train the cooperation between the elders of the Sky Sword sect. At the same time, they had to adapt to the various changes of the arrow formation. Although the arrow formation was very simple, the coordination wasn't very easy. Moreover, there was a very important point, the arrow formation was also a very dangerous formation. The arrow formation needed an arrow tip, and the arrow tip was the most dangerous part of the formation. When others attacked, they would attack the arrow tip first. Therefore, when the arrow formation was in coordination, several people would be prepared at the arrow tip. Once the person who acted as the sword tip was killed or had an accident, the others would have to use their fastest speed to fill that position. This was the most important part of the formation. Although the elders of the Sky Sword sect came from the same sect, they didn't have a lot of opportunities to cooperate with each other. Fortunately, their cultivation methods were similar. After experiencing several battles, they had some tacit understanding with each other. After a period of training, they were finally able to use the arrow formation properly. 2 days was really a short time. Fortunately, both sides had suffered losses in the previous battle. The people of both sides were licking their wounds. Therefore, these 2 days were relatively peaceful. After 2 days of training, the undead had become very flexible in controlling the large artifacts. And with Lizzie and the others commanding them, Zhao Hai believed that the undead would be able to surprise the heavenly demons. Naturally, Zhao Hai paid more attention to the elders of the Sky Sword sect. In Zhao Hai's view, the battle between the large artifacts was like 2 infantry formations clashing. It was a battle between the large artifacts as well as the fighting strength of both sides. As for the elders of the Sky Sword sect, Zhao Hai classified them as cavalry. When they move out, they would act like cavalry. They would break through the enemy's formation in one fell swoop and then divide the enemy. This was an important factor in determining the direction of the battle. 2 days later, the Cultivation Realm's army assembled. Zhao Hai didn't intend to hide anything. He placed all of the large artifacts in front of the formation. He didn't have the large artifacts arranged in the Star Transformations formation because there was no need for it. Additionally, the Star Transformations formation's impact wasn't strong. It was good for defense, but it wasn't good for offense. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't use the Star Transformations formation. He placed the large artifacts in front of the formation so that the heavenly demons would know what he wanted to do. Sure enough, after Zhao Hai arranged the large artifacts, the heavenly demons also made adjustments. They placed all of their large artifacts in front of the formation. Both sides understood that the clash of large artifacts was the main theme of today's battle. The heavenly devil commander looked at the formation of the self-cultivator army and couldn't help but sneer, "The plan of 10 armies can't work, so you're using large artifacts. Haha, how naive, do you really think large artifacts are going to work?" Mo, who was standing next to the heavenly demon commander, said, "Commander, we still need to be careful. Although using large artifacts isn't a big deal, I heard that the one commanding the large artifacts is Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai isn't only good at commanding, he's also very good at commanding large artifacts. In the past, when our large artifacts fought against Zhao Hai's large artifacts, we didn't gain any advantage. It can be said that his ability to command large artifacts is better than his army." When the heavenly demon commander heard Mo, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "So Zhao Hai is the biggest threat to our heavenly demon race. Have you thought about getting rid of Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai's strength is very formidable. Before he revealed his undead, he already has the strength of an immortal expert. Moreover, he's very good at group battles. Even if he is attacked by multiple immortal experts, he can still deal with them. Most importantly, he has a spatial divergent ability. If he can't win, then he can just run. Nobody can do anything to him." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Zhao Hai's strength is very formidable. Even if he can't win, he can still run." The heavenly demon commander's frown deepened. Then he said, "Is it possible to get rid of him through the hands of the cultivators?" Mo nodded and said, "I've thought about it. In fact, Zhao Hai's Freedom Alliance has a deep conflict with the 9 major sects. The 9 major sects wanted to get rid of Zhao Hai, but they weren't successful. Now that the 9 major sects and the Freedom Alliance have joined forces, dealing with Zhao Hai would be even more difficult." The heavenly demon commander frowned as he looked at the cultivator army and said, "I feel that this Zhao Hai will be troublesome. However, I believe that our heavenly demon race will be victorious in the end. I don't believe that a single person can change the direction of a war." Just then, the cultivation world's large artifacts began their charge. Without any fancy moves, the cultivation world's large artifacts directly charged towards the Sky Devil clan's large artifacts. The army of the Heavenly Devil army was not to be outdone. They also spread out to attack the army of the world of self-cultivators. The large magic treasures of the two sides quickly approached each other. Soon, they collided with each other with a boom. Zhao Hai's large artifacts. Zhao. 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 To Zhao's. To tell the truth, even these knowledgeable cultivators would feel a trace of shock when they saw the large artifacts colliding. They would feel their blood boiling because the scene was too spectacular. After watching for a while, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. The heavenly demon army had more large artifacts than Zhao Hai imagined. Even with Lizzie and the others commanding the large artifacts, Zhao Hai knew that he had to make a move. Then he turned to the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect and said, "I'll go help. You stay here. Remember, without my order, you can't attack. Even if it's an immortal expert or Jian Wuya." The elders of the Heavenly Sword sect admired Zhao Hai. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai, all of them nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand. The elders of the Heavenly Sword sect went down from the Hell King's ship. Then Zhao Hai drove the ship forward. At the same time, the Hell King's ship accelerated. Like a wild horse, it rushed towards the Heavenly Demon Army's large artifacts. Boom! The Hell King's ship collided with a large artifact. The Heavenly Demon Army's dragon-like large artifact had its head smashed off. The Hell King's ship didn't stop as it went straight to its next target. The large artifacts of both sides were entangled with each other. Naturally, this attracted the attention of both sides. Everyone's attention was focused on the large artifacts. The cultivators from the cultivation realm were naturally nervous. This was because they had fewer troops compared to the other side. If their large artifacts were to be defeated, then they would lose. At this moment, the large artifacts of both sides were fighting. However, Jian Wuya and the others were frowning as they sat there. Jian Wuya, Jiao Hualong, and the other sect masters of the 9 great sects were sitting inside a large artifact to observe the changes on the battlefield. However, their expressions were not very good. After some time, Jian Wuya said, "What's going on with Zhao Hai? Why haven't we seen the people of the Heavenly Sword sect make a move? If this continues, then I'm afraid the cultivation realm's large artifacts will be destroyed." Jiao Hualong turned his head and said, "Do you see it? Your Heavenly Sword sect's elders are still in the rear. Zhao Hai is rushing forward. Are they disobeying his orders?" Zhao Hai had a conflict with the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect. In the end, he threatened the Heavenly Sword sect by withdrawing from the battle. This was something that the other sects were aware of. Therefore, Jiao Hualong asked this question. Jian Wuya shook his head and said, "That's impossible. I already told them to listen to Zhao Hai's orders. Even if Zhao Hai wants them to die, they still have to do it. If they don't listen to orders, then according to the sect's rules, it wouldn't be their problem. No, I have to ask them what's going on." After he said that, Jian Wuya took out a jade sword message and sent it out. Before long, a jade sword message flew back into Jian Wuya's hand. After reading the contents of the jade sword message, Jian Wuya's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. When the others saw Jian Wuya's expression, they couldn't help but stare. Jiao Hualong was puzzled as he asked, "What happened? Did Zhao Hai tell them to stay?" Jian Wuya nodded and said, "Yes. They said that Zhao Hai told them to stay and prepare for the final attack. Bastard, he's still not letting them go. Could it be that he wants to wait until the end of the battle before letting them go?" One couldn't blame Jian Wuya for being so anxious. At this point, more than half of the large artifacts of both sides had been destroyed. It can be said that if this continued, the large artifacts of both sides would be wiped out. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any intention of retreating. He was still commanding the large artifacts of the cultivation realm to fight. At this point, the cultivation realm's large artifacts were less than half of their original number. They only had 700 or so that could still fight. On the other hand, the Heavenly Demon Realm side was in a better situation. They had more than 1,000 left. This wasn't to say that Zhao Hai's commanding ability wasn't good. In fact, if it weren't for Zhao Hai's powerful commanding ability, then the cultivation realm's large artifacts would have already been wiped out. This was because the Heavenly Demon Realm's large artifacts were about 3,000 while the cultivation realm only had 2,000. There was a difference of almost 1,000. The battle was still going on. The cultivation realm's large artifacts were constantly being reduced. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any intention of retreating. Fight. Fight. Continue to fight. If it were humans controlling the large artifacts, then they would have already retreated in fear. Unfortunately, the ones controlling the large artifacts weren't humans, but the undead. They didn't know what fear was. The heavenly demons of the Heavenly Demon Realm were also clenching their teeth. If it weren't for the fact that the heavenly demons were more aggressive than the cultivators, then they would have already retreated. But now, they couldn't. They were already enraged and their eyes were red. In their eyes, the only thing left was the other party's large artifacts. Their only goal was to sink the other party's large artifacts. The two armies were shocked by the fierce battle between the large artifacts. They didn't think that a battle between large artifacts could reach this degree. It was too terrifying. Xianxia felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Looking at the large artifacts on his side being reduced one by one, he felt that if he didn't send the elders, then they would lose. Therefore, Xianxia immediately took out a jade sword message and gave the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect an order to attack. However, after the jade sword message was sent out, he quickly received a reply. Upon seeing the reply, Xianxuya's complexion couldn't help but turn pale. Then he angrily cursed, "That bastard! What does he want to do? Does he want to lose this war?" Jiao Hualong looked at Xianxia and said, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Xianxia turned his head to Jiao Hualong and said, "Luo Wei said that Zhao Hai gave them a death order before joining the battle. Before they receive Zhao Hai's order, they can't attack. Even if I give them the order, they can't attack." Jiao Hualong frowned and said, "Maybe Zhao Hai has other plans. Forget it, we'll just watch. I don't think Zhao Hai wants to lose this war. It won't benefit him at all." Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, the abbot angrily said, "But look at the situation now. The Sky Devil race's large artifacts have already gained the upper hand. It won't be long before our large artifacts are destroyed. If we don't have the support of large artifacts, how can we fight the Sky Devil race? If Zhao Hai sends the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, then we'll win. We'll have more large artifacts to deal with the enemy." "Jiao Hualong, I noticed that you've been speaking up for Zhao Hai recently. What are you thinking? Don't forget that the Freedom Union has a great enmity with your 10,000 Beast sect." Jiao Hualong glared at the abbot and coldly snorted, "You don't have to care how I treat him. Whether you like it or not, you have to admit that Zhao Hai is much better than you and me when it comes to commanding. Therefore, before the Sky Devil race is defeated, I believe in Zhao Hai and support him. Only he has the ability to defeat the Sky Devil race in the shortest time possible. If it were you, would you be able to do it?" Xianxia coldly snorted and said, "All right, don't argue. What's the use of arguing at this time? Let's see what Zhao Hai wants to do." While they were talking, the battle of the large celestial devices between the two sides had come to an end. Needless to say, the large celestial device army of the cultivation world had been completely annihilated. The Heavenly Fiend race was not any better. They only had 100 or so large celestial devices that could still move. Moreover, all of them were injured and their combat strength was less than 60% of their original. This soul-stirring battle of large artifacts had reached its end. However, the real battle had just begun. Zhao Hai stood on top of the Hell King's ship. At this point, the ship was in tatters and couldn't move. However, this was just a facade. As long as Zhao Hai wanted, the ship could be restored in a matter of minutes. However, Zhao Hai didn't do this. Instead, he waved his hand and lifted the Hell King's ship. Then his figure flashed as he returned to the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect. Then he waved his hand and said, "Attack. Remember, go all out. Don't move your swords, just use them like large artifacts. You don't need to kill people, you need to disrupt the enemy's formation. Now, charge. Now. Attack." The elders of the Heavenly Sword sect nodded and then flew forward. Zhao Hai had already given them a plan. They had to keep flying forward until they reached the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. Only then would they take out their flying swords and desperately rush forward. Seeing the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect going forward, Zhao Hai took out the communication device that Xianxia gave him and said, "Luo Wei and the others have set off. Everyone get ready. Wait for Luo Wei and the others to attack." Zhao Hai. In order to use the communication device, one needed to state one's identity. After all, it was only a text communication device. If one didn't state one's identity, it would be hard for others to know who was speaking. When Xianxia and the others saw this message, they couldn't help but stare. But after looking at the situation, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. Xianxia and the others' mood improved a lot. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to connect the heavenly demon realm's large artifacts to this degree. This was beyond their expectations. However, Jian Wuya and the others didn't wait and immediately went to gather people. As long as Luo Wei and the others make a move, they would immediately follow. The distance between the two sides wasn't very far. Before long, Luo Wei and the others arrived near the heavenly demon realm's army. At this time, the heavenly demon realm's army was slowly approaching. It seems like they were preparing for a decisive battle with the cultivation realm. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Zhao Hai still had a backup plan waiting for them. When Luo Wei saw that the distance was about right, he immediately shouted, "Do it." After saying that, he waved his hand and the huge sword on his back appeared beneath his feet. Then, the huge sword grew with the wind and soon became as big as a large artifact. Then, he directed the huge sword to attack the Sky Devil race's army. The Heavenly Devil army also noticed Luo Wei's movement. They were all stunned and panicked. After all, they no longer had any large artifacts to stop the other party. If they let the other party rush over, it would be really troublesome. When the Heavenly Demon Commander saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. He immediately said, "Immortal experts, stop those bastards from the Heavenly Sword sect." Along with his voice, the immortal experts of the Heavenly Demon realm immediately made their move. They directly attacked Luo Wei and the others. However, as soon as the immortal experts made their move, they discovered that there were already people waiting for them. It was Hu Dawei and the others. Zhao Hai already expected that the Heavenly Demon realm would send innate experts to deal with Luo Wei and the others. After Luo Wei and the others enlarged their flying swords, their attacks were very strong. However, they couldn't last for long. Moreover, they were transcending tribulation experts. Although transcending tribulation experts couldn't stop them, immortal experts could. Immortal experts were one level higher than transcending tribulation experts. If Luo Wei and the others were stopped by transcending tribulation experts, then they would be finished. Because of this, when Luo Wei and the others attacked, Zhao Hai sent Hu Dawei and the others to protect Luo Wei and the others. This way, Luo Wei and the others wouldn't be stopped by immortal experts. This way, Luo Wei and the others would be able to display their greatest strength. At this time, Luo Wei and the others had already rushed into the great formation of the Heavenly Devil Army. The Heavenly Devils in the Heavenly Devil Army were not all in the Crossing Calamity stage or the Nascent Soul stage. Most of them were in the Gold Core stage or even the Transcendence stage. It was impossible for such an army to withstand the attack of a large celestial device. Luo Wei and the others cut through the Heavenly Demon Army like a hot knife cutting through butter. Moreover, they moved forward as if there was no resistance at all. At this time, Jian Wuya and the others reacted. They immediately commanded the army to rush towards the gap that Luo Wei and the others created. The Cultivator army continued to pour into the gap, making it bigger and bigger. At the same time, the Heavenly Demon Army's formation was completely torn apart. The Heavenly Demon Army began to panic. They never thought that their formation would be broken in the blink of an eye. This was too terrifying. The scales of victory began to tilt towards the Cultivation world side. The Heavenly Devil Commander looked at the situation on the battlefield with an ashen face. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. After a while, the Heavenly Devil Commander turned to Mo-like and said, "Mo-like, you go to the left. Since the Cultivation world has separated our formation, then we'll split into two. The army on the left will be under your command, and the army on the right will be under my command. We'll retreat a bit and stabilize the situation, then we'll launch a pincer attack." Mo-like didn't have any other choice. Fortunately, this was a huge battlefield with hundreds of millions of people. Besides the gap that was torn apart, the Heavenly Demon Army didn't suffer any attacks. As long as they reorganize, they should be able to stabilize the situation. This change in the Heavenly Demon Realm's formation was very crucial. Lizzie and the others who were paying attention to the battlefield immediately discovered the Heavenly Demon Realm's plan and immediately reported it to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard Lizzie, he couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly said, "You mean to say that the Heavenly Demon Realm's formation has changed from 1 to 2? Moreover, they're preparing to attack us from both sides?" Lizzie nodded and said, "Right, they're already changing their formation." "Big Brother Hai, what do you think we should do?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, "Mobilize the undead army. Let Jian Wuya and the others deal with the other side." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out his communication device and said, "The Heavenly Demon Army's formation has changed from 1 to 2. I'll be responsible for the left side while you deal with the right side as soon as possible. Zhao Hai." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a large number of undead appeared beside him. This time, Zhao Hai wasn't facing Mo-like, but the Heavenly Demon Commander's army. Zhao Hai's position was facing the Heavenly Demon Commander. Because of this, the Heavenly Demon Commander's left side was Zhao Hai's right side. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the Heavenly Demon Commander were facing off. Jian Wuya and the others also saw Zhao Hai's message. After reading the message, they also paid attention to the battlefield. Just as Zhao Hai said, the Heavenly Demon Army had been divided into 2 groups. Moreover, they were stabilizing their formation. Jian Wuya and the others couldn't help but sigh at Zhao Hai's sensitivity to changes in battle formations. But at the same time, they were also afraid. With Zhao Hai's ability to grasp opportunities, what would happen if they were to face him in the future? After thinking about this, Jian Wuya and the others became even more resolute. They must eliminate Zhao Hai as soon as possible. However, this was just a thought. They immediately followed Zhao Hai's instructions and attacked the Heavenly Demon Army on the right. At the same time, Zhao Hai led his undead army to attack the Heavenly Demon Army on the left. At the same time, Zhao Hai gave an order for Luo Wei and the others to rest and cooperate with them. Luo Wei and the others almost pierced through the Heavenly Demon Army. Although it looked very satisfying, it also consumed a lot of energy. Luo Wei and the others didn't have enough energy to maintain their flying swords. Fortunately, the Heavenly Demon Army was divided, so their mission could be considered complete. After receiving Zhao Hai's order, Luo Wei and the others finally relaxed. Then they shrunk their flying swords and returned to the cultivation realm. They immediately took out pills to restore their spiritual qi. At this time, Zhao Hai was already facing the Heavenly Demon Commander's army. The Heavenly Demon Commander was commanding his army to attack the Cultivation Realm's army. However, he suddenly discovered that his opponents had turned into undead. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There were countless undead. Upon seeing this, the Heavenly Demon Commander immediately knew who his opponent was. It must be Zhao Hai. After thinking about this, the Heavenly Demon Commander's eyes couldn't help but turn red. His eyes were already red, but now, they were about to bleed. The Heavenly Demon Commander waved his hand and said, "Attack, attack with all your might. Tear those damned undead to shreds. I want to capture Zhao Hai and extract his soul. I want him to suffer demonic flames." Following his command, the Heavenly Demons also rushed towards Zhao Hai's undead army. Many Heavenly Demons had the same idea as the Heavenly Demon Commander. They hated Zhao Hai because of Zhao Hai's destruction. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then they wouldn't be in this situation. These Heavenly Demons had already fought with Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai's undead weren't very strong. There weren't a lot of strong undead. Most of the undead relied on guns and cannons to attack. As long as the Heavenly Demons rushed in front of the enemy, then the guns and cannons wouldn't be of any use. At that time, the Heavenly Demons would be able to defeat Zhao Hai's Heavenly Demon Army. Because of this, the Heavenly Demons were very fast. But this time, they were wrong. Zhao Hai's undead army was very strong. The Heavenly Demons wanted to engage in close combat with the undead army. This was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. Under the command of Lizzie and the others, the undead army arranged themselves into several cube formations as they went to meet the Heavenly Demons. At this time, Zhao Hai and the First Legion were watching the battle from the rear. It didn't take long before the undead army and the Heavenly Demons came in contact. Upon contact, the Heavenly Demons were able to see the difference between the undead army and the Heavenly Demons. Although the undead army didn't use their Dharma idol, they were still very strong. Moreover, the coordination between the undead army had reached the point of perfection. It was impossible for the Heavenly Demons to stop them. Most importantly, the undead army's formation changed, causing the Heavenly Demons to suffer a small loss. The undead army's formation was very fast. Moreover, they were able to attack and retreat, completely unpredictable. The heavenly demons were like moths that fell into a spider's web. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. They were still bound tighter and tighter until they were eaten by the spider. The heavenly demon commander's expression changed. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's undead would be this strong. Looking at the constantly changing formation of the undead army, the heavenly demon commander finally understood that Zhao Hai didn't directly attack them. Otherwise, they would have already been finished. In addition to being angry, the heavenly demon commander also felt powerless. At the same time, there was also a trace of fear in his heart. He had to face the fact that their invasion was a failure. Moreover, it was a failure in the hands of a single person. Unwilling, the heavenly demon commander was truly unwilling. Their invasion was going very smoothly. They had been suppressing the 9 great sects of the cultivation realm. But in the end, the heavenly demon commander couldn't accept this. However, even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. The fact was that Zhao Hai's undead army was much stronger than them. Every time the undead army changed their formation, they would bring along a large number of heavenly demons. The battle with the undead army has only been going on for 2 hours. However, the heavenly demon commander's losses had already reached several million. Moreover, the undead army had the upper hand and had even begun to encircle them. The heavenly demon commander knew that this couldn't go on. If this continues, then they would be finished. He needed to preserve the vitality of the heavenly demons. Otherwise, even if they returned to the heavenly demon realm, they wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the cultivation realm. If the heavenly demons can break the spatial barrier and kill their way to the cultivation realm, then why can't the cultivation realm break the spatial barrier and kill their way to the heavenly demons? Yes, the cultivation realm could do so as well. It was just that the cultivation realm was full of contradictions, so they didn't kill their way to the heavenly demon realm. If they lost too many people, then it was possible that the cultivation realm would go to the heavenly demon realm. When that time comes, the heavenly demons would face the danger of extinction. Thinking of this, the heavenly demon commander couldn't sit still. He stood up and said, "Order Emoli to come to us as soon as possible. At the same time, order him to send troops to guard the spatial passage. After the 2 armies converge, we will return to the heavenly demon realm." Naturally, the heavenly demon beside him had an indignant expression. He looked at the heavenly demon commander and said, "Commander, we haven't lost yet. We will win." The heavenly demon commander replied, "Pass down the order. There's no meaning in fighting like this. If we lose too much, then the cultivation realm wouldn't let us off. Moreover, don't forget that Zhao Hai has a spatial divergent ability. He can rush to the sky demon territory to deal with us. If we lose all of our troops here, then what would happen to the heavenly demons when the time comes? Will we become part of Zhao Hai's undead army? Order Emoli to retreat." Jian Wuya and the others didn't know how Zhao Hai was doing. In fact, they were facing Mo-like, who had fought Zhao Hai many times. Because Mo-like had fought with Zhao Hai many times, his commanding ability had also improved. Since he was commanding the elites of the Sky Demon army, he didn't suffer any losses. Although they were few in number, Zhao Hai still couldn't do anything to Mo-like. At this time, Mo-like received an order from the Sky Demon commander. Mo-like knew that the Sky Demon commander had suffered a loss against Zhao Hai. He also knew that the Sky Demon commander's decision was the best. Because of this, Mo-like immediately commanded the Sky Demon army to approach the Sky Demon commander. Although Jian Wuya and the others didn't know how Zhao Hai was doing, they were able to see the movements of the Sky Demon army. The Sky Demon army was crazily attacking them. Unexpectedly, the Sky Demon army was broken through. Although Zhao Hai was leading the first legion behind the undead army, he was still paying attention to Jian Wuya and the others. He didn't think that Jian Wuya and the others would be trashed to this degree. They couldn't even deal with half of the Sky Demon army. However, Zhao Hai also discovered some problems with the Sky Demon army. He discovered that the Sky Demon army was retreating. He didn't want to keep the Sky Demons here, it would only expose his strength. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't attack. Instead, he had the undead army slow down. This gave the Sky Demon army an opportunity. Mo-like commanded the Sky Demon army to converge with the Sky Demon commander's army. Then the Sky Demon army slowly retreated. At this time, Zhao Hai received most of the undead, especially the powerful ones. Then with Jian Wuya and the others, they began to pursue the Sky Demon army. However, although the Heavenly Demon army was retreating, they weren't in chaos. They didn't give Zhao Hai and the others any opportunities. Zhao Hai and the others chased them all the way to the spatial channel. The Heavenly Demon army returned to the Heavenly Demon realm from the spatial channel. Then they sent people to guard the spatial channel, repelling Jian Wuya and the others' attacks. When Jian Wuya and the others saw that the Sky Demon army had been pushed back to the Sky Demon realm, the momentum in their hearts dissipated. Their attacks became even weaker. The Sky Demon army easily guarded the spatial channel. Then when the cultivators retreated, the Sky Demon army directly sealed the channel. It wasn't only the 10,000 beast sect spatial channel. When the Sky Demon army invaded the Sky Demon realm, there were more than a dozen spatial channels. When the Sky Demon army returned to the Sky Demon realm, they immediately sealed all of the spatial channels. Moreover, they sealed all of them. Opening these spatial channels wasn't any easier than breaking the spatial barrier. Most importantly, the spatial barrier had the ability to automatically restore itself. Before, the Sky Demon army had placed a formation around the spatial channel, making it impossible for the spatial barrier to automatically restore itself. Now that they removed the formation and sealed the spatial channel, the spatial barrier would slowly restore itself. Upon seeing this, Jian Wuya immediately gathered everyone. Naturally, this included Zhao Hai. Everyone went to the Sky Sword Sect's encampment. After arriving at the encampment, Jian Wuya had everyone sit down. Then he smiled and said, "Everyone, we have achieved a great victory against the Sky Demon army. We have driven the Sky Demon army back to the Sky Demon realm. For our cultivation realm, this is a big and happy event. Today, I called everyone here to tell you that after today, everyone can return to their sections." The sect masters of the small sects were naturally very happy. If the Sky Demon army didn't retreat, then they would have to stay here. Although they stayed here to deal with the Sky Demon army, they were still under the leadership of others. This wasn't a good feeling. Jian Wuya looked at Zhao Hai and said, "According to our previous agreement, once the Sky Demon army retreats, the alliances will automatically dissolve. I hope that everyone can respect this agreement." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." When the sect masters of the small sects heard Jian Wuya, they couldn't help but stare. Then they turned their gazes to Zhao Hai. This was because they discovered that Jian Wuya's words were directed at Zhao Hai and the Freedom Alliance. The reason the Freedom Alliance was able to stand on equal footing with the 9 great sects was because they had joined forces to form the Freedom Alliance. If the Freedom Alliance disbanded, then their strength would be scattered. Naturally, they wouldn't have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with the 9 great sections. Zhao Hai sat there and didn't say anything. It was as if he didn't hear Jian Wuya's words. Jian Wuya looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Mr. Zhao Hai, is your Freedom Alliance going to disband according to the previous agreement?" Revolt. This was using this opportunity to revolt. Everyone understood that today's meeting was held for Zhao Hai. The 9 great sects were going to revolt against the Freedom Alliance. Zhao Hai looked at Jian Wuya and sneered. "Agreement? What agreement? Our Freedom Alliance didn't participate in the agreement between the 9 great sections. Why are the 9 great sects interfering with us?" When Jian Wuya heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but sink. He said, "So the Freedom Alliance doesn't intend to disband? Then you violated the agreement. If you violate the agreement, then don't blame us for being impolite." Zhao Hai looked at Jian Wuya and couldn't help but laugh. "Impolite? So what if you're impolite?" "Jian Wuya, don't pretend." Before the Sky Demon army was driven away, the 9 great sects had already begun secretly mobilizing their troops towards our Freedom Alliance. They even sent a lot of immortal experts. Do you really think our Freedom Alliance doesn't know? Jian Wuya, you're too naive. When Jian Wuya heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted and said, "So what if you know? Do you think your Freedom Alliance can stop the 9 great sects army? The Freedom Alliance's strongest fighting force is none other than you, Zhao Hai. But Zhao Hai is still here, and our army is already attacking the Freedom Alliance. Even if you want to save him, it's too late. Zhao Hai sneered and said, Save? Why should I save him? Jian Wuya, I said you're naive. You're really naive. I already knew that the 9 great sects would do this. When I left, the Freedom Alliance had already made arrangements. The 9 great sects' main forces are still here. How many troops can you send to attack the Freedom Alliance? As for our Freedom Alliance, we only have 5 million people here. How many troops can the Freedom Alliance send? I'm afraid you haven't counted. Right, you still have immortal experts, but doesn't the Freedom Alliance have any? Don't forget, the immortal experts of the Freedom Alliance didn't come with me. They are still guarding the Freedom Alliance. Moreover, I'm not afraid to tell you that I left some immortal stage undead in the Freedom Alliance. You want to deal with the Freedom Alliance with just your army? Stop dreaming. Who knows who will be the one to deal with who? Jian Wuya's face paled. He didn't notice this problem before. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, he felt uncertain. At this time, the abbot looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, even if your Freedom Alliance can block our army, so what? As long as we kill you here, we'll attack the Freedom Alliance. At that time, what can they use to block us? You, Zhao Hai, are the Freedom Alliance's greatest support. Once we get rid of you, dealing with the Freedom Alliance will be as easy as turning our hand. Zhao Hai looked at the abbot and said, Get rid of me? Are you sure you can get rid of me? Jian Wuya sneered and said, In order to get rid of you, we spent a lot of effort. I know that you have a spatial divergent ability. In order to prevent you from using your spatial ability to escape, we sent out all the spatial divergent ability users we could find to place a spatial imprisonment around you. Don't even think about using space to escape. Moreover, your first legion has been surrounded by us. If you dare to leave, then your first legion won't be able to survive. Zhao Hai, you must die today. Zhao Hai looked at Jian Wuya and sneered, You want me to die? With just you? Jian Wuya laughed and said, Zhao Hai, we know that you're strong. However, can't you feel the difference in this hall? Zhao Hai stared, then his expression couldn't help but change. He discovered that the spiritual qi in the hall has become very thin. Zhao Hai looked at Jian Wuya and said, Spirit restriction formation? Jian Wuya sneered and said, Right, you finally reacted. Spirit restriction formation. This hall has been sealed by spatial imprisonment and spirit restriction formations. Moreover, it's surrounded by immortal experts. Zhao Hai, you won't be able to escape today. Zhao Hai looked at Jian Wuya and sneered. Even if that's the case, so what? Don't you know how many immortal stage undead I have? Why do you think you can stop me? Jian Wuya sneered and said, Zhao Hai, you don't need to stall for time. It's useless. The spatial imprisonment can seal all space. Are your undead in your summoning space? Can you still use your summoning space? If you can't use your summoning space, how can you release your undead? If you can't release your undead, then you're dead. Zhao Hai looked at Jian Wuya and said, I have to admit that your calculations are very accurate. However, you still underestimated me. Before the meeting, I've already summoned all my immortal stage undead and placed them on the Hell King's ship. The immortal stage undead should be here by now. Moreover, there's one thing you might not know. The Hell King's ship has a transmission formation that can send the First Legion back to the Freedom Alliance. I'm afraid that the First Legion has already arrived. Jian Wuya, do you really think that you can stop me? When he heard Zhao Hai, Jian Wuya's expression couldn't help but change. At this time, loud sounds of fighting could be heard from outside. The sounds were very loud. Moreover, both sides weren't weak. Jian Wuya was almost certain that what Zhao Hai said was true. It was likely that Zhao Hai's immortal stage undead and the immortal experts of the 9 great sects were fighting. At this time, Zhao Hai also stood up. With a wave of his hand, a long saber appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and the others and sneered, Ever since I, Zhao Hai, came out, countless people wanted to take my life. But in the end, all of them died in my hands. I wonder if the 9 great sects are an exception. Come, let me see how strong the 9 great sects sect masters are. Jian Wuya and the others also took out their weapons. However, they didn't release their avatars. Because this cave was built temporarily, it wasn't very spacious. It wouldn't be easy to release their avatars here. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, I've heard that Zhao Hai is incomparably strong. You're the strongest under the immortal stage. Today, I want to see it for myself. Everyone, listen up. If you can make Zhao Hai stay here, then we will fulfill our promise. If you don't help, then don't blame the 9 great sects for being ruthless. Zhao Hai looked at the sect masters of the other small sections. At this time, the sect masters of the small sects also took out their weapons and surrounded Zhao Hai. Some of them had fierce expressions while some were unwilling. But no matter what, they were now Zhao Hai's enemies. Zhao Hai sneered and said, You want to take this Zhao Hai's life? You're too naive. After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he rushed towards Xianxia. He brandished his saber and used the Demon 7 Slaughter Saber. Xianxia brandished his long sword, and Sky Sword Sect Sky Sword art was also fully unleashed. At this time a melodious sound of a zither was heard. It was Gui Lingzi who had made his move. Following that, Abbot Nu Mei also made his move. Abbot Nu Mei was a body cultivator. When he made his move, a golden color appeared on his skin, as if he had turned into a golden man. Next, Jiao Hualong and the others made their move as well. Jiao Hualong was now in his half-demon form. He was nearly 3 times as tall as Meigo and his 2 hands had transformed into 2 ferocious-looking dragon claws. The few of them surrounded Zhao Hai and kept attacking him. However, they soon discovered that they really couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's movement technique spread out. Under the siege of several people, he could advance and retreat freely. He fought against 9 people alone, but he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. When the 9 people besieged Zhao Hai, the others discovered that they simply couldn't do anything. However, they also didn't dare to leave. If they left at this time, then their sects would suffer the wrath of the 9 major sects. The Freedom Alliance wasn't afraid of the 9 major sects, but they were. If the 9 major sects really wanted to deal with them, then they would be exterminated. While Jian Wuya and the others were attacking Zhao Hai, the armies of the 9 major sects also met with the Freedom Alliance's army. It couldn't be said that they met, the Freedom Alliance's army was already waiting for the 9 major sects' army. This time, the 9 major sects sent out 3 million troops as well as 100 immortal experts. While the armies of the 9 major sects were focused on the 10,000 beast sect, the 9 major sects were still able to send out so many troops. This was already very amazing. On the other hand, the Freedom Alliance also sent 2 million troops. Moreover, they had several dozen immortal experts. Naturally, this didn't include the immortal undead Zhao Hai left behind by the Black Tiger gang. After the 2 sides met, they didn't waste time and immediately started fighting. Originally, the 9 major sects had the upper hand. However, Zhao Hai's immortal undead suddenly appeared and caught the 9 major sects off guard. More than 30 immortal experts of the 9 major sects were killed. The 9 major sects' army couldn't resist and immediately retreated. However, they didn't retreat too far as they prepared for a second attack. At this time, the battle between Zhao Hai and Jian Wuya and the others was nearing its end. After more than 100 immortal experts of the 9 major sects were killed, the 9 major sects' immortal experts couldn't resist and immediately retreated. As soon as they retreated, Hu Dawei and the others rushed towards the cave mansion. When the sect masters of the smaller sects saw this, they didn't say anything and immediately ran away. They were facing immortal experts. If they didn't run, then they would die. Moreover, the 9 major sects couldn't blame them for running away when the immortal undead appeared. When Jian Wuya and the others saw this, their expressions turned ugly. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, they had the upper hand in the battle against Zhao Hai. After they forced back Zhao Hai, they quickly left the cave through another passage. Zhao Hai looked at the direction that Jian Wuya and the others left. He didn't chase after them. It wasn't that he was powerless to do so. On the contrary, it was very easy for him to chase after them. In fact, he didn't use his full strength when fighting against Jian Wuya and the others. He didn't want Jian Wuya and the others to stay here. Otherwise, the 9 major sects and the Freedom Alliance would fight to the death. Zhao Hai originally wanted to eliminate the 9 major sects. However, he also understood that while eliminating the 9 major sects would benefit the Black Tiger Gang in the short term, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing in the long term. This was because the Black Tiger Gang was too weak. If he were to eliminate the 9 major sects, then he would need to go all out. At that time, the Black Tiger Gang's strength wouldn't increase by much. At that time, the Black Tiger Gang would have no opponents in the cultivation realm. This wasn't necessarily a good thing for the Black Tiger Gang. Without an opponent, it meant that the Black Tiger Gang had lost their competitiveness and goal. That wasn't good for the Black Tiger Gang. Therefore, it was best for the 9 great sects to leave an equal opponent for the Black Tiger Gang. This way, the Black Tiger Gang would continue to improve. Moreover, if he really wanted to eliminate the 9 major sects, then he would need to eliminate all the immortal experts of the 9 major sects as well as their elites. Not only would the 9 major sects suffer a great loss, the entire cultivation realm would suffer. If the people from the Leap Dragon realm came and felt that the cultivation realm was too weak, then wouldn't they lose more than they gain? Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want to use his strength to eliminate the 9 major sects. He just wanted to use his strength to make the Freedom Alliance and the Black Tiger Gang stronger. As soon as Jian Wuya and the others left the cave, they immediately returned to the army. Then they gathered the army and headed towards the Freedom Alliance. They didn't stay there and wait to deal with Zhao Hai. Jian Wuya and the others were very clear that once the spatial imprisonment loses effect, Zhao Hai would be able to return to the Black Tiger Gang at any time. They wouldn't be able to wait for Zhao Hai to return. Jian Wuya's guess wasn't wrong. Zhao Hai had already returned to the Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Feng and Hu Liangchen were in Zhang Feng's study discussing how to deal with the 9 great sects army when Zhao Hai suddenly appeared. Seeing Zhao Hai return, Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare. He quickly said, "Zhao Hai, why did you come back so late? The First Legion has been back for some time." Zhao Hai replied, "I told them to come back first. I stayed behind to see how the 9 major sects would deal with me. Ha ha ha. I'm really disappointed." The Sky Demons retreated and they immediately made a move. They aren't afraid of the other sects being bitterly disappointed. Zhang Feng sneered and said, "Those fellows from the 9 major sects wanted to deal with us while you were outside. They didn't expect that we had already made arrangements. Now that we've blocked the 9 major sects army and you're back, it'll be even harder for them to deal with us. I want to see what they'll do next." Hu Liangchen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, did the 9 major sects army make any movements? Is he coming here as well?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, the 9 major sects army is also coming here. It seems like they want to use their army to suppress us and kill us." Hu Liangchen sneered and said, "It seems like a battle with the 9 major sects is inevitable. But Zhao Hai, what do you want to do? Do you want to directly destroy the 9 major sects?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, if we destroy the 9 great sects, then the strength of the cultivation realm would drop. This wouldn't be good for us. The people in the Leap Dragon realm might think that the cultivation realm is too weak and directly kick us out of the cultivation realm. Therefore, we can't destroy the 9 great sects right now, but we still need to teach them a lesson." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's right." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Zhao Hai is right. We must protect the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Martial Uncle is now an immortal expert, so he's qualified to enter the Leap Dragon realm. If possible, we should let Martial Uncle go to the Leap Dragon realm. However, we can't let the 9 major sects take advantage of this opportunity. Zhao Hai, do you think we should seize this opportunity and swallow the northern continent?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, your appetite is really small. Are you satisfied with just swallowing the northern continent? We need to take advantage of this opportunity to take at least 4 of the 9 major sects. This way, we'll be qualified to compete with the 9 major sects. We'll make the 9 major sects understand that the Freedom Alliance and the Black Tiger Gang are qualified to be on equal footing with them. This way, they won't have any ideas about us." Hiss. Zhang Feng and Hu Liangchen were startled. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's ambition to be this big. Zhang Feng and the others only wanted to replace the Myriad Beast sect and make the Black Tiger Gang an official member of the 9 major sects. However, Zhao Hai wanted to compete with the 9 major sects and take 4 of the 9 major sects. Wasn't this ambition a bit too big? Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said with some hesitation, Little Hai, I don't oppose your ambition, but we have to take things one step at a time. Our Black Tiger gang isn't strong, and we don't have enough resources. If we take 4 of the 9 major sects, then wouldn't that be a bit too strong? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this is a good opportunity. Naturally, we need to swallow more territories. If we wait for the 9 great sects to recover, then it wouldn't be easy for us to swallow these territories. Moreover, these territories aren't swallowed by the Black Tiger gang alone, but rather by the alliance. This way, the smaller sects would be on our side. Moreover, not all of the smaller sects under the 9 great sects are on the same side. Many of them were forced by the 9 great sects, so they had no choice but to follow the 9 great sections. Because of this, we don't need to be enemies with all of the sections. As long as we deal with the 9 great sects, then the smaller sects can also join the alliance. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, now is a good time. Zhang Feng and the others also understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted to use this method to tie more sects to the Black Tiger gang. Not only would the Black Tiger gang become stronger, but it would also allow the Black Tiger gang to become the alliance leader. At the same time, the Black Tiger gang would gain more benefits and develop faster. Zhang Feng closed his eyes as he thought about the gains and losses of Zhao Hai. Ever since Zhang Feng became the leader of the Black Tiger gang, he began to think about the gains and losses of the Black Tiger gang. This was something that couldn't be helped. Any decision he made would affect the entire Black Tiger gang. After some time, Zhang Feng's eyes suddenly opened. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, let's do it. The bold will be stuffed to death while the timid will be starved to death. Now that our situation is like this, we might as well play big. The Freedom Alliance will share the cultivation realm with the 9 great sects. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng's expression and smiled faintly. Alright, elder brother's decision makes me feel relieved. However, elder brother doesn't need to worry. As long as we maintain the balance, the Freedom Alliance wouldn't fall into chaos. We are the Alliance Masters, so the Alliance Masters need to maintain their strength. But at the same time, we can't let the smaller sects become too united. If they become too united, then the Alliance Masters would be out of luck. Therefore, we need to rope in some, suppress some, and at the same time divide some. This way, we can guarantee our own strength. I'll leave this matter to elder brother. Zhang Feng laughed and said, Kid, where do you want to go now? Are you going to the front lines? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I must go to the front lines. We need to make the 9 great sects feel pain and fear. Only then will they recognize our existence. Zhang Feng nodded and said, alright, then I'll leave the front lines to you. Leave the rest to me. Right, Zhao Hai, when will you reach the immortal stage? If you reach the immortal stage soon, then we'll be in trouble. Whether it's the Freedom Alliance or the Black Tiger gang, you're the one supporting them. My cultivation method is very special. The spiritual chi in my cultivation method is 10 times denser than other cultivation methods. In other words, once I reach the transcending tribulation stage, my spiritual chi would be 10 times denser than other cultivation methods. It can be said that I'm invincible in the same realm. But the problem is that my spiritual chi is 10 times denser than others. However, it's also 10 times more difficult for me to advance. Others can become an immortal expert with just one portion of spiritual chi. Because of this, it's very difficult for me to advance. So it's very difficult for me to reach the immortal stage. Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled bitterly and said, so that's how it is. No wonder you're so strong. You're only at the transcending tribulation stage, yet you dare to fight against an immortal expert. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, this is also a benefit. But if I have to fight against an immortal expert, then I can only run away or save my life. It's impossible for me to win. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, that's a benefit. But if I have to fight against an immortal expert, then I can only run away. Zhang Feng nodded and said, in any case, the Black Tiger gang and the Freedom Alliance have to develop on our own. If you reach the immortal stage one day and enter the Leap Dragon realm, we won't be able to protect ourselves. It would be troublesome. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I don't know when that day will come. The stronger I get, the harder it will be to level up. The reason I was able to transcend my tribulation last time was because of the Supreme Elder's help. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll be able to transcend my tribulation. Fortunately, I have the faith power of the undead. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to reach my current level. Hu Liangchen patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Wait until we've stabilized. At that time, we'll support you with the Black Tiger Gang. At that time, you'll be able to level up." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Alright, let's take it slow. My matters aren't urgent. I'll be going to the front lines first." "Right, the First Legion will also be coming with me." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry. Besides you, there's no one else who can command the First Legion." Hee hee. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he cupped his fist to the two. Then his body flashed and disappeared. After seeing Zhao Hai leave, Zhang Feng turned to Hu Liangchen and said, "I can't imagine what we would be like without Zhao Hai." Hu Liangchen smiled bitterly and said, "Without Zhao Hai, I'm afraid the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't exist." Zhang Feng smiled bitterly as well. He also knew what Hu Liangchen meant. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's unexpected appearance, then the Black Tiger Gang would have already split up. Otherwise, they would still be fighting among themselves. It was impossible for them to know about the Heavenly Demon Realm's conspiracy, let alone prepare for it. Who knows if the Black Tiger Gang would still exist? If the Black Tiger Gang didn't suddenly rise, then the Freedom Alliance wouldn't exist. Without the Freedom Alliance, the Heavenly Demon Realm's plan to invade the Cultivation Realm wouldn't have so many variables. Perhaps the Cultivation Realm would still be suppressed by the Heavenly Demons. All of these variables were because of Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhang Feng couldn't imagine what they would be like without Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't think about these things. He had already arrived at the front lines. The front lines weren't far from the 100 Flower Valley. At this time, Li Kuanga of the Giant Axe Gang was in charge of the front lines. Li Kuanga was the former commander of the 2nd Legion. Although his commanding ability was far inferior to Zhao Hai's, he still had experience. Because of this, he became the frontline commander. He commanded the Freedom Alliance's army to resist the attack of the 9 great sects. However, it was clear that he wasn't the one in charge of the battlefield. Instead, it was the immortal experts. If it weren't for the immortal undead repelling the immortal experts of the 9 great sects, then it would be hard to say what would happen to the front lines. Li Kuanga was also aware of his own strength. He was now a lot calmer. When he arrived at the front lines, he didn't take the initiative to fight the 9 great sects. Instead, he resolutely defended. He knew that with his strength, he would only die an ugly death if he fought the 9 great sects. Because of this, he used the method he used to deal with the heavenly demons. With the addition of the immortal experts, the front lines were able to hold their ground. But now that the 9 great sects army was rushing over, Li Kuanga couldn't help but feel anxious. This was because he heard that the First Legion had returned to the Freedom Alliance. However, Zhao Hai still hadn't returned. Li Kuanga knew that whether the Freedom Alliance could stop the 9 great sects' attack depended on Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai didn't return or something happened to him, then the Freedom Alliance would be finished. Fortunately, the immortal undead were still there. Li Kuanga knew that with the immortal undead here, it meant that Zhao Hai was fine. As long as Zhao Hai was fine, then the Freedom Alliance would still have hope. At this time, Li Kuanga had set up a huge camp in the front line. This camp was in a defensive state, which made some cultivators dissatisfied. However, these cultivators didn't say anything. This was because these cultivators understood the situation. They were people who participated in the war against the sky demons. And these cultivators who were dissatisfied were the original members of the First Legion. At this time, there were a lot of new recruits in the First Legion. Some of the old soldiers had already taken a break. And now, there were a lot of veterans in the front lines. The reason why these veterans were dissatisfied with Li Kuanga's arrangement was because the First Legion didn't defend like Li Kuanga even when they were facing the sky demons. Because of this, they were dissatisfied with Li Kuanga's performance. Li Kuanga was also aware of this situation. However, he wasn't affected by these people. He had experienced the war against the sky demons, so he was very clear about his strength. He was now waiting for Zhao Hai's arrival. As long as Zhao Hai arrives, then everything here would be handed over to Zhao Hai. Fortunately, the attacks of the 9 great sects weren't very fierce. They only made a few probing attacks. And to be honest, the offensive strength of the 9 great sects was far worse compared to the sky demons. Because of this, Li Kuanga was able to deal with them easily. On this day, Li Kuanga was inspecting the camp's defenses as usual. Then he flew towards his cave residence. At this time, he suddenly heard a cheer. Li Kuanga's heart moved as he turned around and flew towards the transmission formation. The teleportation array plaza in the camp was built later on. It was made up of 10 large teleportation arrays and 50 smaller ones. The teleportation ability was very strong. First, it was to make it convenient for the Freedom Alliance to send reinforcements. Second, it would make it easier for them to retreat if necessary. The reason why Li Kuanga flew towards the transmission formation was because he thought of something. The atmosphere in the camp wasn't very good. Everyone knew that their opponents were the 9 great sects. To be honest, the people from the smaller sects were still a bit afraid of the 9 great sects. Because of this, when they knew that they wouldn't be able to display 100% of their strength, the atmosphere in the camp was somewhat depressing. At this time, there was only one thing that could make the people in the camp cheer. It was the appearance of something that could change the situation of the war. And for the Freedom Alliance, there was only one thing that could change the situation of the war, and that was the arrival of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was someone who could change the situation of the war. Everyone in the cultivation world knew this. Even the defeated sky demons knew this. Therefore, when Zhao Hai appeared, the people in the camp would cheer. Sure enough, as soon as Li Kuanga arrived at the transmission formation, he heard a burst of laughter. Li Kuanga took a look and saw that it was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was accompanied by some people from the First Legion. These people were now clustered around Zhao Hai, talking and laughing with him. Their faces had a trace of respect and worship. Although they were talking and laughing with Zhao Hai, it felt like they were fans talking to their idol. Li Kuanga found it inconceivable that this kind of expression would appear on the faces of transcending tribulation experts. These cultivators had never spoken to him with such an expression, but Li Kuanga wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he felt relieved. Now that Zhao Hai was here, he could finally unload the burden on his shoulders. To be honest, Li Kuanga felt that he wasn't suitable to be a commander. At this time, Zhao Hai also noticed Li Kuanga. He immediately went forward and cupped his fist towards Li Kuanga and said, "Mr. Li, you've worked hard these past few days. Now that I'm here, I'm going to seize Mr. Li's authority. I hope Mr. Li won't take offense." Li Kuanga smiled and said, "Mister, what are you talking about? I admit that I'm lacking in talent and knowledge. To be honest, I've been clenching my teeth these past few days. I've been waiting for Mister's arrival. Now that Mister is here, it's enough for me to be Mister's lackey." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Mr. Li is too polite. Let's go." "Right, Mr. Li, please help me arrange the accommodations of the First Legion." Li Kuanga nodded and said, "We've already made preparations for this. Mister can rest assured." Before long, the two arrived in front of an immortal cave. Li Kuanga pointed at the immortal cave and said, "This is Mister's immortal cave. There's a place to rest inside as well as a conference room for Mister to discuss matters." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is Mister's immortal cave." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Li Kuanga and said, "Mr. Li, please come with me to the cave residence. I have something to ask Mister." Li Kuanga nodded, then he followed Zhao Hai into the cave residence. After the two sat down inside the cave residence, Zhao Hai took out a bottle of spirit wine and poured a cup for Li Kuanga. Then he said, "Mr. Li, please tell me about the situation in the front lines." Li Kuanga nodded. Li Kuanga nodded and said, "Even if Mister didn't ask, I would have told Mister about it. The situation on the front line is pretty good. The 9 major sects began their attack 10 days ago. At that time, the Sky Demon race hadn't returned to the Heavenly Demon realm. However, I heard that the Sky Demon race was already at a disadvantage and was slowly retreating. Perhaps the 9 major sects thought that they had an opportunity, so they attacked. Fortunately, we were prepared and sent an army to meet the 9 major sects. As soon as the two sides clashed, the 9 major sects revealed their trump cards, a total of 100 immortal experts. Fortunately, Mr. left some immortal experts behind. After killing 30 of their immortal experts, the 9 major sects finally retreated. In the past few days, they didn't send any immortal experts, but their attacks weren't weak at all. Since we have fewer people, we can only take a defensive stance. Li Kuanga nodded and said, the 9 major sects didn't send immortal experts. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, why didn't you tell me that it started 10 days ago? Li Kuanga smiled bitterly and said, this was the Alliance Lord's decision. At that time, the Sky Demon race hadn't retreated. If we told Mr. about this, we would have been afraid that Mr. and the 9 major sects would have a chance to counterattack. Because of this, we didn't tell you. I think the 9 major sects knew about this, so they dared to make a move. However, they didn't expect Mr. to be on guard against them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. In any case, the Sky Demon race has been dealt with. It's not too late to deal with the 9 major sects. With the arrival of Zhao Hai and the First Corps, the entire Freedom Alliance's encampment became lively. Everyone knew that Zhao Hai had arrived, and Zhao Hai's popularity in the Freedom Alliance was unparalleled. Victory after victory and incomparable strength made Zhao Hai the Freedom Alliance's patron saint. At the same time, it also made Zhao Hai have countless admirers in the Freedom Alliance. Cultivators also worshipped the strong, especially those who fought alongside Zhao Hai. Their worship of Zhao Hai was unparalleled. Therefore, when Zhao Hai arrived, the atmosphere in the encampment became very good. The problem of morale that Li Kuanga was worried about was solved. Li Kuanga was finally able to see Zhao's shadow force. A person's influence could reach such a degree. In Li Kuanga's opinion, even if this person were to die immediately, it would be worth it. Of course, he also knew that this was impossible. Zhao wouldn't die so easily. With his strength, if he wanted to kill him, then he would be the one to do it. With the arrival of Zhao Hai, the attack of the 9 major sects finally stopped. Not only did they stop, but they also retreated. It was clear that they didn't dare to confront Zhao Hai directly. The 9 major sects couldn't be blamed for being timid. The army of the 9 major sects had yet to arrive. With their current army of less than 3 million people, if they dared to attack the Freedom Alliance's army of 7 million people, it would be no different from courting death. Moreover, Zhao Hai was in the Freedom Alliance's army, so they didn't dare to attack. However, Zhao Hai's peace didn't last long. On the 5th day after Zhao Hai's army arrived at the front lines, the 9 major sects' army finally arrived. After the battle with the Sky Demons, the 9 major sects' army still had about 100 million people. To be honest, this army of 100 million people was very scary. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship and looked at the 9 major sects' army who were busy setting up camp. With a smile on his face, he turned his head to Li Kuanga and said, Kuanga, if we drive the 9 major sects back, would they still have the courage to deal with us? Li Kuanga's relationship with Zhao Hai had become very good these days. This was why Zhao Hai called him that. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Kuanga smiled faintly and said, right, if the 9 major sects' army of 100 million can't deal with us, then they certainly wouldn't have the courage to attack us in the future. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, I originally wanted to exterminate the 9 great sects here, but the Alliance Lord didn't allow me to do so. Right now, the Leaping Dragon realm is evaluating the Cultivation realm. If we attack the 9 great sects too fiercely, I'm afraid that the Leaping Dragon realm would kick us out. That would be troublesome. Therefore, we can only teach them a lesson. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Li Kuanga smiled bitterly. In the entire Cultivation realm, only Zhao Hai would dare to say this. However, he was also qualified to say this. The 9 major sects shouldn't have dealt with Zhao Hai before dealing with the Freedom Alliance. This would be their biggest mistake. Zhao Hai looked at the 9 major sects' army, then he waved his hand and said, let's go back. The 9 major sects' army just arrived. I don't think they have time to deal with us. It seems like they'll need to rest for 2 days. Li Kuanga nodded and said, they just fought against the Sky Demons. I'm afraid these cultivators are tired. They need to rest for a while. However, the 9 major sects' command ability isn't very good. They don't understand this. Zhao Hai nodded and said, have everyone be vigilant. If the 9 major sects really attack, then we'll teach them a lesson. After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he returned to his cave residence. One side had an army of 100 million while the other side only had 7 million. This was a clearly disproportionate confrontation between the 9 major sects and the Freedom Alliance. However, the 9 major sects didn't dare take it lightly. This was because they were facing Zhao Hai. When they fought against the Sky Demon army, the 9 major sects saw how formidable Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai was able to block tens of millions of Sky Demons by himself. This wasn't a joke. Finally, after 3 days of rest, the 9 major sects' army began to move. The 100 million strong army directly pressed towards the Freedom Alliance. Zhao Hai also received the news. He stood on the Hell King's ship with 7 million Freedom Alliance troops behind him. 7 million Freedom Alliance troops looked like a lot, but compared to the 100 million strong army, it was like comparing a walnut to a watermelon. However, the Freedom Alliance's cultivators weren't afraid. Their eyes were focused on Zhao Hai, who was standing in front of the army. They believed in Zhao Hai. The armies of the 9 major sects aggressively pressed against the Freedom Union's army. However, both sides stopped when they were about a kilometer away from each other. The 9 major sects' armies didn't have many large ritual implements. Most of their large ritual implements had been damaged during the battle with the Sky Devil clan, and they hadn't had time to replenish them. Similarly, the Freedom Union didn't have many large ritual implements either. Both sides faced each other from afar. At this moment, a huge sword flew out from the 9 great sects formation, followed by a huge flower carriage. The 4 corners of the carriage looked like a house, and there were all sorts of flowers around the house. These flowers were all made of metal, and they were like small bells. When the flower carriage moved, the bells on the carriage gently shook, and a sharp sound could be heard. Then came a huge wooden fish. This wooden fish was very big. A monk was standing on top of the fish. He had his head bowed as he chanted sutras. His expression was neither sad nor happy. Next to the wooden fish was a huge horn. This horn seemed to be made out of a cow's horn. It was very big. A big man was standing on top of the horn as he looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes. Next to the flower carriage was a flood dragon. This flood dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was very mighty. On top of the flood dragon's head was a person. Next to the flood dragon were 2 large artifacts. These 2 large artifacts were very special. One of them looked like a zither. The strings on the zither could be seen clearly. A person dressed like a scholar was standing on top of the zither. Beside the right chin, there was a huge chessboard. The black and white pieces on the chessboard crisscrossed, and it was hard to tell who would win. It was as if 2 people were playing chess non-stop. There was also a person dressed like a scholar standing on the chessboard. On the other side, next to the horn were 2 very strange large artifacts. One of the large artifacts looked like a huge pen. This pen even had ink on it. It looked like someone had just used it to write. As for the last large artifact, it was a painting. It was a painting that was constantly changing. The painting seemed to be endless. The 2 scrolls of the painting were constantly moving, and the painting was also constantly changing. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "Interesting. Even when dealing with the Sky Demons, you weren't willing to use these things. But now, you're actually taking them out. The 9 great sects, hee. Li Kuanga, who was standing next to Zhao Hai, looked at the 9 great sects angrily and said, "The heavenly sword, the exquisite sound flower carriage, the Sanskrit wooden fish, the myriad fish horn, the flood dragon incarnation, the 7-string treasure zither, the exquisite pendulum compass, the heavenly writing brush, and the endless rivers and mountains map. These are the treasures of the 9 great sects." If the 9 great sects had taken these things out earlier, the Sky Demon clan wouldn't have been so arrogant. They didn't use these things to deal with the 9 great sects, but instead used them to deal with us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he looked at the people from the 9 great sects and said, "I didn't think that you would actually take out your trump cards in order to deal with our Freedom Alliance. It seems like our Freedom Alliance is even more hateful than the Sky Demon clan. You actually used something that you didn't use to deal with the Sky Demon clan. I don't know what kind of mistake our Freedom Alliance has made for you to mobilize so many people." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he looked at the people from the 9 great sects. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the people of the 9 great sects couldn't help but blush. This time, the 9 great sects had taken out their treasures because they knew that they wouldn't be able to defeat Zhao Hai with their current strength. In order to deal with Zhao Hai as soon as possible, they had no choice but to use their treasures. Now that they heard Zhao Hai's words, even if the faces of the 9 great sects were thick, they couldn't help but turn red. There was no other way. After all, the Freedom Alliance was a force of the cultivation world. Moreover, strictly speaking, the Freedom Alliance didn't do anything wrong. For the 9 great sects to muster such a large force, even taking out their sect guarding treasure that they didn't use against the Sky Demon clan was something that was hard to justify. However, the people of the 9 great sects were all sly old foxes. Naturally, they wouldn't be affected by Zhao Hai's words. After 2 breaths, they had already adjusted their state of mind. Zhao Hai said, "Enough nonsense. Zhao Hai, we admire your strength, but as long as the Freedom Alliance exists, it will be an unstable factor for the cultivation world. Right now, the Leap Dragon realm is evaluating whether the cultivation world has the ability to stay in the Leap Dragon realm. The cultivation world needs stability and we have decided not to allow any unstable factors to exist. Zhao Hai, if you agree to disband the Freedom Alliance, we will immediately return. At the same time, our 9 great sects will grant you the position of elder. You alone will be an elder of the 9 great sects. What do you think?" "Ha ha ha, Jian Wuya, you are still so naive. I don't care about being an elder of the 9 great sects." Zhao Hai looked at Jian Wuya and laughed. "Your 9 great sects make it sound better than singing. What stability for the cultivation world? The most unstable factor in the cultivation world is your 9 great sects. Us small sects don't want to be bullied by you, so we joined forces. You discovered that we could threaten you, so you found an excuse to deal with us. What 9 great sects? Are the 9 great sects that great? Zhao Hai, really don't put you in my eyes. You are all experts in internal strife and outsiders in external strife. What right do you have to be the leader of the cultivation world? You are not worthy." "Good." Zhao Hai's curses caused the Freedom Alliance to cheer. Zhao Hai could say what these people were thinking. These people hated the 9 great sects to the core. However, they didn't have the courage to curse the 9 great sects like Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai was cursing them, they didn't care. Jian Wuya's face was gloomy as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he coldly snorted and said, "You don't know what's good for you. Zhao Hai, I see that you're a talent. Do you really think that you can stop the army of the 9 great sects by yourself?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Don't waste your breath. Jian Wuya, you should know that in the cultivation realm, strength is everything. Make your move. If your fist is strong enough, then even if we lose, we will be convinced." Jian Wuya took a deep breath, then he turned his head to the others and said, "Everyone, since Zhao Hai is being stubborn, then we don't need to be polite. Let's make our move." The others nodded, then they waved their hands as the army of the cultivation realm slowly pressed forward. When Zhao Hai saw this, he waved his hand as well. Groups of undead appeared behind him. The number of undead completely exceeded Jian Wuya's imagination. The army of the 9 great sects couldn't help but stop. This was because they estimated that there were more than 500 million undead in front of them. This was 5 times their number. Jian Wuya's expression changed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have so many undead in his hands. But this wasn't all. Besides the humanoid undead, there was also a large number of beast-like undead. These beast-like undead were very large and had armor on their bodies. Their movements were very uniform, just like an army. In addition to these undead, Zhao Hai also released a large number of flying beasts. These flying beasts were something that Jian Wuya and the others hadn't seen before, but they looked very ferocious. Moreover, these beasts had the characteristics of the Sky Demon race. This made Jian Wuya and the others even more suspicious of their identity. Zhao Hai's group didn't know whether these beasts were real or not. These beasts were actually Zerg. Zerg can continuously evolve. As long as they have good genes, they can continue to evolve. The Zerg that Zhao Hai released were evolved Zerg. When these Zerg evolved, they absorbed the genes of the heavenly demon clan, even the genes of the immortal stage. Because of this, they had the characteristics of the heavenly demon clan. Most importantly, these Zerg's strength had reached the golden core stage. Even if they couldn't form their Dharma idol, they were still stronger than ordinary golden core cultivators. At this time, the 9 great sects discovered that they were at a disadvantage. Whether it was in terms of numbers or momentum, they only had 100 million people. On the other hand, Zhao had 500 million humanoid undead, 200 million undead beasts, and 10 million Zerg. The total number of troops reached 710 million. This made the army of the 9 great sects stop. Nobody dared to take a step forward. Zhao looked at the army of the 9 great sects and laughed. 9 great sects, what's wrong? Are you afraid? Ha ha ha. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that the 9 great sects aren't invincible. After he said that, Zhao waved his hand. The undead army formed a neat formation and slowly pressed forward. With hundreds of millions of people pressing forward, the huge pressure caused the army of the 9 great sects to panic. At this time, Jian Wuya's voice was heard, heaven-breaking slash, 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 slash. Diamond lion roar. 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 Soul-devouring 10,000 ghost roar. Rise. 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 Flood dragon dances in the sky, overturning rivers and seas, clouds gather. 10,000 beasts come, beasts wreak havoc, woo. 7 strings 7 killing notes, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, literature king's sorrow, martial king's war. Unhindered 19, black and white war, exquisite slaughter. Heavenly writing brush, walking heavenly writing, representing the imperial decree, kill. Endless rivers and mountains painting, endless killing, endless execution, kill. Along with the roars, the 9 great sects finally made their moves. They were very clear that if they didn't make a move, then they would lose miserably. With the 9 great sect leaders making their moves, large artifacts began to attack Zhao undead army. Their large artifacts were very large. If they were to hit the undead army, then tens of millions of them would be killed. One must know that the undead were using a cube formation, not a flat one. Cube formations were 3-dimensional. If they were to be hit, then a lot of them would die. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for you. Do you really think that you can do anything to me? Too naive. Along with his voice, Zhao figure appeared in front of the undead army. At the same time, he waved his hand and a small seal appeared. Then Zhao threw the small seal into the space and said, Vermilion bird seal, fire god city, burn the heavens, suppress the heavens. Along with Zhao voice, the vermilion bird seal seemed to come alive. Then a loud cry of a vermilion bird echoed throughout the battlefield. Then the vermilion bird opened its beak and a city flew out from the seal. Then the city grew with the wind and became very large. Inside the city, one could vaguely see countless figures. Then the city directly hit the large artifacts of the 9 great sects. Although the city was very large, its speed was very fast. The entire city seemed to be spewing fire. It was like a meteor rubbing against the atmosphere. With a long tail of fire, it hit the large artifacts of the 9 great sects. Boom! Just like Mars hitting Earth, Zhao fire god city finally collided with the large artifacts of the 9 great sects. The area of the fire god city was very large. It was comparable to the area of 9 large artifacts. Therefore, the 10 large artifacts collided with each other. One had to admit that the treasures of the 9 great sects had some skill. This collision actually caused the fire god city to shake. One must know that although Zhao had no way to integrate the fire god city into his liquid silver staff, he was still able to use the fire god city very well. Moreover, after several battles with the heavenly demons, Zhao had captured a lot of injured heavenly demons and sent them to the space. After subduing them, he healed them and sent them to the fire god city. At this point, the fire god city had more than 10 million heavenly demons. These heavenly demons could live freely in the city. At the same time, the faith power that they provided could be used by the city. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Because of the existence of these heavenly demons, the fighting strength of the fire god city was much stronger compared to before. Even the vermilion bird seal was no exception. Originally, the vermilion bird seal didn't look very special. But now, the vermilion bird seal was completely red. The vermilion bird seal was flapping its wings as if it wanted to fly. One could see that it was a good item at first glance. All of these changes happened after Zhao Hai sent the heavenly demons to the fire god city. It seems like the fire god city was slowly recovering to its peak. It must be said that the large artifacts of the 9 great sects were very good. However, it was a pity that they met Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's fire god city was a treasure from the higher realms. Although it wasn't at its peak, it still wasn't something that their artifacts could compare to. The fire god city only shook a little. Zhao Hai wasn't injured at all. However, the 9 large artifacts of the 9 great sects were sent flying by the fire god city. The expressions of Jian Wuya and the others changed as they spurted out blood. They looked at Zhao Hai in horror. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a powerful artifact. They had miscalculated and suffered a big loss in the first exchange. Zhao Hai's group was stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a powerful artifact. At this point, they didn't have the strength to command the 9 large artifacts to attack again. Naturally, they didn't want their large artifacts to fall into Zhao Hai's hands. Therefore, they immediately took back their large artifacts. Fortunately, they took them back quickly. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would have snatched them. Zhao Hai was very envious of those large artifacts. Seeing the other party take back their large artifacts, Zhao Hai waved his hand and loudly said, "Attack." At the same time, Zhao Hai's fire god city pressed down like a tank. This caused the 9 major sects to panic even more. They had seen the might of the fire god city. Now that the fire god city was rushing towards them, the cultivators of the 9 major sects knew that it was impossible for them to block this large artifact. Each and every one of them let out a strange cry as they quickly dodged to the side. Some of the smarter cultivators didn't even try to dodge to the side. This was because the fire god city was too big. Even if they dodged to the side, they wouldn't be able to avoid it. Instead, they simply lowered their bodies and landed on the ground. This was because compared to dodging to the side, landing on the ground was the shortest distance. While the 9 major sects were in chaos, Zhao Hai's undead army didn't. They formed a neat formation and rushed forward. All the cultivators in front of them were killed by them. The 9 major sects didn't send their immortal experts to change the situation. This was because they knew that Zhao Hai had a lot of immortal experts. If they sent their immortal experts, then it would be the same as sending food to Zhao Hai. Because of this, they didn't send their immortal experts. Zhao Hai also didn't send his immortal experts. Immortal experts were the ultimate force of the cultivation realm. As long as the cultivation realm had enough immortal experts, then the cultivation realm wouldn't be underestimated. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't send his immortal experts. Even the fire god city was only sent forward for a while before it was taken back. After all, the might of the fire god city was too great. As long as the fire god city was hit, then there would be no chance of survival. Although Zhao Hai took back the fire god city, the 9 major sects' army had already collapsed. There were a lot of cultivators in the 9 major sects' army who didn't want to participate in this war. They were fighting against the Sky Demon army. But now, they were fighting against the Freedom Alliance. The Freedom Alliance didn't have any enmity with them, so why would they attack them? Additionally, there were a lot of small sects who couldn't stand the 9 major sects' actions. Because of this, although the 9 major sects had an army of 100 million, their morale was low. After being attacked by Zhao Hai's fire god city and the undead, their morale fell to the lowest point. In the end, their morale collapsed. The army of the 9 sects retreated, but Zhao Hai didn't pursue them. He just received his undead army and had the Freedom Alliance clean up the battlefield. Cleaning up the battlefield sounded nice, but in fact, there wasn't much to clean up. The cultivators that were killed had already been turned into undead by Zhao Hai. Aside from the dead cultivators, there was nothing else left on the battlefield. This time, the war wasn't like the war with the heavenly demon race. At that time, both sides still had their large artifacts. Both sides would drag their damaged large artifacts back. This was especially true in the final battle between the heavenly demon race and the world of cultivation. Both sides' large artifacts were almost completely destroyed. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite and took away the Freedom Alliance's large artifacts as well as the heavenly demon race's large artifacts. The 9 sects didn't want to fall out with Zhao Hai, so they didn't say anything. To be honest, Zhao Hai had a lot of large artifacts in his hands. However, Zhao Hai couldn't take them out. If he were to take them out too quickly, then it would only arouse suspicion. He had already done a lot of suspicious things, so he couldn't do more. The cultivators of the First Legion who were ordered to clean up the battlefield found themselves in a tragic situation. They were cleaning up the battlefield, but there was almost nothing left on the battlefield. What were they cleaning up? Were they supposed to pick up the crushed flowers and plants? However, they didn't say anything. They just went around the battlefield and returned to their encampment. Then they gathered in 2s and 3s to talk about the war. At this point, they had some understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. To be honest, these people were now afraid of Zhao Hai. Looking at the undead that blotted out the sky, it would be a lie if these people said that they weren't afraid. On one hand, they were afraid of the strength of the undead. On the other hand, they were afraid of what the undead represented. These undead represented Zhao Hai's accomplishments, as well as how many people Zhao Hai had killed. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. After returning from the battlefield, Zhao Hai called Li Kuanga and the representatives of the various sects to his cave residence. In any case, his cave residence had a conference room, so he could hold the meeting there. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, I called you here to tell you the goal of our Freedom Alliance." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what Zhao Hai meant. What was the Freedom Alliance's goal? Wasn't it to repel the 9 major sects? Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "You don't think that our Freedom Alliance's goal is to repel the 9 great sects, right?" To be honest, besides repelling the 9 major sects, we also have another goal. That goal is to swallow the 4 northern regions. When everyone heard Zhao, they froze for a moment. Then the entire hall exploded. These people didn't think that Zhao's goal would be this. They all looked at Zhao with puzzled expressions. They were all scared by Zhao's goal. Zhao's goal was too much for them to handle. Zhao's goal was too much for them to handle. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "When I came here, I believe that the Alliance Lord has already summoned the sect masters. Our goal this time is to swallow the 4 northern regions. Then we'll use the 4 northern regions as our base and divide the cultivation realm with the 9 major sects. At that time, our Freedom Alliance wouldn't need to fear the 9 major sects." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in a daze. They still haven't recovered from their shock. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Are you surprised? Did you think that I'm talking nonsense?" "No, I'm telling the truth, I'm telling the truth. Everyone is clear about the situation in the cultivation realm, so I won't say anything more. My original plan was to defeat the 9 major sects and allow the Freedom Alliance to dominate the cultivation realm. However, it just so happened that we encountered the Leaping Dragon realm. If we wanted to unify the cultivation realm, then we would have to destroy the 9 major sects. Then the cultivation realm would be greatly weakened and we wouldn't be able to enter the Leaping Dragon realm. Because of this, we could only give up on this idea and take half of the 4 northern regions. The 4 northern regions that Zhao Hai spoke of were the Northern Outlander, Northern Sacred, Western Ghost, and Eastern Sacred. These 4 regions were located close to the northern regions of the cultivation realm. Moreover, these 4 regions were separated from the Central, Eastern, Western, Barbarian, and Southern Sacred by the Jade Belt River. Because of this, these 4 regions were called the 4 northern regions. As for the Jade Belt River that separated the 4 northern regions from the 5 southern regions, it was the longest river in the cultivation realm. The river was about 1,000 li wide. It was vast and mighty, with surging waves. The reason why it was given such a name was because the Jade Belt River was like a jade belt tied around a young girl's waist. It divided the cultivation world into 2 parts, which was why it was given such a name. No one knew how big the cultivation realm was. However, the area of the cultivation realm was very large. It was so large that even the 9 major sects didn't know how big it was. This was because the cultivation realm was too big. Even if the 9 major sects were strong, they couldn't extend their tentacles to every inch of the cultivation realm. Therefore, the 9 major sects didn't bother to send people to investigate. As for the Black Tiger Gang, they were even more unlikely to do so. In the past, the Black Tiger Gang couldn't even defend their own territory, let alone expand. Because of this, no one knew how big the cultivation realm was. Although immortal experts can fly very fast and can detect how big the cultivation realm was, no immortal expert would do such a boring thing. At that time, they would go into seclusion to improve their strength and lifespan. The Northern Strange Continent was located in the northernmost part of the cultivation realm. This place was originally a paradise for beasts. Later on, cultivators who were forced by the great sects to flee to the Northern Strange Continent and slowly established various sections. Moreover, most of them were beast cultivators. Because of this, the Northern Strange Continent was called the Northern Strange Continent. It can be said that in the eyes of the Sage sect, the Northern Strange Continent was a barren land. Because of this, it wasn't only the cultivators of the Sage sect that looked down on the cultivators of the Northern Strange Continent. Even the Sage sect, the Western Ghost sect, and the Eastern Sage sect looked down on the cultivators of the Northern Strange Continent. In the Northern Strange Continent, the only sect that wasn't looked down upon was the 10,000 Beast sect. In fact, this was only on the surface. However, in general, the strength of the 4 northern provinces was still worse than that of the southern provinces. This was not because the southern provinces had one more province than the 4 northern provinces. In terms of the average level of cultivators, there was a certain gap between the 4 northern provinces and the 5 southern provinces. After all, when the cultivation world first developed, the 4 northern provinces developed later. In terms of heritage, they were far worse than the 5 southern provinces. But even so, with the Freedom Alliance's strength, it wouldn't be easy to swallow the 4 northern Strange Continent. After all, the Freedom Alliance was still nestled in the Northern Strange Continent. If Xiaohai wasn't included, then the Freedom Alliance's strength would be comparable to the 10,000 Beast sect. With such strength, they would be swallowed whole. Xiaohai looked at the expressions of these people and said, "Everyone, if we want to swallow the Northern Continent, we don't need to destroy all the sections. We only need to deal with 4 of the 9 great sections. As for the other smaller sects, we can have them join the Freedom Alliance. In any case, we're an alliance, aren't we?" Xiaohai looked at these people and said, "Don't worry." Upon hearing Xiaohai, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. It seems like they were wrong. If they wanted to kill all the sects in the 4 northern regions, then even with Xiaohai's help, it would still be impossible. Xiaohai's words made everyone's eyes light up. Xiaohai looked at the crowd and said, "In the 4 northern regions, the 4 major sects control the largest territory. Moreover, they also have some small sects that are loyal to them. These people are our enemies. As long as we drive them out of the 4 northern regions, then their territory would be ours. When the time comes, the benefits that the sects would obtain wouldn't be small. For us, this is a rare opportunity for development. If we miss it, then we might lose this opportunity forever." Xiaohai looked at the crowd and said, "Don't worry." Everyone's eyes lit up. Then Xiaohai continued, "I think that in a few days, you will receive orders from your sect master. The reason why I'm telling you all this is because I want you to tell everyone that we have a great goal, and you are the ones who will achieve it." Xiaohai nodded and said, All right. Everyone was excited. For them, this was a major event that would go down in history. Some of them had already reached the limit of their potential. They might not be able to reach the immortal stage for the rest of their lives. Some of them hadn't even reached the transcending tribulation stage. Even if they die in the future, they would just become insignificant existences. But if this matter succeeds, then they would become famous in the Freedom Alliance. They would become existences that would be talked about forever. Zhao looked at these people and said, "Although I have a lot of undead, I want to tell you that because of some reasons, my undead can't be used for a long time. So in the end, the ones who will fight will be you. You must be prepared. Don't just sit back and watch the show because of the undead. If you miss the opportunity because of watching the show, see how I will clean you up." Zhao nodded and said, "You're right." Upon hearing Xiaohai, these people calmed down. They immediately nodded and said, "Commander, rest assured, we will do our best. We won't miss the battle." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good. As long as you perform well, then after this battle, I will have the Alliance Master erect a monument for you. This monument will make the Freedom Alliance remember you forever. Moreover, I also have a gift for you." Zhao Hai's words caused these people to become excited. As the saying goes, people leave their names behind. These people were just ordinary cultivators in the cultivation realm. Even if they became immortal experts, it would still be the same. Since ancient times, there have been a lot of immortal experts in the cultivation realm. But how many of them were remembered? Not to mention the other sects, even in his own sect, no one would remember the names of the immortal experts of the past. Cultivators were also people. They were also fighting for fame and fortune. However, what they were fighting for was different from what others were fighting for. However, cultivators were also very concerned about fame and fortune. This could be seen from how much cultivators cared about their reputation. Cultivators valued face, legacy, and reputation. If one day their name was known by everyone in the cultivation world and passed down forever, how glorious would that be? How could these cultivators not be excited? Zhao Hai looked at these people and didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly. He knew that this was enough. In the future, he wouldn't need to worry about these cultivators not going all out. Most importantly, he wanted to use these cultivators to spread the news of their goal to the 9 great sects. The 9 great sects would certainly make preparations to deal with them. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. In his eyes, there was nothing to fear from the 9 great sects. He just wanted the 9 great sects to make preparations. Then he would defeat them and gain a firm foothold in the 4 northern regions. After some time, the cultivators calmed down. They looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "Rest assured, I'll do as I say. Now, everyone can go back and prepare. Remember to tell everyone about this matter." The cultivators nodded before they turned around and left. Only Li Kuanga stayed behind. Li Kuanga looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, is what you said true? Are you really going to erect a monument for everyone?" Li Kuanga and the others had been following Zhao Hai for a long time. Their relationship was very good, so Li Kuanga asked this question. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course it's true. I don't need to deceive you with this matter. When the time comes, I'll personally split the mountain and carve everyone's names on it." Li Kuanga took a deep breath and then bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I thank Big Brother Hai on behalf of all the cultivators. Being able to serve under you is the greatest honor in this Li Kuanga's life." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he patted Li Kuanga's shoulder and said, "All right, go. Rest for a day. Tomorrow, we'll march towards the 10,000 Beast sect and take the northern continent. At the same time, we'll see the reaction of the 9 great sects. If they obediently hand over the 4 northern continents, then that's fine. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Li Kuanga nodded, then he cupped his fist to Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai looked at Li Kuanga's back and smiled faintly. Then his figure flashed and entered the space. When Zhao Hai entered the space, the entire camp was in an uproar. The representatives of the various sects had already informed the cultivators of Zhao Hai's decision. These cultivators were very convinced by Zhao Hai. Now that they heard that Zhao Hai was going to erect a monument for them, all of them became excited. The entire camp was in a frenzy. Everyone wanted to rush out and fight the 9 great sects and drive them out of the 4 northern continents. Their names would forever be engraved on the monument for future generations to look up to. Zhao Hai was now sitting inside the space, looking at everything outside with a smile on his face. This was the result he wanted. These people were the elites of the various sections. Through this matter, he could make these people loyal to him. This would be very beneficial for the Black Tiger Gang in the future. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Asterisk bang. Asterisk an exquisite sandalwood table turned into a pile of dust. Then, a voice roared, "Did he really say that? He said he wants the 4 northern provinces? Is he crazy?" The person who spoke was Jian Wuya. Jian Wuya no longer had the bearing of a sect master. He was like a mad dog that had been kicked. Beside Jian Wuya were a few people. These people were the sect masters of the 9 great sects. Their expressions weren't very good as they stared at the cultivator in the middle of the hall. This cultivator was from the Myriad Demon sect, but he was in charge of gathering information. He was the one who reported to Jian Wuya that Zhao Hai had said that the Freedom Alliance wanted to take the 4 northern provinces from the 9 great sects. This news was too shocking. If it was an ordinary person, then Jian Wuya and the others wouldn't take it seriously. However, it was Zhao Hai who said it. Zhao Hai's strength was there for all to see. He alone had the strength to deal with the 9 great sects. Now that he said it, the 9 great sects had no choice but to take it seriously. The cultivator from the Myriad Demon sect felt a bit scared after being stared at by Jian Wuya and the others. However, he still said, "It's true." Zhao Hai said it himself. Moreover, he said that as long as he obtains the 4 northern provinces, he will erect a monument to record the names of all the Freedom Alliance's cultivators who participated in this operation. Jian Wuya's eyes were bloodshot. Zhao Hai's erection of the monument was a supreme glory for the cultivators of the Freedom Alliance. However, for the 9 great sects, it was a slap in the face. Moreover, it wasn't just a slap once, but a slap over and over again. How could Jian Wuya, who loved face as much as his own life, not feel angry? The sect masters of other sects were also livid with anger, especially Jiao Hualong, Gui Lingzi, Wu Yudao, and Dong Libo. Their 4 sects were located in the 4 northern prefectures. If the Freedom Alliance wanted to take over the 4 northern prefectures, they would have to deal with them first. In other words, their 4 sects were the most dangerous. Jiao Hualong and the others angrily agreed. At the same time, they were also secretly complaining in their hearts. They already knew how powerful Zhao Hai was. If Zhao Hai really wanted to take over the 4 northern prefectures, then it was very likely that he would succeed. If Zhao Hai really controlled the 4 northern prefectures, then the 4 sects would become rootless weeds. In the future, they wouldn't have the face to call themselves the 9 great sects. The 4 of them angrily agreed, but at the same time, they were also thinking about how to deal with this matter. In their opinion, using force was the worst option, and even if they used force, they might not necessarily be Zhao Hai's opponent, so they could only think of other ways. But if he didn't use force, what else could he do? Should he give benefits to the small sects in the Freedom Alliance and have the alliance disband? That was impossible. The Freedom Alliance was now united, so they wouldn't disband no matter what benefits they were given. Most importantly, if the Freedom Alliance controlled the 4 northern prefectures, then all the sects in the alliance would benefit. This benefit was the expansion of their territory and their strength. These benefits weren't something that the 9 great sects could give them. Moreover, even if the small sects left the Freedom Alliance, what could they do? At this time, their enemy wasn't the entire Freedom Alliance, but only one person, and that was Zhao Hai. Even if the Freedom Alliance disbanded, Zhao Hai could still destroy the small sects in a matter of minutes. At that time, the Freedom Alliance would cease to exist, and only the Black Tiger Gang would remain. If Zhao Hai wanted to deal with them, then there wouldn't be any resistance. The sect masters of the small sects naturally understood this. Because of this, it was impossible for the small sects to leave the Freedom Alliance. If they left the Freedom Alliance, then they would be exterminated. If they stayed in the Freedom Alliance, then they would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. This choice was too simple, even an idiot would know what to choose. Neither soft nor hard methods worked. The people of the 9 great sects suddenly discovered that they had no way to deal with Zhao Hai. Their various methods were simply not worth mentioning in front of Zhao Hai's strength. Jian Wuya was angry for a while before he slowly calmed down. He also knew the seriousness of the matter. The 9 great sects had always followed the Sky Sword sect's lead. Moreover, they were the ones who proposed to deal with Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai said that he wanted the 4 northern prefectures, if he couldn't help the Myriad Demon sect defend the 4 northern prefectures, then what would the other sects think of him? Would the Sky Sword sect be able to maintain their position as the leader of the 9 great sects? No, absolutely not. Therefore, he had to think of a way to help the Myriad Demon sect defend the 4 northern prefectures. Then, Jian Wuya encountered the same problem as Jiao Hualong. How to deal with Zhao Hai? This became the biggest problem for the 9 great sects. The entire hall fell into silence. Everyone could hear the sound of breathing. This made the entire hall very oppressive. It was as if the air had frozen. After a while, Jiao Hualong opened his mouth and said, "I think Zhao Hai will be here soon." With his strength, it would be too easy for him to swallow the northern prefectures. With our forces, I'm afraid that we won't be a match for Zhao Hai. Does anyone have anything else to say? Jian Wuya and the others turned their heads to look at Jiao Hualong. They discovered that Jiao Hualong's expression was very calm. Their myriad demon sect's 10,000 years of foundation was about to be swallowed by someone, yet he was able to remain calm. This was really unexpected. Jian Wuya and the others weren't sure what Jiao Hualong was thinking. Jian Wuya looked at Jiao Hualong and said, "Old Jiao, do you have any plans?" Jiao Hualong looked at Jian Wuya and coldly said, "What plans?" The myriad demon sect's 10,000 years of foundation can't be destroyed in my hands. My myriad demon sect isn't a coward. If worst comes to worst, we'll go all out against Zhao Hai. Jian Wuya looked at Jiao Hualong and sighed. He knew that Jiao Hualong was prepared to die. He said, "Old Jiao, it's still too early for you to say this. Yes, Zhao Hai is very strong, we can't afford to offend him. However, you should also pay attention to one thing. Zhao Hai released this information in advance to let us know. He wants to tell us what his bottom line is and what he wants. Now, he'll see what we can do. If we insist on defending the 4 northern provinces, then Zhao Hai will certainly deal with us. But if we don't defend the 4 northern provinces, then Zhao Hai won't necessarily deal with us." Jiao Hualong and the others were confused as they looked at Jian Wuya. Jian Wuya smiled bitterly and said, "I've thought back to everything that Zhao Hai did. I discovered that Zhao Hai wants the Freedom Alliance, or rather, the Black Tiger Gang, to become stronger. However, he also doesn't want the 9 great sects to suffer heavy losses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have released this information in advance. He released this information in order to see our reaction. When we receive this information, even if we want to fight him head-on, we would gather everyone together and fight him. He can use this opportunity to deal with us once and for all, but we would certainly make preparations in advance. We would take the 4 great sects' assets and wouldn't fight him head-on. This is his goal. That's what he wants." Speaking up to here, Jian Wuya sighed and said, "The reason why Zhao Hai doesn't want the 9 great sects to suffer heavy losses is because the Leap Dragon realm is coming. He doesn't want the cultivation world to lose the opportunity to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Therefore, he wants the 9 great sects to survive. Otherwise, with his strength, do you think he would let us go so easily? Would he only want the 4 northern provinces?" Jian Wuya thought about a lot of things. He discovered that Zhao Hai wasn't simply showing off. He did this for a reason. He wanted to see their reaction. After thinking about this, a lot of things made sense. He also had a good explanation for why Zhao Hai did this. The Leaping Dragon Realm. Everything the cultivation world was doing now was for the sake of the Leaping Dragon Realm. The 9 major sects wanted to deal with the Freedom Alliance because they didn't want a big force to appear that could compete with them. If that happened, another force would control the Leaping Dragon Realm with them. In the end, the Leaping Dragon Realm was the root of everything. Jiao Hualong and the others were thinking about Jian Wuya's words. To be honest, they didn't think about it before. But now, they had no choice but to think about it. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that Jian Wuya's words were reasonable. Jiao Hualong said that he wanted the entire myriad demon sect to fight to the death with Zhao Hai. However, he knew that it was impossible for him to do this. Before the battle with Zhao Hai, he would select some core disciples from the myriad demon sect and have them take the sect's cultivation methods and savings. They would go to the other realms and pass down the legacy of the myriad demon sect. Legacy was very important for a sect. Therefore, even if Jiao Hualong wanted to stay and fight to the death with Zhao Hai, he must pass down the legacy of the myriad demon sect. But now that he heard Zhao Hai's words, he understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai didn't want to destroy the myriad demon sect. He wanted territory. It would be best if the myriad demon sect could withdraw from the northern strange region. Otherwise, he would have to use force. This was equivalent to giving them a final warning. After some time, Jiao Hualong turned his head to Jian Wuya and said, "Old Jian, what do you mean? Do you want us to withdraw from the four northern strange region and give it to Zhao Hai?" Jiao Hualong's words attracted the attention of the others. They turned their heads to look at Jian Wuya. Jian Wuya looked at them and nodded, "Right, that's what I meant." Dong Libo stood up and coldly looked at Jian Wuya. Then he said, "Jian Wuya, what do you mean? Do you want us to give up the sect's 10,000 years of foundation? Do you want the Black Tiger Gang to take advantage of us? Zhao Hai didn't want your myriad sword sect's territory. Of course, you don't feel any heartache. Let me tell you, our Eastern Sage College won't leave. At worst, we'll fight to the death with Zhao Hai." Jian Wuya looked at Dong Libo and said, "Fight to the death? What do you have to fight to the death? Dong Li, calm down. Right now, we aren't Zhao Hai's opponent. We have to admit this. If the four great sects retreat to the southern 5 regions, although you might not be able to adapt for the time being, you would still be one of the great sects of the cultivation realm. If you stay here and fight, then even if you pass down the teachings of your sects, would your 4 great sects still be in their current situation?" Silence. Dong Libo was silent. He couldn't help but be silent because what Jian Wuya said was the truth. Dong Libo even thought that Jian Wuya was treating him as one of his own. If Jian Wuya didn't tell them this and just let them fight against Zhao Hai, then the 4 great sects would be done for. Even if they sent their core disciples to other realms to pass down their orthodoxies, it was hard to say if their orthodoxies could be passed down. If the 4 great sects wanted their core disciples to leave, then they would have to take the things they had accumulated over the years to develop their sections. However, as long as they entered the southern region, it would be tantamount to entering the territory of the other great sections. The 9 great sects might be in an alliance, but if the elites of the 4 great sects were to be eliminated by Zhao Hai, then the other great sects wouldn't be able to deal with them. For Jian Wuya to say this, it meant that he was treating Dong Libo and the others as one of his own. None of the 9 great sects were stupid. They were just too arrogant and didn't take the Black Tiger Gang and Zhao Hai seriously. However, this didn't mean that their IQ had been reduced to 0. In fact, when they heard Jian Wuya's words, they immediately understood what was at stake. Dong Libo sat down dejectedly. Jiao Hualong and the others didn't say anything. Jian Wuya looked at them and said, "Our best choice now is for your 4 great sects to withdraw from the 4 northern regions and settle down in the 5 southern regions to preserve your strength. Don't worry, we will help you." Jiao Hualong looked at Jian Wuya and said, "Old Jian, are we just going to let the Black Tiger Gang go?" "I'm not willing." Jian Wuya's eyes flashed with cold light as he said, "Let the Black Tiger Gang go? How is that possible? I won't let the Black Tiger Gang go. It's just that Zhao Hai is too strong and his methods are too heaven-defying. We can't touch Zhao Hai, and if we can't touch Zhao Hai, then we can't touch the Black Tiger Gang. Therefore, we can only endure." After saying this, Jian Wuya let out a long breath and said, "Our 9 great sects relied on enduring. In the past, the Wandering Soul Gang was very powerful. Didn't our 9 great sects endure and slowly accumulate strength before finally eliminating the Wandering Soul Gang? In the past, we didn't treat the Black Tiger Gang as an opponent. But now, we must face them. Even if the Black Tiger Gang isn't strong and the Freedom Alliance isn't strong, as long as Zhao Hai's presence, we can't touch the Freedom Alliance and the Black Tiger Gang." Jian Wuya looked at the group, then his eyes shone as he said, "But don't forget that Zhao Hai is only at the transcending tribulation stage. Because of this, he can safely stay in the Black Tiger Gang. If he reaches the immortal stage, would he still stay in the Black Tiger Gang? Will he risk his lifespan running out and die here? He won't. Once he reaches the immortal stage, he will definitely go to the Leap Dragon Realm. The Leap Dragon Realm isn't a good place. There are a lot of heaven-defying people there. If Zhao Hai goes there, it's hard to say if he can come back. Even if Zhao Hai doesn't die in the Leap Dragon Realm, with his strength and talent, he will be chosen by the higher realms. At that time, Zhao Hai will never be able to return to the Cultivation Realm. Without Zhao Hai, the Freedom Alliance and the Black Tiger Gang are tigers without fangs. At that time, we can do whatever we want to them. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold." When Jiao Hualong and the others heard Jian Wuya, they stared. Then they lowered their heads and began to think. To be honest, they didn't consider the Freedom Alliance as an opponent. Because of this, they wanted to eliminate the Freedom Alliance as soon as possible. It was as if they were dealing with an ordinary small sect. But now that Jian Wuya said this, they suddenly realized that they had to treat the Freedom Alliance as an existence on equal footing with the 9 great sects. Only then could they use the most appropriate method to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. Just like Zhao Hai said, as long as Zhao Hai was there, they wouldn't be able to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. However, Zhao Hai wasn't at the immortal stage, so he still had a long lifespan. Once he reaches the immortal stage and enters the Leap Dragon realm, the Black Tiger Gang and the Freedom Alliance would lose Zhao Hai's protection. At that time, wouldn't it be better for them to deal with the Freedom Alliance and the Black Tiger Gang? Seeing that Jiao Hualong and the others were listening, Jian Wuya continued, moreover, we can't fight the Black Tiger Gang head-on. Another thing is the Leap Dragon realm. If we fight the Black Tiger Gang head-on, the losses would be too great. Then the Leap Dragon realm wouldn't allow us to enter. They don't care how we die, they only care about the strength of the Cultivation realm. Because of this, we can't fight the Black Tiger Gang to the death. Jiao Hualong and the others were silent. Jian Wuya's last sentence was too lethal. If they really couldn't go to the Leap Dragon realm, then it wouldn't be good news for their sections. It would mean that they had lost the opportunity to get in touch with higher-level cultivation methods. They would also lose the opportunity to enter a higher-level space. This would have a huge impact on them. After some time, Jiao Hualong clenched his teeth and said, "All right, we'll do as old Jian said. We'll retreat. Damn, this father will get his revenge sooner or later." Jian Wuya said, "Everyone, get ready. We'll have the Myriad Beast sect retreat first. Then we'll have the other sects retreat. Didn't Zhao Hai want the northern 4 continents? We'll give it to him. But if he extends his hand to the southern 5 continents, then we'll go all out. We'd rather not go to the Leap Dragon realm than give them the southern 5 continents. Otherwise, even if we can keep our qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm, I'm afraid we won't have the opportunity to enter." Jiao Hualong and the others nodded. Then Jiao Hualong immediately went to inform the Supreme Elder of this matter. For such a big matter, it was impossible to not discuss it with the Supreme Elder. Fortunately, this time, he wasn't the only one. Jian Wuya and the others also spoke up. On the other hand, the Supreme Elder of the Myriad Beast sect didn't make things difficult for Jiao Hualong and the others. He was an old man who had lived for an unknown number of years. He was more concerned about the Myriad Beast sect. Since these people had already left the Leap Dragon realm, they naturally didn't want the Myriad Beast sect to have no one to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Therefore, he agreed to the Myriad Beast sect's proposal. Not only did the Myriad Demon sect agree, but the people of the Western Ghost sect, Eastern Sage Academy, and Northern Sage Academy also agreed to move. Once they moved, it would be equivalent to giving up their territories to the Freedom Alliance. Of course, the 4 major sects were reluctant to do so, but they had to do so because if they didn't do so, they would be even more miserable. Jian Wuya and the others weren't idle. This time, the Myriad Beast sect and the other 3 sects had to prepare a lot of things to move to the southern 5 continents. Each of the 4 great sects had a lot of people. If they wanted to move to the southern 5 continents, then there would be a lot of things to take care of. Jian Wuya and the others had to use their influence to coordinate this matter. Zhao Hai didn't know what Jian Wuya and the others were talking about. This was because Jian Wuya and the others were currently inside the 10,000 Beast sect. Zhao Hai hadn't taken them to the space yet. However, Zhao Hai had been monitoring the other places of the Myriad Beast sect. He discovered that the Myriad Beast sect's movements were abnormal. He couldn't help but feel strange about it. In the beginning, Zhao Hai didn't think that the 4 great sects would take the initiative to give up on the northern 4 continents. He released the news in order for the 9 great sects to unite their forces. One must know that although Zhao Hai was very strong, he was still only one person. If he didn't want to reveal too many secrets, then his undead army couldn't be divided. They could only stay by his side and attack the 9 great sects. If the 9 great sects were to be ruthless and divide their forces to attack the Freedom Alliance, then Zhao Hai would have a headache. When the time comes, the 2 sides would have to fight a battle of attrition. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. Therefore, he decided to let the 9 great sects know about his intentions. This way, the 9 great sects would gather their forces and attack him. Even if he didn't kill them, he would at least beat them until they were afraid. But now, looking at the situation of the Myriad Beast sect, it seemed like they were retreating. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Moreover, it wasn't only the Myriad Beast sect, the Eastern Sage Academy, Northern Sage Academy, and the wonderful Sound Pavilion were also retreating. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. However, Zhao Hai still followed his original plan. The next day, the First Legion set out towards the Myriad Beast sect. However, this time, Zhao Hai didn't take out his large artifacts to increase their speed. On the contrary, he wanted to preserve their fighting strength, so he had everyone maintain their speed at a very low level. The cultivators of the First Legion didn't have any objections to Zhao Hai's actions. At this point, their worship of Zhao Hai had reached the point of blind worship. They would do whatever Zhao Hai told them to do. Therefore, the First Legion's speed wasn't very fast. Jiao Hualong and the others who were busy moving also heard this news. Upon hearing this, they understood that Zhao Hai was giving them time. Naturally, Jiao Hualong and the others didn't feel any gratitude towards Zhao Hai. However, they still increased their speed. Cultivators moved very quickly. They just needed to pack their important things into the space and then leave. But this time, the 4 great sects were moving with resentment. Because of this, when they left, they destroyed some of the facilities that they couldn't take with them. They even dug out the herbs that weren't mature yet. Originally, they wanted to destroy the medicinal field. But at this time, Zhao Hai's undead suddenly appeared in the headquarters of the 4 great sects and attacked them. Jiao Hualong and the others weren't fools. They knew that Zhao Hai was teaching them a lesson, telling them not to go too far. Zhao Hai didn't care about their previous destruction. But if they destroyed the medicinal field, then even if Zhao Hai obtained the 4 great sects' territory, their income would still be reduced. Although they didn't know how Zhao Hai knew about this matter, the 4 great sects didn't dare to cause any more damage. They packed up their things and then left the sects' encampment. Then they entered the southern 5 regions. From then on, the northern 4 regions changed. The 4 major sects retreated too quickly. They simply didn't give anyone a chance to react. Only Zhao Hai knew what was going on. Some of the smaller sects in the 9 major sect alliance didn't know about this matter. By the time they found out, the 4 major sects had already withdrawn from the 4 northern provinces. Once the 4 major sects withdrew from the 4 northern provinces, the 9 major sect alliance naturally ceased to exist. This was especially true for the smaller sects in the 4 northern provinces. When they found out that the 4 major sects had retreated, their first reaction was to panic. But then they calmed down. This was because in these people's minds, it was impossible for them to resist the Freedom Alliance. Therefore, they could only wait for the Freedom Alliance to take over their territory. When the time comes, they would see how the Freedom Alliance would deal with them. Some of the smaller sects had some connections. They were loyal subordinates of the 9 major sects. When the 4 major sects retreated, they were also notified. These people also knew that if they stayed in the 4 northern provinces, they wouldn't have good days in the future. Therefore, they packed up their things and followed the 4 major sects. When they arrived in the southern provinces, it was impossible for them to remain as an independent small sect. Instead, they became a branch of the 4 major sects. The changes in the 4 northern provinces caught everyone by surprise, including the Freedom Alliance. When Zhao Hai led the First Legion to the 10,000 Demon sect, the sect was already empty. They didn't encounter any trouble and directly occupied the 10,000 Demon sect. After occupying the 10,000 Demon sect, Zhao Hai immediately sent a letter to Zhang Feng, telling her to organize people to occupy the 10,000 Demon sect's territory first. Then he sent people to contact the smaller sects in the northern provinces to see what they thought. If they were willing to join the Freedom Alliance, then they would immediately scram. Otherwise, they would be dealt with. This order was very tyrannical, but the small sects didn't have any objections. Almost all of the small sects in the northern White province returned to the Freedom Alliance. The small sects that didn't join were already empty. The northern White province smoothly fell into the hands of the Freedom Alliance. With the northern provinces in their hands, the Freedom Alliance was very happy. Now, all that was left was to divide the benefits. The Black Tiger Gang was very equal this time. They took out a portion of the 10,000 Demon Sect's territory and gave it to the smaller sects around the 10,000 Demon Sect. Then they had the smaller sects take out a portion of their territory and give it to the smaller sects around them. This was to exchange of territory. Those smaller sects didn't suffer any losses. Naturally, the Black Tiger Gang also took the biggest share. The 10,000 Demon Sect's main hall was directly taken over by the Black Tiger Gang. However, they also gave up some of the territory around the Black Tiger Gang, leaving only 3 bases behind. Naturally, the Black Tiger Gang took a lot and gave up a little. The Black Tiger Gang's territory expanded once again. The Black Tiger Gang's method of territory exchange was very appreciated by the smaller sections. This was because the Black Tiger Gang was very fair when it came to territory exchange. One must know that there were a lot of tricks involved in territory exchange. For example, if a piece of land had nothing, it was just a barren mountain. Even if it had no use, it was still a piece of land. But in the end, it was still a piece of land. On another piece of land, there was a mine, which was very useful for making artifacts. If someone asked you to give up a mine and then gave you a barren mountain, would you do it? Naturally, they wouldn't. However, the 9 great sects had done this before. This was also the reason why the smaller sects were very dissatisfied with the 9 great sects. This time, the Black Tiger Gang's land exchange was different. They would first calculate what was on the land they wanted to exchange and then carry out a unified exchange. They would strive to achieve an equal exchange. Even when the Black Tiger Gang was exchanging with other sects, they would also do this. This was a good thing for the other sections. However, they didn't think that through this land exchange, the Black Tiger Gang would gain control of all the mines and medicine fields in the northern Strange region. The Black Tiger Gang was now very clear about what good things each sect had. Although these things looked insignificant now, they would be very useful for the Black Tiger Gang in controlling the northern Strange region and even the entire Freedom Alliance in the future. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't need to do these things himself. Zhang Feng and the others did it for him. At this time, Zhao Hai was leading the First Legion towards the northern sacred region. He was preparing to take over the territory there. The northern sacred region had always been dominated by the Northern Sacred Academy. The 4 sacred academies were originally from the same sect, but they later split up. Moreover, the 4 sacred academies had existed for even longer than the Heavenly Sword sect. It can be said that the 4 sacred academies had the strictest control over their own regions among the 9 great sects. There were 2 4 sacred academies in the northern 4 continents. Although the Northern Sacred Academy and the Eastern Sacred Academy had moved away, the territories in the Northern Sacred Region and the Eastern Sacred Region wouldn't be easy to control. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't immediately march towards the other 3 continents after obtaining the 10,000 Demon Sect's territory was because he was making preparations. At the same time, he was also collecting information. He wanted to give the small sects in the other 3 continents an opportunity to see how they would react during this period of time. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the small sects in the other 3 regions would be so bold. After the 4 great sects withdrew, the remaining small sects quickly formed several small alliances and directly divided the territories of the 4 great sects. It can be said that aside from the Northern Strange region, the other 3 regions were now in chaos. Zhao Hai didn't think that the 3 regions would become like this. When he received the news, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "It's getting more and more interesting. It seems like these people really think that I don't dare to kill." At this time, the Northern Strange region was completely under Zhao Hai's control. The small sects that originally followed the Myriad Demon sect had already joined the Freedom Alliance. Moreover, they also received some benefits. When these small sects discovered that the Black Tiger Gang's style of doing things was completely different from the Myriad Demon sect, they felt relieved. After all, now that the Myriad Demon sect had fled, they had no choice but to follow the Black Tiger Gang. If they offended Zhao Hai because of this, then they wouldn't be able to cry even if they wanted to. Now that the Northern Strange region was completely stabilized, Zhao Hai naturally had to think of a way to deal with the situation in the other 3 regions. Zhao Hai believed that the reason why the other three regions were in chaos was because the small sects had received the approval of the Northern Strange region. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to do so. Zhao Hai also understood the Northern Strange region's plan. They wanted the small sects to be in chaos. If Zhao Hai dealt with the small sects, then these small sects would have an excuse to join forces to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. This way, the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be able to control the other three regions. The situation in the other three regions was different from the Northern Strange region. The people in the Northern Strange region had some understanding of the Black Tiger Gang and Zhao Hai. Therefore, when the Black Tiger Gang took over the Northern Strange region, the small sects didn't have any objections. However, the situation in the other three regions was different. The Northern Sage Academy, Eastern Sage Academy, and the Wonderful Sound Pavilion had strict control over the small sects in their own regions. Therefore, even if they left, the small sects would still listen to them. This was the reason why the three regions were in chaos. Zhao Hai sat on the deck of the Hell King's ship. There were also some people sitting on the deck. These people were the representatives of the various sections. Naturally, Li Kuanga was also among them. At this time, Li Kuanga was holding a jade slip and looking at its contents. After reading the contents, Li Kuanga's face flashed with anger. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Commander, is the situation in the other three regions really like this? If that's really the case, then there must be someone behind this matter. I think it might be the three great sects who did it." As he said that, Li Kuanga handed the jade slip to a sect representative next to him. Naturally, the jade slip contained the current situation in the three regions. This was something that Zhao Hai made himself. He wanted Li Kuanga to know about the current situation in the three regions. Zhao Hai looked at Li Kuanga, then he smiled faintly and said, "Of course I know about this. It would be strange if the three great sects weren't behind the chaos in the three continents. Tell me, how should we solve this matter?" Li Kuanga stared. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would ask him this question. He hesitated for a moment, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It seems like this matter needs to be dealt with slowly. Those small sects seem to be fighting fiercely right now, but some of them are under the command of the three great sections. Some of them might have been bewitched. If that's the case, then we can let them go." Zhao Hai nodded, then Li Kuanga nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Li Kuanga's appearance and suddenly smiled. Then he laughed and said, Kuanga, you're still too inexperienced. This kind of thing can't be delayed. The sooner we deal with it, the better. Don't the small sects want to cause trouble? Then we'll kill them. Kill them until they don't dare. Hee. Recently, some sects in the Freedom Alliance have been making small moves. Do they really think that I, Zhao Hai, wouldn't dare to kill them? Zhao Hai's hundreds of millions of undead weren't obtained through the hands of others. I just don't want to kill too many people during the Leap Dragon Realm conference. But since they dared to do this, then they must bear the consequences. Zhao Hai's words were plain, but the representatives on the Hell King's ship couldn't help but sweat. They finally understood that Zhao Hai was using this opportunity to warn them. Recently, some sects in the Freedom Alliance had been making small moves. Although they couldn't threaten the Black Tiger Gang's rule, the Black Tiger Gang was still disgusted by these small moves. Because of this, the Black Tiger Gang was very annoyed. Therefore, Zhang Feng asked Zhao Hai to find a way to warn the other sections. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't decline, because there was no need to do so. If those small sects didn't have a use for them, Zhao Hai would have already slaughtered them if they dared to cause trouble in front of the Black Tiger Gang. He wouldn't have let them live freely in the Freedom Alliance. However, the Black Tiger Gang had always been fair and just in the Freedom Alliance. If the Black Tiger Gang really made a move against these people, then it would cause turmoil in the Freedom Alliance. Because of this, Zhao Hai only gave them a warning. If these people don't know what's good for them, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite to them. Li Kuanga didn't think too much about it. This was because the Black Tiger Gang and the Giant Axe Gang had a good relationship. Now that the Black Tiger Gang had developed, the Giant Axe Gang also benefited from it. The Giant Axe Gang's territory was now a lot bigger than before. Because of this, the Giant Axe Gang naturally wouldn't make things difficult for the Black Tiger Gang. And with Li Kuanga's admiration for Zhao Hai, it was natural that he didn't know what was going on. Upon hearing Zhao Hai say that the Freedom Alliance was secretly making small moves, Li Kuange's eyes couldn't help but stand up. He shouted, "Who dares to be so bold? They still dare to make small moves at this time? Don't they have a conscience? For the Freedom Alliance to be where it is today, it's all thanks to Mr.'s efforts. Now they actually dare to make small moves? Did their conscience get eaten by dogs?" While Li Kuange said this, he swept his gaze towards the representatives of the other sections. Some of the representatives couldn't help but lower their heads, avoiding Li Kuange's gaze. Zhao Hai looked at Li Kuange, then he smiled faintly and said, "Kuange, there's nothing wrong with fighting for benefits for your sect. However, now isn't the time. We still haven't gained complete control over the Northern Holy Continent, the Eastern Holy Continent, and the Western Ghost Continent. It's too early to fight for benefits. How much benefits does the Northern Holy Continent have? What we need to do right now is to pacify the other 3 continents and make them truly belong to the Freedom Alliance. When the time comes, we'll naturally be able to obtain more benefits." After saying this, Zhao Hai turned to the sect masters of the other sects and said, "As long as we pacify the northern 4 regions, the benefits we can obtain would be even greater. When the time comes, the sects of the Freedom Alliance would have to be divided." When Li Kuange heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Divided? Big brother Hai, what's there to divide?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "You don't think that our Freedom Alliance would be so selfless as to accept those people into the Freedom Alliance, right? Those small sects that followed the 9 great sects were our enemies. And the sects that joined the Freedom Alliance in the beginning weren't as strong as them. What if those fellows bully the small sects that joined the Freedom Alliance in the beginning? Because of this, the Freedom Alliance's sects will be divided according to the time they joined the Freedom Alliance. The sects that joined the Freedom Alliance in the beginning will be the first-class sections. They will receive more resources in the future. The other sects will also be divided into second- or third-class sections. Each class will receive different benefits. Those fellows thought that since they offended the Freedom Alliance, they can just join the Freedom Alliance and be done with it. How could they be so easy?" Zhao Hai's words weren't something that he came up with on the spur of the moment. Instead, he discussed it with Zhang Feng and the others. The Freedom Alliance was an alliance. In this kind of alliance, if you weren't strong, then you wouldn't be able to get all the sects to be on good terms with you. It would be better to rope in some sects while suppressing others. Only in this way would the Black Tiger Gang be able to firmly control the position of the Freedom Alliance's alliance master. As a leader, there were times when one had to be overbearing. If one wasn't overbearing, then the people below would think that they were weak. Because of this, Zhao Hai discussed it with Zhang Feng and the others before deciding to divide the sections. When Zhao Hai's news came out, the entire Hell King's ship went into an uproar. One must know that the representatives on the ship were the first to join the Freedom Alliance. If there was a division, then their sects would definitely become first-class sections. In the future, they would receive a lot of benefits. Because of this, when Zhao Hai's voice fell, a sect representative couldn't help but ask, "Legion Commander, is what you said true? Is the Freedom Alliance really going to divide sects?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Alliance Master has already discussed this matter with your sect's sect master. This division of the sect's ranks is a must. In the future, the sect will be evaluated once every few years. The division of the sect's ranks will depend on the sect's contribution to the alliance. If you don't make any contributions to the sect after a few years, then even if you're a first-class sect, you would still be demoted. However, I don't know the specific rules, this will depend on the alliance master's discussion." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Everyone nodded, but there was a trace of joy on their faces. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything. This sect ranking was to make these sects more active. Only in this way would the Freedom Alliance be able to develop. After some time, Zhao Hai said, "All right, the final result of this matter will depend on the Alliance Lord and the others. It has nothing to do with us. Our current task is to pacify the other 3 states as soon as possible. Then we'll have the 4 northern states officially belong to the Freedom Alliance. What do you all think we should do?" The representatives of the sects began to discuss. After some time, a sect representative said, Legion Commander, you said that you want to pacify the 3 continents as soon as possible. I think it's feasible. This time, we're going to take over the 3 continents. If anyone dares to disobey us, we'll kill them. Zhao Hai nodded. The others nodded as well. This was also Zhao Hai's idea. Moreover, these people were also a bit selfish. After destroying the smaller sects, their territories would become ownerless. When the time comes, their sects would be able to get more benefits. To be honest, they couldn't wait to destroy more sections. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, if we want to pacify the 3 states as soon as possible, we need to make them afraid of us. Killing is the best way to do this. This time, we'll go to the northern lands and take care of the sects that are causing the most trouble. Everyone responded in unison. They also knew that this time, the 3 great prefectures were going to be bathed in blood. Yan Liben was sitting in his study room with a complacent expression on his face. There was a reason why he was so happy. His sect had been developing very well recently. Naturally, he would be happy. Yan Liben's sect was called the Daoyan sect. This sect was very special. The main artifacts of their sect were talismans. There were all kinds of talismans, paper talismans, jade talismans, wood talismans, and gold talismans. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were the sect that understood talismans the most in the northern lands. The Daoyan sect also had another identity. They had always been very close to the Northern Sage Academy. The Northern Sage Academy would send some students to the Daoyan sect to learn how to craft talismans, and the Daoyan sect would also send some students to the Northern Sage Academy. It could be said that the Daoyan sect was a branch of the Northern Sage Academy. Some time ago, the Northern Sage Academy suddenly withdrew from the northern lands. At that time, the Daoyan sect panicked. They originally wanted to leave with the Northern Sage Academy, but later on, the Academy sent people to contact them and told them to stay in the northern lands. They wanted to stir up chaos in the northern lands so that the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be able to fully control the northern lands. To be honest, when Yan Liben received this order, he was somewhat nervous. He heard that the Freedom Alliance wasn't a good organization. Especially Zhao Hai, he was someone that even the 9 great sects didn't want to provoke. If he really stirred up chaos in the northern lands, then the Freedom Alliance wouldn't let him off. However, the people from the Northern Sage Academy also told him that he wasn't the only sect in the northern lands that would do this. When the time comes, many other sects would do the same. Moreover, only by working together would they be able to gain the attention of the Black Tiger Gang and the Freedom Alliance. Only then would they have a position in the Freedom Alliance. Yan Liben was tempted by the words of the Northern Sage Academy. He knew that it was impossible for them to leave the Northern Sacred Prefecture. If they wanted to stay, then they would have to fight for more benefits. Clearly, the Northern Sage Academy's suggestion was the best way. They could band together to threaten the Freedom Alliance. This way, they would naturally be able to obtain more benefits. Then with the help of the people from the Northern Sage Academy, Yan Liben formed a small alliance with the nearby sects and quickly occupied a piece of land. This piece of land originally belonged to the Northern Sage Academy. In the past, they wouldn't dare to occupy this land even if they had the guts to do so. But now, with the help of the Northern Sage Academy, they were able to occupy it. After gaining benefits, the alliance naturally became more united. What Yan Liben didn't expect was that several other alliances would appear in the Northern Sacred Prefecture. These alliances were similar to them. They all treated the Northern Sacred Academy's territory as a piece of juicy meat that everyone wanted to take a bite out of. This made Yan Liben a little depressed, but he couldn't do anything about it. This was because Yan Liben was very clear that the Northern Sage Academy was behind these small alliances. Otherwise, these small alliances wouldn't dare to occupy the Northern Sage Academy's territory so boldly. Although the Northern Sage Academy had left the Northern Sacred Prefecture, none of the smaller sects in the prefecture dared to underestimate the Academy's influence in the prefecture. Therefore, no one dared to touch the Academy's territory. Now that these smaller alliances dared to do so, they must have received the Academy's permission. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to do so. Although Yan Liben was dissatisfied with this situation, they did obtain a lot of benefits. This was especially true for the Daoyan sect. Not only did they obtain 2 mines, but they also obtained a large medicinal field. This was very important for the Daoyan sect. While Yan Liben was calculating how much he could get from the mines and medicinal fields, a voice was suddenly heard from outside the study. "Sect Master, this subordinate has something to report." Yan Liben couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't like to be disturbed, but as the sect master, he had to deal with a lot of things on his first day. This kind of situation was unavoidable, so he took a deep breath and said, "Come in." The person outside the door responded and pushed the door open to walk in. Upon seeing the person who came in, Yan Liben couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Did the Freedom Alliance make a move?" The reason why he asked this was because the person who came in was someone he sent to monitor the Freedom Alliance's movements. The person nodded and said, "Yes, Sect Master. The Freedom Alliance's army has already moved out. Zhao Hai is personally leading his first legion, a total of 7 million people. They are heading towards the sacred northern province. I estimate that they will officially enter the sacred northern province in 2 days." Yan Liben nodded and waved his hand. "Continue monitoring. Report the situation of Zhao Hai's first legion 3 times a day. There must be no mistakes." The cultivator quickly nodded and then turned around to leave. Seeing the cultivator leave, Yan Liben immediately said, "Come, invite Mr. Wang in." The person outside the door nodded and then the sound of footsteps faded away. Before long, footsteps were heard and a voice was heard, "Sect Master, Mr. Wang has arrived." Yan Liben immediately said, "Invite him in." Just as his voice fell, a person pushed the door open and walked in. This person looked to be around 30 years old. He was wearing a navy blue scholar's robe and had a headscarf on his head. He looked like a well-educated scholar and didn't look like a cultivator at all. When Yan Liben saw this person, he quickly stood up and cupped his fist. "Greetings, Mr. Wang." "Mister, please take a seat." Mr. Wang also cupped his fist towards Yan Liben and said, "Greetings, Sect Master. May I know why Sect Master has called me here today?" Yan Liben immediately replied, "I invited Mr. Wang today because of a matter. Mister, I just received a report that the Freedom Alliance's army is about to arrive at the northern sacred continent. The one leading the army is Zhao Hai. He also has 7 million troops with him. I invited Mister to come because I want to hear Mister's opinion." When Mr. Wang heard Yan Liben, he couldn't help but let out a soft "oh" and said, "Oh, they're finally here. I've already predicted that Zhao Hai would come. Sect Master doesn't need to worry. The sacred northern province's situation is very chaotic right now. Even if the Freedom Alliance's army arrives, they won't be able to do anything about it." Yan Liben looked at Mr. Wang in confusion and said, "What does Mr. mean by that? Does Mr. want me to attack the other sects?" Mr. Wang smiled faintly and said, "Right, that's what I meant. Sect Master should attack the other sects right now. When the time comes, the entire sacred northern province will be in chaos. If the Freedom Alliance wants to intervene, then you can join forces to deal with them. If the Freedom Alliance doesn't intervene, then you can continue living like you are now." Yan Liben looked at Mr. Wang and said, "If we want to join forces, then let's do it. Why do we have to fight first?" Mr. Wang looked at Yan Liben and smiled faintly. "Sect Master Yan, don't you want to be like the Freedom Alliance and unify the sacred northern province? Sect Master, you can send troops under the banner of unifying the sacred northern province. If the Freedom Alliance interferes, then you can say that the sacred northern province needs to be dealt with by its own people. If the Freedom Alliance interferes, then they will have to deal with the outside world." Yan Liben stared blankly for a moment. Then, he finally understood what Mr. Wang was planning. But to be honest, this wasn't a bad thing for him. No matter what, he was now the leader of a small alliance. If he could be like the Freedom Alliance, then he would have more bargaining chips to negotiate with the Freedom Alliance. Benefits were the main theme of Yongheng. The representative of the Northern Sage Academy, Mr. Wang, gave Yan Liben a piece of land in order to make Yan Liben listen to his orders. The reason why Yan Liben listened to Mr. Wang was because this was Mr. Wang's idea. It wasn't a bad idea for Yan Liben and could even bring him benefits. Driven by benefits, Yan Liben would naturally listen to Mr. Wang. When he heard that the Freedom Alliance's army was about to arrive, Yan Li originally wanted to negotiate with the Freedom Alliance. However, Mr. Wang's words made him take action. As long as the Northern Sacred Province was in chaos, the Freedom Alliance wouldn't be able to take over. If he could unify all the sects in the Northern Sacred Province with his own strength, then he would have more capital to negotiate with the Freedom Alliance. Yan Liben wasn't a fool. He knew that the reason why the Northern Sage Academy withdrew was because they couldn't afford to offend the Freedom Alliance. Yan Liben also couldn't afford to offend the Freedom Alliance. Even if he united the Northern Sacred Prefecture, he still couldn't afford to offend the Freedom Alliance. Moreover, Yan Liben didn't think that the Northern Sage Academy would have a chance to return to the Northern Sacred Prefecture in the future. Even if the Northern Sage Academy did return, as long as he controlled all the sects in the Northern Sacred Prefecture, the Academy wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Because of these considerations, Yan Liben agreed to Mr. Wang's idea. After sending Mr. Wang away, Yan Liben immediately invited all the sect masters of the alliance and told them about his plan. The sect masters didn't agree at first, but Yan Liben said that this was the Northern Sage Academy's idea. Coupled with the benefits, the sect masters finally agreed. They immediately gathered the elites of their sects and began to attack the small alliance. While Yan Liben and the others were attacking the small alliance, the Northern Sacred Prefecture was also in chaos. There were dozens of large and small alliances in the Northern Sacred Prefecture. Almost at the same time, these large and small alliances began to attack each other. The Northern Sacred Prefecture seemed to have turned into a pot of porridge in an instant. Zhao Hai was very clear about the situation in the Northern Sacred Continent. The chaos in the Northern Sacred Continent was already within Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai simply didn't care about the Northern Sacred Academy's tricks. He didn't even care about the Northern Sacred Academy, let alone the smaller sections. Now that the small sects were in chaos, this was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. In any case, Zhao Hai already had the intention to kill. No matter how chaotic these people were, he would just send his army over and flatten them. He didn't believe that these cultivators weren't afraid of death. 2 days passed by in a blink of an eye. The First Legion was slowly approaching the Northern Sacred Prefecture. Speaking of which, there was a very obvious boundary between the two continents. This boundary was a mountain called Wolf-Fang Mountain. The mountain was very tall, with more than 1,000 peaks. Each peak reached the clouds and was very steep, just like a wolf's fang. This was how it got its name. However, this mountain didn't have any effect on cultivators. Cultivators flew in the sky, so it didn't matter if there was a mountain or not. The Hell King's ship was steadily moving forward. Zhao Hai was standing on the bow with Li Kuanga beside him. Laura and the others were standing not far behind Zhao Hai. They were pointing at Wolf-Fang Mountain as they whispered and laughed. Li Kuanga looked at Wolf-Fang Mountain and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, we're about to pass through Wolf-Fang Mountain. Once we pass through Wolf-Fang Mountain, we'll arrive at the Northern Sacred Prefecture. Should we prepare?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Prepare for what? Do you think the sects of the Northern Sacred Prefecture would have the courage to attack us?" "Don't worry, they wouldn't dare. After we pass through Wolf-Fang Mountain, we'll find a place to rest. Then we'll make our move." Li Kuanga nodded and said, "After passing the Wolf-Fang Mountain, there's a big city. This city was originally a trading point of the Northern Sage Academy. Later on, it slowly developed into a big city called the Wolf-Fang County. Previously, it was under the control of the Northern Sage Academy. But after the Northern Sage Academy left, it was controlled by several immortal clans. These immortal clans were founded by the disciples of the Northern Sage Academy. When the Northern Sage Academy left, they didn't take them with them. Fortunately, there were several nascent soul cultivators in these clans who were able to control the situation. Now that the Northern Sage Continent is in chaos, no one came to control them, so they've become the local tyrants of the Wolf-Fang County. I think we should go there and rest." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. In any case, we'll just rest in the city. Let's not move on the clans of the Wolf-Fang County. I want to see what kind of tricks the sects of the Northern Sacred Prefecture can play." Li Kuanga nodded and then went to make arrangements. At this time, Laura arrived at Zhao Hai's side. She looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, "Brother Hai, you haven't had any killing intent for quite some time. What do you plan to do this time?" Zhao smiled faintly. I will use whatever means I can to achieve my goal as quickly as possible. Killing people is just one of the means. Zhao smiled faintly and said, I will use whatever means I have. Killing people is just a means. Laura nodded, then she said, after the 4 northern continents are settled, you can rest for some time. What do you plan to do during this time? Do you want to visit the heavenly demon realm? Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that Laura would ask him this question. Then he turned to Laura and said, what? You want me to take the heavenly demons into the space? This race is very interesting. As long as you subdue them, they can provide faith power. Interesting. Laura replied, the heavenly demons are very interesting. It would be good to take them into the space. However, it seems like they don't have any benefits. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Regarding the heavenly demons, Zhao Hai didn't have any thoughts about them. At this time, he already had a lot of heavenly demons in his fire god city. Moreover, these heavenly demons had already started to form families. In the future, Fire God City would be their home. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't have any thoughts about taking other heavenly demons into the space. When Laura said that she wanted him to take a look at the heavenly demon realm, she was just saying it. After following Zhao Hai for so long, what kind of scene hadn't they seen before? There really wasn't anything to see in the heavenly demon realm. At this time, Zhao Hai's space had already turned into a small universe. There were countless races living on their own planets. They could provide Zhao Hai with an endless supply of faith power and all kinds of materials. Why would Zhao Hai care about the heavenly demons? However, Zhao Hai wasn't opposed to going to the heavenly demon realm. This was mainly because he wanted to take a look at the heavenly demon realm. He wanted to see if the heavenly demon realm had any magic beasts that he hadn't seen before. He wanted to take those magic beasts into the space so that the space would have more species. Moreover, Zhao Hai had already transferred some heavenly demons into the space. During the war with the heavenly demons, Zhao Hai had captured a lot of heavenly demons into the space. Most of these heavenly demons were male. Zhao Hai was preparing to capture some female heavenly demons into the space. This way, the space would have its own heavenly demons. Although the space could now upgrade itself, Zhao Hai's habit of collecting all kinds of species still hadn't changed. He still liked to collect all kinds of things and then put them into the space. This made the space more and more things, making it more and more complete. Zhao Hai didn't know that this was the right thing to do. The space was indeed very mystical, especially after it could upgrade itself. If it was an average person, then they wouldn't upgrade the space. They wouldn't be like Zhao Hai and collect all kinds of things. Although the space would still upgrade, it was still a space. However, after Zhao Hai collected so many things, the space's upgrade speed didn't increase by much. However, some changes were happening to the space. Turning the various planes into planets was one of these changes. This change was very important to Zhao Hai's future development. Zhao Hai still didn't know about these things. He hadn't reached that level yet. Collecting things into the space was just one of his interests. He wanted to make the space become like the universe outside. Therefore, he did this. While he was thinking about these things, the Hell King's ship had already passed through Wolf Fang Mountain and officially entered the northern sacred continent. At this time, Li Kuanga came over and said to Zhao Hai, Brother Hai, the order has been passed down. We'll be resting in Wolf Fang County. I've already told them not to cause any trouble. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, let's keep a low profile for now. I want to see if there are people from the sacred northern continent who want to get in touch with us. If they really want to join the Freedom Alliance, then there's no need to say anything. Later on, they'll be part of the Freedom Alliance. But if they dare to go against me, then I won't be polite. Li Kuanga nodded and said, I think there should be people who want to join the Freedom Alliance. Those small sects have been suppressed by the 9 great sects for a long time. Now that they finally have a chance to leave the 9 great sects, how could they not agree? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's hard to say. Sometimes, people will be confused by the benefits in front of him. This saying applies everywhere. After all, our Freedom Alliance has always been active in the Northern Sacred Continent. The Northern Sacred Continent has always been looked down upon by the other continents. Perhaps the people from the Northern Sacred Continent don't take us seriously. Li Kuanga coldly snorted and said, "They're just a bunch of arrogant idiots. Just like the 9 great sects, they still look down on our northern strange region." Humph, if it weren't for Brother Hai, the 9 great sects would have already occupied the cultivation world. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, let's not talk about those useless things. We're dealing with the sky demons for our own sake, it has nothing to do with them. Have everyone prepare. Let's keep a low profile for a while. There will be plenty of opportunities for them to kill." Li Kuanga nodded. To be honest, he hadn't seen Zhao Hai kill people. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of undead, Li Kuanga didn't think that the deaths of those undead were related to Zhao Hai. In his opinion, it was impossible. Even if a person was ruthless, it was impossible for them to kill so many people. Reporting, Patriarch, the Freedom Alliance's army has arrived outside the city. In the study of a large mansion in Wolfang City, a young man was reporting the whereabouts of the 1st Munitions Regiment to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Send people to get in touch with them. With our status, we might not be able to meet Zhao Hai, but we can't neglect them." "What about the spirit wine I asked you to prepare? Send it over." The young man nodded, then he turned around and left. The middle-aged man sighed and said, "Those idiots, they actually thought that the people from the Northern Sage Academy would come back. The Northern Sage Academy didn't even dare to fight and just ran away. How could they have the guts to come back? The Northern Sage Academy is only making trouble for the Freedom Alliance. This kind of thing isn't something that people like you can participate in, you're just courting death." Then the middle-aged man sat down in the study and took out a jade slip. After carefully reading the contents of the jade slip, the study became silent. At this time, the young man who just came out of the room led a few servants out of the mansion. There were 2 words written on the door, "Wan Mansion." This was one of the great clans of Wolfang City, the Wan clan. The Wan clan had an ancestor who was an elder of the Northern Sage Academy. However, he wasn't an immortal expert, he was just a transcending tribulation expert. Later on, he settled down in Wolfang City and established the Wan clan, becoming one of the rulers of Wolfang City. However, the Wan clan no longer had a transcending tribulation expert. The strongest person in the clan was the current patriarch, Wan Rong. Wan Rong was only at nascent soul stage and hadn't reached transcending tribulation yet. However, his methods weren't weak. After the Northern Sage Academy withdrew, he immediately united with the other clans to take control of Wolfang City. However, a few days ago, the Northern Sage Academy sent people to the Wolfang County to form an alliance and cause chaos in the Northern Sage Prefecture. The patriarchs of these families were tempted, only Wan Rong wasn't. Although the Wan family used to be part of the Northern Sage Academy, it had been a long time since any of their family's disciples had entered the academy. It could be said that their relationship with the academy wasn't very close. This time, the Northern Sage Academy left without a fight, which made Wan Rong very disappointed. But at the same time, he also saw the strength of the Freedom Alliance. Because of this, although Wan Rong was feigning civility with the Northern Sage Academy's representative, he had already decided to rely on the Freedom Alliance. Because of this, when he heard that the Freedom Alliance's army had arrived, he immediately had his son bring the spirit wine to see the Freedom Alliance's attitude. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship as he looked at Wolfang County not far away. At this time, Wolfang County was very quiet. There wasn't a single person on the streets. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that the other party wanted to use this uncooperative attitude to put him in his place. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. At this time, several black dots suddenly flew out of Wolfang County. Before long, the Black Tigers arrived in front of the First Legion. However, before they could reach the Hell King's ship, they were stopped by the First Legion. With Zhao Hai's current status, he wasn't someone who could just meet anyone. Although he was stopped, Zhao Hai was able to clearly hear the contents of their conversation. These people were actually representing the Wan family to request an audience. They also wanted to give him some spirit wine as a reward for his army. This made Zhao Hai curious about the Wan family. He waved his hand and said, "Let him come over." The people from the First Legion nodded and then let the young man and his servants come over. Zhao Hai looked at the young man. His strength was only around the golden core stage. This kind of strength might not be considered much in an ordinary sect, but in the outside world, he could be considered as one of the top experts in the family. The young man flew towards Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. He didn't dare to board the ship as he bowed and said, Wan Xiang has seen Mr. The Wan family's patriarch, Wan Rong, has sent this lowly one to thank the army. This lowly one has 100 jars of spirit wine. I hope Mr. will kindly accept it. Zhao Hai waved his hand and smiled faintly. All right, I'll accept the spirit wine. Come on board and we'll talk. Wan Xiang complied and carefully boarded the ship. However, his servants didn't board the ship. They were still standing outside the ship. Each and every one of them had a respectful expression on their faces. Wan Xiang carefully boarded the Hell King's ship. However, he still bowed and didn't dare to raise his head. Zhao Hai looked at him and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, Don't be afraid. Raise your head and speak. I'm Zhao Hai. Wan Xiang slowly raised his head. When he heard Zhao Hai's name, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. In Wan Xiang's heart, Zhao Hai was like a god. Now that such a person was speaking to him politely, Wan Xiang couldn't help but feel excited. Wan Xiang bowed to Zhao Hai and excitedly said, This Wan Xiang has heard of Mr.'s name. For Mr. to grant me an audience today, this Wan Xiang is very fortunate. Zhao Hai looked at Wan Xiang and smiled faintly, Your Wan clan is very good. Ever since I arrived in Wolfang County, your Wan clan was the first to pay me a visit. It seems like you're the only one who came to pay me a visit. Kuanga, pass down my orders to have the army stationed outside the city. Find a place to rest and don't cause trouble. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I'll peel off their skin. Come with me, we'll visit the Wan clan. Li Kuanga complied and then went to pass down the order. Wan Xiang was dumbfounded. He was very clear about the strength of the Wan clan. The Wan clan was just a small clan in Wolfang County. Even if his father Wan Rong came, Zhao Hai wouldn't see him. Wan Xiang wouldn't even dare fart. If Zhao Hai were to see him, then he would be giving them a lot of face. But now, Zhao Hai actually said that he would visit the Wan clan. How could Wan Xiang not be excited? However, Wan Xiang also knew that he needed to inform his family as soon as possible. Otherwise, if his family wasn't prepared, then it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Wan Xiang immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, For Mr. to visit my family is a great honor for my Wan clan. I ask Mr. to allow me to send a servant to inform my family. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and said, All right, you can go. Wan Xiang quickly went to the edge of the Hell King's ship and waved his hand to summon a servant. He whispered a few words to the servant before letting him leave. After the servant left, Wan Xiang returned to Zhao Hai and bowed. Then he stood to the side and didn't speak. Wan Xiang knew that with his current status, if Zhao Hai didn't speak, then it would be best for him to remain silent. This was because he wasn't qualified to take the initiative to speak to Zhao Hai. At this time, Li Kuanga returned. He cupped his fist to Zhao Hai and said, Commander, everything has been arranged. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Wan Xiang and said, Have your servants come up as well. We'll be heading to Wolfang County. Wan Xiang quickly complied, then he waved his hand and had his servants board the Hell King's ship. After the servants boarded the ship, they carefully stood behind Wan Xiang, not daring to make a sound. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then the Hell King's ship slowly sailed towards Wolfang County. Before long, it was already above the Wan residence. At this time, a group of people flew out of the Wan residence. There were old and young, men and women in this group. All of them respectfully stood outside the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai walked towards the Hell King's ship. Wan Rong immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Wan Rong has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. I'm glad to have you visit my humble abode. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Patriarch Wan is too polite. When Zhao Hai arrived in the northern sacred continent, only the Wan family came to help. The Wan family's goodwill towards the Freedom Alliance is something that Zhao Hai appreciates. The Freedom Alliance never mistreats those who contribute to the alliance. I'll remember this matter. I'll be sure to reward you after this. When Wan Rong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but get excited. He quickly said, I wouldn't dare. Mister, this is something that this lowly one should do. If Mister doesn't mind, then this lowly one can come and sit in my house. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I was thinking the same thing. Then he led Li Kuanga down from the Hell King's ship and headed towards the Wan residence. Laura and the others didn't follow. Wan Rong and Wan Xiang were by Zhao Hai's side. The other members of the Wan family were also behind them. They were carefully sizing up Zhao Hai, nobody dared to show any disrespect. Zhao Hai didn't directly land in the Wan family's courtyard. Instead, he landed in front of the Wan family's residence. This made the Wan family very grateful. This was giving the Wan family face. Wan Rong quickly went to Zhao Hai's side and said, Mister, please. Zhao Hai nodded. Then under Wan Rong's accompaniment, they walked towards the Wan residence. The Wan residence wasn't small. After Zhao Hai entered the Wan residence, he was led by Wan Rong to the main hall of the residence. There were a lot of chairs in the hall. It can be seen that these chairs weren't placed there temporarily, they were placed there long ago. In the middle of the hall, there was also a chair. This chair was obviously the main seat. Wan Rong invited Zhao Hai to sit down in the main seat. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. After sitting down, he looked at the Wan family members behind Wan Rong and said, Have your family members go back, there's no need to stay here. Right, leave that kid. Then Zhao Hai pointed to a child in the Wan family. This child looked to be about 10 years old. He had a strong head and was very cute. Wan Rong nodded. Then he waved his hand and had the Wan family members leave. Only Zhao Hai, Li Kuanga, Wan Rong, Wan Xiang, and the child were left in the hall. Wan Rong led the child to Zhao Hai's side. The child was very sensible as he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Wan Hua greets Mr. Zhao Hai looked at Wan Hua and nodded. Then he smiled faintly and said, Kid, you're good. You have a good foundation. Later on, I'll find a good master for you. You can withdraw. Wan Hua's face was filled with excitement. Then he turned around and left. Wan Rong and Wan Xiang were also excited. It has been a long time since someone from the Wan family joined the Black Tiger gang. They were afraid that the Wan family would slowly decline. However, if Wan Hua joined the Black Tiger gang, then the Wan family would certainly prosper. Wan Rong and Wan Xiang cupped their fists to Zhao Hai and said, Many thanks for Mister's help. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, It's because his foundation is good. If he was placed in your hands, I'm afraid he would only reach the nascent soul stage. But if he was placed in the Black Tiger gang sect, then he might become an immortal expert. Alright, you can sit down. I don't like you standing while talking to me. Wan Rong and Wan Xiang excitedly sat down. They were still thinking about Zhao Hai's words. Wan Hua might become an immortal expert. For them, this was good news. For the Wan family, this was good news. After the three sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Wan Rong and smiled faintly, You're very good. Hee, you're not like those fools in the Wolf-Fang County who thought that the people from the Northern Sage Academy would return to the Northern Sacred Continent. I said that I wouldn't mistreat anyone who works for the Freedom Alliance. I'll be staying in the Wolf-Fang County for a few days. After I leave, the Wolf-Fang County will belong to your Wan family. It will also be the Freedom Alliance's branch. Do you understand? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wan Rong couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai as he said, Yes, Wan Rong understands. Wan Rong understood. He knew that when Zhao Hai came to the Northern Sacred Continent, he wouldn't be polite to those who caused trouble. Moreover, the other clans in the Wolf-Fang County would also be finished. In the future, the Wolf-Fang County would belong to the Wan family. For Wan Rong, this was good news. At the same time, Wan Rong was glad that he made the right choice. Seeing that Wan Rong understood, Zhao Hai nodded and said, It's good that you understand. I'll be staying on the Hell King's ship for the next 2 days. You don't need to visit me. If someone wants to contact you, you don't need to look for me. If they want to contact me through you, you should know how to help them. I don't want people to bother me for the next few days. Wan Rong nodded. Zhao Hai stood up and waved his hand as a bottle appeared in his hand. This bottle was made of green jade and looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the bottle appeared in front of Wan Rong. Then he said, This is a bottle of potion. Every small cup needs to be taken with a cup of water. You should drink 5 cups before you reach transcending tribulation. As for Wan Rong, drink this bottle and you should reach transcending tribulation. Remember, take it every 5 days. After he said that, he walked out. Wan Rong received the bottle. When he heard what Zhao Hai said, he was pleasantly surprised. He quickly turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Mr." Zhao Hai waved his hand as he followed Li Kuanga outside. Wan Rong received the bottle and quickly chased after Zhao Hai. After sending Zhao Hai to the Hell King's ship, Wan Rong carefully returned to the Wan residence. The Wan residence's actions naturally alarmed the entire Wolf-Feng County. When the other great clans saw this, they couldn't help but grit their teeth. However, they couldn't do anything. Originally, they wanted to join forces with the Wan family and have the entire Wolf-Feng County deal with Zhao Hai for 2 days. This was because all of them were involved. When the time comes, the law can't be enforced. As long as they submit to Zhao Hai, they would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. But now that the Wan family did this, all of their previous efforts were in vain. The Wan family had also taken the initiative. If they were to join forces with the Wan family, then they might not be able to obtain the same benefits as the Wan family. The other great clans in Wolf-Feng County didn't know what benefits the Wan clan got. However, Zhao Hai personally went to the Wan clan. This was already giving the Wan clan a lot of face. As for the person sent by the Northern Sage Academy, he ran away before Zhao Hai even entered the county. Although the other clans in the Wolf-Feng County heard the words of the Northern Sage Academy's representative and were prepared to cause trouble, everyone knew that the Northern Sage Academy was already a thing of the past. They had their own plans in their hearts. Even if they were obedient on the surface, it didn't mean that they would actually help the Northern Sage Academy. The difference between the Wan clan and the other clans was that they weren't that ambitious. The other clans wanted to leave a good impression on the Northern Sage Academy because they knew that the Northern Sage Academy would return one day. Therefore, for their own benefits and for the sake of the Northern Sage Academy's reputation, they didn't contact Zhao Hai right away. They even planned to join forces with the Wan clan to give Zhao Hai the cold shoulder for a few days. Maybe they could cause some trouble and force Zhao Hai to agree to some of their conditions. However, they didn't expect that the Wan clan wasn't on the same side as them. In the Wan clan's view, it would be difficult for the Northern Sage Academy to return to the Northern Sage continent. As long as the Freedom Alliance had a great god like Zhao Hai, not to mention the Northern Sage Academy, even the 9 great sects would have to step aside. Instead of threatening the Freedom Alliance at this time, they might as well use this opportunity to stand on the Freedom Alliance's side. Even if they couldn't obtain any benefits, they could at least keep their current position. Before Wan Rong decided to do this, he had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai and the Black Tiger Gang's style of doing things. He was very clear that whether it was Zhao Hai or the Black Tiger Gang, they weren't good people. Moreover, the Black Tiger Gang had another characteristic, and that was that they would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Don't think that the Black Tiger Gang was a magnanimous gang. As long as someone offended them, they wouldn't have a good ending. It was precisely because he knew this that Wan Rong decided to contact the Black Tiger Gang instead of threatening them to gain more benefits. In his opinion, if the Black Tiger Gang wanted to control the entire Northern Sacred Province, they would have to eliminate some of the existing forces of the Northern Sacred Province and then move a portion of the Freedom Alliance's forces into the Northern Sacred Province. Only then would the Black Tiger Gang truly control the Northern Sacred Province. He didn't want to be wiped out by the Black Tiger Gang, so he would rather keep his current position. However, Wan Rong didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so generous. Not only did he allow Wan Hua to join the Black Tiger Gang, he also gave him potions that could increase his strength. One must know that Wan Rong wasn't young anymore. If he was still in the nascent soul stage, then he wouldn't be able to reach the transcending tribulation stage in his lifetime. However, listening to Zhao Hai's words, Wan Rong could drink the potions and reach the transcending tribulation stage in less than a month. For Wan Rong, this was great news. Now, Wan Rong discovered that his original decision was the right one. After joining the Black Tiger Gang, he received so many benefits. Even if he didn't receive any benefits in the future, he still felt that it was worth it. On the other hand, the other clans in the Wolf-Feng County didn't know what benefits the Wan clan received. However, they weren't willing to fall behind. The Wan clan was already one step ahead of them. Moreover, their alliance had already collapsed. If they were to oppose the Freedom Alliance, then the Freedom Alliance could just send an army to deal with them and then give the Wolf Fang County to the Wan clan. This way, nobody would be able to say anything. This was because the Wan clan was originally from the Wolf Fang County, so the Freedom Alliance wouldn't be able to snatch the county's territory. Large sects often only needed an excuse to do things. Now that the Wan family had sided with the Freedom Alliance, it was only logical that the Freedom Alliance would help the Wan family take over Wolf Fang County. No one would be able to find fault with that. The other clans couldn't sit still. In any case, the people of the Northern Sage Academy had already run away, so there was no need for them to be loyal to the academy. Therefore, they immediately went to see Zhao Hai. However, they were all stopped by the First Legion. They said that Zhao Hai was in seclusion and couldn't be disturbed. The people from the great clans panicked. They didn't believe that Zhao Hai was really in seclusion. For him to be in seclusion at this time, it was clear that he didn't want to see them. The great clans couldn't help but change their target. They directly went to the Wan clan and asked to see Wan Rong. Wan Rong already knew that these fellows would come. When Zhao Hai left yesterday, he was told that if the patriarchs of the great clans wanted to see Wan Rong, then they should be stopped. With Zhao Hai's instructions, Wan Rong already knew what to do. At this time, Wan Rong was very grateful to Zhao Hai. This was because not long after Zhao Hai left, the Black Tiger gang came to his house and took Wan Hua away. Moreover, Wan Rong also drank the potion that Zhao Hai gave him last night. Now, he could feel that his nascent soul stage spiritual qi, which had been stagnant for a long time, had greatly increased. According to this speed, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the transcending tribulation stage. Although the transcending tribulation stage and the nascent soul stage were only one level apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. After entering the transcending tribulation stage, not only would one's strength increase, but one's lifespan would also increase. Lifespan was the most important thing for cultivators. Because of this, when Wan Rong heard that the patriarchs of the great clans wanted to see him, he wasn't surprised. He just calmly said to the servant who came to report, "Please." The servant nodded and then turned around to leave. Before long, the servant brought in several people with different appearances. These people were the patriarchs of the great clans of the Wolf Fang County. When Wan Rong saw them come in, he smiled faintly and cupped his fist. "Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." The patriarchs also cupped their fists to Wan Rong. After exchanging a few polite words, the two sides sat down. After sitting down, one of the patriarchs smiled and said, "Brother Wan, we came this time because we have something that we need your help with. We hope that Brother Wan can help us out on account of our many years of friendship." Wan Rong smiled and said, "Brothers, you're too polite. Our clans have been in charge of the Wolf Fang County for many years. When one clan is in trouble, the other clans would come to help. If brothers need help, then I'll naturally help." Wan Rong's words were nonsense. It was true that their clans were in charge of the Wolf Fang County, but to say that their relationship was harmonious was nonsense. Not only were they not harmonious, they even had conflicts. It was just that they had the Northern Sage Academy above them, so they didn't cause any trouble. However, it was still necessary to say some polite words. Moreover, their families did indeed have the name of the United Ming Alliance. There was nothing wrong with Wan Rong's words. However, the other patriarchs didn't think the same. They knew that Wan Rong was only speaking nice words. Whether or not he would help them was another matter altogether. This time, Wan Rong sent someone to meet with Zhao Hai without informing them in advance. It was obvious that Wan Rong had his own plans. Although the other patriarchs were dissatisfied, they didn't want to offend Wan Rong at this time. Therefore, they smiled and nodded. The patriarch who spoke to Wan Rong before said, "With Brother Wan's words, we can rest assured. This time, we came to see Brother Wan in hopes that Brother Wan could help introduce us to Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. Zhao Hai just arrived in the Wolf Fang County yesterday and Brother Wan invited him to your residence. It seems like Brother Wan and Mr. Zhao Hai know each other. We also want to pay our respects to Mr. Zhao Hai." Wan Rong pretended to be in a difficult position, then he said, "I won't hide it from you. This time I went to invite Mr. Zhao Hai. I just wanted little Xiang to meet Mr. Zhao Hai." You should know that according to the instructions of the Northern Sage Academy's elders, we need to unite and cause some trouble in order to get some benefits from the Black Tiger Gang. But with the strength of our clans, how could we be a match for the Freedom Alliance? Therefore, I wanted little Xiang to meet Mr. Zhao Hai and not offend him too much. However, I didn't expect Mr. Zhao Hai to come to my residence. But Mr. Zhao Hai just came in and left. We didn't even talk to Mr. Zhao Hai, so how could we be considered familiar with him? As for your request for me to introduce you to Mr. Zhao Hai, I'm not afraid to tell you that I don't have the ability to do so. What qualifications do I have to introduce Mr. Zhao Hai? Looking at Wan Rong's appearance, the other patriarchs looked at each other in dismay. Then their expressions turned ugly. One of the fat patriarchs stood up and pointed at Wan Rong. Wan Rong, don't pretend to be pitiful. This time, you ignored us and privately went to meet Zhao Hai. What are your intentions? Now that we're asking you to introduce us to Zhao Hai, you're still making excuses. Tell me, did you speak ill of us in front of Zhao Hai? Wan Rong calmly looked at the fat man, then he coldly snorted and said, Everyone, I've already said what I need to say. Whether you believe me or not, it has nothing to do with me. Come, send the guests out. When the patriarchs heard Wan Rong, they immediately stood up. The patriarch who spoke to Wan Rong looked at him and coldly snorted, Wan Rong, don't be complacent. Even if you rely on Zhao Hai, I'm not Zhao Hai. Let's go. Wan Rong stood up, then he coldly snorted and said, I won't send you out. After the patriarchs left, Wan Rong immediately said, Go, call Wan Xiang. A servant immediately complied and then turned around to leave. Before long, Wan Xiang arrived at the hall. Wan Rong dismissed the servant and then said to Wan Xiang, Xiang, did you drink the potion? How do you feel? When Wan Xiang heard Wan Rong, he couldn't help but be excited as he said, Good, very good. Father, I estimate that as long as I drink 2 cups, I can reach the nascent soul stage. A happy expression appeared on Wan Rong's face, then he said, All right. But after reaching the nascent soul stage, you need to stabilize your cultivation before you can take the potion. But this time I didn't ask you to come here for this matter. Did you know that the patriarchs of the great clans came here? Wan Xiang nodded, then Wan Rong continued, These patriarchs wanted me to help them meet Mr. Zhao. But since Mr. has ordered it, I can't help them meet him. If I don't do it, then they should be angry, but they shouldn't dare to be disrespectful to Xianxia. But after they spoke, they didn't have the slightest bit of respect for Mr. Zhao. This is very strange. It seems like these great clans have something up their sleeves. Do you want to tell Mr. Zhao about this so that he can prepare in advance? When Wan Xiang heard Wan Rong, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, We know about the strength of the other clans. With their strength, what can they do to Mr. Father, aren't you being too nervous? Wan Rong shook his head and said, It's better to be careful. In this world, dealing with people doesn't necessarily mean dealing with them in the open. This is especially true for an expert like Mr. Mr. has done a great favor for our Wan clan, so we need to remind Mr. Wan Xiang nodded and said, Yes, Father. I'll immediately inform the First Legion and have them send a message to Mr. Wan Rong nodded. Then Wan Xiang turned around and left. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting inside the space and looking at what was happening in the Wolfang County. In fact, Zhao Hai already knew what the other clans were planning. The reason why the other clans dared to be disrespectful to him was because of the existence of an immortal expert in their clans. An immortal expert wouldn't be able to deal with Zhao Hai. However, this immortal expert had the ability to assassinate. This immortal expert can hide their strength at will. They can make you feel that they're only at the golden core stage or transcendent stage. Then when they get close to you, they would suddenly attack. This wasn't all. This person was also very good at using poison. Moreover, this person wasn't from the northern sacred continent. He was an immortal expert from the southern barbarian continent. This time, he was sent by the 9 great sects to assassinate Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that the other clans in the Wolfang County had already evacuated. Only the servants and patriarchs were left behind to deal with Zhao Hai. However, these people didn't expect that before Zhao Hai entered the Wolfang County, the entire county was already under the surveillance of the space. Their actions couldn't be hidden from Zhao Hai, so how could they scheme against Zhao Hai? However, Zhao Hai was prepared to use this matter as an excuse to unify the entire sacred northern region. What he needed right now was an excuse, and this assassination had given him the perfect one. However, now wasn't the time. Zhao Hai wanted to wait for a while. He wanted to see if there were any sects that would take the initiative to visit him like the Wan clan. If there were, then he would leave them alive in the upcoming purge. If there weren't, then the next purge would be a real purge. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the Wan clan's reminder. However, he also understood that the old fox Wan Rong had not only reminded him because he owed the Wan clan a great debt of gratitude, but also because he wanted to leave a good impression on him. Zhao Hai didn't oppose the Wan clan's actions. If it was beneficial to him, then they should strive for benefits. This was something that Zhao Hai allowed. In fact, everyone was doing this, so there was nothing strange about it. However, Zhao Hai didn't see Wan Xiang this time. He just had the First Legion send Wan Xiang away. Zhao Hai remained inside the space to monitor the immortal expert in the Wolfang County as well as the situation in the sacred northern region. The sacred northern region was now in chaos. At first, the small alliances were fighting each other because of the instigation of the Northern Sage Academy. But after they started fighting, the two sides became enemies. The more they fought, the angrier they became. They had already forgotten why they were fighting. Zhao Hai didn't care about this situation. If they wanted to fight, then let them fight. In any case, even if they didn't fight, Zhao Hai would still deal with them. For the next 3 days, Zhao Hai stayed inside the Hell King's ship. Although the Wan clan didn't understand why Zhao Hai did this, they didn't bother Zhao Hai. In fact, with their status, they weren't qualified to disturb Zhao Hai. During these 3 days, the First Legion was very well behaved and stayed outside the Wolfang County. They didn't do anything out of the ordinary, they were even more well behaved than kittens. This made the small alliances in the Northern Sacred Prefecture even more arrogant and the battles between them became even more intense. After 3 days, the small alliances still didn't send anyone to meet Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised. He thought that they would send someone to meet him, but not a single one came. It seems like the small alliances didn't treat Zhao Hai as an appetizer. However, Zhao Hai didn't get angry. He decided to wait for a few more days. He gave the small alliances 7 days. After 7 days, regardless of whether someone came to meet him or not, his purge would begin. At this time, in Jian Wuya's study, the sect masters of the 9 great sects were sitting. Jian Wuya turned his head to Meng Wudi and said, "Old Meng, can Elder Du deal with Zhao Hai this time?" Meng Wudi replied, "He should be able to. Not only is Elder Du good at disguising himself, his strength is also quite good among immortal experts. Moreover, he has a special cultivation method that allows him to hide his strength. If he can get close to Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai wouldn't even have the chance to use his spatial ability." Jian Wuya nodded, then he said, "I hope he can succeed this time. As long as Zhao Hai dies, the Freedom Alliance will be finished." "Brother Wu, how are the people you arranged in the sacred northern region?" Wu Yudao replied, "Don't worry. The entire sacred northern region is in chaos. Even if Zhao Hai doesn't die this time, it would be very difficult for him to unify the sacred northern region. Moreover, Zhao Hai's attention is focused on the sacred northern region. He wouldn't think that we would send people to assassinate him." Jian Wuya nodded, then he said, "The army is almost ready. As long as something happens to Zhao Hai, we'll immediately mobilize the army and wipe out the Freedom Alliance." Zhao Hai didn't know about Jian Wuya's plan. He was currently meeting people. It was already the 5th day since Zhao Hai arrived in the sacred northern region. On this day, someone finally came to see Zhao Hai. It was the leaders of 3 small alliances. These 3 alliances were formed spontaneously. They didn't want to get benefits from the Freedom Alliance, they had no choice but to form an alliance. This was because everyone else had already formed an alliance. If they didn't form an alliance, then they would be eaten up by the other alliances. Therefore, they could only form small alliances to protect themselves. Because these small alliances didn't have a good relationship with the Northern Sage Academy, the Academy didn't send any messengers to them. They also didn't want to listen to the orders of the Northern Sage Academy. Therefore, When they heard that Zhao Hai had brought an army to the sacred northern region, they immediately came to see Zhao Hai. But now that the sacred northern region was in chaos, the transmission formations could only be used in their own territories. Once they left their territories, the transmission formations would no longer work. They could only rely on their own abilities to fly over. Because of this, they only came to the Wolfang County to see Zhao Hai. In addition to these three small alliances, Zhao Hai also received a jade sword message from Zhang Feng. She told Zhao Hai that there were some small alliances in the northern sacred continent that couldn't reach Zhao Hai in time. Therefore, they could only contact Zhang Feng and ask Zhao Hai to let these small alliances off the hook if Zhao Hai wants to purge them. Zhao Hai didn't think that such a thing would happen. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was indeed the case. The northern sacred continent was currently in a mess. All the transmission formations in the northern sacred continent couldn't be used. These people didn't know how strong Zhao Hai's spiritual force was, so they couldn't send jade sword messages to get in touch with him. Therefore, they could only contact Zhang Feng. After all, it was much easier to contact the Freedom Alliance compared to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sat in the Hell King's ship's cabin as he looked at the three cultivators standing in front of him. These three cultivators were transcending tribulation experts. Moreover, they were sect masters as well as alliance leaders. But now, they were standing in front of Zhao Hai like children. Zhao Hai didn't embarrass them. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "I already know why you're here. If you want to join the Freedom Alliance, there's no problem. However, I have a condition. Your alliance must be dissolved. You can only join the Freedom Alliance as your own sect. Do you agree?" One of them quickly said, "Mr. Can rest assured. Our alliance is only temporary. When we first established the alliance, we already agreed that as long as you joined the Freedom Alliance, our alliance would immediately dissolve. Mr. Can rest assured." The other two nodded and said, "That's right, we were also like this before." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, we were also like this before." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's for the best. You three, write down the names of your sections. From today onwards, you'll be part of the Freedom Alliance. Go back and wait for a few days. The Northern Sacred Continent's matter should be solved soon. Right, the city's transmission formation can be used. You can use it to return to your sections." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go." When the three heard Zhao Hai, they quickly complied. Then they took out a jade slip and handed it over to Zhao Hai. One of them said, "Mister, this is a list of all the sects in the Freedom Alliance that I've prepared. Please take a look." Then he handed the jade slip over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded, then he took the jade slip and looked at its contents. Then he nodded and said, "Good, you've done well. Now you can go back and stabilize your territory. Don't take the initiative to attack. Leave the rest to me." The three nodded before they turned around and left. At this time, Li Kuanga came in and said to Zhao Hai, "Big brother Hai, the patriarchs of the great clans of the Wolfang County have come. They're currently kneeling outside, asking to see you." Zhao Hai looked at Li Kuanga and smiled, "What's wrong? Are you soft-hearted?" Li Kuanga smiled embarrassedly and said, "Big brother Hai, I can see that they're very sincere. Do you want to see them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I can see them. Tell them that I'll be coming out of seclusion in 2 days. When that time comes, I'll see them. Go." Although Li Kuanga didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, he didn't ask. He just nodded and turned around to give the order. What he didn't see was that after he left, Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. 2 days passed by in a blink of an eye. In these 2 days, Zhao Hai met with the leaders of several small alliances. At the same time, he received a letter from Zhang Feng. As for the great clans of Wolfang County, Zhao Hai still didn't see them. After 2 days, the last opportunity that Zhao Hai gave to the small alliances of the Northern Sacred Continent had passed. Although he didn't tell them how many days it would take for them to meet him, in these 7 days, the small alliances of the Northern Sacred Continent were able to contact him through various channels. As for those who didn't want to contact him, there was no need for them to contact him. Zhao Hai stood on the bow of the Hell King's ship as he looked down at Wolfang County. Then he turned to Li Kuanga and said, "How are the brothers doing? Have you rested well in the past few days? Li Kuanga forced a smile and said, Brother Hai, the brothers' opinions are very clear. After resting for so many days, the brothers want to move quickly. Zhao Hai chuckled. Alright, don't worry about these guys. Go and tell the guys that I'm waiting for to come and see me. When Li Kuanga heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare for a moment. Then he immediately nodded and turned around to leave. At the same time, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a chair and a small table appeared on the deck. Zhao Hai sat on the chair with a crystal glass in his hand. The glass was filled with red wine. Zhao Hai gently shook the glass. The red wine looked like blood. At this time, Li Kuanga led the patriarchs of the great clans to the side of the Hell King's ship. However, Li Kuanga only allowed the patriarchs to go up to the deck. The servants were left outside the ship. Although the servants had various gifts in their hands, they weren't qualified to set foot on the deck. When the patriarchs saw that the servants weren't on the deck, their eyes flashed with anxiety, but they quickly hid it. Zhao Hai sat there and looked at these people. His eyes couldn't help but narrow. However, the smile on his face didn't change. The patriarchs arrived in front of Zhao Hai and bowed to Zhao Hai as they loudly said, Greetings, Mr. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Please get up. The patriarch stood up, then one of the patriarchs turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mr., we're here to ask for forgiveness. Mr. invited the army to the northern sacred continent for the sake of the continent. It's just that we were busy preparing gifts for Mr., so we weren't able to meet Mr. immediately. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, It's alright, you don't have to be like this. I'm already very happy that you're here. You even prepared a gift? Alright, then I'll take a look at what you've prepared. Have them bring it up. The patriarchs didn't know how to get the servants to come up to the deck. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to agree. The patriarchs were overjoyed as they immediately nodded. Then they waved their hands and called the servants to the deck. Then one of the patriarchs led a servant to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, please take a look. This is the first gift that we've prepared for you. I heard that Mr. collected some novel things. I think Mr. would like this. The servant was holding a jade box. The patriarch opened the jade box as he spoke. When Zhao Hai saw what was inside the jade box, he couldn't help but stare. This was because inside the jade box was a bean. That's right, it was a bean, a green bean. However, this bean was very strange. Its entire body seemed to be made of jade. It was very beautiful. However, Zhao Hai was sure that this bean could grow something. This was because he could feel a strong aura of life coming from it. The patriarch quickly replied, Mister, about 100,000 years ago, there was a Tao sect in the cultivation realm called the military Tao sect. This sect had two things that gave people headaches. One of them was the puppet technique. The puppets produced by the military Tao sect were very powerful and their combat strength was very high. They were their main weapon class. The other thing that gave people headaches was the bean soldiers. These bean soldiers were produced from a bean tree called the bean soldier tree. Once the bean soldier tree is fully grown, one would inject their spiritual chi into the tree and then throw it out to turn it into a bean soldier. This is the military Tao sect's famous bean soldier technique. These bean soldiers have formidable combat strength. Moreover, the amount of spiritual chi needed to activate them is very small. This was also one of the most headache-inducing existences of the military Tao sect. The patriarch nodded, yes, I'm not sure if it's a bean soldier technique. Later on, the Warpath sect was destroyed. Their puppet techniques were obtained by other sections. However, what they obtained wasn't complete. Because of this, the cultivation realm's puppets are very weak. At the same time, the bean trees of the Warpath sect were destroyed during the war. Although the beans can still be sown, no one has been able to grow a bean tree for so many years. This is a bean from a bean tree that I obtained by accident. I'll give it to Mr. today. Zhao Hai looked at the bean and was very happy. However, he didn't show it on his face. He just nodded and said, Good, this is a good thing. I'll accept it. Then he closed the jade box and threw it to the space. Zhao Hai believed that Kair would know what to do. When the patriarch saw that Zhao Hai had accepted the bean, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he waved his hand as another servant came to Zhao Hai's side. This servant was holding a tray with a piece of ore on it. This ore was very special. It was completely black and seemed to be able to absorb light. The patriarch turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this is the second item that we've prepared for you, dark gold stone. This dark gold stone is a very special stone. It can absorb light and turn it into energy before storing it. With this dark gold stone, you can produce spirit stones without stopping." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mister, this is the second item that we've prepared for you." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he picked up the dark gold stone and looked at it. Then he said, "All right, I'll also accept this." Then he turned his hand and threw the dark gold stone into the space. The patriarch's expression became even more joyful. He waved his hand as another servant came over. This servant was holding a metal box in his hand. This box was able to isolate spiritual force. The box was shining with golden light, it looked very precious. It can be assumed that the things inside were also very precious. Zhao Hai's attention was completely attracted by the box. He just stood there motionlessly. The patriarch's eyes flashed with killing intent. He gently placed his hand on the box and said to Zhao Hai, "Mister, please take a look. This is the third gift that we've prepared for Mister." After he said that, he opened the lid of the box. Black gas sprayed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the servant holding the box sent a palm strike towards Zhao Hai. The servant was originally an transcendence expert. But when he sent his palm strike, his aura suddenly turned into that of an immortal expert. At the same time, the patriarchs on the ship rushed towards Li Kuanga. This was actually a trap. But at this moment, Zhao Hai's figure suddenly disappeared. Then the patriarchs and their servants were suddenly covered in a cage. The immortal expert was no exception. It wasn't until this moment that Li Kuanga reacted. These people were actually here to kill Zhao Hai. Moreover, their leader was an immortal expert. At this time, Zhao Hai appeared on the deck of the Hell King's ship. He looked at the patriarchs and the immortal expert, then he laughed and said, "You want to scheme against me? Do you know why I didn't see you until now? It's because I already knew that you wanted to scheme against me. I've been waiting for these past few days. I gave all sects in the northern sacred continent 7 days. Now that 7 days have passed, all sects that don't submit to the Freedom Alliance will die. Are you the southern barbarian sect's elder do? Ha ha ha, no matter who you are, since you dared to assassinate me, you must die." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as flying swords pierced the throats of the patriarchs and their servants. Elder Du wanted to break free from the cage, but he soon discovered that he couldn't do anything. At this time, countless flying swords shot towards him. The immortal expert wanted to block the flying swords, but he soon discovered that the swords were coming from immortal experts. Moreover, it wasn't just one of them. In an instant, more than 10 flying swords pierced his body. It seems like he wouldn't be able to live for long. However, an immortal expert's vitality was strong. Although he was about to die, he didn't die immediately. He stared at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, how did you find me? Nobody can see through my disguise." Zhao Hai looked at the elder Du, then he smiled faintly and said, "What? Do you want to be a ghost who understands? Ha ha ha, it's too late. I won't tell you. Just be a confused ghost." Then he waved his hand as the flying swords flew back to his hand and disappeared. When Zhao Hai pulled out the flying swords, Elder Du's vitality was already gone, he couldn't be more dead. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand again as all the corpses on the ship disappeared. At this time, Li Kuanga walked towards Zhao Hai with an ashen face. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I'm sorry, big brother Hai. I didn't know that they were here to assassinate you." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "I already knew that they were here to deal with me. The great clans only had some servants. Their families have already been moved away. They were waiting for an opportunity to get close to me and then kill me in one fell swoop. But this is also good. It gives me an excuse to deal with the sacred northern continent. Send my order, the first legion is to assemble." Li Kuanga nodded before he turned around to send the order. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a large number of undead appeared in Wolfang County. The people who were still alive in Wolfang County couldn't help but stare. At this time, most of the people in Wolfang County were from the Wan clan. There weren't a lot of people from other clans. When the people of the Wan clan saw the undead, they couldn't help but be startled. At this time, a voice was heard, all members of the Wan clan, immediately return to the Wan clan. Don't come out without orders. Although the people from the Wan clan didn't know who this voice was, they didn't hesitate as they turned around and left. Before long, they returned to the Wan clan's residence. Some people who were slow to leave discovered that the undead were massacring the people from the other clans. The people from the other clans who were killed didn't take long before they stood up and turned into undead. However, the undead didn't deal with them, it was as if they knew who they were. However, the people from the Wan clan didn't dare to stay. Each and every one of them quickly returned to the Wan clan's residence. Wan Rong didn't know what happened, but when he saw the servants come back, Wan Rong immediately called them over and said, "Do you know what happened?" Some of the servants who came back first naturally didn't know what happened. However, one of the servants replied, "When we returned, we discovered a lot of undead chasing the people from the other clans." Undead? Are you sure it's undead? When Wan Rong heard the word undead, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, his face was filled with excitement. The servant nodded and said, "There's no mistake. Patriarch, it's indeed undead." Wan Rong nodded and said, "Good, it's good that it's undead. You can go now. Don't leave the mansion for half a step. Tell the gatekeeper to close the door. Nobody is allowed to leave the mansion." The servant complied before he turned around and ran away. At this time, Wan Xiang also arrived at Wan Rong's side. He didn't go out today, so he didn't know what happened outside. He ran out when he heard Zhao Hai's voice. Now that he saw Wan Rong standing there, he couldn't help but ask, "Father, what's wrong?" That voice sounded like Mr. Zhao Hai's voice? Wan Xiang nodded and said, "Right, it's Mr. Zhao Hai's voice. Today, everyone stayed at home. Mr. has already made a move against the other clans." The people who came back said that there were undead chasing the people from the other clans. You should know that Mr. is famous for commanding undead. Those undead must be Mr.'s. Therefore, I said that Mr. has already made a move against the other clans. When Wan Xiang heard Wan Rong, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face turned happy as he said, "Good, Mr. has finally made a move. Father, do you think we should send someone to contact Mr.? Wan Rong shook his head and said, "No, we can't attack Mr. right now. For Mr., exterminating the other clans is just a matter of turning his hand. It wouldn't take long. Don't worry, I think Mr. will look for us soon." At this time, the cultivators of the First Legion began to move. They rushed into Wolfang County from outside. The First Legion was furious, they didn't think that the people from the 9 great sects would still dare to play tricks at this time. If Zhao Hai was successfully assassinated, then the Freedom Alliance would be finished. Additionally, these people admired Zhao Hai very much. Therefore, when they heard that Zhao Hai was assassinated, their eyes turned red. However, when they arrived at Wolfang County, they discovered that the undead had almost finished their work. The important figures of the clans had already been transferred away, even the servants had left. There weren't many people left, and those people weren't a match for the undead. Now that the 9 great clans were about to be exterminated by the undead, even if they wanted to help, they wouldn't have the opportunity. Zhao Hai sat on the deck of the Hell King's ship. In front of him were 2 people, one was Wan Rong and the other was Wan Xiang. Both of them had respectful expressions on their faces as they bowed their heads. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 and said, "You should already know about what happened in Wolfang County. Several great clans actually colluded with people to assassinate me. I've already eliminated them. However, their families have already been moved away. I'll leave Wolfang County to you in the future. Take good care of it. When you return, set up the transmission formation and get in touch with the Alliance. Then the Alliance will naturally take care of the matters after that." Wan Rong nodded and said, "Yes. Mr. can rest assured, I'll do my best." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "You can go." Wan Rong and Wan Xiang nodded before they turned around and left. After the 2 left, Li Kuanga, who was standing behind Zhao Hai, turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do we do next?" Zhao Hai looked into the distance and said, "The northern sacred continent has been in chaos for a long time. I've given them enough time. It's time for them to settle down. Assemble the army and head towards the northern sacred continent. If we encounter any sects that don't surrender, exterminate them. Li Kuanga nodded and then went to make arrangements. The people of the First Legion were now assembled. Under Zhao Hai's command, everyone followed the Hell King's ship and headed towards the northern sacred continent. Wan Rong returned home and looked at the departing army. Then he let out a long breath and said, "The northern sacred continent is about to experience a reign of terror." Wan Xiang looked at Wan Rong and said, "Father, I can see that Mr. Zhao Hai is very gentle. Will he really do it?" Wan Rong turned his head to Wan Xiang and sighed, "Xiang, you're still too young. Mr. Zhao Hai is only gentle towards his own people. He has never been gentle towards his enemies. You need to learn from Mr. Zhao Hai." Wan Xiang responded with some confusion, but he didn't refute anything. However, he obviously didn't fully believe Wan Rong's words. Wan Rong also knew what Wan Xiang was thinking, but he didn't say anything. Facts would prove everything. While Zhao Hai was leading the army into the sacred northern province, Jian Wuya also received the news. Jian Wuya put away the jade sword message and looked at Jiao Hualong and said, "The operation has failed. Elder Du has been killed by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai has wiped out all the major clans in the Wolf-Fang County except for the Wan clan. He is now leading the army to attack the sacred northern province." Jiao Hualong and the others sighed in disappointment. Jian Wuya looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Although the operation failed, Zhao Hai is indeed in the northern sacred prefecture right now. It's hard for him to split himself. I think we can proceed with Plan B." Jiao Hualong nodded and said, "All right, I also think that the second plan is much better than the first plan. I'll go arrange it now." After he said that, he stood up and walked out. Jian Wuya and the others didn't stay idle. They also stood up and walked out. After arriving outside, Jiao Hualong and the others immediately commanded their army to attack the 4 northern provinces. At the same time, Jian Wuya led an elite squad and a group of immortal experts to attack the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters using a spatial divergent ability. This was Jian Wuya's second plan. They had Jiao Hualong and Meng Wudi lead an army to feign an attack on the 4 northern prefectures and delay Zhao Hai. At the same time, Jian Wuya would lead an elite squad to attack the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. Jian Wuya's second plan was actually learned from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user. He could use space to fight, escape, and even support his sect. At the same time, Jian Wuya and the others could also use space to deal with Zhao Hai. In this world, Zhao Hai wasn't the only spatial divergent ability user. Even if other spatial divergent ability users weren't as strong as Zhao Hai, Jian Wuya and the others had enough resources. With the strength of the 9 great sects, it wasn't difficult for them to find some spatial divergent ability users. Because of this, Jian Wuya and the others found several spatial divergent ability users and had them work together to send them to the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. Then they would attack the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, when Jian Wuya and the others made their move, other than the northern sacred continent and the northern strange continent, the smaller sects of the other continents also made their move. The eastern sacred continent and the western ghost continent gathered their armies and charged towards the northern sacred continent. Moreover, their armies weren't small in number. Moreover, the alliance of the 9 great sects was led by Jiao Hualong and Meng Wudi. It could be said that the northern sacred continent was in a state of chaos. If Zhao Hai went back to help the Black Tiger Gang, then the First Legion would be eaten. If he didn't, then the Black Tiger Gang would be in danger. The 9 great sects made their move and Zhao Hai received the news. The first thing he received wasn't the news of the Black Tiger Gang being attacked. Instead, he received the news that the 9 great sects' armies were heading towards the northern sacred continent. At the same time, the eastern sacred continent and the western ghost continent also sent their armies to the northern sacred continent. It could be said that the First Legion was facing 3 enemies in the northern sacred continent. After receiving this information from Kai, Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't understand what the 9 great sects wanted to do. Why would they suddenly make such a big move? Did they really think that they could deal with him? The answer soon came out. Zhao Hai didn't immediately make a big reaction. He still led the First Legion towards the northern sacred continent. At this time, he wasn't far from the northern sacred continent. The second plan of Jianwuya and the others also had a sequence. They had Jiao Hualong and Meng Wudi lead the army to attack Zhao Hai's army. After they fought with Zhao Hai, they would deal with the Black Tiger gang. Only in this way would Zhao Hai be unable to escape. Otherwise, with Zhao Hai's spatial ability, he would be able to return to the Black Tiger gang in a matter of minutes. Zhao Hai still didn't understand what Jianwuya and the others wanted to do. This was because Kair told him that there weren't a lot of experts in the Nine Great Sects army. It could even be said that they were a bit weaker compared to when he fought with them. Moreover, Kair also said that the Heavenly Sword sect still had an elite squad that didn't come to the northern sacred continent. This made Zhao Hai even more confused. In the past, the Nine Great Sects sent out their full strength, but they still weren't his match. Now, they left their elites behind and only sent ordinary cultivators to deal with him. Wasn't this just courting death? While Zhao Hai was still puzzled, Lizzie suddenly said, "Big Brother Hai, do you think that they'll drag you here and then attack the headquarters?" Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, "They aren't that stupid, right? Attack the headquarters? I've left a lot of immortal stage undead in the headquarters. Moreover, the headquarters' defenses are very strong. How could they attack the headquarters?" Lizzie smiled and said, "Big Brother Hai, how could you be confused? You know this, but those people don't. They think that by dragging you here, the Black Tiger gang's defenses would weaken. They would concentrate their elites to attack the Black Tiger gang. When the time comes, they would be able to capture the Black Tiger gang in one fell swoop. If we lose our headquarters, then what would the smaller sects think of us? When the time comes, the Freedom Alliance would be in chaos. Even if Big Brother Hai's ability is heaven-defying, it would be good if you can defend the Black Tiger gang." Zhao Hai nodded, then he shook his head and said, "That's not right. If that's the case, then how would they get to the Black Tiger gang? One must know that the distance between the Black Tiger gang and the Black Tiger gang isn't close. It would be impossible for them to use the transmission formation. The Black Tiger gang doesn't seem to have a large transmission formation. If they send too few people, then it wouldn't be very useful." Lizzie knit her brows and said, "I don't know about this. Maybe they want to send a few people to the Black Tiger gang's transmission formation first. Then they can control the transmission formation and send more people over." Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "It's possible. But they might not know that the Black Tiger gang's transmission formation has been improved. It can be sealed from a distance. As long as the transmission formation is sealed, then everything else would be easy." Laura opened her mouth and said, "Big Brother Hai, do you want to tell Senior Brother about this?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let's see how well Elder Brother and the others control the base. You should know that the base we designed is very strong. Even if an immortal expert enters, as long as we control the base well, we can still trap them inside." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." At this time, Li Kuanga said, "Big Brother Hai, we've arrived at the Soft Water sect. They have already activated their defensive formation and are preparing to make a final stand. What should we do?" Because Zhao Hai was talking to Laura and the others, his eyes were closed. Because of this, Li Kuanga called out to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai withdrew his consciousness from the space and opened his eyes. He looked at the sect and said, "Send people over and give them a final warning. If they dare to resist, then destroy them." Li Kuanga nodded and then immediately sent people to the Soft Water sect. Before long, the messenger returned. However, his expression wasn't good. The messenger arrived in front of Zhao Hai and then bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Legion Commander, the Soft Water sect and a dozen other sects have formed a small alliance called the Flowing Water Alliance. They want to join the Freedom Alliance, but they must recognize their status. Their alliance must have the same status as the Freedom Alliance." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "The same status as the Freedom Alliance? Are they crazy?" The messenger replied, "They also said that the army of the 9 major sects has returned to the sacred northern continent. If we don't agree to their conditions, then they will seek refuge with the 9 major sects." When Li Kuanga heard this, he couldn't help but stare. "The 9 major sects have returned? Is what he said true?" The messenger said, "It seems like it's true. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the guts to talk to us about such conditions." Moreover, I can see that they're fearless. It doesn't seem like they're lying. Li Kuanga turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Big brother Hai, what do you think? Zhao Hai sneered and said, so what if they're the 9 major sects? It's not like I haven't fought with them before. They're just a small alliance formed by a dozen sections. Pass down my order, attack the soft water sect. Don't leave even a chicken or a dog alive. End of chapter 1895. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.